In the realm of the ordinary, a high school boy named Lu Zhe stumbled upon a mysterious diary entitled Gu Renjiji by sheer chance. This diary bestowed upon him the uncanny ability to conjure bizarre tales, simultaneously thrusting him into a world shrouded in darkness and terror. As Lu Zhe wandered through the night, lantern in hand, he could hear the rustling sounds behind him, yet dared not glance back. He pressed forward with a steely resolve. To turn around would mean confronting an endless abyss, where all the filth of the world seemed to converge behind him. The winding path he tread was uncertain, leading to an unknown destination, and he yearned for even the faintest glimmer of light. Alas, it was a journey destined to culminate in darkness. At the end of the path stood a door tightly shut, one he could no longer push open. The divine had sealed it against him, leaving no window ajar. By the time Lu Zhe realized this, the viscous darkness had already ensnared his ankles. Panic gripped him as he halted, inhaling deeply, shutting his eyes tight, trembling as he lunged forward, crashing against the door. "Open, you wretched lock! Unseal yourself!" The encroaching black tide engulfed him, wrapping him tighter until it spread across his entire being, igniting a searing pain. He felt countless hands ascend his body, prying open his jaw and lifting his eyelids, whispering to him, "Look at me, look at me." Forced to open his eyes, Lu Zhe was met with a myriad of scarlet orbs swirling before him, inducing a wave of nausea. His eyelids were held wide open, the peculiar eyes looming close enough for him to discern the grotesquely dilated pupils. From those pupils, countless fine black threads extended, piercing into his very eyes. "Become one with the bizarre, merge with us," they beckoned. What followed was a chaotic revelry of blood, erosion, madness, and filth. When Lu Zhe next opened his eyes, he was startled to find himself face-to-face with a pair of large black eyes, causing him to topple over in his chair and land on the floor. "Lu Zhe, you've fallen asleep in class again. Did you catch any of the 11 bizarre tales the teacher lectured on?" His desk mate, Luo Yu, stood with hands on her hips, peering down at him. "Every time you act so nonchalantly, it could just be a technique for survival. If we ever find ourselves in a rule-based bizarre tale, it might just save your life." Gasping for breath, Lu Zhe stared at the bright ceiling and the girl looming above him. It was a rather peculiar angle, just right for observing the double chin of his deskmate. He has even invented a new sleeping posture, managing to recline while balancing on his chair. A lanky boy from the back shouted, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Laughter erupted throughout the classroom. Lu Zhe, utterly speechless, clambered back to his feet, feeling as if his entire body were on the verge of collapse. The teacher at the podium wore a stern expression, pointing towards the classroom door with her book, declaring out. He said nothing, casting one last glance at the blackboard, yawning, and obediently stepped out of the classroom. Then came the punishment of standing at the door. Yet, standing could also lead to slumber. This legendary god of sleep, one of the 9 wonders of the campus, could doze off anywhere, even now, at the classroom entrance, his head bobbing gently. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a restful sleep each night. He was plagued by countless bizarre entanglements. All of this was a consequence of that very diary before him. With its blood-red cover inscribed with Gu Renjiji, it hovered tantalizingly in his view, exuding a sinister aura. Name, Lu Zhe. Level, F rarer than SSR. Identity, ordinary bizarre tale writer. Horror value 5. Each point of horror value allows one character to be inscribed in the diary. Bizarre tale marketplace. Not yet opened. It seemed that others could not perceive it. Ever since he had found this diary, nightmares had plagued him incessantly, with nary a good thing occurring in his vicinity. For instance, he could be chased down the street by wild dogs. Or upon returning home each night, he might be scrutinized by a horde of black cats with glowing eyes, sending chills down his spine. Regrettably, he found himself unable to rid himself of this diary, which continued to chronicle events pertaining to him in real time. At present, the pages were flipping on their own, ancient text glowing in a ghostly green hue. Lu Zhe yawned as he perused the mysterious diary, idly awaiting the end of class. Unbeknownst to him, the entire school was being besieged by bizarre tales. Upon reading this, Lu Zhe was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at the page. What? The rule-based bizarre tale had descended? Lu Zhe felt a twinge of confusion, just as the window behind him shattered. He reacted swiftly, throwing himself forward, collapsing onto the ground while shielding his head. Almost simultaneously, every window on the floor exploded, shards of glass flying in every direction. In the reflection of the fragments, Lu Zhe beheld countless terrified eyes, the reflection of his own. He spun around to witness his classmates screaming in panic, the floor crumbling beneath them, and the teacher, calm amidst the turmoil, standing at the podium, urging, "Do not panic, it is merely a level bizarre tale. Use what you've learned and strive to survive." Yet her voice was drowned out, insignificant against the chaos. With a resounding crash, the ceiling collapsed, and the beautiful teacher was crushed beneath the debris. All of humanity's creations appeared utterly fragile in the face of the bizarre tale's power. Soon after, innumerable black runes erupted from the ground, enveloping everything in sight. The entire school succumbed to a vast black quagmire, eerie shadows devouring all structures. They obscured Lu Zhe's vision, and the last thing he glimpsed was a phrase inscribed in Gu Renjiji. A wild, bizarre tale has emerged upon complete conquest. One may plunder its horror value. The level bizarre tale, my classroom. Please strive to survive. As the ceiling gave way, Lu Zhe felt a darkness envelop him, and he lost all sense of consciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself bound to a chair. No, more precisely, all 40 classmates in the classroom were similarly restrained. The chairs were arranged meticulously within the classroom, desks and chairs in their usual order, papers and pens all neatly aligned, as if everything had returned to normal. The only difference was the empty podium, upon which hung a bloodied figure. The female teacher had been nailed to the blackboard. The girl seated to Lu Zhe's left, unable to bear the horror, let out a piercing scream, yet her voice was stifled in her throat. A shadow flickered, and her head fell at once. Her blood splattered across Lu Zhe, warming his face. Breathless with terror, Lu Zhe stared blankly at the headless corpse at his feet, feeling a string within him snap. Every student in the classroom stifled their tears, while a few with weaker constitutions began to sob quietly. This was the nature of a bizarre tale. Taking a life was as effortless as crushing an ant. The classroom intercom blared with a harsh buzzing, followed by a cold, emotionless mechanical voice. The listening examination is about to commence. Silence is mandatory. All eyes turned towards the speaker mounted on the wall. Meanwhile, the diary before Lu Zhe began to display new words. The student's hands and feet are bound. A screaming girl has been executed. What a pity. Bound hands? How can one answer? Lu Zhe felt perplexed. As if in response to the diary's inquiry, the bindings on his hands suddenly loosened. However, in their place, several black tendrils crawled up from beneath him, securing his legs and torso tightly to the chair. He glanced around, realizing that everyone else was in a similar predicament, with only their hands free to move. Before him lay a white answer sheet. It seemed that only by writing the correct answers could they escape this peril. This revelation from the diary offered Lu Zhe a modicum of reassurance. If it were merely a knowledge assessment, perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The intercom continued to relay its cold, unfeeling announcements. Please listen to the question. First question. Write down the name of your most beloved person. Be cautious, they may lose their life due to your writing. Of course, if the name is false, you will be eliminated.
Chapter 2. Invalid rules. Write down the name of your most beloved person, and that individual will meet their demise, while you shall survive. However, if the name is insincere, then it is you who must perish. Under the pall of death's terror, the entire classroom descended into an atmosphere of profound gloom. Lu Zhe inhaled deeply several times, forcing himself to regain composure as he surveyed his surroundings. Could the eerie tales truly influence those beyond its realm? How might it discern the thoughts nestled within one's heart? At last, a boy in the front row could no longer withstand the oppressive tension. It was his inaugural venture into this peculiar scenario, and he was skeptical of the supernatural tale's potency. Casually, he inscribed the name of someone he despised. What harm could come from writing down another's name? It appeared that nothing transpired. Yet, just as everyone exhaled in relief, preparing to follow suit, a shadow darted past. The boy's head arced gracefully before Lu Zhe, droplets of crimson splattering forth, his eyes wide with terror. This time, Lu Zhe discerned it clearly. It was a bizarre entity resembling a black batfish. With its razor-sharp edges, it swiftly severed the transgressor's head. Accompanying the rules of the eerie narratives are often corresponding anomalies, whether they be unique items or spectral beings. They thrive on the flesh and blood of humans, making them the most efficient agents for the disposal of limbs and corpses. A palpable silence enveloped the classroom, so intense that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The pages of the book turned once more. A female classmate trembled, tears streaming down her face as she wrote down her grandmother's name. Her grandmother perished, yet she survived. But was this truly the wisest course of action? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, observing the weeping girl before him, and exhaled deeply, picking up his pen. Unexpectedly, he inscribed his own name upon the paper. Quite simply, all those who loved him had perished. He loved only himself. He'll write down one's most cherished person. If the proposition is deemed true, then he shall live, while others die. If false, he himself shall die. But what if that most beloved person is indeed himself? Lu Zhe was engaged in a gamble. If the rules were to claim his life, then the proposition would be false. Yet, in actuality, this answer was clearly true. Thus the rules could not take his life. This presented a simple logical paradox, yet it was sufficient to unravel the entire conundrum. In the instant he set down his pen, the surrounding scenery abruptly distorted, akin to a flickering television image. As if everything around him could shatter at any moment, yet ultimately stabilized once more. Subsequently, the first sheet of examination paper before everyone spontaneously ignited, transforming into ashes in an instant. The students, still entangled in their struggles, gazed around in bewilderment, uncertain of what had transpired. Lu Zhe's answer had nearly caused the rules to collapse, prompting the eerie narrative to automatically erase the initial question. Having completed this, Lu Zhe quietly set down his pen. He suddenly felt an overwhelming number of tainted gazes fixated upon him. You have attracted the attention of the eerie narrative. In that moment, he felt as though he had plunged into an ocean of flesh. With a myriad of tongues grazing against him, all rationality suffocated by an overwhelming sense of dread. This sensation dissipated shortly thereafter, and he gasped for fresh air, glancing apprehensively at his diary. The eerie narrative believes you will be quite delectable. This is troubling, quite troubling indeed. It seems I have become a target. Beads of sweat dotted Lu Zhe's forehead as he realized that, in the face of absolute power, all cunning plans are merely trivialities. Where do the rules originate? Power establishes the rules, and it can alter them at will. The weak can only abide by the rules, surviving within the cracks of this word game. He took several deep breaths, clearing his mind, and resumed his attentive listening to the questions. Luo Yu sat beside him, staring at him in disbelief. She had just witnessed the moment Lu Zhe set his pen down, rendering the first question null and void. Surely, Lu Zhe had done something, she thought, her previous contempt giving way to astonishment. Who would have anticipated that this seemingly slothful classmate, known for dozing off in class, possessed such abilities? Perhaps she could seek his assistance for subsequent answers. The announcement echoed as expected. Please listen to the second question. A passenger train is headed towards 2 tracks. On the original track, 5 individuals stand, while on an abandoned track, 1 person is present. What choice will you make to minimize loss? This question requires a unified answer from all, adhering to the principle of the majority ruling the minority. Should the answer be incorrect, all will face punishment. You have 1 minute for open discussion. The trolley problem? As soon as the words were spoken, everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Surely, we should divert the train to strike that 1 person instead? Luo Yu murmured softly. The others nodded in silence, expressing their agreement. Even though that solitary individual adhered to traffic rules, this calamity was thrust upon him. Despite the fact that the majority were at fault. What of it? A single life is far less valuable than 5. It appears everyone has settled on this being a choice question, but is the majority truly correct? A flicker of realization stirred within Lu Zhe, and he suddenly discerned a dissonance, musing aloud. That is not right. All eyes turned to him in confusion, awaiting his elaboration. The lanky boy seated behind him impatiently interjected. What's wrong with that? Isn't this just a simple matter of comparison? Moreover, the question did not specify the identity of that 1 person. He was neither a genius nor a person of significant contribution, merely an ordinary individual. Why should we hesitate to eliminate him? Lu Zhe remained silent for a moment, surveying his classmates, who were previously amiable, now displaying indifference and apathy towards life and death. He spoke slowly. There are passengers on the train, the number of whom is unknown. The track with one person might lead to a dead end, endangering everyone. As his words fell, it was as though a boulder had stirred 1,000 waves. Everyone widened their eyes, followed by a wave of trepidation, cold sweat breaking out. So that was the trap. Do we not change the tracks? Allow the train to collide with those 5 individuals? Luoyu hesitated, murmuring her inquiry. All eyes in the classroom turned towards Lu Zhe, seeking affirmation. In that moment, the most unremarkable person in the room became the anchor for all. This might be a method to solve the problem. But it was not Lu Zhe's choice. He contemplated for a moment, then raised his head, stating, "Since I can alter the track, then I cannot be the train conductor, but rather the switchman on land. I will approach the 5 individuals, provide each with a wrench, and then directly drag them away." The classroom fell into an instant silence, unsure of how to evaluate this unconventional line of reasoning. However, what he proposed made a certain sense. If you have the time to change the track, why not run over and warn those 5 individuals to steer clear of danger? As if Lu Zhe's thoughts had short-circuited the broadcast. It fell silent for a long while. Then, the answer sheets before everyone ignited once more, as if deliberately obscuring the loopholes in the rules. Chapter 3. Lu Zhe will not die. The second round of crisis averted. The students in the classroom collectively exhaled in relief. They had not anticipated that the rules could be directly undermined, and amidst the surprise, their trust in Lu Zhe escalated several notches. Yet, they remained uncertain about when this eerie narrative would come to an end. All the students present had yet to awaken their peculiar abilities. Thus, facing this D-grade eerie tale, they could only navigate it through intellect. Among them, Lu Zhe, with his uniquely peculiar thought processes, might very well lead them to a path of survival. Lu Zhe remained oblivious to the expectant gazes surrounding him. He merely gazed quietly at the book suspended in the air, contemplating a solution to the predicament. Perhaps this book concealed an opportunity for survival. Knowledge is the key to enlightenment. Terror value 5. Each point of terror value allows you to inscribe one word in the diary. Since this diary reflects reality, might it also reciprocate if one were to write within it? Contemplating this, Lu Zhe picked up his pen and attempted to write. Rules invalidated. However, the words he inscribed vanished as swiftly as a stone sinking into the ocean. Insufficient conditional parameters, judgment failed, terror value returned. Your power is too feeble to unconditionally influence beings of a higher level. It appeared that directly nullifying the eerie narrative was not a viable path. As he prepared to shift his focus, the classroom broadcast resumed to announce the next question. He had no choice but to temporarily cease his exploration of the mysterious diary, straightening up to calmly analyze the impending crisis. However, this time, the question struck him like a thunderclap, rendering him motionless. Congratulations to all candidates. We have selected a prime sacrificial offering who may substitute for your demise. You may vote on the following choices. Option 1. Sacrifice this offering, allowing all others to walk out of the classroom unharmed. Option 2. Preserve your companion, continuing to answer the next question. If everyone answers correctly, you may still escape the classroom, should any error arise. All will perish together. The name of this prime sacrificial offering is Lu Zhe. The air seemed to solidify, and every gaze turned icy cold towards Lu Zhe. He sensed the wavering of everyone around him, suffocating like the depths of the ocean, inducing an unprecedented panic within him. He only needed to answer one more question. Lu Zhe took a deep breath, suppressing his trembling voice, and spoke to those nearby. You can trust me? It won't be too difficult as long as I'm not voted out. I am confident that I can turn the tide for everyone in the next round. However, someone interrupted him, stating the cold, hard truth in the calmest of tones. If we sacrifice you, we can leave right now. The classroom fell silent in an instant, and everyone tacitly accepted this verdict, casting either pitying or indifferent glances in his direction. What would the next question be? Perhaps it would be one that guaranteed death. Perhaps it could lead to their total annihilation. No one was willing to take that risk, not even a little. Lu Zhe hesitated, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Indeed, he was right. But did Lu Zhe deserve to die? The sacrificial victim had no voting rights. The black tendrils on the ground crawled upwards, binding his hands. He slumped in his chair, his gaze hollow, rendered speechless. The rustling sound emerged, akin to silkworms devouring mulberry leaves. It was everyone passing judgment on Lu Zhe, sentencing him to death. On the blackboard, bold letters were inscribed, striking a poignant chord for Lu Zhe. To save the majority, the sacrifice of a few can be deemed necessary. He felt an urge to laugh, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him incapable of producing any sound. The announcement echoed once more, pronouncing the final verdict. 35 agree, 2 abstain, execution of the judgment. He closed his eyes, tormented by a belated despair. The classmates in the classroom were released from their restraints. Heads bowed in guilt as they walked past Lu Zhe, heading towards the door of hope. "I'm sorry," someone whispered as they touched his shoulder. "We'll remember you when we return." Another patted his shoulder. "I hope you understand. I have important people to meet, so I cannot die here." Luo Yu was the last to leave, having been silent for a long time, leaving behind this sentence, "I abstain. I am sorry I couldn't save you." They passed by, offering an array of excuses, lamenting their guilt. Yet, not a single person paused to attempt to untie Lu Zhe's bindings. Lu Zhe did not lift his head. His face obscured in black shadows, he replied in a calm voice, understood." The last person exited the classroom, closing the only door that let in light. It was only then that he could no longer contain his emotions. Trembling all over, Lu Zhe was an ordinary middle school student. He too feared death and felt sorrow at the abandonment by his peers. He exerted all his strength, trying to break free from the ropes of the bizarre tale. His body slamming against the wall repeatedly, only to add more bruises to his form. His wrist dislocated, he finally freed his arms, the chair crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, emitting a muffled groan. He lay on the cold floor, feeling death's scythe wrap around his neck. A whispering tide of darkness surged through the cracks in the wall, beginning to gnaw at Lu Zhe's ankles, then his calves, thighs, and waist. Now, his entire lower body had lost sensation, save for the connection point, where a searing pain still throbbed. Perhaps he had survived this long because the bizarre tale preferred to torment a living soul, thus slowing its consumption. Just as his entire being was about to be consumed by the uncanny, the mysterious diary before Lu Zhe suddenly flipped a page. Terror level 5. After all, we're all going to die. You might as well spend your points, right? This was his last lifeline. The black tide crept up to his neck, leaving Lu Zhe unable to grasp it. In desperation, he bit into his fingertip. With his blood, he wrote the final 5 words in the notebook. Lu Zhe will not die. As the last stroke was made, his entire body was instantly engulfed by the bizarre tale, leaving only a pale hand exposed. 0 condition rule assessment in progress. Insufficient conditions, assessment failed. Thus, the black tide surged forth, completely consuming his hand. In this boundless ocean of blackness, Lu Zhe's body vanished entirely, his consciousness seemingly plunging into a frigid abyss. There was no pain, no sorrow, only the eternal embrace of Mother Death. To perish in such a manner might, perhaps, be a form of liberation for him. Just as everything was about to revert to silence, the mysterious notebook began to flutter once more. Due to the subject meeting the basic conditions, the rules are automatically completed. Completed rule. Within the domain of the school's bizarre tale, Lu Zhe will not die. Assessment successful. The fingers adrift in the black tide suddenly stirred. It was as if they had encountered an exceedingly terrifying presence, causing the eerie waters to scream and retreat in all directions. Once all the filth receded, the pristine white walls re-emerged. Only one silhouette remained in the classroom. Lu Zhe, sprawled on the ground, his flesh and blood rapidly regenerating. Chapter 4. The tyranny of the majority. How could this be? Hadn't they already escaped the bizarre tale? Why were they still subjected to such torment? Luo Yu was on the brink of collapse, racing frantically down the long, dark corridor with her fellow classmates who had emerged from the classroom. None dared to slow their pace. For every minute, the last person in line would have their heads severed by the supernatural. Even after successfully escaping the classroom, they had not escaped this bizarre tale. My classroom encompassed more than just the classroom. It enveloped the entire school, creating a new spatial dimension, yet selecting only the 40 students from their class as participants. The rules were still in effect. The world was their classroom. The intercom in the corridor continued to announce, setting a more brutal rule for them. The exit is at the end of the corridor. Every minute, We will kill one person at the back of the line. The first to reach the exit will survive. As Luo Yu ran, her eyes stung as she coughed violently. She was nearing her limit. Among the girls, she was considered a long-distance runner, even surpassing most of the boys in her class. The air was thick with the sounds of fearful gasps, mingled with the acrid scent of sweat and blood. This corridor seemed endless, and several physically exhausted female classmates lagged far behind. Behind them came a series of anguished screams. The final cries of those eliminated. To survive, classmates who had once coexisted harmoniously were forced to tread upon the blood and flesh of others, climbing step by step. She witnessed a classmate, trembling and weeping, deliberately trip another student ahead of her, merely to secure more time for herself. The numbers dwindled, from over 30 at the start to fewer than 10 now. If only Lu Zhe were still alive. Perhaps they would not have found themselves in such a desperate predicament. He would surely have devised a way for everyone to survive. Luo Yu thought, suffocating under the weight of this realization. When a sudden thought flashed in her mind. Yet they had long chosen to sacrifice Lu Zhe for the so-called greater good. Just like in the trolley problem, opting to sacrifice one innocent life to save many others. This fateful train, after crushing the victim's body, only led them deeper into hell. They had personally buried their own hopes. At that moment, the person in front suddenly erupted in cheers, and Luo Yu lifted her head to look ahead. A door radiating light appeared at the end of the corridor. If they could just run a little further, they would truly escape the bizarre tale and return to the embrace of sunlight. However, before she could rejoice, fear gradually replaced the expression on her face. Not only her, but everyone in the corridor unconsciously slowed their pace. Some even began to tremble uncontrollably, for there stood Lu Zhe, who had been killed by the crowd, directly at the entrance. Sacred light poured through the door, illuminating the youth in the darkness, casting half his face in shadow. He slowly raised his head, his deep gray eyes calmly surveying the crowd. Like a ghost emerging from hell, Lu Zhe's presence sent chills down everyone's spine. Was he human or specter? Had he come to claim their lives? In the collective dread of the onlookers, Lu Zhe tilted his head back, covered his face with his hand, and burst into laughter. How amusing fate is. This time, it's my turn to betray everyone. His laughter echoed through the dark corridor, causing a tremor in the hearts of all present. Faces were etched with resentment, anger, fear, and regret. But none of that mattered to Lu Zhe anymore. He waved his arm, gestured a farewell, and nonchalantly stepped through the door that symbolized hope. That singular escape route thunderously closed behind him once he departed. The last glimmer of light vanished. No, people screamed. Luo Yu collapsed to the ground, the corridor filled with desperate cries, followed by countless eerie celebrations. They ravenously slaughtered humanity, harvesting fear and hatred. The proud human will crumbling before the bizarre tale. The night became the curtain of the final act, shrouding the blood-soaked stage. Level D Bizarre Tale, my classroom. Death toll, 38. Survivors. 2.as One of the survivors, do you have anything to say? In the guardhouse, Officer Zhang wore a grave expression, frowning as he regarded the boy before him. Shackled in handcuffs, Lu Zhe lifted his eyelids with a sense of indifference, expressing a slight surprise at the fact that others were still alive. Beyond that, he exhibited no further reaction. Observing his silence, the officer could only sigh helplessly, setting aside the documents in his hands and shaking his head at the investigator behind him. The D-class supernatural incident that occurred at Luoming High School had ensnared the entire class of grade 2, 13, leaving only 2 survivors in its wake. The youth before him was one of those who had been automatically transported out after the incident was resolved. The other survivor, a girl named Luo Yu, had been forcibly rescued by a C-class supernatural practitioner who arrived on the scene. Upon their return, both students exhibited varying degrees of psychological distress, with Luo Yu's condition being particularly severe, suffering from mild schizophrenia and severe depression. Initially, she had emerged from the supernatural realm in a state of utter mental disarray, screaming at the slightest rustle, repeatedly shouting, "Lu Zhe, may you suffer a terrible fate. Why are you still alive?" Yet, after some time, she would begin to weep softly, muttering, "You will save us, won't you? Lu Zhe, please help us." As a result, the investigators could extract no information regarding the supernatural incident from her. As for Lu Zhe, he returned with a vigilant and distrustful demeanor towards humanity, maintaining a resolute silence about all that had transpired within the supernatural realm. He resembled a cat that had been harmed, refusing to easily trust anyone again. The psychologist suspected he had developed antisocial personality disorder, bluntly stating that there was no cure, no hope for recovery. This left Officer Zhang in a state of great distress. The societal repercussions of this supernatural incident were significant, with many parents of the affected students pressuring the Security Bureau for the truth behind the event. Yet this newly emerged D-class supernatural entity had vanished without a trace. As if it had evaporated into thin air, this was illogical. Supernatural entities, whether they be tales or oddities, were born from the accumulation of human grievances. They could not be entirely eradicated, but could only be temporarily contained. The function of the Supernatural Incident Management Bureau was to assess the dangers posed by these entities, sealing away those deemed too hazardous in order to protect humanity as a whole. However, the current entity had disappeared, leaving no one aware of where it might reappear, akin to a ticking time bomb ready to trigger the next tragedy. Hence, obtaining information about the entity from these two students was of paramount importance. As Officer Zhang sighed and shook his head, the man in black who had been seated behind him stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Let us take care of this child," he said, his deep gaze scrutinizing the composed youth. Producing a supernatural investigation certificate from his pocket, he addressed Lu Zhe. "Kid, surviving a D-class supernatural entity is no small feat. Come with us for a while." Chapter 5. A moonless night. A murderer's invitation. In the dimly lit alleyways of the late night, shadows grew increasingly sparse, with two figures meandering under the feeble glow of streetlights. "Where are you taking me?" Lu Zhe halted his steps, inquiring warily. The area was rife with abandoned buildings, desolate and uninhabited. It was implausible for the esteemed Supernatural Incident Management Bureau to operate in such a remote location. The man in black had extracted Lu Zhe from the Security Bureau solely based on a license, raising suspicions about his true identity. Yet the man seemed unconcerned with Lu Zhe's thoughts, roughly tugging at the shackles binding him, displaying evident impatience. "Why are you asking so many questions? Just follow me, and you'll find out." He appeared to be anxious about something, hastily pulling Lu Zhe along as if eager to complete a task, which only added to the aura of suspicion surrounding him. Lu Zhe offered no resistance. He narrowed his gray eyes, observing the man with indifference, before acquiescing and following him. Beside him, a notebook with a red cover floated, inscribed with, "Acting too amateurish, walking gait erratic, breathing too loud, visibly not a professional assassin. Overall assessment, an ordinary person slightly stronger than you." Since he was merely an ordinary individual, there was nothing to fear. He casually glanced at Guren Jiji, which displayed a horror value of 1,000 points. This was a new statistic added after completing My Classroom, serving as Lu Zhe's life-saving measure. It indicated that he could inscribe a full 1,000 words of rules within this notebook. He was curious about who might wish to take his life. If he could trace the source back to the mastermind, it would be even better. The man's expression remained tense as he led Lu Zhe towards a narrow alley between two dilapidated buildings. Abruptly halting, this alley, shrouded in darkness, was an ideal location for nefarious deeds. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhe, 10 burly men lay in wait in the shadows, ready to pounce and break his legs. So that's how it is? Lu Zhe finally discerned the clumsy plan. They could kill him, yet they only intended to break his legs. Either the mastermind was not very bright, or he possessed something that the other party desired. A glint of malice flashed in the man's eyes as he turned around, preparing to command his associates to act. But Lu Zhe was quicker on the draw. The man felt a sudden, excruciating pain in his groin, clutching his legs in agony, his face contorting in horror in swift succession. Lu Zhe raised his hand, using the handcuffs to strike the man's skull with force. Following that, he plunged his fingers into the man's eye socket, executing the movements fluidly, without a hint of hesitation. With a series of fluid motions, snake's dance, celestial support, dual dragons playing with pearls, the man writhed in pain, blood streaming down his face as he collapsed to the ground. Howling in misery, a precise strike, devoid of martial ethics, insidiously vicious. Could such an act truly be performed by a high school student? The man found it unbelievable, sprawled on the ground, desperately covering his injured eye. Feeling the warmth of blood on his hands, he glared at Lu Zhe with venomous hatred, wishing to twist off the boy's head, and shouted into the alley, What are you all doing? Get in there and kill him. Yet, after executing those moves, Lu Zhe turned and fled. He was not foolish. A high school student without any combat skills would be foolish to face a gang of thugs head-on. A quick strike and then a retreat. Such exhilaration. Only the leader was left dumbfounded, sitting on the ground, realizing he had encountered a clever adversary, his anger boiling over as he yelled, "Damn it! Hurry up and pursue him. I want his skin." Lu Zhe sprinted ahead with all his might, calculating the distance between them and rapidly devising a strategy. The location was too far from the bustling city for him to seek help. As an untrained high school student, his stamina paled in comparison to the men pursuing him. He could only hope to reach the abandoned warehouse ahead. Just then, he felt an ominous sensation, his body instinctively swerving to the left. Someone had fired a gun, aiming for Lu Zhe's back. In an instant, a sharp pain shot through his right arm, as if a gigantic insect had bitten him fiercely, blood rapidly draining from the wound at a gun. Behind him, a voice filled with curses rang out. "Who told you to fire? The boss wants him alive. If you kill him, it's on you." The gunman had come with murderous intent. A chill ran down Lu Zhe's spine as he gritted his teeth to endure the pain and pressed on. Seeking cover to hide that moment, he had reached the entrance of the underground warehouse. The dilapidated door was rust-ridden, with windows positioned low enough to reach just above his torso. The eerie notebook continued to hover beside him, now displaying a new line. A new feature unlocked, Rule Domain. In a sealed space, 3 rules can be imposed, effective only on ordinary individuals. The warehouse could be considered a confined space. He would have to utilize the power of this notebook once more. With that thought, he clutched his wound, took a few steps back to gain momentum, and crashed through the warehouse's glass window, disappearing into the shadows. By the time the pursuers arrived, panting and gasping, Lu Zhe had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only shattered glass mixed with coagulating blood. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the fugitive had not strayed far. The leader let out a cold smirk, stepping through the glass window. It was merely a matter of catching a turtle in a jar. This boy had chosen his own grave. Meanwhile, inside the security bureau of City A, Officer Zhang sat in his office, still glum and troubled. Luo Yu continued to exhibit erratic behavior, her mother causing a scene at the bureau's entrance, demanding to see her daughter. After much effort, Officer Zhang had finally managed to send the frantic woman away, letting out a sigh of relief. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. "Come in." He rubbed his temples, looking up at the person entering. A young man with a 2-stringed instrument backpack and slightly curly hair stepped in, surveying the room and whistling upon seeing the scattered documents. "Old Zhang, you've been quite busy lately, huh?" This was C-Class Supernatural Practitioner Lu Zhe from the Supernatural Incident Management Bureau. The very one who had rescued the girl named Luo Yu from the supernatural realm. This. Officer Zhang managed a wry smile, pulling out a chair from beneath the desk and gesturing for him to sit. Busy is an understatement. He shook his head and took a sip of goji berry tea. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to investigate the disappearance case of my classroom. The Bureau needs testimonies from the survivors, and I've come to collect them." Luz reclined nonchalantly in his chair, remarking, "The student named Luz must be taken to the division for a psychological evaluation to ensure he has not been tainted by any peculiar influences." No sooner had he spoken than Officer Zhang's eyes widened in alarm, causing the teacup in his hand to clatter to the ground. In an instant, the glass shattered into fragments, scattering chaotically across the floor. "What is wrong?" Luz exclaimed, startled by Zhang's terrified expression, his demeanor unexpectedly shifting to seriousness. "You were supposed to send someone to bring him back this afternoon, weren't you?" "What?" Luz was momentarily taken aback, but upon grasping the details of the situation, he immediately slammed his hands down on the wooden table, cursing inwardly. He should have anticipated this. Luo Yu was a member of the Luo family. Only the lackeys of the 4 great families would dare impersonate the Bureau of Strange Tales. This tragedy, barring unforeseen circumstances, undoubtedly bore the fingerprints of those scoundrels. As for Luz, the sole witness, they would certainly not leave him alive. He was likely in grave danger by now. Grabbing his backpack, Luz dashed out of the guardhouse like the wind, producing an ancient bronze compass and bellowing, "Guide me, O compass, to the path I seek." The needle of the compass whirled for a considerable time before finally settling on the direction of an abandoned building. He hoped that hurrying there would not be in vain. Chapter 6. The spring breeze brings renewal. Eradicate the roots. The abandoned warehouse was thick with dust, and as Zhang Biao led his men inside, he was immediately choked by the particles in the air, coughing violently. He never imagined that an ordinary high school student could be so ruthless. That boy struck with no hesitation, targeting vulnerable spots directly, and had instantly blinded his left eye. Yet, despite the boy's ferocity, he was still merely a high school student. With a bit of caution and his size advantage, Zhang Biao could easily twist off his head. It was a fight of a cornered beast. "Hey, kid, I know you're in there." He lit a cigarette, only to be met with another bout of coughing from the dust in the warehouse. His voice echoed loudly in the dark chamber. "Come out, and you might avoid some punches." Zhang Biao was aware that the youth had injured his right arm and was now hiding in the shadows like a wounded wolf. "We don't want your life. At most, we'll break your limbs to prevent your escape. The boss wants to see you." However, the warehouse offered no reply, only the eerie sound of dripping water resonating through the silence. A subordinate handed him a flashlight, and Zhang Biao switched it on, shining it into the room while still attempting to persuade. "You know how it is in our line of work. We take money to," before he could finish the phrase. Zhang Biao's expression froze, his pupils began to tremble violently, and the cigarette fell from his mouth. He had seen it. A figure perched atop a pile of debris in the deepest shadows of the warehouse. What was terrifying was not the figure itself, but the countless scarlet eyes that suddenly opened in the darkness behind it. Those eyes, connected by blood vessels, dangled from the ceiling of the warehouse. Continuously dripping fresh blood, it was as if they had stumbled into some grotesque exhibition. Under the watchful gaze of a multitude of eyes, they dared not even breathe in the dim beam of the flashlight. Zhang Biao discerned that the dark mass beneath the boy was not mere debris, but rather a multitude of enormous eyeballs. Luz gazed down at the group, seated atop the grotesque mound of blood and eyes. As if he were the sovereign of this nightmarish domain, he chuckled eerily, lowered his head to reveal a sinister smile, then calmly spread his arms wide, presenting a theatrical gesture. "Welcome to my room, da." Beside Luz, a crimson-covered notebook began to flip its pages rapidly, while a pen floated in midair, inscribing words on its OWN. As the pages turned, a rhythmic narration intertwined with piercing screams surged from all directions, burrowing into the ears of the onlookers, as if to pierce their eardrums. Guests entering the room must abide by the rules set forth by the room's master. Failure to do so will result in becoming the room's sustenance. Fear spread like a contagion among the crowd, each person's throat bobbing nervously as they gazed up at the youth atop the mound of flesh. Zhang Biao swallowed hard, retreating step by step. He swore he had never witnessed such a sinister sight in his life. They say one takes money to avert disasters for others, but he did not wish to lose his life before even spending a dime. The others clearly shared his sentiments, their faces etched with terror as they turned to flee towards the warehouse exit. Yet, Luz merely smiled quietly, raising a finger to declare the first rule. 1. The first to step forward with the left foot shall die. His voice was soft, yet it resonated powerfully in the desolate warehouse. No sooner had he spoken than more than half of the individuals present were immediately engulfed by the surging mass of eyeballs, dismembered and absorbed in an instant. Countless blood-veined eyes descended upon the transgressors like starving creatures encountering food, plunging their vessels deep into the violators' arteries, greedily siphoning their fresh blood. The remaining survivors, already reduced to tears and unable to scream, fled desperately towards the exit, wishing fervently for extra legs to hasten their escape. As the exit loomed closer, hope for survival ignited within them. If they could just reach the exit, they could live. However, Luz had already raised a second finger, leisurely stating, 2. Those who see the light shall die. As if his words were law, anyone who came into contact with the moonlight streaming through the windows began to swell, bursting like balloons in an instant. Now, only Zhang Biao remained alive. He felt his heart plummet, his legs weakened, trembling as he knelt, banging his head against the floor. "Sir, I beg you, spare me. I never intended to harm you." Zhang Biao realized that within this confined space, it was Luz's absolute domain. Whoever he wished to eliminate would meet their end. The atmosphere fell silent, punctuated only by the sound of his head striking the ground. As time seemed to freeze, blood oozing from his forehead, the youth remained silent for a moment of contemplation before asking, "Who sent you?" It was Luo Lun, a life-and-death moment. Zhang Biao disregarded his dignity, blurting out, "If you seek vengeance, go after him. I was merely forced." Luo Lun who? Luz pondered for a lengthy moment, unable to recall this name, and fell into a brief silence. This silence made Zhang Biao break into a cold sweat. Feeling as if he were crawling on needles, too frightened to meet Luz's gaze. He is the young master of the Luo family, CEO of Tianqing Corporation, and currently wields control over the entire underground power of City A. The D-class bizarre tale you escaped from, it bore the marks of young Master Luo. Observing Luz's calm demeanor, Zhang Biao was engulfed by a torrent of anxiety. This esteemed individual must be contemplating the Luo family's interests and perhaps even considering the control of the entire City A. The cunning of a high-level bizarre master was indeed terrifying. He felt utterly foolish for meddling in the affairs of such powerful figures. Zhang Biao wished he could slap himself. The only reason Luo's young master would regard him was that he was not merely a weak, pitiable high school student. He must be some extraordinary figure, masquerading as a naive student to experience life. Now, it seemed his subordinates had fired a shot at the other party, provoking them, and his life was in jeopardy. Unbeknownst to Luz, Zhang Biao was lost in his own thoughts. He was simply overwhelmed by the influx of information, his mind slightly overloaded. Thus, he asked, "What does he have to do with me?" Zhang Biao was momentarily stunned before quickly realizing that this bizarre master might be of a higher existence. Showing indifference to the trivialities of the Luo family's young master, simple as it may be, it hinted at a far more formidable power. In an instant, his legs trembled with fear, pressing his forehead firmly to the ground. Luo Lun is the half-brother of Luo Yu. Upon hearing this, Luz understood that so, Luo Yu's brother was here to cause him trouble, seeking vengeance for his sister. With this information in hand, there was no need to leave any witnesses, as they would only complicate matters, eradicate the roots, lest spring breezes bring them back to life. With this thought, Luz turned indifferently away from Zhang Biao, raising a third finger. 3. Those who kneel shall die. Zhang Biao's pupils constricted rapidly, and he shot his head up, wailing in despair, "No!" But his voice was swiftly drowned out by the oncoming tide of eyeballs, as his final screams dissipated into the air. The mysterious notebook turned a page, and eerie green letters appeared on its surface. The rules of this domain have concluded. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Due to the immense fear generated among participants, you have gained a total of 534 points of horror value. Current horror value: 1478. You are 522 horror points away from unlocking the next new featured. It seemed that instilling fear in others allowed one to acquire what was called horror value. Luz quietly glanced at the notebook. Behind him, the eerie eyeballs gradually dispersed into the air, along with all dark creations, turning to dust. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the desolate ground, reflecting the stains of blood scattered everywhere. Luz quietly crouched down, caressing the cold bloodstains. Feeling as if the scene was unreal, he turned around and gazed into the depths of the shadowy warehouse, where the bodies had vanished. This was the first time Lu Zhe had taken a life. Chapter 7. Who fired the second shot? The night rain began to fall in City A, a gentle patter that seemed intent on chilling one to the bone. When Luz arrived at the abandoned warehouse, he was met only with pools of blood and some torn, tattered rags strewn about. There were no corpses, only remnants. It appeared that the high school student had met with misfortune. He shook his head in regret, bending down to pick up the counterfeit Strange Tale investigation certificate from the ground, only to freeze in place. The moonlight cast a mournful glow within the warehouse, and a distinct trail of blood led out the window, winding into the dilapidated alley. Was it the killer or a survivor? Regardless, that person must have been gravely injured and could not have traveled far. Rarely serious, he took out his arrow and positioned it against his chest. Following the blood trail step by step, to the end of the dark crimson streak, in the shadowy alley, the cold rain drummed against the concrete floor, diluting the blood. A pale-faced youth lay in the muddy road, his chest rising and falling weakly, his pristine shirt stained with blood. His gaze was already vacant, with gunshot wounds on his right arm and left shoulder. Luz sheathed his eerie instrument, strode forward, and crouched to inspect the youth's injuries. Fortunately, he had merely lost a significant amount of blood, and neither bullet had struck a vital area. He breathed a sigh of relief. turning to dial the bureau's number while half-jokingly remarking, "You kid. You truly have a hard life. Escaped from a D-class strange tale, then hunted by the Luo family, and even took 2 bullets yet still managed to survive. Is it luck or misfortune?" The person on the ground showed no response, clearly having lost consciousness. However, unbeknownst to Luz, not far behind him in the drain lay a cold handgun, discarded and devoid of its metallic sheen. The second shot had been fired by Liu Zhe himself. In the corridor of the central hospital in City A, doctors and nurses in white coats moved about incessantly. Luz whistled, carrying a basket of fruit, glancing up at the patient room number before calmly pushing the door open. Pardon the interruption. Inside, the youth sat on the hospital bed, bandaged from head to toe, staring vacantly at the windowsill. The tranquil sunlight poured in from outside, illuminating Liu Zhe's pale face, adding a touch of vitality to his frail appearance. He looked utterly pitiful and weak. Luz pondered. No matter how he viewed it, this youth did not resemble a ruthless villain, leaving him somewhat bewildered by the Bureau's decision. Before arriving, Captain Meng had cautioned him repeatedly that this student had escaped danger twice and likely possessed some unusual abilities, perhaps even awakening the talent of a strange master, making him potentially difficult to handle. Yet, given this sickly demeanor, where was the aura of a strong individual? Nevertheless, the task assigned by higher-ups still needed to be completed. "Hello, I am Luz, an investigator from the Strange Tale Management Bureau." He set down the basket of fruit, rummaged through his pants pocket for a while, then searched his coat pocket before finally producing a crumpled investigation certificate. "I hope you can cooperate with me for an anomalous contamination level test and answer a few questions." Liu Zhe calmly raised his eyes to the door, accepting the investigation certificate and examining it for a long while before responding. "Hello." This time, it was not a forged document, as the embossed gold lettering bore the official stamp. The young man in the photo, carefree and casual, bore a striking resemblance to Luz, making forgery impossible. "The contamination level test is?" Liu Zhe asked with some apprehension, not entirely at ease. Ordinary individuals entangled with strange tales may experience a degree of anomalous taint, Luz patiently explained. Those with low contamination levels might awaken the talent of a strange master, which is how most strange masters arise. However, individuals with excessively high contamination levels often exhibit unstable psychological states, and a careless outbreak could transform them into the next strange tale. We will test the talents of those with low contamination and provide psychological counseling for those with high contamination to ensure their safety and that of those around them. Though this was the official line, both were well aware that the real intent was to isolate and eliminate the dangerous individuals as anomalies. After a moment of silence, Liu Zhe extended his 2 pale arms. Gazing at Luz with his deep gray eyes, "Please proceed." This relieved Luz. At least the other party did not resist, sparing him the need for further persuasion. He nodded and retrieved a wooden box from his backpack, tearing open the seal to reveal a fist-sized transparent glass orb. "This is a D-class anomalous item, the psychologist's crystal ball, used to test the level of mental contamination. It indicates results based on color and is quite convenient. Just hold it in your hand for 1 minute." Liu Zhe hesitated for a moment before accepting the glass orb, cradling it in both hands. He feared dropping it and having to compensate for the damage. A D-class item, it seemed one could only acquire such things on the black market, where they were valuable yet scarce. If it were broken, he would be in deep trouble. Liu Zhe was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of poverty. The moment the crystal ball touched his hands, its color immediately began to shift. Like a drop of milk in water, it gradually transformed into a murky white. Soon, this murky white began to subtly change, taking on a faint reddish hue, resembling a strawberry yogurt with excessive coloring. After a while, the crystal ball ceased to change, and Liu Zhe anxiously looked toward Luz. Slight contamination, danger rating E, with the potential for awakening the talent of a strange master, though not likely to be strong. Luz felt a wave of relief wash over him as he jotted down a few notes in his notebook, his expression easing as he stored the glass orb away. "That's sufficient. We can proceed with a few more questions, and then you can head home." He smiled kindly, inquiring about the D-class strange tale. "My classroom and the associated disappearance case," Liu Zhe answered fluently, omitting the description of the Guren Jiji diary. On the third question, he remarked, "I was voted out, but I don't know why I wasn't killed by the strange tale." He carefully chose his words, contemplating as he said, "When I opened my eyes again, I found myself at the exit. All of this aligned closely with Luo Yuqing's account after awakening, and Lu's held no suspicions. After all, the tastes of rule-based strange tales were bizarre. Perhaps they simply found this kid unappetizing and discarded him. Finally, after completing the notes, Luz nodded at Lu Zhe, leaving his contact information before preparing to depart the room. "Wishing you a swift recovery," he said, turning back at the door with a smile. "If you discover you have awakened the talent of a strange master, feel free to reach out to me." "All right," Lu Zhe nodded obediently as he reclined back onto the hospital bed. The door to the room closed once more, and everything seemed to settle into a tranquil silence. However, unbeknownst to Luz, beside the pristine hospital bed hovered an eerie notebook. Emanating a mysterious and unknown aura, a new rule had been added. Within this hospital room, Lu Zhe will not be detected with any abnormalities. To counter the strange tale investigator, Lu Zhe had employed a rule domain. The day prior, as he prepared to leave the abandoned warehouse, he learned from Gu Ranjiji that Luz was on his way. The scene was rife with blood, a veritable murder scene, and the warehouse was no longer a safe haven. Even if he cleaned it thoroughly, how could he explain his return home unscathed after being taken by criminals? He knew he could not escape an investigation. So he picked up Zhang Biao's handgun and shot himself. First, being found as a victim would reduce the Bureau's suspicions. Second, his 24 hours of unconsciousness would be sufficient to safely pass the cooldown period of his abilities, providing an additional layer of security. Third, since Zhang Biao and the others had left no bodies behind, investigators would likely conclude that they had attempted murder but fled. In summary, Lu Zhe's suspicion in the eyes of the Strange Tale Management Bureau had dropped to a minimum, and the crisis had temporarily subsided. The afternoon sun was warm, and Lu Zhe stretched contentedly, relishing the rare moment of relaxation. After days of tense nerves, he felt utterly exhausted, his eyelids heavy, and he surrendered to deep sleep on the hospital bed. Chapter 8. The World After Death. Without surprise, Lu Zhe found himself dreaming once more. This time, he was acutely aware that he was within a dream. The ease of this realization stemmed from the absence of the ever-present notebook. In the real world, Gu Ranjiji was always by his side, yet in the dream, it had vanished. Having grown accustomed to the notebook's presence, Lu Zhe quickly sensed this difference. He now walked through the boundless darkness. Carrying a lamp whose light had turned pale, strange entities lurked in the shadows, brushing against Lu Zhe's ankles, their movements producing a soft rustling sound, akin to fine threads brushing by. Yet, this time, they did not immediately pounce upon him, devouring him whole, but instead trailed closely behind, concealed within his shadow. Was it due to fear of the faint light? Lu Zhe felt a twinge of confusion and noticed that the candle in his lamp still had a bit left. So he mustered his courage and took a step forward. He aimed to explore this dream as thoroughly as possible. It was a confined passage, and at its end stood a door. He tried twisting the doorknob. It was unlocked, and he opened it effortlessly. Lu Zhe paused for a moment, feeling a gust of wind blow through the door, causing the candle's flame to flicker as if it might extinguish at any moment. Beyond the door lay a sealed room, at the center of which stood a mirror shrouded in red cloth. Common sense warned him not to gaze into such an uncanny object, but that after all, it was merely a dream, and he had died countless times before. What was one more? Contemplating this, Lu Zhe shielded the flickering flame of the short candle from the gusts of wind with his hand and approached the mirror. He abruptly tore away the crimson cloth draped over the mirror, standing transfixed as if his soul had departed. The figure reflected back at him was his own. No, to be precise, this person, bound in bandages and secured to a chair, with hollow and bewildered eyes, bore a countenance identical to Lu Zhe's. His legs appeared to be completely severed, while his torso, from the abdomen upwards, was tightly bound to a wheelchair, rendering him immobile. The only part of the youth that could move was his dried, bandaged right hand, which clutched a pen, incessantly inscribing words upon a vivid crimson notebook. The dimness in his eyes had extinguished any glimmer of life. He resembled a numbed marionette, endlessly writing. He poured forth all his suffering, all his indignation and resentment, transforming it into a torrent. That hand penned countless eerie tales, the bizarre materializing into reality, claiming the lives of innumerable innocent souls. The world had morphed into a purgatory, filled with wails of despair, a deluge of blood. Not enough, still not enough. He was akin to a relentless creator of the grotesque, apathetically fabricating slaughter and tragedy. He was the origin of all calamity, a synonym for terror, the most abhorrent tale of the realm. He was the distorted version of Lu Zhe? A thought flickered through Lu Zhe's mind. He swiftly covered the mirror with the crimson cloth once more, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath in a state of shock. After a moment, Lu Zhe pinched the flesh at the base of his thigh, forcing himself to regain composure. No, this could not be his future. Humanity only transforms into the grotesque after unexpectedly succumbing to death, when pent-up emotions erupt uncontrollably. However, Lu Zhe would not die. He intended to live on. Supporting himself against the damp floor, he attempted to rise. Yet his feet slipped beneath him. At that moment, the candle in his lamp extinguished, the flame flickering once before vanishing. Stripped of the light's protection, he found himself engulfed in darkness, his entire being ensnared by countless filaments of the uncanny. Vivid red threads pierced through his chest and then his limbs, hoisting him aloft like a marionette. It became clear. This dream's duration had lengthened, and the level of the eerie had escalated. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. And the more he struggled, the greater his agony, powerless to resist as the red threads tightened around his limbs, obscuring his vision. Even before closing his eyes, he continued to calmly analyze his predicament. Were these changes a result of his newfound strength in reality? After conquering the eerie tale of my classroom, Lu Zhe's level had risen from F to E due to his close encounters with the uncanny. This might explain the candle's prolonged burn time. It seemed that only by continuing to grow stronger could he completely escape this vexing nightmare. With this realization, he coughed up more blood, suddenly breaking into a smile. Addressing the lurking uncanny in the darkness, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. The moment his words fell, the red threads swiftly constricted, completely engulfing him. Lu Zhe jolted awake once more from the dream. He sat up in his hospital bed, inhaling the fresh air deeply. His heart continued to thump vigorously, each beat echoing distinctly in the tranquil hospital room. The desolate moonlight streamed through the window, spilling into the cramped space and casting a glow upon the pristine sheets. Gradually, he calmed down, exhaling slowly, reaching for the bedside table to fetch some water. The cup felt cool in his grasp. The clear water swayed gently, reflecting the full moon above. Everything felt so serene. The liquid within rippled, sending out concentric waves. Lu Zhe halted his movements, a chill running down his spine. For out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure standing at the door of the ward. The shadow remained motionless outside, staring intently through the observation window at him. Lu Zhe sensed a piercing gaze scrutinizing him, unabashedly scanning him from head to toe. The cup trembled slightly in his hand, and he felt as though his breath might cease. Who was at the door? What was their intention? Were they armed? Could they be a high-ranking uncanny practitioner? If discovered, would they rage with embarrassment and burst in to kill him? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain composure as his mind raced. The fact that the figure had yet to enter indicated a temporary safety. He feigned ignorance of the presence, placing the cup down and lying back down on the bed. Then, pretending to close his eyes and sleep, he cautiously observed the voyeur through half-lidded eyes. The figure appeared to be around 6 feet tall, presumably an adult male, wearing glasses with long hair tied back. After mentally noting these details, Lu Zhe continued to feign sleep, producing steady breathing sounds. The cooldown for the rule domain had not yet elapsed, and he could not inscribe more words in his notebook. He gambled on the assumption that the observer bore no murderous intent. The shadow lingered for a moment before releasing a faint, low chuckle, one that belonged to a young man, cold and deep, reminiscent of chilled vodka. Then, the figure swayed and ultimately vanished into the corridor. That entire night, Lu Zhe remained unable to sleep, observing the pages of his notebook turning restlessly beside him. He quietly reflected on the day's events, suddenly noting a previously overlooked issue. In this hospital room, Lu Zhe would not be detected as abnormal. If he could not be detected as having any abnormalities, then how did the crystal ball change color, indicating mild contamination? Unless the source of this contamination that caused the crystal ball to change color did not originate from Lu Zhe at all, the entire hospital was, in fact, a colossal source of contamination. Chapter 9. Poverty keeps me healthy, perhaps due to the slight enhancement of his physique after leveling up to E. Lu Zhe found himself able to walk after merely a few days in the hospital. His attending physician was astounded, nearly ready to capture him for scientific study, as his recovery rate was extraordinarily unscientific. During this time, the shadow from that fateful night never reappeared. Luz even began to doubt whether it had been an illusion of his own making. Fortunately, his time in the hospital passed without incident, devoid of any eerie occurrences. This brought him great relief, as today marked his discharge. Despite his doctor's suggestion to remain for a few more days, Luz insisted on leaving early. This cursed place always instilled within him an unsettling feeling. Furthermore, that hospitalization was exceedingly costly. The monthly scholarship was insufficient to cover even a few days of stay. He could hardly expect assistance from his uncle and aunt. They hadn't even bothered to visit him during his hospitalization. If he wished to avoid subsisting on nothing but the wind by month's end, he had to be discharged. Poverty compelled him to health. Having signed the discharge responsibility form, Luz bid farewell to the doctor, shouldered his belongings, and quietly made his way down the hospital corridor. As he walked, he brushed past a man in a white coat. He bumped into the man's shoulder and stumbled slightly. Considering the setting, he dismissed the notion of falling down for a bit of compensation and turned to leave. My apologies. The doctor drawled an apology, his voice somewhat low. Luz immediately halted, slowly turning his head, his pupils constricting sharply. All the blood in his body seemed to freeze, as if ensnared by a venomous serpent coiling around his ankle. The doctor stood languidly, one hand tucked into his white coat while the other adjusted his glasses. The golden-rimmed spectacles rested upon his half-long, curly hair, exuding an air of nonchalance in his every gesture. He was the very figure who had stood at the door that night. "Hello, do you need assistance?" He squinted slightly, appearing to smile amiably. However, to Luz, that smile resembled a serpent flicking its crimson tongue. Contemplating how much venom it would require to incapacitate its prey, Luz shut his eyes, reopening them to regain his composure. He endeavored to appear normal, replying calmly, "No, thank you." The two shared a moment of silence. The doctor squinting and smiling briefly before turning and gracefully departing. Luz remained rooted in place, quietly observing the figure as he left, overhearing the chatter of nearby nurses. "He is so handsome. Oh my, he is truly elegant. Why haven't I seen this doctor before? He must be a newly transferred surgeon. I believe his name is Shen Quan. He previously published papers in authoritative journals. I wonder why he was transferred to this small place." Meanwhile, beside Luz, Gu Ranjiji continued flipping pages, revealing more information, subtly exuding the aura of an uncanny practitioner, currently unable to ascertain level. This left Luz deep in thought. An uncanny practitioner with an unknown purpose, unknown level, and unknown allegiance lurking in the shadows. Whether friend or foe remained uncertain. However, how could a high-ranking uncanny practitioner possibly take an interest in an ordinary student like him? Perhaps he was overthinking it. It was entirely normal for doctors to check on patients at night, wasn't he? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts with a self-deprecating smile, continuing on his way home with his belongings. Regardless, he had chosen to leave the hospital, thus escaping its control entirely. Luz felt an unprecedented sense of relief, his steps growing lighter. Home was merely a cramped rental room of a mere 10 square meters. The living room and bedroom were combined. Upon opening the door, one would immediately see the bed occupying half the space. At the foot of the bed, a large wooden bookshelf was embedded in the wall, cluttered with an alarm clock, toothbrush, and disarrayed books. The protruding part of the bookshelf served as a makeshift desk. With just a few steps from the bed, one could lean over to write, which was indeed quite convenient. Luz closed the door behind him and wearily collapsed onto his bed, his body bouncing lightly against the mattress, experiencing a long-lost sensation of comfort. This was his home, a small box where he could curl up like a wildcat, cramped yet reassuring. Of course, if circumstances allowed, he wouldn't mind residing in a larger box. As he lay on the bed, he flipped through the pages of the book titled Guranjiji, contemplating the path that lay ahead. Name, Luz, level, E, an ordinary person with a slight difference, identity, a common writer of eerie tales, horror value, 1478, Eerie Tale Mall, unlockable upon reaching 2000 horror value. This notebook currently possessed two functionalities. First, it could alter certain rules of wild eerie tales. Once inscribed, these rules would take permanent effect and could not be repurposed elsewhere. For instance, if he wrote Luz will not die in my classroom, That statement could not be applied to other eerie tales, not even in a similar phrasing. Second, he could utilize the rule domain. Once a day, temporarily inscribing up to 3 rules within a confined space. Targeting entities of equal or lower level than himself. In simpler terms, it was akin to the distinction between a pinpoint explosive mine and a hand grenade carried at one side. However, the explosives he could currently detonate were merely akin to small B grenades. To a stronger eerie master, they would be as inconsequential as firecrackers. This was the source of his distress. His current self-defense capabilities were woefully inadequate, lacking any cards to play in a higher-level confrontation. To wield a homemade nuclear bomb, he would have to reach at least level B, relying on sheer level superiority. Yet, the means to level up were monopolized by various families and the Eerie Tale Management Bureau. The only good news was that all the Eerie Masters he had encountered thus far were oblivious to this notebook. Perhaps joining the Eerie Tale Management Bureau was another avenue for him. Just as he pondered deeply, a faint meow drifted in from the window of his rental apartment. Luz sat up, perplexed, and opened the window to discover the source of the sound. A black cat lounged on the windowsill, curiously observing Luz with its golden eyes. The two, one cat, one human, quietly gazed at one another, as if catching glimpses of similar shadows within each other. This rental was a converted basement, with the window positioned low against the concrete ground outside. The cat was intrigued, wondering how a human could reside underground. Luz smiled gently, slowly extending his hand, his arm still wrapped in bandages. "Come here." The black cat seemed unafraid, hesitating slightly, but upon sensing no malice, it obediently nudged its furry head closer, allowing him to pet it. The cat wore a red collar, indicating it was likely a house pet, prompting Luz to consider for a moment. Was it from the new tenants who had recently moved in? That family appeared quite amiable, though their attention to the cat had waned since the arrival of a new baby. He had heard from the landlord that they were already seeking a new owner for the little kitty. This was not a concern for Luz. He could barely take care of himself, let alone a cat. He rummaged through his backpack, finally retrieving the only food item he had, some student milk, and poured a generous serving into a plastic biscuit box to treat his unexpected visitor. The black cat lowered its head to sniff the milk, then lifted its gaze, its clear golden eyes fixed on Luz. The youth's eyes were remarkably pure, despite being tainted by darkness and devoid of their former luster. They held no malice. The cat let out a soft meow, as if saying, "Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept this." He lowered its head, licking the milk with its pink tongue, resembling an unsuspecting child. How easily one could be deceived. Luz sighed and gently stroked its head. Human malevolence was far more cruel than it could ever imagine. Chapter 10. A typical case. After nursing his injuries for a few days, Luz returned to school ahead of schedule, for the cafeteria food was more affordable there. The classroom of Class 6, Year 2, was particularly lively, a group of boisterous students exchanging idle chatter, their voices so loud that Luz could hear them from the doorway. "Have you heard? The entire Class 13 got caught up in a rules-based eerie tale. Now only 2 students are left. Isn't that the ghost class? I heard one of the survivors is about to join our class." "No way, really?" At the lectern, a bespectacled female teacher rapped her desk for silence, and the students finally settled down, returning to their seats. "I'd like to introduce you to a new student from the former Class 13. Luz. From today onward, he will be attending our class. Let's give him a warm welcome." Under the scrutiny of the entire class, Luz walked in with his backpack, standing expressionlessly at the lectern. The classroom fell into a prolonged silence. The students, either curious or anxious, scrutinized the boy clad in a white shirt. This was entirely natural. No one was eager to approach someone who had emerged from the depths of the dead. Luz had long grown accustomed to this and paid it no mind. He made his way to a seat at the back by the window, intending to remain inconspicuous as usual. To his surprise, the next moment, the entire class erupted in excitement. "In a way, we actually get to see a real person." A slender boy in the back displayed admiration, his eyes sparkling. "I heard you cleared a D-level eerie tale all on your own. Is that true?" A girl with a ponytail leaned forward curiously from the aisle. "Please tell us what the eerie beings look like. I've never seen one in my life. I happen to need a desk mate." A tall boy said nonchalantly, tossing his hair back, "I can see you possess the qualities of a great leader. Come sit here, and I shall impart to you the secret text. 5 years of eerie tales. 3 years of simulation. Lu Zhe felt somewhat bewildered, being tugged in various directions by a handful of enthusiastic classmates. Ultimately, he settled into the back row by the window. However, he was quickly surrounded by several students, bombarded with incessant questions, making it impossible to catch some peaceful rest. I heard that surviving an eerie tale might awaken one's eerie master talents. Wow, I'm so envious. If I could become an eerie master and gain those cool abilities, my life would be worth it. Lu Zhe, are you an eerie master now? He sat in his chair, quietly observing the group of inquisitive students, unwilling to respond. This overly curious bunch had never faced the life or death stakes of an eerie tale. They merely gleaned snippets of information from textbooks and learned a bit of theoretical knowledge, fueling their yearning for the world Lu Zhe inhabited. They sought thrill, mysterious powers, and the allure of the unknown, blissfully unaware that reality was far harsher than their imaginations. In the realm of eerie tales, life was mercilessly trampled upon, and merely surviving became a luxury. The fear of death could crush the wills of most, rendering humanity cold and heartless. The so-called power was but a meager reward, obtained by eerie masters at the cost of humanity and reason. Every gift fate bestowed had long been marked with a hidden price. Retaining the fervor of youth was a good thing for them, and Lu Zhe had no intention of shattering their illusions. At their age, they ought to be running and playing wildly on the playground, not confronting the abyss as he had too soon. Lu Zhe hoped they could forever preserve their innocence. With a sigh, he pulled out his book to shield his head, remaining true to his purpose as he lay down to sleep. When the class bell rang, the students reluctantly returned to their seats, though their glances still occasionally darted toward Lu Zhe. The mysterious notebook remained suspended nearby. The entire class is filled with curiosity about the new student. Lu Zhe, however, some cast malicious glances his way. The girl in the second row, third seat, harbored animosity toward him. Lu Zhe calmly scanned the classroom and reached this conclusion. He recognized that girl. Her name was Zhou Yao, who had previously been close with Luo Yu. Since Luo Yu's incident, she had been incessantly mentioning Lu Zhe's name, her mental state deteriorating to the point where she couldn't attend school. Perhaps she had heard a few rumors from friends and came to view Lu Zhe as the perpetrator who harmed her dear friend. Noticing Lu Zhe's gaze, Zhou Yao scoffed coldly and turned away. Her animosity unmistakable, Lu Zhe paid it no mind. This was merely the trivial squabbles of high schoolers. At most, it would involve some exclusionary tactics or forming cliques, perhaps a bit of intimidation behind the scenes. Nothing that would result in true harm. In contrast, he had far more pressing matters to investigate. For instance, delving into the D-level eerie tale My Classroom. Indeed, this D-level eerie tale had not vanished from the world as many believed. On the contrary, as the horror value was siphoned by the notebook, it lost its original rules and transformed into an invisible eerie tale, enveloping the entire Luoming High School. And the new master of this tale was none other than Lu Zhe. The mysterious notebook flipped its pages, an eerie green glow illuminating a new sheet. My Classroom, Level D, Coverage Area, Luoming High School, including the Back Mountain, Eerie Tale 1. Lu Zhe will not die. Eerie Tale 2. To be supplemented, Eerie Tale 3. To be supplemented. In other words, as long as he was within Luoming High School, it was Lu Zhe's domain, where he could inscribe any rule at will. And of course, the targets must be D-level or below. He was contemplating how to fully exploit these two vacant eerie tales to amass greater horror value. Just then, a loud voice came from the lectern. Lu Zhe, please come up and answer this question. The teacher's sudden call interrupted his thoughts. All the students turned their attention to the back row, watching this new classmate who seemed lost in a different realm. Some wore expressions of schadenfreude, while others were filled with curiosity, eager to see what extraordinary qualities this new student possessed. Lu Zhe calmly stood up, gazing at the blackboard. After a moment's pause, he inquired, "Excuse me, teacher, I wasn't paying attention earlier. Could you please repeat the question?" As soon as he finished speaking, a muffled laugh erupted from an unknown student, and the entire class was enveloped in a cheerful atmosphere. The slender lad sitting in front of him stifled his laughter, turned around, and gave him a thumbs up. Truly brave, my brother. Although many students were not paying attention, Lu Zhe was the first to boldly voice his admission. This lesson was on the peculiar subject of escape education, a course offered by every school to equip students with self-preservation knowledge when confronted with supernatural tales. Of course, theory is one thing, while practice is another. Even if one aced the escape course in a life-or-death situation, anyone could easily lose their composure. Nonetheless, learning is better than ignorance, as it at least prepares students psychologically, allowing them to follow the established methods and perhaps survive another day. The teacher at the podium sighed in exasperation and had no choice but to repeat the question. Come up and transcribe the escape route for this B-grade supernatural tale. On the blackboard was the infamous supernatural tale from several years ago, Infinite Maze. That it was said that an A-grade supernatural team dispatched from Kyoto spent an entire month analyzing and researching to determine the best escape route. After being contained by the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs, Infinite Maze became a classic case, included in textbooks. Nearly every middle school student was required to memorize the escape strategy, even though this supernatural tale had been contained and would never appear before them again. A few students began to whisper amongst themselves, unsure whether to sympathize with Lu Zhe or to feel relieved that they weren't called upon. I believe there are over 20 steps. Yes, first, you need to go left to find the key. Then open the large door on the right. Chapter 11. Infinite Maze. Lu Zhe had certainly not memorized the route and had no choice but to decode it on the spot. The description of Infinite Maze was written on the blackboard as he approached the podium, tilting his head to read it carefully. At the entrance of the maze stood a female employee. If you reached the exit, you would still see her there. Upon encountering her again, you could finally leave the maze. The electronic whiteboard projected the overall layout of the maze, with dozens of narrow paths leading to different rooms. Intertwining and crossing each other, it was the kind of question that would make one's head spin, akin to the final problem on a test. All the students below began to murmur, discussing the answer. I think you need to go right first, then to room 2. Nonsense. I distinctly remember you must go left to grab the key before opening door 3. The female teacher tapped the podium, saying, silence. The classroom quickly fell silent, and the students looked at Lu Zhe on the podium with expressions of helplessness. Under the collective gaze of anticipation, Lu Zhe calmly picked up the pen from the electronic whiteboard. He then drew a straight vertical line across the maze. A red line stretched across the map, connecting the starting point and the end point. Everyone in the classroom was taken aback, looking up at the teacher, whose eyes twitched slightly. Did I ask you to navigate the maze, and here you are digging a tunnel? Laughter was stifled, and faces turned crimson. Student, could you explain why you drew it this way? The teacher rubbed her aching temples. Feeling unprecedentedly frustrated, Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before earnestly stating, this is the employee passage. Upon seeing the teacher's glasses nearly fall off her face, everyone burst into laughter, filling the classroom with joy. Yet, Lu Zhe remained oblivious to the absurdity of his statement, seemingly unable to grasp the humor, and continued to explain earnestly, since the decoding process is so complex, why does that female employee always stand before the players before they reach the endpoint? Therefore, there must be an employee passage. We can knock her out and search for any tunnels at her position. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. However, the more he explained, the more the students below erupted in laughter. His unique thought process was truly unparalleled. Leaving aside whether they could defeat the supernatural employee, the very existence of such a tunnel was debatable. Yet, this did not hinder Lu Zhe from opening a new realm of imagination for them. Other students began to share their whimsical ideas, discussing below. Why not just awaken the supernatural skill, wall passing? Why bother with the maze? No, wall passing only allows one to escape alone. Wink with a frown. Digging is better, as it can allow a group to escape. The teacher's face turned pale with anger, wishing she could remove her high heels and kick these rascals there and then. But upon glancing at Lu Zhe's innocent expression, she considered that he had just faced a supernatural incident and might still be reeling from the shock, causing her anger to dissipate by half. It was hard to blame him. After experiencing such an event, being able to stand at the podium and joke about it indicated that his mindset was quite resilient. She could only rub her temples, looking weary, and waved her hand, hoarsely saying, "You can sit down." Lu Zhe received the teacher's decree and obediently returned to his seat, lost in thought. The class concluded in this manner, and the teacher continued discussing several example problems until the group of students finally focused. The bell rang, signaling the end of the final morning class. Upon hearing the dismissal, half the students dashed out of the classroom towards the cafeteria, eager to grab their meals. If they were late, they would have to stand in line for a long time. Of course, some students were not in a hurry. They figured they would have to queue anyway, so arriving a bit later would make no difference. Impressive, brother. The slender lad named Zhao Fania, sitting in front of him, turned around in admiration. Don't make the strictest teacher this upset and return unscathed. Lu Zhe is the first. Separated by an aisle was a tall student named Gao Shuai, who had attempted to sell the book 5 Years of Supernatural Tales, 3 Years of Simulations. Upon hearing Zhao's comment, he beamed with pride, patting Lu Zhe on the shoulder. He was almost my desk partner. How bad could he be? I always said he had the potential of an emperor. Haha, you little braggart, first finish the overdue assignments. Zhao Fania scoffed mercilessly. Gao Shuai was undeterred by the jab, casually flipping his bangs. A true warrior dares to face the threats of the class monitor. All right, let's go get some food. Lu Zhe, expressionless, was pulled along by the two, making their way to the cafeteria. They soon settled down at a table. Gazing at a spread of sumptuous dishes that he usually could not afford, he swallowed hard. Kung Pao chicken, chiba tofu, stir-fried beef with green peppers, lamb stewed with scallions. These were only available on the second floor of the cafeteria, priced significantly higher than the bland offerings below. Yet their flavors were much closer to home-cooked meals rather than boiled or stewed. This one's on me. After finishing this bowl of seaweed soup, we'll be brothers, Gao Shuai declared grandly, raising his bowl. Oh, I feel so embarrassed. Fania wiped away the drool at the corner of his mouth, astonished by the spread. Lu Zhe remained silent, simply enjoying the complimentary seaweed soup while pushing his rice around. He understood the principle of not accepting a favor without reciprocation. No one would be kind to him without reason, unless he possessed something they desired. What's the big deal? In the future, if something comes up, we can look out for each other, Gao Shuai said nonchalantly, picking up his chopsticks and wolfing down a piece of fatty lamb. His family was quite well off, and he was unaccustomed to the bland offerings of the first-floor cafeteria. In his words, it was about finding joy in life. Overthinking everything would be too exhausting. Hey, save some for me. As he watched the dishes dwindle rapidly, Fania could no longer hold back and began to eat heartily too. Noticing Lu Zhe's reluctance to pick up his chopsticks, Gao Shuai became displeased, exclaiming, "You're not treating me like a brother." He then took his chopsticks and piled food into Lu Zhe's bowl. "You look so frail. If you don't put on some weight, you won't find a girlfriend. There's a saying. What is it? Slim in clothes, plump without them." Fania chuckled heartily beside him, if you'll find one. The moment this was said, the 3 single fellows, including Fania himself, simultaneously felt a psychological blow, falling into silence. Ouch, that hit hard, my friend. What do you call that? A single phrase that slays 3. Clearing his throat, he suggested, "Let's eat." Lunchtime passed amidst the banter of the 3. Upon returning to the corridor leading to the classroom, Lu Zhe caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure lurking outside the window. Fania and Gao Shuai were still engaged in their playful tussle, oblivious to the presence of someone in the classroom. Unable to discern the person's face from a distance, Lu Zhe quickened his pace, swiftly approaching the classroom of Class 6, Year 2, and pushed the door open. The room was empty, and the front door swung back and forth with a creaky sound. The figure had just departed. What happened? Fania and Gao Shuai, panting, caught up, asking in confusion. Lu Zhe remained silent for a moment, surveying the scattered backpacks and books strewn across the floor, belongings belonging to several female classmates. Class 6, Year 2, had been robbed. Chapter 12. The ghostly lost and found. Lu Zhe calmly approached his seat, counting the books, then checked the water cup on the desk. There are no missing items, no strange objects within the desk. The liquid in the cup appears normal in color and odor, and it has not been poisoned. He let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was not the intended target. What is happening? Fania and Gao Shuai stood foolishly at the classroom door, at a loss as they gazed at the scattered debris. Rendered speechless, the items strewn across the floor were predominantly female students' backpacks. Lipsticks, combs, mirrors lay scattered, and even a small pack of peculiar tissues that the 3 boys had never encountered before. Lu Zhe stepped out of the classroom with an impassive expression, as if everything was utterly irrelevant to him. Lu Gu, what should we do now? Fania called out, somewhat flustered. This was the first time he had encountered such a scene, and he felt immensely uneasy. Unsure of how to proceed. If a classmate has lost something, obviously we should inform the teacher to check the surveillance footage. Lu Zhe calmly spread his hands, as if stating an utterly mundane fact. Was he simply going to remain here, waiting to be caught by a group of girls and then be falsely accused and sent to the academic office. He had no time to indulge in such trivialities. Upon being enlightened, Fania and Gao Shui finally understood, hastily following him to the teacher's office. By the time the second class in the afternoon rolled around, the classroom surveillance footage had finally been reviewed. The female students in class, upon discovering that their personal items were missing, whispered anxiously among themselves. One girl, having lost her file, wept softly, while others gathered around to console her. Zhou Yao casually remarked, "I heard that it was Lu Zhe who discovered it first." "How strange. This happened on his first day in class. Do you think it could be?" Another girl speculated. "What nonsense. He was having lunch with us. He has an alibi," Gao Shui retorted indignantly. "Indeed. Let's not hastily blame him for everything." Zhao Fania added, "Aren't we just trying to help Xiaomei recover her file? She has an audition at the broadcasting room tomorrow morning." Zhou Yao said, visibly irate and justifying her stance. If he took it, he should just return it and apologize. Xiaomei is in urgent need of that file. Lu Zhe paid no heed to these idle rumors. He had a flawless alibi. Even if the classroom surveillance had been tampered with, cameras were installed along the corridors and in the cafeteria. A person of integrity need not fear shadows. The teacher entered the classroom, her heels clicking on the floor, and the surveillance footage was displayed on the electronic whiteboard. Silencing the class. The footage would reveal all. The video showed a boy clad in a mask and hat, of average height, dressed in a tightly fitted school uniform, stealthily entering the classroom. He rummaged through several desks for a while, then abruptly raised his head, swiftly grabbing a few items before dashing out. The next scene depicted the classroom's back door swinging open, with Lu Zhe stepping in, looking perplexed at the items scattered on the floor. The truth was unveiled, and Lu Zhe's suspicions were entirely exonerated. The few girls who had previously harbored doubts were now left speechless, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Zhou Yao, in particular, fell silent, her face burning as she finally shut her mouth. The surveillance continued to roll the eye in the video. The student obscured his face, exiting the classroom and veering into a blind spot of the camera, before turning into the boys' restroom beneath the teaching building. The restroom was bustling, making it difficult to identify the thief. Thus, the matter would have to be left unresolved, with the teachers powerless to intervene. Recently, thefts had been rampant at Luoming High School, and other classes had experienced similar incidents. The school maintained a stance that if valuables were not properly secured and important items were carelessly left lying around, then the institution bore no responsibility for their loss. Consequently, this incident would be hastily concluded. Fortunately, no financial losses had occurred, leaving the female students to blame their misfortune, while only the girl known as Xiaomei remained quietly weeping. Some classmates whispered, "Who would steal something like a file? Perhaps she misplaced it due to carelessness." In a moment, opinions varied wildly, with no resolution in sight. However, Lu Zhe had noticed a more intriguing detail. The thief in the surveillance footage bore a faintly bizarre aura, suspected to be infested with an E-class anomaly. Related to the bizarre? This was Lu Zhe's first encounter with a wild anomaly outside of the ghost story dungeon. Close contact with the bizarre could potentially elevate one's level and awaken and enhance one's abilities as an anomaly master. The underlying principles remained a mystery, but for Lu Zhe, who had no knowledge of any upgrade methods, this was his only avenue. As for this anomaly, Lu Zhe contemplated capturing it for research. Furthermore, this incident might be well utilized to convert the students' rumors into a source of terror value. He conceived a brilliant idea, seated beside his desk, and opened the tome, Gu Run Ji. Since the scope encompassed the entire school and could only accommodate 3 ghost stories, my classroom automatically modified its name to Campus Ghost Stories 3. Through his research over the past few days, he discovered that the rules achievable within this notebook often required numerous prerequisites. The more constraints there were, the stronger the efficacy of the rules and the easier it was to realize the determinations. After pondering for a moment, he picked up a pen and inscribed a line on the blank page. Ghost Story 2, The Ghostly Lost and Found. At midnight, students who enter the 4th floor of Minghui Teaching Building may encounter the non-existent Room 44. This is the ghost lost and found. As long as a price is paid, one can surely reclaim their lost items. The price paid is contingent upon the relationship between the item and its owner. Barter, fair trade. Having swiftly completed this ghost story, Lu Zhe surveyed it with satisfaction, ensuring there were no logical flaws. The next step would be to disseminate this ghost story to the students who had experienced theft. With a calm gaze, he scanned the chatting classmates, searching for a target. This was something Lu Zhe could not undertake personally. After school, students gathered their belongings and trickled out of the classroom in small groups. Fania and Gao Shui stood at the classroom door, waiting for Lu Zhe. "Come on, let's head home together." Lu Zhe leisurely packed his belongings and replied, "I have something to attend to today. You two go ahead." "All right then." The two, somewhat dejected, left with their arms slung around each other's shoulders, in the blink of an eye. Only a few individuals remained in the classroom. Zhang Xiaomei deliberately lingered until the end. As she passed Lu Zhe's seat, she spoke with an expression of apology. "I'm sorry," she said, lowering her head and rubbing her eyes. Her eyelids reddened as she addressed him. "This afternoon, because of my issue, it led to your suspicion." Tear stains still marked her face, indicating that tomorrow's broadcasting room audition was indeed very important to her. Lu Zhe, shouldering his backpack, regarded her calmly. The boy's grayish-black eyes, devoid of light in the night's shadows, bore no emotion. This unnerved Xiaomei, causing her heart to race and her breath to quicken. I felt as if she were being gazed upon by the abyss, prompting an impulse to scream and flee. "It's nothing." Lu Zhe broke the silence as he prepared to leave the classroom. This revelation made Xiaomei exhale in relief, her heart resuming its rhythm. How peculiar. This must be a mere illusion, she thought. Feeling uneasy, this new classmate seemed somewhat frightening. At the classroom door, Lu Zhe turned his head, seemingly casually mentioning, "Perhaps you could check the lost and found." Upon hearing this, Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded gratefully. The lost and found? She had already visited the school's lost and found room once and had found nothing. Suddenly, she recalled a note she had seen on the message board during dinner today. It read, "Ghostly Lost and Found, Chapter 13. A peaceful slumber anytime, anywhere." On his way home, Lu Zhe was confronted by a group of ruffians. Judging by their attire, they were all students from Luoming High School, exuding an air of arrogance, as if they had long dominated the area. Zhou Yao stood behind the group, her eyes glaring menacingly at Lu Zhe. "It's all because of you that Luo Yu has turned out this way. You demon! Now you've come to our class to harm others, so that was it." They were seeking revenge for her good friend. Lu Zhe regarded her with an impassive expression. "So what?" He narrowed his eyes, stretching lazily as if utterly unconcerned. "Are you not afraid that I will report you to the school?" Zhou Yao shot him an exasperated glare, scoffing, "And what of it? Who would care?" At this, Lu Zhe chuckled, calmly stating, "Tomorrow's school news. A frail and helpless youth is besieged by bullies, the perpetrator shockingly a classmate." Seemingly apprehensive, Zhou Yao lowered her head, gritting her teeth, and instructed the blonde-haired student at the front. "Just teach him a lesson. Don't make too much noise." The leader of the bullies scoffed, removing his opaque sunglasses. "Don't worry, Yao Jie." He rolled up his sleeves and was about to grab Lu Zhe by the collar when he caught sight of Lu Zhe's face, causing a cold sweat to break out. "What the hell, Lu Go?" The campus bully Huang Wei's face drained of color as he stumbled backward, nearly falling to the ground. He abruptly turned to Zhou Yao, fear evident in his voice. "My dear sister, why did you provoke him? This Guy is a reckless sort." When Lu Zhe first transferred to Luoming High School, he appeared frail and easy to bully, and his silence made him an immediate target for the group. Huang Wei, as the top campus bully, had ample experience in targeting easy prey. Such students typically had introverted personalities and lacked familial power or influence. When bullied, they would never report it to anyone. Even if he spoke out, no one would come to his aid as he had anticipated. When he first went to collect protection fees, Lu Zhe said nothing. He silently stared at Huang Wei for nearly half an hour, then surrendered the last of his money. This relaxed Huang Wei's guard. He had expected to teach the boy a lesson, but to his surprise, this lad was quite compliant. The following day, Lu Zhe emptied his backpack of books and filled it with red bricks, then carried the weight to school. Unbeknownst to Huang Wei, who idly stood at the alley's entrance, waving him over, Lu Zhe obediently approached. Without uttering a word, he swung the backpack at Huang Wei's face, knocking out a front tooth. The others were caught off guard. Lu Zhe swiftly pulled out a brick and struck Huang Wei on the back of the head, exuding a fearless demeanor. The two grappled on the ground for an extended period, exchanging punches and bricks, leaving Huang Wei dazed and bruised. The once formidable bully of a city nearly met his end at the hands of this boy wielding a brick. Ultimately, Everyone rushed in to restrain Lu Zhe, fearfully asking, "Have you lost your mind? What if someone dies?" Murder must be avenged. He spat out blood, lying on the ground, limbs pinned down, grinning as he said, "For someone like me, what difference does it make whether I live or die? Orphaned, penniless, and powerless, an eye for an eye. No loss here." Huang Wei was genuinely frightened. The barefoot have no fear of those in shoes. Lu Zhe had no family, but Huang Wei did. He merely sought a small sum to live a more comfortable life. If one day someone truly sought to exchange lives with him, there would be no place to weep in the underworld. The more connections and attachments one has, the greater the psychological disadvantage. From that moment on, he dared not provoke Lu Zhe again. Henceforth, whenever a group of bullies encountered Lu Zhe, they scurried like mice before a cat, bowing their heads and calling out Brother Lu at the school gates. The legend of the 9 unbelievables on campus, particularly the ability to sleep soundly anytime and anywhere, was not without reason. He truly could produce a brick at any moment, ensuring a long, eternal slumber. Given the dire circumstances, Huang Wei had no time to explain. He sighed heavily, stamped his foot in frustration, and fled, leaving Zhou Yao behind. "I won't take this job anymore. Fend for yourself." He was terrified that Lu Zhe might pull out a knife and come after him. Such a thing was within Lu Zhe's capacity. His subordinates, confused by their leader's retreat, assumed the school authorities had arrived and hastily followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the throng had dwindled to just 2 figures. Zhou Yao stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. She glanced up at the tall, muscular silhouette of Huang Wei, then back at Lu Zhe's calm demeanor. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though her brain had shut down. "Chat?" Lu Zhe tilted his head, stretching his neck, and offered a friendly smile in the dim light of the night. That terrifying grin left an indelible psychological scar on Zhou Yao. 18 midnight, at Luoming High School. In the Minghui building, a girl swallowed hard, clutching a flashlight as she ascended the stairs to the 4th floor, nervously surveying her surroundings. An absolute silence enveloped the area, as if an invisible maw had consumed all sound. She shut her eyes, suppressing her fear, and slowly approached the end of the corridor. Upon reopening her eyes, she was astonished to find a classroom where a window should have been. It seemed the note had spoken the truth. Room 44 indeed existed. Zhang Xiaomei felt a rush of surprise followed by a wave of fear. Was it wise to provoke such a bizarre phenomenon? The beam of her flashlight trembled as she shivered. Glancing at the talisman on her backpack, biting her lip before finally steeling herself to step forward. Regardless, she had to at least attempt it. A darkened window stood ajar, obscuring its interior, resembling a monster's gaping maw, eagerly awaiting its prey. Next to the window was a set of rules. On the note presented by Miss Ghost, write down your lost item, toss it through the window, and pay the required price. And you shall retrieve your belongings. Point 1. Miss Ghost has no third hand. If you see a third hand, turn around and leave immediately. It is not our attendant. Point 2. Once you accept our service, you must remain silent. Miss Ghost detests noisy environments. Point 3. You must decipher the payment based on Miss Ghost's gestures. You have 3 attempts. These blood-red words scrawled on white paper appeared as if splattered with blood, chilling under the flashlight's pale glow. Zhang Xiaomei swallowed again, trembling as she picked up the paper and pen from the window, writing the words "my document bag." She carefully tore the paper, folded it, and presented it at the window. Suddenly, a pale hand emerged from the dark void, receiving the note. Chapter 14. Basic beliefs. A cold touch grazed her fingertips, akin to grasping a corpse's hand, nearly eliciting a scream. Remembering the second rule that forbade noise, she quickly covered her mouth, daring not to breathe. Fighting back tears and feeling her heart race, she bit her lip, staring in terror at that hand. The arm was ghostly thin, with pitch-black nails and bluish veins. This was undoubtedly not a living hand. Miss Ghost withdrew the note, and a faint tearing sound echoed from within. Zhang Xiaomei waited in silence, even her breath held, fearful of disturbing whatever lurked inside. Uncertain how much time passed, that ghastly hand reappeared at the window. No, she was to interpret its gestures to ascertain the payment. Anxiously, she swallowed again, fixating on the hand, terrified of missing any information. Point 2. Fingers rubbed together, making a gesture that seemed to ask for money. Zhang Xiaomei was momentarily bewildered, realizing this was a social transaction. At that point, She remembered she had very little money on her, and her spirits plummeted. She bit her lip and rummaged through her bag for what felt like an eternity, finally retrieving a crumpled 1 yuan bill. This was all she had left. With trepidation, Zhang Xiaomei handed the bill to Miss Ghost. The 1 yuan note fluttered in the chilly breeze before limply drooping in the air. Had she known to bring more money, she would have. She felt an overwhelming sense of regret, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stood awkwardly. To her astonishment, the hand appeared pleased, caressing the bill before withdrawing it. Wait, is it just money that suffices? Then it extended a linen-colored bag, and Zhang Xiaomei instantly recognized it as her document bag. It was utterly unbelievable, as if the item had been conjured from thin air. She beamed with joy, cautiously accepting the item, momentarily forgetting that it was a ghostly hand, and instinctively uttered, "Thank you" to the T that moment. She made a critical mistake, forgetting the second rule. You must remain silent. In an instant, that hand lashed out, tightening around her throat. The pallid arm, with bulging black veins, lifted Zhang Xiaomei effortlessly into the air. It was unimaginable that such a delicate hand could possess strength surpassing that of a grown man. Her eyes widened in terror as she kicked helplessly, struggling in vain. The grip was like iron, refusing to relent. A suffocating sensation, accompanied by overwhelming despair, enveloped her chest. Only then did she realize the horror she faced, the kind that kills mercilessly, feasting on human flesh. She had been naive to hope for mercy after fulfilling her wish. Everything comes at a cost. Tears streamed down Zhang Xiaomei's face as regret filled her heart. Why had she willingly engaged with such a mysterious event? Had she known it would cost her life, she would never have set foot here. Time ticked by, her face transitioning from red to a deep purple, her brain dulling from lack of oxygen. Just as her vision blurred and she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, the hand suddenly released her. Zhang Xiaomei collapsed to the ground, coughing violently as she gasped for fresh air. Snot and tears mingled as she looked up, bewildered as to why Miss Ghost had spared her. In her fearful gaze, the rules on the door shifted, unexpectedly adding a few more words. Point 2. Once you accept our service, you must remain silent. Miss Ghost detests noise. Volume must not exceed 60 decibels. It was as if an invisible hand had controlled a pin, inscribing the omitted rules with precision. This newly added clause had saved her life. Zhang Xiaomei's eyes misted, the relief of having survived mingling with a profound sense of dread, leaving her utterly spent on the ground. Soon, she was engulfed by an acute fear of the unknown, feeling a deep-seated terror and awe towards the mysterious entity behind the ghost stories. It was as if an unseen hand held dominion over the lives and deaths of humanity. Meanwhile, just moments earlier, Lu Zhe returned home as usual, wearily washing his face and brushing his teeth in preparation for bed. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he noticed several new lines of text appearing in Guoranjiji. Zhang Xiaomei has entered the campus paranormal tale, Ghosts Lost and Found. Upon encountering Miss Ghost, she felt fear. You have gained 1 horror points. It can broadcast in real time? As he brushed his teeth, Lu Zhe curiously observed the notebook as it continually revealed new words. Miss Ghost appraised the value of the lost item and requested the requisite payment. Zhang Xiaomei complied with the demand. Everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Lu Zhe thought contentedly. You have acquired a 1 yuan bill X1. He paused his brushing, standing in bewilderment beside the mirror. What had he missed? Lu Zhe could not perceive the entirety of the event directly. He had merely established the rules in advance, while the specific execution rested upon the ghost tale itself. Contemplating, he could not fathom how this 1 yuan bill had manifested. Unable to comprehend, never mind. It was of little consequence. Just as he took a sip of water, preparing to rinse his mouth, a new line appeared in the notebook, nearly causing him to choke. Zhang Xiaomei uttered a thank you, violating Rule 2, and was nearly choked to death by Miss Ghost. You gained horror value 1. You gained horror value 1. You gained. Zhang Xiaomei encountered the deceased great-grandmother. The intention behind the second rule was originally to prevent participants from making excessive noise and attracting the patrolling security. However, he had not anticipated that the notebook's wording was overly stringent, distorting the intended meaning of this section. Any sound produced was deemed a violation of the rules, rendering it excessively difficult. With everyone deceased, from where would he earn horror value? Moreover, this was his first customer. He needed her to promote the ghost tale, and she could not perish just yet. Wiping his mouth with a towel, Lu Zhe swiftly took up his pen and inscribed a new stipulation in the notebook. Sound levels must not exceed 60 decibels. With this condition added, Zhang Xiaomei's previous violation was effectively nullified. The book hovered in the air, and after a considerable time, ghostly green text gradually appeared. Zhang Xiaomei survived, developing a rudimentary faith in the orchestrator behind the scenes. You gained horror value 10.0? A delightful surprise. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, beginning to explore the concept of rudimentary faith, a term he had never encountered in the notebook before. It seemed to generate more horror value because his manipulation was perceived. The object of fear shifted from the ghost tale to Lu Zhe himself, thus producing a higher quality of terror he contemplated, gaining a new understanding of the notebook titled Gurenji. Ultimately, the notebook turned a page, concluding the entire ghost tale. The ghost lost and found incident has ended. Total horror value gained x20. 1 yuan bill x1. Chapter 15. Midnight Cat Bell. Although the horror value gained was not substantial, Lu Zhe felt a sense of satisfaction with the outcome, at the very least. It proved that the rules were devoid of obvious loopholes and functioned properly. Next, all that was needed was for Zhang Xiaomei to spread the word about this incident, thereby attracting more participants, and he would no longer need to worry about the source of horror value. Once he amassed 2,000 horror value, he could obtain a new trump card, enabling him to navigate the pursuit of those sent by Lord Loren with greater ease. Of course, if feasible, he still hoped to resolve the issue at its source. He placed his hand on his forehead, squinting slightly, gazing at the pale ceiling with a calm yet profound expression. Should the other party pursue relentlessly, he would not hesitate to fabricate an accident, ensuring Lord Loren's complete disappearance. The killer must be dealt with, as long as his life was not threatened. Lu Zhe remained capable of treating everyone kindly. However, once his safety was at stake, there would be no need for further discussion. Killing would simply be killing. From the moment he was abandoned by his classmates in the instance, the original Lu Zhe had already perished. The being he was now was merely a madman concealed within a human shell, sustained by an obsession to survive. His eyelids grew heavy, and Lu Zhe closed the book, stretching lazily, preparing to settle in for a peaceful slumber. The effectiveness of the promotion could only be assessed the following day at school. For now, he required rest. As he lay on his bed, drowsily closing his eyes, he suddenly realized that today seemed somewhat different from usual. Where was the cat? He abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up, and drew back the curtains to look outside. The silvery moonlight illuminated the dark silhouettes of the trees, the outside world eerily empty, save for the sporadic chirping of cicadas. Normally, upon his return each day, the black cat would always be perched on the windowsill, awaiting his feeding. Why had it not come today? Had its owner fed it sufficiently, or was it? A wave of unease washed over Lu Zhe. He recalled the landlady mentioning that cats frequently went missing in this neighborhood, with occasional heart-rending cries of cats echoing at night. Surely it couldn't be that coincidental. He hastily donned his slippers, threw on his school uniform jacket, and grabbed a flashlight before rushing out the door. As Lu Zhe opened the door, a chill evening breeze rushed in, swiftly invading the legs of his loose pajamas. He shivered from the cold. Stepping over the threshold, it felt as if a malevolent presence lurked in the darkness, quietly sprouting its tendrils. The next day at school, Lu Zhe spent the entire morning sleeping. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Students discussing the ghostly lost and found. I heard Zhang Xiaomei's document pouch was recovered. I asked the rumor about Miss Ghost true? Can anything really be found? Oh my, I must check it out tonight. I have something that was stolen as well. As the rumors spread, curiosity and fear burgeoned among the students, and the horror value in Gu Ranjiji gradually increased. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, he felt utterly exhausted and was in no mood to attend to such matters. During the break, he was summoned to the office by Teacher Zhou, who inquired with concern, Lu Zhe, you don't seem to be in a good state today. Has something happened? The air fell silent for a moment. As if time had frozen, it's nothing, Lu Zhe replied, his indifference reflected in his dark gray eyes, which seemed to convey a depth of despair and lifelessness. For a brief moment, she felt as though she glimpsed the depths of a desolate ocean within his gaze. Are you truly all right? Teacher Zhou seemed unconvinced, speaking earnestly. If something is troubling you, you can share it with us teachers. She was aware that the boy's parents had perished in the bizarre tide that erupted 10 years ago, and he had been living with his aunt and uncle, inevitably feeling somewhat isolated. After a while, as if the prolonged gaze had caused discomfort, He averted his eyes, hesitantly parting his lips to speak in a hoarse voice. My cat died. Oh, Teacher Zhou sighed in relief, patting his shoulder. She had feared it was something significant, but if it was merely a small animal, he would likely forget it after a few days. The little cat will ascend to heaven. It will always watch over you. She smiled gently, her soft voice offering light comfort. However, Lu Zhe lifted his dark eyes, quietly fixing her with his gaze, sending a chill through her. Really? His voice trembled slightly, shattered to that extent, with golden eyes gouged out, its face bearing pain and hatred as it perished. Will it truly ascend to heaven? Why is it so? Why does humanity harbor such senseless malice? And why do they take pleasure in tormenting the weaker, rather than wielding their blades against the stronger? Why must they endure such unwarranted calamities? Why do these human scum exist, frivolously toying with innocent lives? Does bullying the weak grant them a fleeting moment of joy? Do these wretches, oppressed by life, derive pleasure from wielding life and death? Teacher Zhou remained silent, sensing that Lu Zhe's emotions seemed somewhat agitated today. Both fell into a heavy silence, the ticking of the clock in the office the only sound. After a long while, Lu Zhe raised his head, his eyes now shrouded in darkness. His voice regained its calmness as he asked, Teacher, do souls truly exist in this world? Teacher Zhou was taken aback, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an illusion that the boy before her was not an ordinary student, but someone burdened by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. I don't know. She shook her head in a daze, realizing that her response could potentially alter the course of this child's life. Perhaps you should return to class for now, she dared not answer. Fearing that a misstep might bring about a dreadful consequence for humanity. I understand. Thank you, teacher. Lu Zhe nodded, his eyes dull and devoid of reflection even under the light. He exited the office, his white shirt billowing in the wind, shattering the kaleidoscopic sunlight and casting a pale gray shadow on the ground. On the balcony of the corridor, he gently flipped through the peculiar diary. His fingers danced lightly between the pages, reminiscent of an angel leaping upon a piano, playing a sorrowful tune of fate. Horror value has reached 2000, new function unlocked. Creation of ghost tales. Written ghost tales will become reality, effective within a certain range. According to the rules of killing, the bizarre created in this manner will transform into tangible forms, accompanying the creator. Lu Zhe retrieved a pen from his pocket, hesitating momentarily before inscribing his first urban ghost tale on this page. Midnight Cat Bell. Every individual who deliberately torments cats for amusement shall, at midnight, hear the sound of a bell ringing behind them and behold a black cat. This is the vengeance of the deceased cats. They will return all that has been done to them by the abuser. Wherever the bell tolls, peace shall no longer exist. Chapter 16. The weak are oppressed in the dimly lit alleys of City A. A drunken middle-aged man staggered through the muddy pathway. Life was utterly miserable, he thought. The group of individuals merely gesticulated, unwilling to disperse the wages owed. They were adept at giving orders. Each time he returned from the office, he felt akin to a dog begging for scraps. Upon reaching his doorstep, his foot landed on something soft and squishy, prompting him to curse as he kicked it forcefully. The sack emitted a pitiful mewl and struggled momentarily before falling silent on the ground. Teach, it was truly not worth the trouble, he spat at the ground, unsteadily retrieving his keys, pondering where he might procure another creature for amusement next time. Directly across from this alley stood a kindergarten, compelling him to reduce his speed during his daily commutes to avoid colliding with those mischievous little imps. Their incessant cacophony was utterly vexing at times. He even contemplated seizing a knife from home and storming into the kindergarten to unleash his pent-up frustration. Yet, he understood that such actions would lead to dire consequences. Thus he redirected his gaze toward the voiceless beings. The man harbored a profound disdain for cats. They perpetually gazed at him with melancholic eyes, and the mere sound of their yowls made him feel nauseous, resembling those little rascals in every way. Both were adept at wagging their tails in supplication. Why should their lives be better than his? As night enveloped the city, he was about to unlock his door when he suddenly felt something collide with his abdomen. Hey, watch it, you little brat! Upon glancing down, he saw a sobbing child, seemingly abandoned. Having wandered to his doorstep, this inexplicable annoyance surged within him, and he exhaled a breath reeking of alcohol, grasping the child's collar and pulling him close, bellowing, "What are you crying for?" the child wailed even louder. And he felt a throbbing pain in his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he clutched the child's neck. The alcohol coursing through him caused him to forget his adulthood, and he squeezed with reckless abandon, oblivious to the potential harm he could inflict upon this fragile flower. The child's face began to turn a ghastly shade of blue, yet the man, in his stupor, remained unaware of the gravity of the situation. Continuing his tirade at that moment, a faint tinkling sound reached his ears from behind. The sound was delicate, as if moonlight had shattered and scattered like silver bells across the earth. A low, eerie meow accompanied the chime. Sending chills down his spine in the dark alley, instinctively, he released his grip and turned slowly, his murky eyes widening in surprise. A black cat adorned with a bell appeared at the end of the alley. Its golden eyes, devilish in nature, fixated on his silhouette as it elegantly licked its paw. The cat's gaze bore an unsettling resemblance to that of the one he had butchered days prior. A sense of familiarity washed over him, and he rubbed his eyes, yet the cat remained indistinct. What did it matter? He had dispatched no less than 20 felines. How could he recall each visage? This one had come to him, so he couldn't be blamed for his ruthlessness, he thought. The abandoned child coughed for a long while, crying as he fled the alley, but the man paid him no heed. Malevolent thoughts eclipsed his fear as he approached the black cat, saying, "Come here, little darling, come to my home for some fish." The cat neither flinched nor retreated, maintaining its poised position. Upon reaching the feline, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he prepared to pounce. Just then, darkness enveloped his vision, and he lost his balance, his corpulent form crashing to the ground. He felt a searing pain across his face, trembling as he covered his head, only to feel warm liquid on his hands. Ah! His empty eye sockets! He screamed in horror. "My eyes, you bastard! How dare you!" But in the next breath, his words were snatched away as he felt his throat being torn apart by razor-sharp claws. In a panic, he crawled backward, the warmth escaping his lips unmistakably that of a colossal feline. No, this was not a cat. What in the world was this? Reaching the corner, his trembling hand brushed against soft fur, sending him into a fit of terror. Fear surged like a tidal wave, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, tears and snot streaming down his face. I felt as though 1,000 claws were raking at him, etching deep wounds into his flesh. Those were the vengeful spirits of all the cats he had killed, seeking retribution. Ultimately, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, and he collapsed, utterly silenced. News at the station reported that around 2 o'clock this morning, a male corpse was discovered in XX alley of City A. Experts speculate the time of death to be around midnight, with the cause suspected to be suicide. The victim allegedly encountered something exceedingly terrifying, leading to a mental breakdown, after which he slit his vocal cords with a small knife, inflicting 25 wounds across his body before disemboweling himself. It remains uncertain whether this incident was caused by supernatural means. Relevant departments are currently investigating the case. On the same day, 14 residents reported to the guardhouse that they felt as if they were being scratched by cats while sleeping. More information is under investigation. In the hospital waiting room, a doctor with gold-rimmed glasses raised a remote control to turn off the television. "Dr. Shen, why are you no longer watching?" inquired a man in a black uniform, setting down his newspaper. His badge boldly proclaimed him as the captain of the Paranormal Management Bureau. "I have gathered all the necessary information, so there is no need to continue watching," Dr. Shun replied with a smile as he donned latex gloves and a mask, bowing slightly as he made his way toward the operating room. On the operating table lay the corpse awaiting dissection. One could surmise from its features that it was the man who had met his demise the previous night. "What does the autopsy reveal?" asked a man clad in black, named Ming Chung, as he knocked on the door of the operating room. "All the wounds appear to be claw marks," Dr. Shun replied calmly while methodically proceeding with the dissection. "We noticed a common trait among the other victims." Ming Chung pondered for a moment. They all had a history of cat abuse. Could it be related to the supernatural? However, Dr. Shun paused in his work, simply narrowing his eyes and smiling as he replied, "That is for Captain Ming to determine. I doubt a mere ordinary surgeon like myself can arrive at a conclusion." Upon hearing this, Ming Chung sighed, placing his hands on his hips and gesturing for him to continue. Indeed, if even he, a B-level captain, could not draw a conclusion, how could one expect an ordinary individual without any awakened talent for the supernatural to do so? Meng Chung turned to leave the operating room, clutching the autopsy report as he exited the municipal hospital. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the doctor named Shun Quan adjusted his glasses, trembling with barely contained excitement. Doctor, what is wrong? Exclaimed an assistant, startled, as he hurriedly nudged his shoulder. Shun Quan suppressed the rising smile on his lips, his eyes cold as a serpent yet streaming with tears, bending his body as he trembled and spoke. It's nothing, I'm just exceedingly delighted. Has he finally made a move? The boy has ultimately embarked on the predetermined path of slaughter. I wonder what abilities he has awakened. Language manipulation? Object control? Or perhaps curses? In any case, this is merely the beginning. He will inevitably descend step by step into the abyss of darkness, completely overwhelmed and suffocated by malice. Shun Quan will bear witness to the calamity that the survivor of the supernatural tide 10 years ago. The vessel of all grievances will bring upon the world. The day he loses all semblance of humanity will be the day Shun Quan reaps his bountiful harvest. Just the thought filled him with an uncontrollable thrill. Work number 56. Shun Quan adjusted his glasses, brandishing a scalpel, and smiled to himself. Shall we call it the novelist? No one responded. The corridor of the hospital reverberated with a ghostly laughter. Meanwhile, in a classroom at Luoming High School, Lu Zhe involuntarily shivered, oblivious to everything around him. He had never doubted this peculiar diary. His subconscious prevented him from harboring any suspicion. It was as if this diary was a part of him. This felt strange, yet he could not dwell on it. Each time he pondered the origins of the diary, his mind would come to a halt. The afternoon sunlight cascaded onto the desk, warming him and inducing an inexplicable drowsiness. The horror value on Guran Jiji had reached 5,000 points after inscribing Midnight Cat Bell. The paranormal shop had also opened, and Lu Zhe was curious about what items might be unlocked that could prove useful. Chapter 17. The Mourner in Black. The paranormal shop has opened. Lu Zhe flipped through the notebook. The last few pages that had previously been stuck together were now able to be opened. He turned to the newly unlocked section, discovering that each page contained different runes, with small annotations below. Consume a certain amount of horror value, and by drawing the same rune in reality, one may obtain the desired item. Offer an equivalent fear to receive the blessings of the divine. On the yellowed pages, black ink delineated bizarre formations, some sections resembling human eyes. This reminded Lu Zhe of summoning rituals, making him feel a sense of unease, as if something indescribable were watching him. In that moment, he felt as though he could see through the book to a conglomeration of flesh and blood suspended in the distant, starry sky. He felt a discomfort in his chest and shifted his gaze to the teacher's podium, only to meet the teacher's eyes. Lu Zhe, is there something on your mind? You look rather unwell. The teacher, who was currently lecturing, sternly adjusted his spectacles and turned around with a puzzled expression. Consequently, the entire class cast curious glances in his direction. I'm fine. Lu Zhe's complexion was ashen, resembling a patient who had suffered significant blood loss. However, he quickly regained his composure and calmly shook his head. He lowered his gaze to the textbook, behaving like a diligent student paying close attention. The diary lay flat on top of the textbook, opened, yet it was invisible to everyone but him. When the student's attention shifted away, he resumed his examination of the strange tales mall. At the bottom of each page, the prices of the items were inscribed, indicating the horror points required for their exchange. Lu Zhe casually flipped through the pages and discovered that currently, there were only 2 available items. The rest were obscured in black, as if covered by a writhing mosaic, rendering them unreadable. Among the items for sale, the first page displayed the mourner's black garb, accompanied by an illustration of a black trench coat. Beneath the shadowy brim of the hood stood a figure. Yet his face remained elusive. Upon closer inspection, where the face should have been, there appeared to be a profound black void, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. The back of the illustration contained the description of the item. Can obscure the user's appearance and rank, while diminishing presence. I am the mourner, tasked with guiding the souls of the living to the other side. Today marks my day of death, yet alas, they have all forgotten my visage. Could it indeed be used to conceal one's identity? Quite practical, indeed. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment before flipping back to the page on Campus Strange Tales 3, where the writing about ghostly lost and found remained vividly etched in his memory. The strange tales he created could only be exhibited through brief notes in his notebook during their operation. In other words, if there were any loopholes in the rules, he would be unable to ascertain the specifics in real time. For instance, regarding the incident with Zhang Xiaomei yesterday, had he retired for the night a tad earlier, there would not have been rumors of the ghostly lady circulating within the teaching building today. Luoming High School would face an additional homicide, and this strange tale would be classified as hazardous, subject to a ban by the Bureau of Strange Tales. Following this, all students in the school would be subjected to an investigation. Should the surveillance be scrutinized further to identify who posted the ghostly lost and found notice and rigorous questioning ensue, it could potentially lead back to Lu Zhe. Rabbits do not graze near their burrows. Such an immovable strange tale is exceedingly susceptible to being sealed off, necessitating the utmost reduction of casualties. Therefore, while drafting the rules on paper, it was indeed essential to inspect the situation personally. Naturally, as a student with a verifiable identity, Lu Zhe could not simply present himself in the vicinity of the strange tale. This was akin to surfing the internet under one's real name, where one could easily find themselves in a predicament with the cyber police. However, if he were to exchange for the mourner's black garb, everything would become considerably more convenient. The price of this item was 2,000 horror points, and Lu Zhe currently possessed over 5,000, making it affordable. Nonetheless, that would only cover this particular item, as he also needed to contemplate whether subsequent items required purchasing. Life in reality is already challenging enough. Who would have thought that even crafting a strange tale would require such meticulous budgeting? Life is arduous, Lu Zhe sighed, just as he was flipping through his notes in preparation to examine the second page of items. The teacher at the podium abruptly struck the desk with a firm hand. Lu Zhe quickly lifted his head, maintaining a composed expression, though his palms were slightly sweaty, akin to a student caught reading a novel during class. Feeling a twinge of guilt, just a hint of guilt, however, he remained unfazed and collected. Fortunately, the teacher was not there to confront him. She cleared her throat a few times, ready to announce something significant. In 15 minutes, Captain Ming of the A-City Strange Tale Investigation Team will arrive at our school to deliver a lecture, and the school has decided to designate our class as the experimental class for this open lecture. Students are encouraged to perform well and leave a good impression on the Bureau of Strange Tales, she continued with a smile. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in fervent discussion, buzzing with excitement. Captain Ming, the top-tier sorcerer of a city? My heavens! I have seen him on television. Lu Zhe, feeling rather bored, propped his head with his hand, twirling a pin with his right hand as he listened to Fein Yao and Gao Shuai's chatter. I heard he awakened a B-level sorcerer talent, but I am unsure of the specifics. Do you think if I perform well, I might catch their attention and be directly recruited into the Bureau of Strange Tales? Thus avoiding years of detours? Dream on. Focus on studying instead and find a way to get in later. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the classroom. The teacher once again tapped the desk, prompting the class to fall silent, the only sound being the birds chirping outside the window. It is Captain Ming. Please enter. The classroom door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man. He wore a badge from the bureau on his collar, and stubble marked his freshly shaved face, suggesting he was not particularly meticulous about his appearance. He nodded to Teacher Zhou, ascended the podium, and without further pleasantries, delved straight into the subject matter. I am Ming Cheng, here to impart knowledge regarding the eerie and strange tales. He scanned the classroom before abruptly locking eyes with Lu Zhe, momentarily taken aback before averting his gaze. Ming Cheng turned back to the blackboard, jotting down the topics to be discussed, then proceeded with his explanation. The classification of eerie entities, ranging from E to a level, with the distinctions of each level being well known to everyone. What I wish to address is the fundamental reason for their classification, the threat they pose to humanity. Except for Lu Zhe, every student sat up straight, eager to absorb every word. E-level strange tales merely disrupt human life, rarely causing individual fatalities. He glanced back, meeting the eyes of each student, earnestly elucidating. Their numbers are too vast, and for such strange tales, we generally allow the individuals involved to manage them themselves. D-level strange tales may result in double-digit fatalities with a limited impact, such as the recent My Classroom incident. C-level strange tales can lead to hundreds of casualties, commonly associated with community rule strange tales. B-level strange tales, also known as city-level strange tales, can lead to the annihilation of an entire city. As for A-level strange tales, he paused for a moment, contemplating deeply before continuing. They may affect an entire country or even a continent. Observing the anxious expressions of the students, Ming Cheng jested. When encountering such strange tales, running away is futile. My suggestion is to engage in whatever you desire, then lie in bed and await your demise. Of course, I have never encountered an A-level strange tale in my life. Throughout the lecture, not a single student dared to utter a word. All were diligently listening to his scientific discourse. Upon the conclusion of his talk, the classroom erupted into fervent applause, with students eagerly raising their hands to pose questions, to which Ming Cheng patiently responded one by one. Throughout this process, Lu Zhe remained seated in the back row, managing to stave off drowsiness, which greatly pleased teacher J. As the class bell rang, it was time for the captain to depart the classroom. That, Lu Zhe, Ming Cheng's sudden call of his name jolted him back to full awareness. I would like to speak with you privately. The intense gaze of the entire class fixed upon the new student, filled with envy and confusion. How on earth did such a prominent figure come to know him? Only Lu Zhe understood that this was not a favorable development. He stood up calmly, though turmoil raged within him. The incident regarding my classroom had not yet fully concluded, and the disappearance of Zhang Biao and others had finally been uncovered. Chapter 18. Interrogation. The office was immaculate, the snow-white walls reflecting the sunlight streaming in through the glass windows, momentarily dazzling Lu Zhe. Please take a seat, Lu Zhe. Ming Cheng's voice interrupted his reverie, prompting Lu Zhe to nod and obediently sit across from the desk. Well then, you two take your time discussing. I'll head back to continue with my class. Teacher Zhou closed the door and returned to the classroom, leaving the spacious room with just the two of them. The two sat across the sandalwood desk, covertly assessing one another. From Ming Cheng's perspective, the individual before him was an ordinary high school student, appearing rather frail and unlikely to be the perpetrator. In Lu Zhe's eyes, the captain of the investigation team seemed very approachable, entirely devoid of the demeanor of a powerful figure. On the surface, he resembled a warm teacher engaging in conversation with a taciturn student. However, only the parties involved were aware that this was a silent confrontation. Do not be nervous. Ming Cheng smiled, retrieving several photographs from his briefcase and laying them out on the desk. A few days ago, the Security Bureau received a report regarding the disappearance of these vagrants. We are seeking eyewitnesses. The table was adorned with identification photos of Zhang Biao and others, the last image depicting a scene of bloodshed, marked as the suspected crime scene. The setting in the photograph was precisely that abandoned warehouse. These individuals were known local delinquents, and recently, they seemed to have been in close contact with the Luo family. While he narrated the events, Ming Cheng was secretly observing Lu Zhe's reactions. To his surprise, Lu Zhe remained remarkably calm, exhibiting none of the basic fear one would expect after being suspected. This was decidedly abnormal. Lu Zhe regarded him with deep gray eyes, meticulously perusing the documents before him, then returning them to the desk. The Bureau's conclusion is related to me? Ming Cheng fell into a contemplative silence, attempting to discern any signs of panic upon his face. Yet to no avail. After you were taken from the guardhouse that day, Luz found you near this warehouse, grievously wounded with 2 gunshot wounds. After pondering for a moment, he continued in a contemplative tone. We have analyzed the residual blood stains within the warehouse. And through DNA comparison, we have identified the victims as those several missing individuals. Furthermore, in the sewers adjacent to the warehouse, we discovered the handgun reported missing from the guardhouse, suspected to have been taken by someone impersonating an officer. Ming Cheng tapped his fingers upon the table, lifting his gaze earnestly as he remarked, "Don't you find it rather coincidental? Just as someone attempted to assassinate you, they promptly vanished. Should we attribute this to divine intervention? Or is it merely a case of human machination?" To his surprise, Lu Zhe squinted and smiled, revealing no trace of alarm. He clasped his hands together, resting them on the table as if he were listening to a grand jest. Retorting, "So, Captain Ming, do you truly believe that a high school student like myself could eliminate a dozen grown men?" It is not entirely impossible, Ming Cheng thought to himself, if one were to suddenly awaken a high-level sorceress talent. It would indeed be a simple matter to turn the tables on several ordinary individuals. Yet just moments ago, he had meticulously examined Lu Zhe's level, only to be astonished to find that he was merely an ordinary person with an extraordinarily low degree of anomalous influence. While tapping the table, he had discreetly activated a B-grade anomalous artifact, the Code of Hammurabi. Hovering behind Ming Cheng was a massive stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters, invisible to the average eye. The code emphasizes sincerity, dismantling all pretense, and judging each individual with fairness and justice. Within the shadow cast by the tablet, all information pertaining to anomalous entities would be laid bare in this domain. No one could utter a falsehood. The artifact informed him that this sophomore was indeed just an ordinary individual lightly tainted by the anomalous. He had, on numerous occasions, relied on the code to navigate life-threatening crises, and thus had never doubted the veracity of its revelations. No, Meng Qing thought, shaking his head in confusion as he dismissed his earlier conjectures, feeling a slight sense of relief, at the very least. It was not the worst-case scenario he had envisioned. Should Lu Zhe have been heavily tainted, that would have posed a significant headache for him, a ticking time bomb hidden within the crowd, poised to become the next troublesome urban legend, claiming countless lives. Compared to such a situation, the current developments felt much more manageable. Thus, Meng Qing restored his gentle smile and inquired, "I merely wished to ascertain what transpired that day." Lu Zhe understood that, regardless of the circumstances, there was no escaping this matter. He slowly exhaled, diverting his gaze to the verdant potted plant on the windowsill, and began to narrate at a leisurely pace. "That night, I was pursued by them, with no avenue of escape, and I had no choice but to flee to this warehouse. Then, the rules of the urban legend descended, and I was the sole survivor." His words bore no flaws. They were entirely truthful, albeit slightly truncated in detail, excluding mention of the creator of the urban legend. "Urban legend?" Meng Qing furrowed his brow and inquired seriously, "Do you recall its rules?" Lu Zhe gazed up at the ceiling, seemingly lost in recollection for quite some time, before continuing. "The first rule states that anyone entering the warehouse must not step out with their left foot first." Meng Qing paused, jotting this rule down in the investigation records. Urban legend events unfold continuously in this world, with bizarre limitations designed solely to eradicate humanity. Thus he felt no overwhelming confusion. The second rule states that one must not come into contact with intense light. All of the above is the truth, albeit the originally succinct rules have been artificially embellished with limitations to render them more credible. At that moment, Lu Zhe shifted his gaze back to the pen beside Meng Qing and suddenly asked, "May I borrow a pen? The third rule eludes my memory. I need to deduce it on paper." "Certainly." Meng Qing observed the pallid indifference in his gray eyes, nodding as he handed over the pen. The instant Lu Zhe grasped the pen, a fleeting smirk flickered across his lips, almost imperceptibly. He laid a sheet of paper flat before him, propped his neck with his left hand, feigning deep thought, furrowing his brow as he gestured in the air with the pen's tip. Meng Qing patiently awaited his response, refraining from urging him. Seemingly recalling the details of that night, Lu Zhe inscribed on the paper, "The third rule states that in this urban legend, ultimately only one person may survive." This was a falsehood. Within the influence of the Code of Hammurabi, Lu Zhe pinned the sole untruth. He then calmly pushed the paper towards Meng Qing, setting down the pen, his dark gray eyes betraying no hint of his thoughts. Meng Qing nodded, stowing away the paper as he organized the clues he had gathered thus far. During the pursuit, a dozen individuals had unwittingly stumbled into the urban legend, ultimately leaving only one survivor, Lu Zhe himself. This explained the situation satisfactorily. With the assurance of the B-grade artifact, he held no doubts regarding the authenticity of this matter. Rather, his focus had shifted to the newly emerged urban legend. Meng Qing mused that this young man's luck was simply extraordinary, managing to escape from the clutches of urban legends time and again. He began to suspect that Lu Zhe's awakened anomalous talent might indeed be that of luck. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure and addressed Lu Zhe. "That should suffice. By the way, there's one more matter." Seemingly having finally reached a decision, he presented another document to Lu Zhe. Puzzled, Lu Zhe accepted the file. Its cover boldly emblazoned with the words, "Temporary contract for urban legend investigators. I hope you will consider joining the Urban Legend Management Bureau." This proposal rendered Lu Zhe momentarily speechless, his mind entering a brief state of paralysis. As someone who writes about urban legends, how could he be tasked with combating the anomalous? Chapter 19. Part-time job. I have yet to awaken any anomalous talent, so I may not be of much use. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, slowly articulating his thoughts while casting a perplexed glance at Meng Qing. As an ordinary student, what could he possibly contribute to the Bureau? Cleaning duties, perhaps? No, Meng Qing suddenly rose, smiling as he patted Lu Zhe's shoulder with a righteous demeanor. The fact that you managed to escape from urban legends on 2 occasions is already quite rare. Our role is to personally investigate various urban legend incidents, uncover methods to resolve them, and subsequently contain and seal them. Ordinary individuals lacking anomalous talent are tasked with providing investigative strategies and handling logistical matters. Moreover, you have already exhibited signs of awakened talent. Being an urban legend investigator is a perilous occupation with a high mortality rate. Even the most powerful sorcerers are prone to failure. It matters not whether you are a black cat or a white cat. A cat that can survive while catching mice is a good cat. In other words, Meng Qing placed a hand on Lu Zhe's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "You, my friend, have a strong constitution. You are not easily killed. Regardless of whether it is luck or some other factor that allows you to survive, you at least possess the aptitude for this line of work." Lu Zhe fell silent. So, it's because he is resilient that they're targeting him? Huh? Noticing his silence, Meng Qing assumed he was concerned about his safety and continued to reassure him. "Rest assured, you won't be sent to the front lines. You need not overly fret about your studies. You can continue attending classes as usual and simply come by on weekends. Notifications will only be issued when the department is in urgent need." He contemplated this for a moment, feeling it insufficient, and thus proposed another condition. "Additionally, I suspect that you have drawn the attention of the Luo family, one of the 4 major families. With the identity of a bureau investigator, they won't dare to harm you." In truth, this was the underlying reason for his invitation to Lu Zhe. He had long harbored suspicions of the Luo family colluding with the cult, but had struggled to find evidence. Meng Qing needed to use this bait to uproot the Luo family's influence. However, he never anticipated that Lu Zhe would suddenly ask, "What is the salary?" This left Meng Qing momentarily dumbfounded. He had assumed Lu Zhe was concerned for his safety, analyzing so much, yet his first priority was the issue of salary? "You rascal, are you prioritizing money over your life?" Ahem. "Since you are still a minor, you will be signing a contract as a trainee investigator, so you will earn less than a full investigator." Observing Lu Zhe's expression of disappointment, Meng Qing cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness and continued to explain. "You'll earn over 10,000 a month. This is inherently a high-risk job. If one cannot even afford to support themselves, no one would be willing to take it on." Meng Qing sighed, glancing up to find Lu Zhe frozen in place, prompting him to wave a hand in front of him. 10,000? Lu Zhe's mind began to race. The inheritance left by his parents was in the hands of his aunt and uncle, with only a little over 1,000 cents each month. A meal in the cafeteria costs less than 10 yuan, 3 meals a day. This salary would suffice for him to eat 30 meals a day. Without a moment's hesitation, he stamped his handprint, signing the document in one swift motion, as if fearing the other party might change their mind. Then report to the bureau next weekend. Meng Qing suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Having contemplated what to say for so long, yet ultimately fell silent as he tucked away the contract. While organizing documents, he noticed the home address filled in by Lu Zhe and seemingly mentioned it casually. "By the way, the recent suicide incident occurred near your residence, right? You must be aware of it?" Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, then calmly nodded and replied, "I have seen the report, but the community is vast, and I do not recognize that individual." "I see," Meng Qing said thoughtfully, and out of goodwill, he kindly warned, "Be cautious lately. Something eerie may be lurking around your neighborhood." An abrupt silence enveloped the air as Lu Zhe lifted his gray eyes, quietly gazing at Meng Qing. At that moment, the class bell rang as scheduled. Since it was the last class on a Friday afternoon, students began to leave in groups, their silhouettes meandering through the corridor. "Well, Captain Ming, if there is nothing else, I shall head home." After receiving permission, Lu Zhe smiled, stood up, and departed the office. Meng Qing watched his receding figure with a wry smile, shaking his head as he lit a cigarette. How could a seemingly ordinary student evoke such a profound sense of danger? Unbeknownst to him, behind Lu Zhe floated a diary with a crimson cover, its pages flipping incessantly. The latest entry, inscribed in fresh ink, read, "In the office, Lu Zhe can lie." Suddenly called upon, time was too rushed for him to activate the domain of rules, so Lu Zhe entered the office with the diary in hand. Even if it were seen, he could merely explain it as a personal habit. As he sat at the desk, fingers clasped together, he was actually closing the diary, yet Meng Qing's gaze did not fall upon his hands. In that moment, he was certain that even in B-class anomaly master could not perceive the existence of knowledge of the formed. Throughout their conversation, he continuously diverted his gaze, pretending to admire the scenery while, in reality, he was informed by the diary of the B-class anomaly's influence present here. The third rule, being the kneeling one shall die, was too dramatic. Stating it verbatim would inevitably lead the other party to deduce certain things. Thus, as he articulated the third rule, he casually requested a pen, and right beneath the other's nose, inscribed the rule that allowed for deception. His only uncertainty lay in the influence of knowledge of the formed. Compared to the Hammurabi Code, he was unsure which held more power. However, since even a B-class anomaly master could not see it, the power of this diary might exceed his expectations. The outcome, as he anticipated, was favorable. A gamble, and Liu Zhe had won. Additionally, the sudden invitation from the Bureau of Strange Tales was unexpected. Yet, as the saying goes, the darkest place is under the lamp. Perhaps those investigators could never fathom that the very source of the strange tales they desperately pursued was lurking right beneath their noses. Everything seemed to be unfolding in his favor. As dusk settled, students departed in twos and threes, chattering noisily as they made their way home. Hey, finally out! Gao Shui and Fei Yao were waiting at the school gate. Waving their arms upon seeing Liu Zhe, Fei Yao threw an arm around him and curiously inquired, "What did Captain Ming talk to you about?" "Nothing much," Liu Zhe replied with a smile, shaking his head. "Just looking for a part-time job." "Wow, you little rascal, you Haven T landed a big opportunity, have you?" Gao Shui exclaimed with envy. The trio bantered jovially as they left the school, parting ways at the fork in the road to head home. Alone on the path, Liu Zhe walked under the faint light of dusk, his shadow stretching long behind him. Unbeknownst to anyone, perched upon his shoulder in the shadows was a black cat, swaying gently in rhythm with his movements. Though it appeared to be an empty shoulder, the weight of something substantial pressed down, revealing the presence of the invisible feline only within the confines of his shadow. "Tang Yuan, have you gained weight again?" He mused aloud, with no response. Chapter 20. Erosion. Liu Zhe never anticipated that the second item in the Strange Tales Mall would be a bag of cat food. He sat bewildered on his bed, glancing at the exorbitant price of 1,000 horror points written in the diary, then down at the black cat on the floor. A small, pitch-black ball of fur lay there, its round, bright eyes filled with expectation as it gazed up at him. After he wrote down Midnight Cat Bell, the strange tale had transformed into a black cat, following him ever since. Perhaps the soul of the deceased cat lingered due to unfulfilled grudges, choosing to remain in this world rather than ascend to the afterlife. Now accompanying Liu Zhe in its bizarre form. The cat was so dark that its outline was indistinguishable, resembling a coal ball with golden eyes when curled up. Upon their first meeting, Liu Zhe was reminded of Black Sesame Tang Yuan and decided to name it thus. "Don't look at me. I have no money." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan nudged its head against his pant leg, leapt onto his lap, and continued to gaze up at him with its large eyes. Ultimately, Liu Zhe relented, collapsing onto the bed and helplessly covering his eyes with his arm. All right, I'll buy it for you," he sighed, lifting the sticky fur ball from his neck and slowly sitting up. Before that, he thought he should first redeem the Grim Reaper's black garb. He reasoned that the remaining horror points would be used for cat food while reserving a portion for writing strange tales. Thus, he flipped to the latest section of Knowledge of the Formed, in search of what he needed. Observing the runes in the diary, he contemplated for a moment before retrieving a water pin from his backpack and began drawing on the floor according to the notes as he crafted the formation. He felt a rapid flow of blood within his body, as if something was being drained. His limbs quickly grew cold, blood began to coagulate, and his arms tingled, nearly losing grip on the pin. Realizing this, he attempted to halt the drawing, but his body moved uncontrollably. He felt like a marionette being manipulated, his right hand moving involuntarily, compelled to complete the formation. Liu Zhe did not know what was being extracted from him. He only understood that if this continued, he would be drained of life. Yet, his right hand felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge, completely beyond his control. His complexion turned pale as he gritted his teeth, desperately trying to restrain his right hand with his left, but it remained unyieldingly taut, veins bulging as if sensing his peril. The diary, suspended in the air, radiated a crimson glow. One alerted him, yet suddenly, an idea emerged in Liu Zhe's mind. Place your hand on this book, and it will be resolved. Without hesitation, he extended his left hand and grasped the blood-red tome. In an instant, the black ink on the diary began to writhe, seeping into his body from his fingertips, darkening his veins. A sharp pain shot through his hand, yet he could not immediately release his grip. As though an invisible hand was clenching it, under the influence of these bizarre patterns, the intense suction on his right hand was nullified. He felt like a conduit, with certain elements being drawn out of his body while new. Foreign substances flooded in to fill the void. However, those substances did not belong to him, continuously infecting his corporeal form, inciting a sense of rejection. The inky runes traveled along his arm's veins, easily creeping up to his neck, spreading across half his face like the roots of a tree. Overcome with pain, Lu Zhe collapsed to the ground, his hands seemingly glued to the diary and pen, still inscribing the summoning array. Had he glanced into a mirror, he would have been horrified by his reflection. His left eye, severely tainted, had transformed from gray to a blood-red iris, the pupil constricted to a slit, faintly glowing with a dark golden hue. An exaggerated smile inadvertently curled upon his lips, a realization he was completely unaware of. In that moment, he resembled something far more eerie than human. Simultaneously, the horror points in the diary dwindled, the numbers ceaselessly updating. It appeared this was the method of paying the price. Just as he was on the brink of collapsing, teetering on the edge of sanity, the runes finally completed their final stroke. His hands regained their freedom. Suddenly breaking away from the floor, Lu Zhe collapsed in the center of the formation, gasping for fresh air, the dark patterns on his face gradually fading. His eyes returning to normal, he swallowed hard. Staring vacantly at the ceiling, wiping the cold sweat from his face, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped from the gates of hell. Indeed, he should never have meddled with such a sinister summoning ritual. One would not die if one did not court disaster. He lay quietly, eyes closed, one hand covering his face. The embarrassment of nearly drawing his own demise due to ignorance of the transaction process was almost unbearable to admit. Yet, regardless, the transaction had been completed. The horror points had been spent, and the next step was to retrieve the item. Thus, Lu Zhe pushed himself up from the floor, pressing against his throbbing temples to regain clarity. What should he do? He gazed curiously at the formation on the floor, which began to gather after its completion. Like a dried-up river, the ink whirled into a vortex, resembling a black hole conjured from thin air. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe placed his hand in the center of the pattern, feeling no resistance. Thus, he boldly plunged his hand inside, half of his forearm disappearing into the floor as he explored the internal space. It was cold and damp, seemingly bottomless, and he felt around for an edge for quite some time without success. At that moment, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingertips, prompting him to instinctively grasp the object and pull it forth. He retrieved a black garment, likely the funeral shroud mentioned in the book. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lu Zhe spread the coat open, revealing a long trench coat, its sleeves edged with a dark crimson fabric. Reminiscent of bloodstains, the material felt unknown yet sturdy, and the color scheme exuded an eerie harmony. He measured the length against his arm and donned it. To his surprise, it fit perfectly before he could turn to gaze into the mirror. The belt at his waist tightened on its own, securing his abdomen with a flawless knot. The blood-red straps at the cuffs swiftly constricted, binding the coat firmly to his arms. Quite convenient, he mused. Not needing to tie the belt himself, Tang Yuan sat patiently on the bed, wagging its tail and quietly observing its master in the mirror, meowing twice in approval. With a chuckle and a shake of his head, Lu Zhe picked up his pen and proceeded to sketch another formation. This time, he placed the notebook on the ground, allowing it to directly contact the summoning array, avoiding the need to act as an intermediary with his body. Perhaps due to the correct execution of steps, the second transaction appeared significantly easier, devoid of the previous sensation of erosion. It seemed he had been rather reckless earlier, Lu Zhe thought helplessly, nearly falling victim to his own ignorance. The ritual was soon completed. He bent down again, rummaging through the black void on the floor for an extended period until he unearthed a bag of cat food. Once all items were retrieved, the array on the ground gradually faded, as if it had never existed. Upon seeing the food in Lu Zhe's hands, Tangyuan's golden eyes widened, its tail wagging joyfully, whiskers twitching in excitement. "Don't rush. I'm not going to steal it from you," he replied with a resigned expression, tearing open a small hole in the bag and pouring some cat food into a prepared cookie box, presenting it to Tang Yuan. The cat meowed twice, enthusiastically nudging his hand before bowing its head to feast. Lu Zhe reclined on the bed, exhaling a sigh. He was genuinely broke now, his horror value dwindling to less than 500. He couldn't even afford a detailed ghost story anymore. Just as Tang Yuan relished its meal, the floating notebook before Lu Zhe suddenly flipped a page. By establishing a bond with the Midnight Cat Spirit, you gain the protection of the Black Cat. By consuming a certain amount of horror value, you can share a portion of the cat spirit's abilities. Huh? Lu Zhe looked up in surprise. Feeding it could unlock new functions? The shared abilities stemming from creation were unlocked due to the use of items from the shop. After pondering for a moment, he gazed at the floating notebook. It became clear. It seemed that after pinning a ghost story, an object was also required to establish a connection. The ghost story marketplace was responsible for providing creators with eerie items, enabling them to indirectly wield this portion of power. In short, it was an after-sales service. With this in mind, he donned the hood of his garment, pushed open the door, and prepared to venture outside to test these two newfound abilities. At that moment, the section in the notebook regarding Ghostly Lost and Found underwent a content update. D-grade eerie parasite has entered your ghost story. Ghostly Lost and Found at a parasite? The source of the campus theft case? How fortuitous! Lu Zhe adjusted his hood and slipped his hands into his pockets, revealing a friendly smile. Chapter 21. The third hand. Dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and within the silent Minghui teaching building, everything was enveloped in slumber. Lisiki lowered his head, pressing down the brim of his cap, and swiftly entered the teaching building. The end of the fourth-floor corridor. A classroom materialized out of thin air. Resembling a monstrous creature with its mouth agape, quietly awaiting visitors, he halted at the corridor's entrance, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, hesitating for a long while before daring to move forward. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from behind him, forcefully pushing him, urging him onward. The E-grade eerie known as the Hand of the Thief Saint attached itself to him, controlling his movements. I understand. No need to rush, he muttered, adjusting his mask to cover half his face, inwardly lamenting and wavering in his resolve. 3 months prior, he had unexpectedly discovered that his hand's speed had increased dramatically, and he had become remarkably light on his feet, capable of walking briskly while leaving a trail of afterimages. Initially, he believed he had awakened an eerie master's talent, elated by this newfound ability. With this power, he could effortlessly steal cards while playing poker with classmates. However, just as he was about to share the news with his parents, a third hand had suddenly sprouted from his back, delivering a harsh slap to his face. That hand tightened around his throat, threatening his life, and commanded his mind. Steal, or you shall perish. First, he had been terrified, contemplating resistance, even attempting to sever the extra limb with a knife. But this eerie had fused with him. The pain was mutual, and he ultimately could not bring himself to act. Thus, Lisiki embarked on a life of thievery. Each day, the hand would write down the items to be stolen, and he would retrieve them. Sometimes it was a love letter pinned by a female classmate, other times a ring left by a student's mother before her passing, and occasionally an important document. Any item of significance, once vanished, would evoke anger or sorrow. He surmised that this eerie thrived on human negative emotions, which only grew stronger with each theft. More and more items were pilfered. Rumors of the thief saint spread among the populace, feeding the ghost story and inching it closer to evolution. Lisiki sensed that with just a few more thefts, this eerie would ascend from E-grade to D-grade. He found enjoyment in this, relishing the feeling of power, even if he was merely a servant to the eerie. Each time he witnessed the anguish on people's faces, an inexplicable thrill surged within him. The thought of those students who dismissed him, now crying their hearts out due to his actions, filled him with immense satisfaction. However, this bliss was short-lived. A few days ago, rumors of a ghostly lost and found surfaced among the students, claiming that stolen items could be retrieved from there. Indeed, those items had vanished from his possession. This unexpected ghost story had stolen the attention that rightfully belonged to him, adversely affecting the interests of the Hand of the Thief Saint. Thus, despite his reluctance, he found himself compelled by the eerie hand to investigate the situation. Lisiki reined in his thoughts and redirected his gaze to the classroom of the ghostly lost and found. The windows were pitch black, revealing nothing, while slips of paper and pins lay quietly on the windowsill, accompanied by several rules. On the slip of paper handed to you by the ghostly lady, write down your lost item. Toss it through the window, and pay her the required cost to retrieve your belongings. Point 1. The ghostly lady has no third hand. If you encounter a third hand, please turn around immediately and leave. It is not our receptionist. Point 2. Once you accept our services, you must remain silent, no louder than 60 decibels. The ghostly lady abhors noise. Point 3. You must guess the payment tokens based on the ghostly lady's gestures. You have 3 attempts. Lisiki swallowed hard, realizing that standing idly would not coax out the eerie. He might as well follow the rules and give it a try. Contemplating for a moment, he pinned down the file of Zhang Xiaomei, which he had previously stolen, on the slip of paper. After all, that item had genuinely vanished from his grasp and could be considered lost. A pale woman's hand suddenly extended from the window. Snatching away the slip, the scene fell silent, leaving only the rapid beating of Lisiki's heart, accompanied by the sound of paper tearing from within. He drew a knife from his pocket, preparing to seize the opportunity to sever that hand. If it was indeed an eerie, he might still have a fighting chance with the assistance of the hand of the thief, Saint. He was determined to uncover who was behind this deception. Lisiki held his breath, completely unaware that the surrounding air had turned frigid, as the hand reappeared. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he raised the knife, poised to strike. Just as the blade was about to descend, an excruciating pain shot through the back of his head, accompanied by a deafening ringing in his ears. Stunned, he staggered a few steps, then collapsed onto the floor with a thud. A shadow loomed before him. Crouching down to observe him quietly, guessed, rule number 1. The ghostly lady has no third hand. The shadow's deep voice resonated clearly in the empty corridor. Lisiki's eyes widened in disbelief as he slowly lifted his head, attempting to discern the identity of his assailant. Clad in black, obscured by the moonlight, their face remained hidden. The figure's eyes were shrouded by a black band, revealing only the lower half of their pale face. A slight smirk visible, but regrettably, you dude. No sooner had the words left their lips than they raised a blunt object and struck fiercely at the extra arm protruding from Lisiki's back. Agonizing pain shot through his shoulder blades, distorting his features as he prepared to scream, only for his throat to be violently constricted by the ghostly lady's hand. Rule number 2. Voices must not exceed 60 decibels. His face turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled in vain, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. When Lisiki awakened once more, he found himself lying in a deep pit. He awoke in a state of sheer terror. His eyes wide open as he abruptly sat up, only to discover himself tightly bound, surrounded by dark earth. Above him, clods of soil continued to rain down, some even falling into his eyes, causing tears to stream uncontrollably down his face. He attempted to scream with every ounce of strength he could muster, yet found his mouth firmly gagged by a cloth. It seemed that his cries had some effect, for the dirt ceased its relentless descent. After a moment, a figure clad in black with a hood peeked through the square opening, muttering to himself, "Ah, you're awake." Eye in his hand, he held a grave-digging shovel, stained with a vivid crimson soil. Suddenly, Lisiki recalled that it was this very shovel that had rendered him unconscious. "Apologies, this is my first time burying someone, and I am not quite adept at it." Luze examined him for a moment, offering a polite apology, reflecting on his actions. "Next time, I shall manage the force better, ensuring you sleep soundly until the darkness envelopes you." No? The mention of a next time sent Lisiki into a frenzy, his face contorted with rage as he struggled violently, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, the dirt continued to fall mercilessly, completely entombing him. Breathing became increasingly laborious, rendering Lisiki immobile. Gradually, only his nostrils and mouth remained exposed, gasping for air. However, with the final shovelful of earth, he was utterly buried alive. A wave of intense suffocation washed over him, as if death itself had seized his heart. The sinister hand bound to his back seemed to sense the imminent peril, suddenly thrashing about violently. In that moment, it severed its connection to Lisiki, springing forth from the earth to launch a fierce attack on Lu Zhe. Chapter 22. Miss Ghost, slap it. However, Lu Zhe reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly bringing down his shovel and striking the airborne sinister hand, sending it crashing to the ground. Instantly, where the hand fell, a deep pit was created, clouds of dust rising around it. accompanied by the sound of cracking. It appeared to have suffered a fracture, the entire hand split into a V-shape, exuding an inexplicable sense of distortion. It rose, and he struck. There was little more to say. After receiving the blessing of the Black Cat, Lu Zhe could expend 100 terror points at a time to temporarily enhance his physical capabilities. For half an hour, his speed and strength would quintuple, every muscle in his body fully mobilized, rendering him light and agile like a cat. Moreover, this enhancement had no cooldown. As long as he possessed sufficient terror points, he could maintain this state indefinitely. Thus, the sinister entity before him appeared to move at an agonizingly slow pace. The black cloth obscuring his vision was merely a special effect produced by the gravedigger's garb, and he retained a clear line of sight. Every movement of the entity was easily discernible. The thief saint's hand, struck down, burst open at the fingertips like a ketchup packet, splattering blood everywhere. He lay dazed for a long while, clearly taken aback by the speed of a mere human. After all, it was a nearly D-class entity, and it was impossible for it to be dispatched with a single blow. The black veins on its arm bulged menacingly, its claws forming a grasping posture. In an instant, several crimson tendrils shot forth from its tail, aiming viciously at Lu Zhe's abdomen. Should they pierce him, it would certainly result in a grievous wound, and given the sinister nature of this entity, it might even seek to parasitize him. Nevertheless, Lu Zhe did not flinch or evade. He stood calmly in place, planting his shovel into the ground beside him, and called into the air, "Miss Ghost, slap it." No sooner had he spoken than 7 or 8 pale arms erupted from the soil, all adorned with sharp, elongated nails. Like a sudden bloom of white night blooming cereus from the earth, the arms twisted and writhed as they emerged from the ground. Resembling a 1,000-legged centipede, two arms intercepted the oncoming tendrils, while several others plunged their glimmering claws deep into the sinister arm. The thief saint's hand thrashed desperately, but it could not escape the iron grip of Miss Ghost. It then experienced the greatest humiliation of its existence. Slap! The crisp sound resonated through the silent hillside, echoing with unusual clarity. The sinister hand was left utterly bewildered, standing motionless for a long moment, unable to comprehend the situation. Huh? You actually slapped it when I told you to? And you even hit the back of the hand, akin to striking another entity's face. The damage is minimal, but the humiliation is profound. The sinister hand felt deeply wronged, curling itself into a ball, twitching incessantly as it spiraled into a pit of self-doubt. It was but a child of less than 10 years, an entity barely alive in the human realm. Can you fathom the psychological trauma inflicted by a grown man slapping a 10-year-old? Another series of slaps followed, merciless and unrelenting. Slap, slap, slap. One could say that for every hand Miss Ghost possessed, it dealt a corresponding slap. In the blink of an eye, the thief saint's hand had swollen considerably, bruised and battered, resembling a steaming bun, appearing utterly tragic. Last, Lu Zhe nodded in satisfaction, signaling Miss Ghost to cease her assault. Before the thief saint's hand could breathe a sigh of relief, the hooded human revealed a smile once more, sending waves of inexplicable dread coursing through it. Dispose of it. The instant the command was given, more hands surged from the ground, like a roaring tide dragging the defenseless sinister hand into the depths below. The hand struggled futilely, its fingers contorted, but it was all in vain, slowly being consumed by the dark earth until it vanished without a trace. Lu Zhe observed this scene quietly, as though he were not taken aback in the slightest. E-class entity. Thief Saint's hand has been consumed by the monstrosity you created, earning you 200 terror points. Due to close proximity to the entity, your level of contamination has further deepened. As he watched the notebook beside him flip its pages once more, his suspicions were confirmed. It was a long-held consensus that entities could not be killed. A conclusion drawn from humanity's perspective over millennia, and no matter the weapon or the manner in which they were cleaved, once the rules were transgressed, they would inevitably reappear. However, to their own kind, weaker entities could be devoured by stronger ones, leading to their complete obliteration. Thus, it was only by utilizing one entity against another that they could be opposed. With this realization, Lu Zhe grinned, bending to retrieve the grave-digging shovel from the ground. Resting it upon his shoulder, he covered his face with his hand, tilting his head back to laugh, gazing up at the luminous full moon. The silvery moonlight bathed the youth, casting a winding, distorted shadow, reminiscent of a proud and sacred deity observing a minuscule ant. This evoked memories within him. 10 years ago, not far from City A, Lin Yuan City had been swept by a tide of sinister entities. Countless beings surged forth, reducing the city to ruins. They slaughtered all its inhabitants, transforming Lin Yuan City into a ghost town. That night, blood stained the moon. Liu Zhe's parents had been on a business trip. Trapped in that city, perishing in the calamity, at that time. Liu Zhe was merely 6 years old, lacking any profound understanding of the situation. Indeed, he scarcely comprehended what death truly meant. Now, having lived on, he bore few vivid memories of his parents, and thus felt little emotion regarding their loss. He only knew that, had it not been for the entities, he might have had a wonderful home. Perhaps a nagging yet kind mother, a father who was steady and taciturn. He vaguely remembered that his mother had been pregnant with a sister. He did not know whether it would be a boy or a girl, but deep within, he felt certain it would be a sister. Liu Zhe harbored a deep resentment towards entities. Since middle school, he had sought ways to eradicate them, poring over nearly all available literature from ages past to the present. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that no student in the entire city a high school knew more about entities than he did. However, in the end, he fell into despair. All the texts reiterated a singular phrase: humanity cannot kill entities. He grew weary of it all, instinctively avoiding survival classes, distancing himself from his fellow humans, meandering through life until this very day. Yet now, with the assistance of this notebook, he had discovered a means to eradicate entities entirely, and he felt an unparalleled joy. Perhaps he had gone mad, having lost his sanity a decade prior. Liu Zhe's laughter trembled, the black fabric of his attire swirling in the evening breeze, akin to bats flapping their dark wings, a demon awakening in the night with golden eyes. If only he could transform this world into his own tale of horrors. No entity would ever be born again. Hee. Ha 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 ha. The terrifying laughter reverberated through the hillside, startling a flock of crows, echoing endlessly. Liu Zhe remained oblivious to the dark veins that began to manifest upon his neck, writhing upward as they threatened to obscure his vision. At that moment, Miss Ghost poked him gently from behind, interrupting his laughter. He stood there in a daze, gradually turning around, as the eerie markings on his face receded like the tide. Miss Ghost tugged at the hem of his clothing, pointing towards the pit in the ground. In an instant, Liu Zhe snapped back to reality. He suddenly remembered that someone was still buried beneath the earth. If he did not excavate them soon, Li Siki would truly meet his end. Chapter 23. God said, "Walk on your hands today in a swift and efficient manner." He unearthed Li Siki. He checked for signs of breath and, finding the fellow still alive, decided to leave him be. Regaining his composure, Liu Zhe sat on the ground, analyzing the current situation. What had just transpired? Had the increase in contamination caused his rationality to be temporarily suppressed? Yet if that were the case, why had he not experienced such adverse reactions when he ascended to E-class earlier? That is incorrect. The issue lies within this notebook. He can sense that something still lingers within his body. Remnants of the last summoning ceremony that have not been expelled. The writhing substance flows quietly through his blood, subtly influencing his thoughts. Why has he never questioned the origins of this notebook? And why has he never considered discarding it to completely rid himself of the nightmare? This is utterly irrational, entirely inconsistent with Liu Zhe's typical behavior. Which day was it? At what location? He can no longer recall how he came into possession of this diary. All he remembers is that he stumbled upon it one day and has since grown accustomed to its presence. A wave of drowsiness washes over him, his eyelids feeling heavy. Liu Zhe shakes his head. Forcing himself to remain alert. It seems necessary to pay a visit to the Bureau of Strange Tales. Perhaps they possess a solution to the issue of the eerie infestation. He gazes at the fluttering notebook, which continues to hover silently in the air, its crimson cover contrasting with the yellowed pages. Once the anomaly is purged, the host will lose all memories directly related to it. Re-encountering the anomaly can restore those memories. After pondering for a moment, Liu Zhe picks up the grave-digging shovel from the ground and strides toward Li Siki, who lies sprawled out, oblivious to the impending danger. Tio kill him? No, this individual resides too close to his circle. His disappearance could raise suspicions at the bureau. Shaking his head, Liu Zhe dismisses the thought, stowing the shovel away and turning to leave. Since the other party will lose this memory, there is no need to invite trouble upon himself. However, the newly appeared sentence in the notebook sparks a novel idea within him. Could it be that Gurenji is, in essence, a form of alternative parasitic anomaly? Thus, if he were to abandon this notebook, might Luze also temporarily lose the memories related to this period? This characteristic could prove useful if someone were to investigate in the future. With this thought, Luze smiles and vanishes into the night. The desolate moonlight and sparse shadows of trees are all that remain on the mountainside behind the school. In the Nanluo community of City A, on the 12th floor of a newly constructed residential building. A haggard woman holds a glass of water, sighing as she knocks on her bedroom door. Xiaoyu, it's time for your medication. Silence lingers within, followed by the loud crash of a chair hitting the floor. And then, once more, silence. The woman feels puzzled. Usually, at this hour, Luoyu would be shrieking. So why is it so quiet today? Could it be that her condition has improved? Elated by the thought, she turns the doorknob and pushes the door open. What greets her eyes is a girl huddled in the corner, her lips trembling incessantly. Luoyu struggles to suppress her fear, her gaze fixed ahead as if witnessing something terrifying. From her perspective, the shadows of trees outside the window resemble the claws of a colossal beast, while the paintings on the room's walls twist and turn ceaselessly. Yet, compared to her previous shrieks and scratching, she appears significantly better, enough to bring joy to her mother. Mom, I don't want to take medication. I'm getting better. All right, no medication today. If Xiaoyu has anything she wants to do, she can tell Mommy. Her mother gazes at her lovingly, her heart brimming with excitement as she steps forward, intending to help Luoyu up. Don't touch me, to her surprise. As soon as her mother makes contact, Luoyu lets out a piercing scream and begins to thrash desperately. The woman stands frozen, dazed for a long moment, before helplessly lowering her hands. It seems Luoyu realizes the harm she has caused her mother. Sitting in the corner, she buries her head deeply in her knees, choked with emotion as she murmurs, I'm sorry. Mom, could you please not come near me for a while? The room falls into a prolonged silence until a sigh escapes from somewhere. All right. Subsequently, Luoyu lowers her head, sobbing softly, I want to see Luze. I have something to tell him. Her mother clenches her hands, ultimately releasing them in resignation. Okay, I will definitely help you find him. He doesn't want to come. Then forget it. Luoyu murmurs, her gaze fixed on the floor. No, he will come. The woman seems to have made up her mind, turning around to push open the door and exit the room. Then heading to the kitchen to pick up a kitchen knife, meticulously honing its edge. For her daughter, no matter who it is, she would even go so far as to bind him if necessary. Far across the city, at Luoming Middle School, Luze remains unaware that he has become the target of a deranged woman. He is currently seated in the classroom, languidly propping his head up, gazing out at the playground. The sun shines brightly outside, accompanied by the laughter of students engaged in physical education class. Everyone is living their lives according to routine, oblivious to the fact that this school has already fallen into an invisible tale of the strange. The master of this tale is sitting in class, stifling yawns and battling drowsiness. The teacher continues to drone on at the podium, while students engage in whispers, passing notes, with hardly any paying attention. As the final class before the long vacation, the students' minds are already elsewhere, contemplating where to have fun during the break. Fania, seated in front of Luze, discreetly tosses a crumpled piece of paper backward. Hitting Luze's drowsy head, he momentarily awakens and notices Fania exchanging glances with Gao Shui across the aisle, prompting him to curiously unfold the note. Niao, the vacation is coming. I heard a Strange Tales museum has recently opened, and it's become a popular spot for social media. Want to check it out? Shui, sure, I'll cover the ticket. Attached to the back of the note is an abstract drawing of Gao Shui's face, distinguishable by the sunglasses and cigarette, exuding a flamboyant vibe. Luze, expressionless, raises his head to watch the two flirt with their eyes, then writes on the paper. I have a part-time job to attend to. I can't make it. He crumples the note into a ball and tosses it back at Fania. However, he misjudges the force, striking him in the kidney, causing him to yelp in surprise. Seems that while his physical condition has improved, it is not entirely a blessing. Luze turns away with an innocent expression. Fania grimaces in pain, about to turn and retort, but notices the entire class staring at him. Embarrassed, He scratches his head and points at the ceiling, explaining, "Ahaha, I got bitten by an ant." Teacher Zhou's forehead bulges with veins as he suppresses his anger, smilingly inquires, "What kind of ant is so fierce that it made Fania cry out?" The class bursts into laughter. Amidst the chaos, the note bounces to the floor, discreetly scooped up by Gao Shuai's foot, narrowly avoiding the teacher's gaze. One notices that Zhou Yao, seated in front, casts a fearful glance at Lu Zhe, then timidly turns away, her face pale. The echoes of Lu Zhe's voice still resonate in her ears, and she instinctively touches her neck, where the marks of his grip have yet to fade. That evening, this ordinary boy had seized her throat and uttered words she would never forget. "If you annoy me again, I will kill you." From his eyes, Zhou Yao could tell he was not joking. Biting her lip, she trembles involuntarily, her gaze fixed on her desk, drenched in a cold sweat. In her heart, she silently cries out, "Everyone has been deceived by him. You don't understand, he is not a normal person at all." At the podium, the teacher continues with the lesson, while the students drift back into their daydreams. Liu Zhe pays no heed to her gaze, shaking his head in amusement as he resumes perusing Gu Ranjijia. The third campus tale offers no clues. With the ability of strange tale creation, he can now create urban anomalies, applying them to the entire city A, making them more concealed and efficient. Thus, campus tales have become less urgent for him, potentially exposing him instead. Perhaps he should utilize this opportunity to unearth all the hidden anomalies within the school. How can he distinguish between hosts and normal individuals? After a moment of contemplation, he writes at the location of Strange Tale 3. Within Luoming Middle School, all individuals possessed by anomalies walk on their hands. Chapter 24. Deafening sound from the sky heralds the arrival of the inverted Wang. Since Campus Strange Tales 3 is a D-grade anomaly, the rule regarding inverted walking naturally only applies to anomalies of D-grade or below. Coincidentally, on this very day, the young master of the Luo family is aboard a private jet, preparing to inspect his sister's small, dilapidated school. Even more ironically, he had previously allowed the E-grade anomaly, Heart-Ear, to parasitize him in order to gain abilities. Shortly after Lu Zhe penned this line, the sound of a propeller whirring suddenly echoed outside the classroom window, reminiscent of countless wind turbines humming, causing even the classroom desks and chairs to tremble. This puzzled Lu Zhe. He was merely writing a rule. It shouldn't have caused such significant repercussions. Teacher Zhou frowned, pausing briefly, while all the students curiously leaned out to peer outside, uncertain of what was occurring. "Oh my! A private helicopter!" A sharp-eyed student by the window exclaimed excitedly. Pointing outside, whispers erupted among the students. "I think I saw the Luo family emblem. I heard that young Master Luo Luan is coming to our school for a visit. He must be here to see his sister. Luo Yu, but she's been ill at home and isn't even at school." "What? Luo Yu is Luo Luan's sister? No way, I've never heard of that. Wow, the young lady is right beside me, as expected of a wealthy family. Their entrance is so grand." The bird spoke enviously. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuai disdainfully curled his lips, yet chose to remain silent. What a pretentious display. He had found such antics tiresome years ago. Liu Zhe was merely puzzled for a moment before he leaned on the table. Squinting his eyes and stretching lazily, Loren, the one responsible for sending assassins after him, such a grand entrance. Was he afraid that no one would recognize him? Initially, Lu Zhe believed that the reason behind the attempted assassination was linked to that mysterious diary. However, he soon realized that only he could decipher its contents, thus significantly diminishing the likelihood of that explanation. Based on Zhang Biao's testimony before his demise, Lu Zhe inferred that the initial D-grade urban legend, "My classroom," was likely orchestrated by Loren. Therefore, the pursuit of Lu Zhe was presumably to silence him and prevent any exposure of Loren's actions. Yet, he remained curious as to why Loren summoned urban legends at school and what methods he employed to achieve such feats. As Lu Zhe pondered, a young man with a short perm was seated in an airplane high above Luoming High School. He removed his sunglasses, gazing down at the figures on the ground with a disdainful air. As if observing a swarm of ants. "Young master, we are about to land. Please prepare yourself," the bald bodyguard beside him reminded, bowing slightly. "Understood," he replied languidly, adjusting his sunglasses and tidying his suit with an air of boredom. "So, this is where Luo Yu studies?" His disdain was palpable. Upon learning that his half-sister was attending this school, he had instructed his subordinates, skilled in the arcane arts, to trigger a rule-based urban legend incident to eliminate Luoyu without a trace, ensuring that their father would dismiss it as mere misfortune and refrain from investigation. Although Luoyu ultimately survived, she was left incapacitated, thus achieving his goal. The only variable now was Lu Zhe, who had emerged unscathed from the ordeal. Loren despised all uncertainties, prompting him to dispatch his men to extract this student from the security office for a personal interrogation. Should Lu Zhe exhibit signs of awakening any arcane abilities, he might consider recruiting him. After all, a developed arcane practitioner would be invaluable anywhere. Conversely, if he turned out to be an ordinary individual, Loren would dispose of him. After all, the dead do not speak. However, Loren had not anticipated that none of his dispatched men would return. Ultimately, all that was retrieved was bloodied clothing, a stark warning that he interpreted as a blatant provocation. Nevertheless, Loren understood that continuing to send assassins would only provide the other party with leverage. Thus, he resolved to confront Lu Zhe directly, seeking to uncover his true nature. By making a grand entrance in a public setting, he reasoned that even if Lu Zhe were a hidden expert, he would be reluctant to act in front of so many witnesses. Loren had one thing correct. Lu Zhe indeed would not permit him to perish near the school, as he needed to tread carefully. However, this theory rested on the premise that Lu Zhe regarded him as a threat. In reality, Lu Zhe had not given Loren much thought. He was currently idly spinning a pen while dozing off. Awaiting the school bell, as the shadow of the aircraft loomed closer, students in the Luoming High School playground scattered, buzzing with speculation about which affluent family had arrived. An entourage of bodyguards clad in black suits formed a barrier against the onlookers. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, the students formed a large circle, their eyes wide with awe as they gazed at the descending helicopter, chattering excitedly. "Hey, who is young Master Loren? You don't know?" He asked the CEO of Tiancheng Company, rumored to control the underground market in City. "I don't understand, but I'm utterly shocked." I asked the clitch of a domineering CEO arriving by helicopter to pick up the heroine about to unfold before us. How melodramatic, yet I can't help but anticipate it. I wonder if he'll flash a charming smile and say, "Ah, woman, you have caught my attention." Just then, amidst a cloud of dust, the helicopter landed steadily in the center of the basketball court. The door of the aircraft opened slowly, and under the eager gaze of hundreds, out walked a man performing a handstand. All present were instantly rendered speechless, their previously constructed lofty image of him shattering into pieces. Was this some novel courting method? No. Do the wealthy engage in such flamboyance? Not only were the students bewildered, but so was Loren. Just moments ago, he had adjusted his collar, preparing to make an impressive entrance. Yet suddenly the world spun around him, leaving him upside down on the ground. He could only brace himself with his hands, his legs flailing in the air, utterly devoid of grace and dignity. The hem of his jacket hung down, exposing a belly that sparked whispers among the students. "No abs, 0 stars. I think I caught a glimpse of his underwear. It's pink? Oh my!" The surrounding students began to murmur, with some even having secretly brought their phones to school, snapping pictures of his exposed midriff. One could already predict the headlines for the following day in City A. Shocking! Young Master Luo was found wearing pink underwear. The domineering CEO arrives at school by helicopter, proposing upside down with a rose. Is this a decline of morals or a distortion of humanity? It's merely the Master's task. Who stole young Master Luo's gravity? The world is a vast rule-based urban legend, and God said, "Today, all of you must walk on your hands." Loren swiftly regained his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted at the bodyguards standing dumbfounded beside him. "Hurry and help me!" The suited bodyguards snapped back to reality and began to disperse the curious crowd. Others rushed forward, attempting to stabilize Loren's body, but to no avail. As soon as he attempted to walk, he reverted to his inverted state. Ultimately, the CEO of Tiancheng Company was forced to be wheeled into Luoming High School's academic building amidst a throng of onlookers. Upon encountering the stairs, he could not dismount from the chair and had to rely on several bodyguards to lift the wheelchair to the 4th floor. Damn it! Who is Lu Zhe? Loren could no longer maintain the demeanor of a young master. In the corridor on the 4th floor, he began to scream in a fit of desperation. Chapter 25. Hard's ear. Upon hearing this, The students of Class 6 in the second year exchanged glances filled with curiosity, casting their eyes toward the back rows. First, they were summoned by the captain of the Management Bureau, and now, sought by the Luo family. What extraordinary abilities did this individual possess? Lu Zhe sat in the classroom, propping his neck and disinterestedly gazing out the window at the unfolding spectacle, showing no inclination to intervene. The floating notebook beside him flipped a page, stripping Loren of any semblance of privacy. Loren, 25 years old, CEO of Tianqing Company, illegitimate son of Chairman Luo Cheng, grandson of the true powerholder of the Luo family, Luo Tiandi. To cultivate his own influence, he voluntarily allowed the eerie entity to reside within him, successfully controlling the underground forces of City A. Parasite, hard S ear, E-grade anomaly, enables the host to hear the thoughts of others. Note: any psychological activities of the user regarding this notebook will not be heard. The ability to read minds. Lu Zhe casually glanced toward the corridor, just in time to meet Loren's furious gaze through the glass. Hey, you, come out. Loren ground his teeth as he spoke, under the expectant eyes of the entire class. Lu Zhe paused for a moment, then slowly rose and stepped out of the classroom. What is it? He leaned casually against the doorframe, calmly looking down at the man seated in the wheelchair. Seemingly feeling diminished in stature, Loren straightened his back to appear taller. Do you know Lu Zhe? At this, Lu Zhe expressionlessly shifted his gaze, replying, no. His face remained impassive, exuding an air of detachment. Loren sneered, naturally disbelieving, and tapped his knee with his finger, activating the hardest ear ability to discern this individual's thoughts. As he lifted his gaze, he saw Lu Zhe nonchalantly observing a potted plant on the windowsill, and a line of text floated by. What shall I eat for dinner tonight? This caught him off guard, and he stared at Lu Zhe with confusion, before meticulously examining the thoughts that flowed through his mind. While Loren scrutinized Lu Zhe also regarded him, his expression remaining unchanged. Then, a few more lines of text appeared. The E-grade parasite possesses the ability to read minds. Should I report this to the Management Bureau? Or should I simply find a place to eliminate him? Upon reading this, Loren was taken aback, his body drenched in cold sweat, half of his suit pants now soaked. This secret was known only to his most trusted confidants. Unless a B-grade or higher arcane practitioner appeared, no one could discern it at a glance. How did he know? Who informed him? No. This must be a hidden expert. Loren finally comprehended why the apparently ordinary student named Lu Zhe had survived the urban legends, because he harbored individuals from other factions nearby. Were these individuals sent by rival families? Investigators from the Urban Legend Management Bureau? Or perhaps individuals affiliated with a cult? Could it be that due to his incompetence, the apocalypse would treat him as a pawn and send someone to eliminate him? An array of possibilities flashed through his mind, and Loren's eyes widened, paralyzed with fear, his entire being trembling, even his breath stalling. Lu Zhe remained oblivious to Loren's anxious musings, merely tilting his head, gazing at the man who had suddenly wilted in front of him with a look of utter bewilderment. At that moment, the class bell finally rang. Lu Zhe glanced up at the clock hanging in the corridor and remarked, "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Before Loren could respond, he swiftly darted into the classroom, shouldered his backpack, and melded into the throng of departing students, vanishing in an instant. Only this young master remained behind, drenched in cold sweat, resembling a frostbitten eggplant, stripped of all his previous arrogance. Young master, murmured the bodyguard beside him, bending slightly to hand over a silk handkerchief, inquiring softly, "What should we do now?" Loren wiped the beads of perspiration from his brow, took a moment to collect himself, and vehemently tossed the handkerchief onto the ground, coldly commanding, "Find out who that person was and what their connection to Lu Zhe is." He then inhaled deeply, casting a frosty gaze toward the exit where the students had departed, continuing his orders. "The authorities may have taken notice of me. Ensure that everyone involved in summoning my classroom is dealt with. Furthermore, regarding Luo Yu, maintain strict surveillance. She must not discover the old man's critical condition." Understood. The bodyguards in their black suits all bowed their heads in unison. Meanwhile, after school, Lu Zhe bid farewell to Feng Yao and Gao Shuai. Proceeding alone towards the Paranormal Management Bureau, he boarded the number 13 bus, which was so crowded that he had to stand in the aisle, gripping the handrail while his body swayed with the bus's movements. One hand clutched the handrail while the other held a Nokia phone. His head bowed as he read a text from Captain Ming. As other passengers jostled against him, he felt like a filling in a meat sandwich. After an indeterminate period, the bus finally reached its stop, Lu Zhe exhaling in relief as he squeezed his way toward the door. Just as he was about to disembark, he overheard the driver grumbling. "It's a holiday, and everyone's flocking to the Paranormal Museum. It's absolutely suffocating." This bus route conveniently passed both the Management Bureau and the museum. He recalled Fei Niao and Gao Shuai mentioning plans to visit the museum the next day, thinking he might join them after his part-time job. However, upon considering the time constraints, he dismissed the thought and stepped off the bus. The address on his phone read 32 Justice Street, a stark contrast to what he had envisioned. The street, situated on the outskirts, featured wide, flat concrete roads with sparse foot traffic, and the nearby shops were all auto repair centers or hardware stores. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he stood solitary on the desolate road. Lowering his gaze to his phone, then lifting it to the rusted bus sign, he suddenly felt as though he had arrived at a ghost town. The most prominent building on this street resembled a massive factory, with the words Paranormal Management Bureau emblazoned on its upper facade. Occasionally, a sound reminiscent of rusty machinery emanated from within, as if some creature were calling out. A chilling breeze swept through, and Lu Zhe, holding his phone, felt a bit dazed. He had expected the Paranormal Management Bureau to be situated in a bustling urban area, merely requiring him to handle paperwork within an office building. Instead, was he expected to work in a factory, tightening screws? Looking around at the desolation, Lu Zhe began to seriously doubt whether the promised salary of 10,000 at the month's end would even materialize. Perhaps it would be prudent to leave now. Fearing the possibility of encountering a shady factory where not only would his wages vanish, but he might also be trafficked to Myanmar for organ harvesting. If Meng Chang were to learn of his thoughts, he would probably be furious, as a legitimate Paranormal Management Bureau had, in Lu Zhe's eyes, transformed into a dubious establishment. After wandering around the factory for quite some time without finding the entrance, he realized he might be lost. Without hesitation, he pulled out his Nokia and texted Ming Cheng, "Captain, I'm at the entrance, but there's no door to the company. How do I get in?" After a brief wait, he received a reply. "Just stand still. I'll have Luz come to fetch you." When Luz arrived at the entrance of the Management Bureau, he spotted a young man in a white shirt squatting by a flower bed. Contemplating life, Lu Zhe gazed at him with a melancholic expression, burdened by 1,000 worries about entering the factory to tighten screws. Luz, understanding Lu Zhe's sentiment, couldn't help but chuckle, then patted him firmly on the shoulder. It was common for newcomers to perceive the Management Bureau's factory-like exterior as disappointing. Luz himself had experienced the same. However, he was confident that what he was about to show Lu Zhe would utterly reshape his perceptions. "Come with me," said the carefree, curly-haired youth with a smile as he turned to lead the way, teasingly adding, "Well done, my friend. We're colleagues already. I'll treat you to a drink sometime, but I forgot you're still underage and can't drink." He slapped his forehead in realization. Lu Zhe remained silent, hands tucked into his pockets, quietly following behind while observing his surroundings. They approached a small building near the factory, its blue metal roof and white walls appearing much smaller compared to the previous steel giant. As you know, the anomalies grow stronger by absorbing human resentment, which is why the Management Bureau is situated in a more remote location. The suburbs, being far from crowds, provide ample space to contain anomalies and minor paranormal events. As Luz explained, he rummaged through his jacket pocket, seemingly unable to find what he sought, then searched his pants pockets, finally producing a crumpled investigator's badge. He stuck the badge to the side of the door. And with a click, the entrance swung open, revealing a dark interior that resembled the gaping maw of a monster. "All right, follow me." He retrieved a flashlight from a nearby storage cabinet and turned back to signal Lu Zhe. Unbeknownst to Luz, he too was included in the lethal circle, perilously close to death as he led the way with the flashlight. Noticing Lu Zhe's hesitation, he assumed he was simply frozen in fear and turned back with a wry smile. Introducing, "Don't be alarmed. This is the gatekeeper, used to assess the contamination level of entrance. It won't harm you." He then greeted the dark surroundings. "Good afternoon, seniors. He is still a newbie, so please don't scare him." The stairwell fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of chatter. "Did you hear that? Since little Lu has said so, put away your mischievous thoughts. No one is allowed to lay a hand on him." But he smells so good. I like him, do I second that. However, the voices within the stairwell indeed quieted, and the sensation of rustling clothing against the wind dissipated. Only then did Lu Zhe relax his grip on the pen. Noticing Lu's choice of words and asking curiously, "They are seniors?" "Ah, yes." Luz pondered for a moment, a somber expression crossing his face. "It's an age-old regulation. The predecessors of the Management Bureau voluntarily sign a donation agreement for their remains to prevent themselves from becoming anomalies after death. Upon their passing, their bodies are cremated, and the ashes are preserved at the Bureau. Over time, the spirits of those who are concerned about the world linger in the stairwell's anomaly. Perhaps it's merely a resonation of their souls, mimicking the manner of communication they once had in life. But I prefer to believe they exist in another form." Lu Zhe fell silent, his gray eyes quietly observing the long, dark path ahead, as if traversing the river of time to share a drink with the sages of a century past. Was this the destiny of the paranormal practitioners, tormented by the pollution of their spirits before death, unable to rest in peace afterwards, some unfortunate souls becoming new anomalies, while others chose to continue watching over humanity? As the conversation delved into heavier themes, both fell into silence. The only sounds echoing in the still corridor were their clear footsteps. Eventually, they arrived at the basement level, where the lights brightened. As Lu Zhe's eyes adjusted to the illumination, he finally beheld the full expanse of the Paranormal Management Bureau, which instantly transformed his impression of it. The basement was a vast space, the central chamber nearly the size of a basketball court, designed like a restaurant, filled with tables and chairs. High partitions separated the tables, and through the frosted glass, he could see people bustling in the small compartments. Each individual was engrossed in their tasks, whether two people were discussing solutions for paranormal events or someone was taking a brief respite by the tables and chairs. The room resembled a vast beehive, presenting a hexagonal shape, with each wall leading to individual offices, the realm of clerical staff. Luz gazed towards the doors of those rooms, unable to ascertain which office Meng Qing occupied. Curiously, he surveyed his surroundings. The decor was not extravagant, yet it exuded an air of stateliness. It was akin to standing before a classical beauty, who, devoid of gold and silver adornments, and without a luxurious handbag, nevertheless radiated an undeniable elegance, accentuated by the ancient pearl earrings that graced her ear's point. One could instantly conclude that she was undoubtedly a woman of wealth. This realization eased his mind significantly, suggesting that his salary was indeed secure. Positioned to the north of the central hall was a counter reminiscent of a tavern, where a long, mahogany table was set. A young woman with golden hair occupied this space. Her slumbering form sprawled across the table amidst a cluster of 6 or 7 computers. Luz did not linger, making his way directly to the counter, prompting Luz to follow suit. "Miss Feng, I have brought a newcomer for registration," he announced, tapping on the counter. Very well." The counter attendant, abruptly awakened, wore an expression of confusion as she glanced around, her gaze ultimately settling on Luz. Upon realizing he was merely a youth, she cleared her throat, mustering a gentle smile. "Hello, I am Feng Jing, responsible for personnel registration and disseminating urgent notices. You are Luz, correct?" She then retrieved a black bag marked with the letter from beneath the counter, solemnly handing it to Luz. "This is your novice equipment. Please accept it. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to consult me." Luz unzipped the bag and paused for several moments, his perception of the Bureau's financial capacity undergoing a profound transformation. Nestled within was a set of black uniforms, a Tang saber encased in a scabbard, and most significantly, the latest model of the Longway smartphone, its market value equivalent to half a month's salary. He instinctively reached into his pocket, brushing against his old Nokia flip phone, and felt a fleeting pang of reluctance. Just a smidgen. Chapter 27. The phone noticing Luz's silence, Luz assumed he was awed by the Tang saber and chuckled, patting Luz's shoulder. "Come on, let's find a place to sit and talk." They settled at a nearby table, where Luz's expression remained impassive, yet his fingers incessantly caressed the new phone. Smooth, rounded, warm, he was nearly wearing the device down from constant handling before finally directing his gaze towards Luz. Generally speaking, most aberrations possess formidable regenerative capabilities. Luz reclined in his chair, imparting some insights regarding their work. The Tang saber issued by the Bureau, forged through a unique process, has the ability to inhibit the healing of wounds inflicted by lower-level aberrations. He drew the blade from the scabbard, its sharp silver edge reflecting a cold glint, adorned with patterns reminiscent of flowing clouds and water. Furthermore, the uniform serves to guard against mental contamination by aberrations. This is our work attire. Yes, he unfolded the hooded garment. A badge was affixed to the chest, with dark red embroidery gracing the cuffs and hem. Measuring the length against his arm, Luz suddenly felt that he might not suit the black attire. As a trainee investigator, your role is to assist us in our endeavors, gaining exposure to the aberrations. Should you further awaken your abilities as an aberration master, you may then undertake tasks independently. Additionally, sealing a D-Class Urban Legend yields a reward of 10,000, while a C-Class Urban Legend awards 100,000, split among the team. Upon hearing this, Luz found himself invigorated, his spirits noticeably lifted. After contemplating for a moment, Luz pondered what else he might have forgotten to mention, then slapped his forehead and rummaged through his clothing pockets for a while. As if performing a magic trick, he produced a small compass, placing it on the table. Luz couldn't help but internally critique this C-Class aberration master for stowing away everything in his pockets. This is my E-Class aberration tool, Fusong, which can be used for navigation. You may not yet be familiar with the concept of aberration tools, am I correct? Seeing Luz shake his head obediently, Luz smiled and continued to explain. Aberrations cannot be killed. They can only be sealed and contained, and the items used to seal them are referred to as aberration tools. Ah, it makes sense now. Throughout the millennia, aberrations have continued to emerge, yet cannot be exterminated. Their overall numbers have remained static, seemingly transformed into harmless aberration tools. Similar to parasitic aberrations, humans can utilize certain abilities of these tools by paying a designated price. Luz pondered for a moment, glancing at the floating Guran Jiji beside him, contemplating its origins. Perhaps this notebook is also a more advanced aberration tool? Unlike parasitic aberrations, the cost of using aberration tools is significantly lower when enhanced by minor formations. Devoid of life-threatening risks. For instance, the activation condition for Fusong requires a fragment of the object being tracked. Luz picked up the compass on the table and demonstrated. He retrieved a piece of chocolate from his pocket, snapped it in two, handing one half to Luz while placing the other on the compass. Then, he bellowed, Fusong, inquire about the way I came. In an instant, the chocolate on the table vanished, as if consumed by an invisible entity. Subsequently, the compass's needle began to oscillate wildly, pointing erratically in all directions before finally settling in front of Luz. When Luz nudged the chocolate to the left, the needle shifted accordingly. When he moved it to the right, it followed suit. Quite convenient, he mused silently, particularly suited for tracking fugitives. However, the limitations were considerable. Without leaving behind any blood or flesh of the target, it was rendered useless that, of course, it was possible to pursue leads based solely on descriptions, albeit with significantly diminished accuracy. Luz perceived his perplexity and casually pulled out a fragment of black aberration, placing it in the upper right corner of the table. He then pressed his finger on the compass, declaring, "Track the nearest aberration." The needle began to shake violently, as though preparing to ascend like a helicopter rotor, threatening to burst forth from the dial. Ultimately, it stabilized, pointing directly towards Luz, ceasing its movement, leaving both individuals momentarily stunned. Luz furrowed his brow and discreetly shifted his position, yet the needle remained steadfastly aimed at him. Ahem, so it is always accurate. Luz coughed awkwardly. He held no doubts regarding Luz's identity, as the psychologist's crystal ball had already confirmed it, and Captain Ming Chung had approved his inclusion in the team. There must be no issues. I no longer require this. You can keep this aberration tool for now, familiarizing yourself with its operation during your tasks. He tossed the compass over casually, as if tossing an apple. Luz reached out to catch the compass, carefully placing it in a box and gingerly stowing it in his backpack, fearful of causing any damage. After all, it was an aberration tool, valued at over 100,000, more precious than his own life. While Luz was imparting knowledge to Luz, a sudden message arrived for Feng Jing at the counter behind them. She called out to the table where the two were seated, "Little Lu, their SAD class task. Since you're bringing in a newcomer, will you take it?" "Absolutely," Luz replied, leaning back in his chair. "It's perfect for practical experience. I'll send the task details to your accounts." Feng Jing continued typing on the keyboard without looking up. For internal communication, we use the Global Urban Legends software. Log in to check it out. Luz slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had yet to mention this. Luz, puzzled, opened the new phone to discover a plethora of streamlined applications, prominently featuring an app with the G icon. Logging in with his investigator account, he found several different sections available. There were broadcasts of bizarre news from various regions, a marketplace for aberration tools, and online services for processing various paperwork. Everything one could desire. On the homepage, Luz immediately spotted the headline regarding the Black Cat incident in City A. Complete with analyses from various experts, the incident was classified as a D-class urban legend, posing low danger, according to Article 34 of the Global Urban Legends Management Act. A bald professor spoke in detail. Yet it was mostly drivel. Luz simply liked the post and exited in his inbox. Several red dots appeared, prompting Luz to open the file sent by Feng Jing. The title read D-class task, Urban Legend Museum, Weekend Order Maintenance. This left him momentarily dumbfounded, blinking in bewilderment. The Urban Legend Museum, coincidentally, was the venue for his work tomorrow. He had initially feared missing the exhibition, yet unexpectedly, he and Fei Niao would be embarking on the same path. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, we will gather at the museum entrance. Luz glanced at his pocket watch, realizing it was already time to clock out. He whistled a carefree tune, slinging his bag over his shoulder and heading for the exit. "See you tomorrow, Luz," he called as he departed, determined not to extend his work hours. All right, Luz found himself abandoned, clutching his phone, suddenly at a loss for words. Behind the counter, Feng Jing stretched, catching sight of him and bursting into laughter. Casting a sympathetic glance at the newcomer, "That guy is probably off to drink again." Luz smiled and sighed softly, not taking it to heart. After organizing his backpack, he sat in the chair for a moment. Not rushing to leave, he retrieved his Nokia, pried open the phone case, and extracted the SIM card before inserting it into his new device. Next, he opened the chat application, adding friends by phone number. As his gaze fell upon the contact labeled Ant, the grayness of his eyes rapidly dulled, extinguishing any glimmer of light. His finger hovered in the air, ultimately failing to descend. Perhaps she was the only relative he had left in this world. Yet they had not been in touch for nearly half a year. Luz resumed his indifferent demeanor, preparing to stow away his phone and depart. Just then, his new phone rang unexpectedly. The caller was none other than his aunt, who had been lying dormant in the contact list for 6 months. After a moment of hesitation, Luz answered the call, only to be greeted by faint sobs on the other end, yet he remained unmoved. "What is it, Xiaoza? Are you approaching your 18th birthday soon? Your uncle said you should come back here to celebrate." The woman's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of weeping. "And perhaps we could discuss your parents' inheritance." The latter statement seemed to bear the crux of her message. Suddenly, Luz broke into a wide grin, laughter shaking his entire being, almost rendering him breathless. Those around him, preparing to leave for the day, regarded him with a look of incredulity, yet he paid no mind to their stares, responding into the phone. "What a pity, I no longer recall my birthday. If my aunt has forgotten, I wouldn't know which day to come visit. Perhaps if I became a ghost, I might knock on your door, you." The caller was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this boy, who had always complied with her wishes, to defy her so abruptly. "Also, your uncle has hit you again today, hasn't he?" After a prolonged silence, she appeared to concede to his insinuation, finally pleading, "Please, come over tonight. Your uncle will be angry." "I will come, Aunt." Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Luz regained his composure and calmly hung up the phone. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked out the door with an air of detachment. Chapter 28, Aunt in Truth. Luz yearned for the lives of Meng Chang and Lu Zi, who bore the noble mission of saving the world, eternally basking in the light and fighting for all humanity. At tea times, he even began to fantasize that perhaps this could be his future as well. Perhaps he too could bask in the sunshine, playfully engaging with friends, momentarily forgetting the sins he bore, and masquerading as a normal person. However, whenever he reached for the light, life would invariably ensnare his ankles, dragging him back into the abyss, filling his very being with malice and filth. Thus, he came to a profound realization. They were not of the same world. With a Tang Dao slung across his back, he traversed the dimly lit path of the night, his deep gray eyes obscured in the flickering light. As a few individuals passed by, they cast curious glances at the youth, yet none could discern the thoughts swirling within him. Angel Road, Bright Street, 13 buildings, 4th floor. He repeated this familiar yet foreign address in his mind, realizing that he could scarcely muster any emotion. Upon entering the building, he ran his fingers along the faded gray walls, observing the chaotic scrawls made by children with black ink. Ascending the familiar staircase, he suddenly felt as though the once grand and spacious steps had shrunk to an unbearably cramped width. Having not returned in 3 years, Luz had grown significantly taller, nearly attaining the stature of adulthood, making it difficult to associate himself with the boy who had once been bullied. The clear sound of footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Ascending alongside the spiral staircase to the gray-white rooftop, upon reaching the 4th floor, he stood before the familiar door, lingering in silence for a long while before finally knocking. "Who is it?" Zhao Rui emerged from the kitchen, setting down the plate in her hands, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached the door, puzzled. The figure outside offered no response, prompting her to cautiously peer through the peephole. In the shadowy corridor stood a man clad in black, the dim light rendering his eyes indiscernible, save for the slight upward curve of his lips, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit come to collect a debt at midnight. Upon catching sight of the blade behind him, Zhao Rui's pupils constricted in alarm, instinctively retreating a step, nearly collapsing to the ground, stifling a scream. She desperately covered her mouth, crumpling to the floor as tears brimmed in her eyes, her heart racing as though it might leap from her throat. The neighborhood had been unsettled of late. Just days prior, a murder had occurred, rumored to be part of a serial killing spree, the circumstances of which were horrifically tragic. The building manager had even warned in the community group to never open the door to strangers at night. Now, it seemed the murderer had come knocking at her door. She was momentarily paralyzed, trembling as she grabbed her phone, ready to call for help. "Aunt, it's me." Luz's deep voice resonated in the dimly lit corridor, lingering in the air for what felt like an eternity. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Rui stood frozen for a moment, her body ceasing to tremble. Slowly, she rose to her feet, her lips quivering as she peered through the peephole once more. The youth at the door had removed his hood, revealing a pale visage, his gray eyes retaining their indifferent demeanor. Upon recognizing his face, Zhao Rui let out a long sigh of relief, her taut frame relaxing. "Oh, it's Xiaoza. You scared me half to death. Why are you still carrying a knife?" She smiled once more, opening the door for Luz. "Come in quickly. Your uncle isn't home from work yet. Just wait inside." As the door swung open, Luz stepped into the abode he had lived in for nearly a decade, surveying his surroundings with a mix of emotions. He noticed that the spot where their family portrait once hung had been replaced by his uncle and aunt's wedding photo, leaving him momentarily dazed, his spirit adrift. After the passing of his parents, his uncle and aunt had become his legal guardians, taking residence in this home. Subsequently, his life had spiraled downward, punctuated by bouts of violence. Upon entering high school, he had moved out voluntarily, using the funds left in the bank by his parents to rent a small apartment. "Why are you standing there? Make yourself comfortable." Luz settled onto the couch, his gaze shifting to the diminutive woman before him. She appeared somewhat malnourished, her eye sockets deeply sunken, and the makeup she wore could not conceal the swelling on her left cheek. It seemed that during his 3-year absence, his aunt's circumstances had worsened. Noticing Luz's scrutiny of the bruises on her arms, Zhao Rui offered an awkward smile, hurriedly concealing her hands behind her back. Let me get you some water." She hastily fled to the kitchen, sweat beading on her brow, her fingers trembling slightly. For reasons unknown, whenever she locked eyes with Luz, she felt a disconcerting sensation, as though she were face to face with a wounded lone wolf. She had only ever witnessed this look in the eyes of retired soldiers. There was no mistaking it. It was the gaze of one burdened with lives lost. In just 3 short years, what had this child endured? Why had he changed so profoundly? A wave of panic surged from within, nearly rendering her breathless. Luz remained silent, simply observing her silhouette from the couch, his thoughts drifting to vague memories, mostly scenes of this woman weeping or her sobs accompanying the times his uncle had tormented him. The most vivid memory of his aunt was from when he was 13, having been cornered in the boys' restroom during a fight. He had single-handedly taken on 3 upperclassmen with a brick, only to emerge bloodied and bruised, with blood matting his hair. He had dragged himself home, startling this timid woman half to death. It was then that she had first washed and cut his hair, her hands gentle, evoking the sensation of feathers brushing against his forehead. Thus, he had said, "Aunt, why don't you divorce him and open a barber shop? I could work there after school." Zhao Rui held a handful of his hair. Momentarily stunned, before responding with a bitter smile, "You don't understand, a woman like me, once divorced, would be unwanted. She could not bear children. She had sought medical advice, and the doctors found no issues, yet she remained unable to conceive." Zhao Rui had struggled with her studies, leaving school before completing middle school. After marrying, she had tried distributing flyers, but others deemed her incompetent and sent her back home. Unable to bear children, she endured the torment of her mother-in-law, while her husband drank and assaulted her daily. Zhao Rui found herself unable to secure employment, like a parasite reliant on this man, Zhou Xian. After Lu's grandfather passed away, Zhou Xian inherited the estate, and his violence escalated, as if he wished to drive her to her death before finding another. At that moment, Zhao Rui emerged from the kitchen, carrying a glass of water, placing it on the coffee table beside Lu's. They both stared at each other in silence, their gazes akin to that of strangers. Neither could fathom the other's reality, leaving Lu's to find the notion of blood ties laughable. Suddenly, a loud and rude banging echoed at the door. Chaotic and reminiscent of a drunken man venting his frustrations. "Open up, I'm back." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Rui visibly flinched, hurriedly wiping her hands on her apron as she cautiously approached the door. When she opened it, a wave of pungent alcohol fumes assaulted her senses, and in stumbled a staggering drunkard. Upon seeing Lu seated on the couch, Zhou Xian's eyes widened in fury, and he pointed an accusatory finger at him, shouting, "You dare come back? I'll kill you." Lu slowly rose from the couch, calmly looking down at the drunken man, indeed looking down, as he stood half a head taller than Zhou Xian. The latter charged forward, shoving Lu with his hefty hands, attempting to force him to the ground as he had done before, only to find that Lu remained steadfast. Zhou Xian prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. His bleary gaze caught sight of the Tang Dao behind Lu, and his words were abruptly stifled. A cold sweat breaking out across his brow, in a fit of rage, he lashed out, "Chapter 29. You have changed." However, Zhou Xian's mind was utterly dominated by alcohol. He rolled his bleary eyes, disregarding the weapon in his opponent's hand, and lunged forward to grab Lu Zhe by the collar. "Ah, so you've grown bold and brazen, daring to threaten me with a toy knife." Finding himself unable to shove his adversary aside, he held his breath, preparing to slap him, only for his raised hand to be seized tightly, rendering him immobile. Lu Zhe gazed at him with his deep gray eyes, observing him with the disdain one might reserve for refuse, instilling in Zhou Xian a profound fear that resonated from the depths of his soul. The man struggled futilely, nearly wrenching his arm from its socket, but ultimately managed to extricate his hand, leaving behind a deep imprint. "Is this brat's grip made of iron?" Zhou Xian cursed inwardly, both astonished and furious. Just a few years prior, this kid would topple over with a mere shove, easily pinned against the wall with one hand. How could he possibly be immovable now? He vividly recalled the time when Lu Zhe was caught by the head, his eyes filled with the ferocity of a cornered beast. Still fuming, Zhou Xian caught sight of Zhao Rui cowering in the corner and reached out with his other hand to violently tug at her hair. "You deliberately called him here to take me down, didn't you?" He then raised his hand high, ready to unleash his pent-up emotions, as if it were all a foregone conclusion. "No, this isn't right." Zhao Rui began to weep and plead for mercy, utterly defenseless, trying to shield her face. Just as the anticipated sharp crack of impact was about to resound, Zhou Xian's hand suddenly froze in mid-air. Lu Zhe had seized his arm and stared at him impassively. It's turned! It's turned!" Zhou Xian sputtered and yelled in a fit of hysteria, as though such a display could bolster his bravado. Zhao Rui, trembling and still in shock, looked up at the two men confronting each other, her voice quavering as she urged, "Lu Zhe, please don't do this. He is your uncle." But Lu Zhe paid her no heed. Instead, he flashed a grin, seizing Zhou Xian's face and forcing him down to the ground. "You dare!" The man's head met the floor with a resounding thud, sending shockwaves through his skull, his words choking in his throat. Lu Zhe took advantage of the moment, sitting atop the man, and raised his fist to strike his face. The blow nearly shattered Zhou Xian's nose. His eyes went white, blood gushing from his nostrils, mingled with shattered teeth. Ha, ha, you enjoy hitting women, do you?" Lu Zhe laughed maniacally, shaking off his bloodied hand and flexing his sore fingers, pressing Zhou Xian's head down, just as Zhou Xian had once done to him. Feels good, doesn't it? Answer me, why have you stopped? He continued to rain down punches, distorting the man's features, his face a canvas of blood and bruises. His eyes swollen shut by "Please, stop hitting me, I was wrong." Zhou Xian's pleas morphed from desperation to utter silence, leaving only muffled whimpers. During this time, Zhao Rui, in a frenzy, lunged toward Lu Zhe, crying out in an attempt to restrain him. Yet her efforts were futile. Enough. Stop. What if you kill him? If Zhou Xian dies, she would be left a widow, and her pleading was far more desperate than when Lu Zhe had been the one to suffer. Yet, Lu Zhe remained unmoved, his index finger still clenched, relentlessly pounding Zhou Xian into the ground. In the end, the man's face was unrecognizable, a chaotic blend of white, red, and purple, and it was nothing short of a miracle that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. You dare to touch her again? Regardless of how tenuous the bloodline, she is Lu Zhe's little aunt, and he had every reason to intervene. With a deep breath, Lu Zhe slowly rose to his feet. Shaking out his aching arms, Zhao Rui immediately rushed to him, tears welling in her eyes as she desperately wiped the blood from her husband's face. Zhou Xian lay on the ground, still gritting his teeth, glaring at Lu Zhe with his one remaining eye. Once this day passes, I will expose this incident, ensuring that this brat meets his demise. Just when they all assumed Lu Zhe would relent, he suddenly drew the tang knife from behind him, positioning it directly against Zhou Xian's neck. Both individuals held their breath in an instant, terror etched across their faces, disbelief evident. The knife's pattern, reminiscent of flowing water, was sharp and terrifying. What they had thought a mere prop turned out to be a genuine weapon. Impossible. Wouldn't he actually kill someone? Would he? Lu Zhe. Zhao Rui's eyes were wide with panic. Her body trembling uncontrollably, Lu Zhe grinned, revealing a chilling smile, and casually remarked, "Since we've resorted to violence, it would be troublesome for word to get out. Perhaps it's best to eliminate both of you." The moment the words left his lips, both their hearts plummeted into icy dread. This is a madman, Zhao Rui and Zhou Xian thought simultaneously. He positioned the knife against Zhou Xian's ample neck, as if searching for the optimal point of impact. The captain had said that the tang knife was to be wielded only against evil, never to take a life. What a pity it would be to break the rule on the very first day. Lu Zhe tilted his head back, feigning a hint of frustration. Zhou Xian cared for nothing else, tears and snot streaming down his face, mingling with the thick blood to create a puddle on the floor. "Please don't do this, Lu Zhe." Zhao Rui, eyes red and swollen, looked at the knife in his hand, her voice shaking as she pleaded, "If we die, you will pay for it too." It would indeed be problematic. Lu Zhe appeared to ponder for a moment, yet a smile broke across his face. "I'll just have to go into hiding. Today, if you escape, it won't matter. No matter where you flee, I will find you." He continued, "It won't matter if you throw me in prison. I have other ways to kill you, but those methods won't be nearly as gentle." Zhao Rui completely broke down, wanting to scream for help from the neighbors. However, Lu Zhe withdrew a pin from his pocket and wrote a line in the air, rendering her voice silent, as if she had lost the power to speak. She had lost her final weapon, collapsing to the ground in despair, tear-streaked and clutching Lu Zhe's leg, murmuring, "Let us go, Lu Zhe, I beg you." This was nearly her last plea. Zhao Rui never mustered the strength to resist. To her astonishment, Lu Zhe regarded her quietly, contemplated for a moment, and surprisingly sheathed the knife. "Since my little aunt has asked so nicely," he crouched down, placing the knife between her fingers and smiling as he said, "That can be arranged. Oh, we have an agreement. If even a whisper of this incident escapes, no matter where you hide, I will find you." Zhou Xian and Zhao Rui nodded vigorously, terrified that a moment's delay could cost them their lives. In the face of their horror, Lu Zhe stood up and calmly uttered the most chilling words. "I have 1,000 ways to kill you, and even if I die, I can still accomplish it." He then turned to leave, pausing at the door, smiling as he looked back and waved, saying, "Until next time, little aunt." Zhao Rui trembled with fear, coughing violently, her voice hoarse as she said, "You have changed? Lu Zhe, you are still the same as you were, little aunt." Lu Zhe closed his eyes and smiled, then said nothing more as he walked out of the house that had imprisoned him for a decade. Chapter 30. The Eerie Museum. Liu Zhe returned to his rented room, washed the blood from his hands, and lay wearily on the bed, gazing at the ceiling in silence. He certainly did not wish to kill. His little aunt was his only remaining kin in this world, and he was not so heartless. This was a form of intimidation, the only action he could take as a bystander. Following this incident, whenever Zhou Xian raised his fist toward his aunt, he would recall the experience of being beaten, the memory of Liu Zhe's knife serving as a cautionary reminder. Violence cannot resolve all problems, but at the very least, it can put an end to violence itself. Tang Yuan sensed her master's fatigue and snuggled up beside his feet, wrapping her fluffy tail around his calf. Don't worry about me. I'm just a bit tired. Liu Zhe collapsed onto the bed, shielding his eyes with his arm. After a brief rest, he reached for his phone. He searched for black cat tales on Global Horror Stories and found the final results. City A death toll, 1 person, number of harassment victims, 64, number of individuals driven insane. 10. Following the broadcast of this tale, incidents of cat abuse in City A significantly declined, with some citizens expressing panic, claiming the presence of the forest goddess Demeter behind it all. Social figures publicly streamed their regrets over their past acts of cat cruelty, pledging to donate to animal protection associations, hoping desperately that the forest goddess would not seek retribution. Supporters also participated in public performances, composing a song for Demeter, extolling her divine deeds. The news then shifted focus, revealing a golden-haired youth with a guitar, singing into a microphone. In your warm embrace, we thrive alongside all living things. I love you, dear forest goddess. Upon reaching this point, Liu Zhe found himself utterly awkward, slapping his phone shut. A chill crept up from his feet, spreading across his back. Leaving his scalp tingling, he suddenly realized that next time he wrote a horror story, he must use a pseudonym, at the very least. He couldn't allow anyone to misidentify his gender. Liu Zhe's eyes simply could not withstand such a fate. Let us call him the Undertaker, he mused as he glanced at the black garments hanging on the nearby coat rack. On Saturday, the haunted museum was particularly bustling, teeming with visitors. Zhao Fania and Gao Shuai stood at the entrance, their backpacks slung over their shoulders, gazing in awe at the throng of people inside, both inhaling sharply. Unfortunately, Liu Zhe was absent. Fania sighed, expressing his disappointment, lamenting that it would have been nice for him to experience the sensation of being hoisted off the ground amidst the crowd. Gao Shuai, savoring an ice cream, nodded in agreement with great difficulty. After navigating a labyrinthine queue and enduring a lengthy ticket check, they finally squeezed into the museum, where they could finally relax in the central hall. The two squatted in the hall, each enjoying their ice cream while perusing the exhibition guide, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of sections, unsure of where to begin. Fania looked up at the signpost, pointed towards the haunted experience zone, and exclaimed, "Let us check that area out." However, Gao Shuai stood there, seemingly entranced, and did not respond for a considerable time, until Fania waved his hand in front of his face, snapping him back to reality. "What are you looking at? Is there a beautiful sister? Are you mesmerized?" Gao Shuai opened his mouth and pointed towards a red corridor in the corner of the hall, saying, "That person, their silhouette somewhat resembles Lu Gu." "Huh?" Fania followed his gaze and saw several security guards bowing respectfully to 2 individuals, all wearing expressions of reverence and admiration. These 2 were clad in matching black trench coat uniforms, identical to that of Captain Ming, who had previously visited their school for a lecture. The person at the forefront was a relaxed young man with curly hair, who smiled and nodded at the guards. Following closely behind him was a youth with black hair and gray eyes, his demeanor aloof, hands tucked into his pockets as he surveyed his surroundings. "Oh my, it really is him!" Fania exclaimed in surprise, and the 2 exchanged excited glances, waving their hands and shouting, "Hey, Lu Gu!" Upon hearing his name called, Liu Zhe turned around and spotted the 2, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a resigned smile. He then spoke briefly with Luz, who consented, allowing Liu Zhe to slip past the red barrier. The surrounding crowd murmured in curiosity, but he paid them no mind as he strode directly towards his 2 friends. "Is this Liu Ge's side job?" Fania's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scrutinized Liu Zhe's uniform, nearly eager to remove the hat for a thorough examination. He looked incredibly dashing. Liu Zhe stood there with his hands in his pockets, unsure of how to respond to Fania's enthusiastic inspection. "Wow, it's only been a few days. and you've become a haunted investigator alongside your buddies. Gao Shui swallowed in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the badge pinned to Lu Zhe's chest, enviously remarking, "You must have some extraordinary talent." "Not at all. I'm merely an intern investigator, serving as security here today," Lu Zhe replied calmly. "What kind of security guard dresses like this?" They both thought to themselves. Gao Shui excitedly patted his shoulder, saying, "Stop being modest. If we get into the management bureau, we'll have to call you Senior Lu." "Senior Lu? Is that a real sword?" Fania joked, curiously reaching for the tang sword slung across Lu Zhe's back. To his surprise, the sword suddenly trembled, causing a sharp pain to shoot through Fania's finger as he recoiled several steps, yelping in fright, no longer daring to touch anything on Lu Zhe. Too was taken aback by the sword's unexpected reaction, standing still for a few seconds. However, Fania was unscathed. He merely clicked his tongue in astonishment before asking, "By the way, Lu Gu, since you're in charge of security, do you know which exhibition area is the most entertaining?" "I'm not sure. Today is my first day here." Lu Zhe shook his head, explaining with a hint of regret, "I have to regroup later, so I can't accompany you." "All right then. We're planning to check out the experience zone. If you have some free time, come find us," they both said, their spirits visibly dampened as they reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Zhe and strolled away with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. "All right," Lu Zhe chuckled as he watched their forlorn figures depart, shaking his head with amusement before lifting the barrier and retracing his steps back into the internal passage. Upon his return, Luz tossed him a bottle of ice-cold cola, teasingly saying, "Oh, did you run into some good buddies?" Lu Zhe chose to ignore him, popping open the cola cap and taking a sip before lowering his gaze to study the exhibition sections. The green area was dedicated to cultural displays, posing no threats. The yellow zone showcased eerie artifacts, albeit all replicas. The genuine items were stored within the management bureau, as it would be implausible for a mere haunted practitioner and a novice investigator to safeguard such a vast collection of eerie artifacts. The red zone, marked with the stern warning "Visitors Prohibited," piqued Lu Zhe's curiosity, prompting him to inquire of Luz, "Does this museum truly house any haunted tales?" Of course, Luz pondered for a moment before responding. "This museum is built upon the B-grade haunted tale Infinite Maze." This revelation sent a chill down Lu Zhe's spine. Though his expression remained impassive, his fingers tightened around the pin in his pocket. Ever ready to flee, as the management bureau truly so audacious, to establish a museum atop a haunted tale? Observing Lu Zhe's alarmed reaction, Luz chuckled softly, continuing, "Don't worry. This haunted tale is sealed 100 meters underground, unreachable by ordinary people. Due to its immense size, it cannot be relocated. Thus, other structures are used to conceal the seal. Many temples and ancient buildings may conceal an ancient haunted tale beneath them. However, after extracting most of its life source material, the danger level of Infinite Maze has been downgraded to C." He twisted open his cola and took a swig, adding, "The positive emotions generated by the crowd, joy, happiness, reverence, can also provide energy for the seal." In summary, this place is quite safe, perhaps even safer than the management bureau. Chapter 31. The contaminated life source material. Life source material? Lu Zhe caught onto an unfamiliar term. Looking at Luz quizzically, awaiting an explanation. Luz clicked his tongue, contemplating for a moment before spreading his hands. "It's somewhat akin to the essence of the soul, though I'm not entirely sure," as if to clarify Lu Zhe's doubts. The floating knowledge of the grasping person finally flipped a page after several days. Life source material exists within the human body and can be controlled through special electrical signals that influence human cells, microbiomes, and even genes. The peculiarities and haunted tales spoken of by humans are also driven by life source material, which can be considered a persistent essence of the soul. Lu Zhe lowered his head, reflecting for a moment before recalling the essence extracted from his body during the summoning ritual. It was highly likely that it was indeed life source material. He then raised his gaze to the floating crimson notebook, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. So, the black substance that had entered his body from this notebook originated from the eerie and tainted life source material. In the days since, he had neither felt any discomfort nor a tendency to lose control, as if his body had adapted to this substance, melding completely with Lu Zhe vaguely sensed that the degree of contamination within him had deepened, nearing a breakthrough in levels. Perhaps soon, he would become a fully fledged D-grade haunted practitioner. Awakening his own abilities. Just as he pondered this, Luz tossed him a black bag, interrupting his thoughts. Take this. Liu opened the bag to find a handgun inside, issued by the security office, albeit with silver bullets. Possibly effective against the eerie. However, I don't know how to, he thought, wanting to express that he had no shooting experience, recalling only his amusement park days shooting toy air guns at balloons. Yet Luz interrupted him with a smile, saying, it might not even be necessary. Having it is better than not. Liu fell silent, realizing the audacity of his comrade. What if he accidentally shot a teammate? Let us go. Luz finished his cola, tossing the bottle into a corner trash bin, hitting the target perfectly. He whistled a cheerful tune, slinging his Aru backpack over his shoulder and striding towards the entrance of the red zone. Securing the firearm, Luz silently followed behind, his gaze fixed on the floating notebook, suddenly noticing that the haunted item mall had updated its offerings, casually surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was paying him any mind. Luz opened the diary as he walked on a new product depicted a pin, labeled Divine Pin, with functionality stating, within a 10-meter radius, it can automatically transcribe the user's words onto the notebook. If he possessed this pin, it would save him writing time, potentially providing an advantage in battle. However, as he glanced down, he was dismayed to find the price marked at 12,000 terror points, instantly quashing his desire to purchase. After accounting for the earnings from Midnight Cat Bell and Ghost Lost and Found, over the past few days, he currently had little over 2,000 terror points. Far from enough to afford it, he couldn't help but wonder how long it would take to accumulate 12,000 terror points, feeling as if it were an insurmountable distance away. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, Luz, who was walking ahead, suddenly exclaimed and halted at the entrance of the passage. What's wrong? Luz paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he prepared to step forward and assess the situation, only to be sharply admonished by the other party. Do not approach. The normally light-hearted Luz suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, remaining perfectly still, unwilling to make a move. The corridor was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of their breathing echoing in the stillness. A sense of foreboding washed over Luz, prompting him to quietly activate Black Cat's blessing, temporarily granting him the keen sight of a feline. Upon discerning Luz's condition, Luz's pupils constricted to mere slits. He swiftly gripped the security gun at his waist and retreated several meters in an instant. Luz was ensnared by a web of thin, translucent threads that wrapped around his body, nearly invisible unless illuminated by the light. The source of these threads lay in the 2 rows of metallic probes embedded in the corner of the wall, seemingly set to ensnare unsuspecting prey. What is this? As Luz hastily retreated, he rifled through his mind for information but found himself at a loss. Just then, as if to answer his unspoken question, his notebook began flipping through pages rapidly, revealing new inscriptions, a type of trap. Once someone passes through, it will eject liquid adhesive threads from the apertures, which will solidify upon contact with air, effectively ensnaring the victim. With a firm resolve, he gritted his teeth and drew his gun, aiming at the dense network of threads surrounding Luz and pulling the trigger. To his astonishment, the high-velocity silver bullet, upon contact with the threads, was instantly sliced into 2 smooth halves, scattering in opposite directions. The shrapnel from the bullet struck Luz squarely, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. An eerie silence descended upon the air. Damn it, don't fire recklessly, Luz lamented, regret washing over him for having been given a gun in the first place. Luz quickly regained his composure, his mind racing, with his right hand clutching the gun and his left gripping the hilt of his knife. He braced himself for an even greater crisis. The situation was dire. If Luz so much as shifted, he would meet the same fate as the bullets, sliced into neat pieces. Moreover, he could not guarantee that hidden enemies would not suddenly appear. Yet, true to his status as a C-grade trickster, Luz, despite being struck by shrapnel, maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he was not particularly surprised by his entrapment. Luz speculated that C-grade tricksters possessed a robust physique, likely endowing them with some degree of self-healing ability. Thus, Luz could endure a few more shots. With this thought, Luz tightened his grip on the trigger, as though ready to unleash all his bullets in the next moment. Unbeknownst to Luz, if he had been aware of Luz's thoughts, he would have panicked and shouted for him to stay back instead. He whistled casually, muttering to himself, finally making a move? Don't worry, Captain Ming has likely already begun his operation. Lu Zhe, bewildered, vaguely sensed that this expedition to the museum was perhaps a battleground for rival forces lurking in the shadows. Let me show you, Luz declared with a smile. My ability is called Bard. Of course, these verses are not of my own composition. I can merely be considered a singer of them. And no sooner had he spoken than an unseen aura emanated from him, and a resonant voice akin to a massive bell erupted from his lungs. It was hard to fathom how a human vocal cord could produce such a thunderous metallic resonance. Perhaps this was his unique talent. The sword gate stands tall and formidable, a single man guarding against 1,000. The tangible sound waves rippled through the air, coalescing into countless sharp blades above Luz's head. The moment the last word of the verse fell, an immense downpour of corporeal swords rained down like a tempest, effortlessly slicing through the threads and snaring him, leaving not a scratch on Luz's eye. In a jest, the threads had already dissipated into nothingness, reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 32. Plans? Transformations. After dispatching the threads, Luz brushed off the remnants and turned to Lu Zhe with a grin, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction as if to ask, am I not impressive? He had anticipated that the newcomer would be awestruck, rushing forward in admiration and curiosity, begging to be taken under his wing. However, to his surprise, Lu Zhe remained on high alert, gun in right hand and knife firmly gripped in his left, his expression unwavering. Luz was unaware that at the moment he unleashed his ability, Lu Zhe had gleaned all pertinent information about Bard from his notebook. Can only be used 3 times within a day. By reciting verses, one can briefly manifest the imagery contained within, rather than a poet. He was more a singer, augmented by the melody, which was why he bore that Eru backpack. Yet, more pressing for Lu Zhe was the question of the motives behind the assault on the museum. Noting Lu Zhe's lack of astonishment, Luz felt a twinge of boredom and coughed lightly, saying, no need to worry too much. This is all part of Captain Ming's plan. Is it someone sent by Liren? Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, temporarily holstering his gun yet still clutching his, and asked with suspicion, are they coming after me? It's still uncertain, but it's highly probable, Luz replied, whistling as he tended to his shrapnel wounds. The captain has covertly apprehended most of their personnel. Our task is to act as bait while keeping our distance from the crowd to avoid collateral damage. That makes sense. Lu Zhe realized that his assignment at the museum was far from coincidental. One possibility was that someone had accurately predicted Lu Zhe's working hours, deliberately sending the task to Feng Jing to lure him here for an ambush amidst the chaos. Another possibility was that Captain Ming had intentionally leaked this information, setting a trap to ensnare the unwitting. There might even be an insider within the bureau, and Old Ming hoped to utilize this operation to flush them out. Luz continued to explain, of course. There may also be involvement from the Doomsday Society. We aim to uncover evidence linking the Liren family to them. Doomsday Society? Lu Zhe furrowed his brow, seemingly hearing the term for the first time. The name itself did not evoke images of benevolence. Meanwhile, Luz had staunched his bleeding and gestured for Lu Zhe to follow him. Speaking as they walked, they made their way toward the red zone. Arriving at the door where Luz opened it without hesitation, in this world, numerous cult organizations lurk in the shadows, and the Doomsday Society is among the most audacious. Their ideology is the annihilation of all humanity. Who knows what madness drives these lunatics to label their extreme actions as salvation? I am truly baffled. Lu Zhe listened intently, gripping the hilt of his knife, waiting for the door to open. He fell silent for a moment, pondering the notion of destruction equating to salvation. It struck him as strange, even vaguely familiar, yet he refrained from probing further. For now, they had more pressing matters at hand, confirming that the seal of the red zone remained intact, preventing ordinary visitors from being embroiled in this crisis. As the door to the safety passage swung open, a red light spilled through the gap, causing Lu Zhe to feel a fleeting disorientation. His unease intensified. Although Luz assured him that Captain Ming had the situation under control, an instinctive sense of danger loomed over him. It was as if a voice deep within him urged him to flee, warning that things were not as simple as they seemed, that this was a meticulously woven conspiracy, and that he needed to escape before it was too late. Lu Zhe pressed his hand to his forehead, shaking his head to dispel those distracting thoughts. He had faith in Ming Cheng and the Bureau of Strange Tales. Are you all right? Luz half opened the door, glancing back at Lu Zhe's pale face with uncertainty. I am fine. Lu Zhe snapped back to reality, shaking his head. That is good. As the door swung fully open, the two exchanged glances before stepping into the red zone in unison. Almost the instant they crossed the threshold, Lu Zhe felt a rush of warmth, as if some liquid had splattered across his face. His breath caught in his throat as he trembled. Reaching up to touch his face, his pupils beginning to tremble violently. Blood! His chest heaved as he widened his gray eyes, slowly lifting his gaze towards Luz. Before him stood Luz, disbelief etched on his face, as he coughed up a large spurt of blood, trembling as he pressed a hand to his abdomen. There, a massive wound gaped like an oil well, gushing blood. Lu Zhe could even see the pristine white wall beyond the gaping hole. Luz slowly lowered his head to inspect the gaping wound in his belly before casting a glance into the depths of the red zone. A creature, bearing the face of a little girl, perched in the corner of the room, its 8 spider-like legs poised. Clapping its hands, it chirped in a childish voice, 1, 2, 3, wooden man. Uncle is naughty. I saw you move. Bad children must be punished. The air was thick with the stench of blood, strewn with dismembered limbs. This C-grade anomaly had already claimed the lives of many who dared to intrude. Upon hearing those words, Luz's fury ignited. He spat out the blood in his mouth and roared, "You're the uncle. I'm only 28. Call me brother," seizing the opportunity while the little girl was momentarily distracted. He bellowed, "The spring sun brings forth the dew, illuminating all things." As a wave of warm light enveloped him, Lu Zhe watched as the gaping wound on Luz began to shrink, ultimately vanishing entirely. By the end, there was not a trace of injury on him. He had fully regained his composure. It appeared to be a healing ability, and Lu Zhe silently breathed a sigh of relief. Though he did not let his guard down completely, he looked up at Luz, who was now drenched in cold sweat, his previous composure a distant memory. "I shall hold it back. You find an opportunity and run if you can." Luz whispered to Luz, maintaining a facade of calmness, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his anxiety. The entities of the same rank are somewhat more formidable than a sorcerer. For instance, a D-level sorcerer is incapable of single-handedly defeating a D-level entity. Luz understood that this C-level sorcerer had already expended his abilities twice today, leaving only one final skill at his disposal, which must not be utilized until the very last moment. This sudden appearance of a monstrous being was an unforeseen variable, the origin of which remained a mystery, as it had been cast into the Forbidden Zone by some unknown force. Should Luz flee, he would be powerless against the entity alone, and his demise would be inevitable. Moreover, the entity would swiftly pursue Luz, leading to his rapid annihilation. No, unless we eliminate it, we cannot escape. He began to survey the room, clutching his pin tightly in his pocket, his mind racing to devise a solution. This square compartment led to the heart of the Forbidden Zone, its size modest, with the creature occupying one wall at the far end. The center of the room lay a circular manhole cover. Flickering with a fragmented array. It was one of 5 damaged array nodes, capable of leading to the subterranean, infinite maze. Chapter 33. 1, 2, 3. The Wooden Man. The adversary was an entity in its prime. While we have a sorcerer of the same rank with incomplete abilities, a direct confrontation would lead to certain death. Luz's domain of rules could not affect beings of higher rank than himself. The only tool at his disposal was rule modification. The problem was that this was a solitary entity, not a rule-based horror. Alternative strategies were imperative. Big brother, would you like to join me in playing the Wooden Man? The little girl clapped her 4 hands in alternating rhythm, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of wood striking wood, momentarily bringing Luz back to focus. The Wooden Man? Luz gritted his teeth, preparing to charge in with his tang knife, only to be restrained by Luz's grip on his sleeve. "Wait, what are you doing?" Luz impatiently turned back, only to be taken aback by the calm, deep gray eyes of Luz. Despite the turmoil within, witnessing the composure of this newcomer strangely instilled a sense of reassurance in Luz, allowing his mind to gradually cool. Now that she had turned around, movement was prohibited. Luz glanced at the floating notebook beside him, which contained information about the entity. Wooden Man, a playful entity with both a white and black aspect, switching every 10 seconds. During the white aspect, one must gaze into her face. Those who act will be struck down instantly. During the black aspect, One must not look at her face. Those who remain stationary will become paralyzed. Upon entering this room, they had coincidentally arrived just as the white aspect transitioned to black. Luz had stepped through the door while the entity was in its white phase. Thus only he had suffered a fatal wound. Now, 10 seconds had passed. The wooden man had reverted to her white aspect, meaning the little girl's face was now turned towards them, and movement was forbidden. With this realization, Luz exhaled slowly and instructed Luz, "Senior, please fix your gaze on her eyes. After several heartbeats, when she turns her head again, close your eyes and use your final skill point." 4 heartbeats had already elapsed. At this, Luz hesitated, uncertain if he should heed the words of this newcomer. Yet, upon seeing Luz's resolute expression, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to trust him. He had encountered no information regarding this entity. It seemed to have materialized from thin air. Perhaps this young man had seen it somewhere before. They could only resort to desperate measures. Both stood motionless, their eyes fixed on the little girl's gaze. The room filled solely with the sound of their pounding hearts. Finally, as the little girl creaked her head around, Luz sprang into action. His body vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the monster. Raising his tang knife high, poised to sever its head, the speed was astonishing. Even Luz, whose vision had been enhanced, could scarcely discern his movements. Dust swirled around them, and it seemed blood was about to be spilled. Ensuring the annihilation of this entity, however, the situation for Luz was dire. His heartbeat did not synchronize with Luz's, causing him to act half a second too late. That half second was all it took for him to meet the black aspect's gaze. Triggering the lethal rule, his body instantly stiffened, as if bound by invisible ropes, rendering him immobile. Next came the chilling sensation, akin to serpents tightening around his ankles, incessantly burrowing into him. Once the numbing sensation reached the crown of his head, he would transform into a true wooden man. Yet, he refrained from alerting Luz. In this critical moment, he could not afford to distract him, as their survival hinged on it. Just then, Luz's knife struck the little girl's neck. But it felt as though he had struck mud, becoming lodged in her flesh. He, uncle. You're not quite up to par. The creature, with its black visage, appeared as pliable as clay, rendering its neck, eyes, and mouth invisible. Your companion seems to be on the verge of death. Cursed. Realizing he could not defeat the entity, he swiftly discarded his knife and unleashed his third skill without hesitation, just as the entity braced itself. Waving its 4 hands in readiness for his ultimate move, Luz promptly turned around, hoisting Luz and fleeing. Though the city was said to be joyful, nothing could compare to the urgency of returning home. This left not only the entity baffled but also Luz in a state of bewilderment. Clinging to Luz's thigh, he lay backward across his shoulder, gazing vacantly at the ground, his hair flopping upside down. Huh? Big brother, your third skill is a means of escape. Before Luz could regain his senses, he had already evaded danger, his body beginning to recover its awareness. It was indeed fitting for a C-level sorcerer. His speed in retreat was unparalleled. In less than a second, Luz had dashed through the door, racing back down the museum corridor, and then into the hall, without pausing to catch his breath. Luz calculated that they had covered the 100+ meters in just 3 seconds. A remarkable feat in the realm of sprinting. Presently, it seemed the entity had not pursued them. He speculated it belonged to a type of earthbound spirit, capable of movement only within a certain range. Finally, having escaped danger, both exhaled in relief. Senior, could you please set me down? His upper body hung upside down, the hood of his garment obscuring his vision, leaving him unable to see the path ahead. He had no idea what was happening in the museum hall. The situation had exceeded expectations. What had become of the other visitors? Where was Captain Ming? Who was the true mastermind behind all this? He remained oblivious to it all. Luz halted abruptly as if something had caught his eye, standing in a daze for quite some time before finally placing him on the ground. What's wrong? Luz sensed something amiss. After steadying himself, he removed the hood from his head, finally gaining clarity on the state of the hall. His pupils constricted sharply, the gray of his eyes reflecting a pallid scene. The tang knife clattered to the ground, instantly enveloped by fine, velvety threads, disappearing into a sea of white. The exhibition hall was now festooned with white silk threads, as if angels had draped a pristine gown, overwhelming everything in their path. Everywhere he looked, There were spiderweb-like white strands, with a colossal cocoon suspended in the center. Pulsating as if alive, the giant chrysalis emitted a heart-thumping rhythm, instilling a sense of suffocating dread. What on earth was happening? Just half an hour ago, this space had been an open exhibition hall. Where had all the visitors gone? What was this cocoon, and why did it evoke such an explosive sense of crisis? Luz stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. He bent down, attempting to retrieve his knife from the ocean of silk threads. His fingers were swiftly engulfed, followed by his entire forearm, aimlessly groping through the sticky strands. A peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, reminiscent of the fresh scent of the sea. Echoing with the sound of waves, It felt as though he were adrift in a warm ocean, like a boat floating in shallow waters. The tide brushing against his calves, the water rising gradually to his thighs. Just as half his body was completely ensconced in the soft silk, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Luz had been swallowed by the ravenous white tide and was no longer visible. Struggling to free himself from the silken threads, he sat up with great effort, pulling out the pen from his pocket and inscribing upon the grasp of knowledge. Luz will not be subjected to cognitive modification. A sharp pain jolted through his mind, and the surrounding scenery became crystal clear, his rationality returning in an instant. Hovering around the gigantic cocoon were several massive insect-like creatures, resembling moths, gradually revealing their forms. They spread their patterned wings, their scarlet bulbous eyes and countless compound eyes regarding this minuscule human with curiosity. C-level, pseudo-B-level, entity, divine butterfly, a hallucinogenic insect, they seek ample nourishment for the birth of their king. Chapter 34. The cocoon. Pure, potent, overwhelming power surged forth like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating Luz. Perhaps it was due to Luz's presence beside him that he had at least been afforded a moment to breathe after confronting the little girl. However, now, facing 5 or 6 C-level entities alone rendered him, an ordinary A-level human, utterly immobilized. In the brief moment of his pause, the white silk threads on the ground began to creep up his legs. Writhing like a living entity, as if they intended to engulf him entirely, Luz maintained a composed demeanor as he analyzed the situation, searching for anything that could be of use. While contemplating a solution, he tugged at the silken strands binding his body, striving to prevent them from ensnaring his hands. The notes mentioned a pseudo-B-level anomaly, which likely indicated an impending promotion to B-level. What could serve as the requisite nourishment? Was it the museum's visitors? Or perhaps the residual energy from the underground infinite maze? This creature was on the verge of ascending to a town-level anomaly. Should it succeed in its evolution, even Meng Cheng would be rendered powerless. Presently, the encroaching threads had firmly bound his legs, and with a slight tightening, they hoisted him upside down in midair. Due to the pull of gravity, blood surged to Luz's head, momentarily clouding his thoughts. The white cocoon enveloped his lower body, creeping up his taut abdomen towards his neck. If his hands were also ensnared, he would be utterly defenseless, a mere fish on a chopping board. Thus, Luz made a swift decision, swinging his suspended body to seize the diary and scribbled the second rule. Luz will not be affected by the threads here. However, the moment he inscribed those words, they were automatically erased, as the notebook deemed them ineffective. The target was a part of the C-level anomaly's body, and his own level was too low to exert any influence. He felt the constriction around his abdomen tighten. His body submerged in the silk threads, rendering his struggles futile, accompanied by the sensation of something being drained from him. The cocoon was siphoning off his life essence. It felt as though his strength was being leached away. A chill enveloped him, and if this continued, he would soon become a desiccated corpse. Without hesitation, he used his only free hand to write in the notebook. Luz's life essence will not be depleted. The instant those words were penned, he felt the pulling force dissipate immediately. Though the threads still bound him tightly, roaming and rubbing against his clothing, they could no longer extract a single ounce of energy from him. Believing him to be lifeless, no new strands ensnared him, leaving him suspended in a half-bound state. Luz absurdly felt like a piece of hanging cured meat, displayed in a gallery for all to see. Looking around, the enormous moths seemed oblivious to this feeble human. They were fully engrossed in weaving their nest. This provided Luz a moment to catch his breath. He used inertia to sway his body and awkwardly reached for the Tang Dao that hung nearby. Once grasped, he clenched the scabbard with his teeth and swiftly drew the blade, skillfully slicing through the threads binding his legs. These strands were remarkably resilient and challenging to sever by hand. Yet perhaps due to the weakness of their prey, the white threads at the edge of the haul yielded to his knife. He pondered whether they could be ignited like spider silk. Finally, with a loud thud, his body hit the floor, freeing him from his predicament. Luz collapsed onto the ground, gasping for fresh air, feeling as though his chest had been constricted for far too long. Nearby, the floating Guranjiji displayed the 2 active rules within the museum, leaving only 1 empty slot. Point 1. Luz will not be subject to altered perception. Point 2. Luz's life essence will not be depleted. He contemplated whether to inscribe the 3rd rule, as all friction within the museum will cease. If he did so, the massive cocoon would likely crash to the ground in a shattered heap, and the silk threads would be unable to bind him. However, he had to consider that the large moths could still fly. If he lost friction underfoot, he would be unable to flee. What if they pursued him for retribution? As he pondered this, a sudden vibration emanated from his waist communicator. It was a small wireless radio earpiece, a device equipped to every investigator for communication with their team, previously hindered by the anomaly's magnetic interference. Contact with the outside world had been impossible, but now a signal had unexpectedly emerged. He quickly steadied his nerves, donned the communicator by his ear, and concealed himself within the white cocoon, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Noticing that the giant moths were unaware of his presence, he pressed the button. A crackling electric signal echoed through, and after what felt like an eternity, stabilized into a cacophony of buzzing. "Hello? Is this Luz?" To his surprise, the voice on the other end was not Ming Chung, implying they remained out of touch with the outside world. The voice belonged to Luz, sounding somewhat disheveled, suggesting circumstances were not favorable on his end. "Yes, what's your status?" Luz's voice remained calm as he gazed around the blinding whiteness, attempting to spot a familiar figure. All around was a sea of pale, with no sign of life. "Not good. I ventured close to the cocoon and have been intercepted by several giant moths." The other party paused, seemingly in pain, inhaling sharply before muttering a string of incoherent expletives. "Here's my plan. I've temporarily hidden and am preparing to blow up this nest." Luz hesitated before adding, "I need your assistance." Upon hearing this, Luz felt no surprise, calmly inquiring, "What do you need me to do?" "Do you see those large moths?" "Yes." Luz narrowed his deep gray eyes, quietly observing the towering insects in the sky. "Divert them as much as possible, and then survive." He emphasized the last 3 words, as if it were a desperate last resort. Luz felt a wave of anxiety. Asking an intern investigator to face off against 5 or 6 sea-level anomalies seemed excessively perilous. However, Luz said nothing further. Pressing his hand against the communicator, simply replying, "Received," he then gradually rose to his feet, drawing the gleaming Tang Dao and provocatively pointing it towards the colossal shadows above. The enormous moths continued their labor, using their massive abdomens to expel a viscous substance that solidified upon contact with the air into sharp threads, reinforcing their nest. Upon spotting the figure on the ground, all the giant moths ceased their work, their antennae quivering as they tilted their heads to regard this diminutive morsel. Luz, situated deep within the cocoon, also caught sight of this insignificant figure at the edge of the hall, perplexed as to Luz's intentions. Luz raised the Tang Dao high and shouted, "Your king is a hairless moth." This statement was akin to a grave insult in the human realm, instantly inciting the wrath of the moths. They flapped their sail-like wings and charged towards Luz, eager to impale him with their sharp proboscises. Yet, in an instant, Luz's figure vanished from sight, reappearing several meters away in the corridor. He sprinted with all his might towards the red zone. Chapter 35. Not fleeing but approaching instead. Despite the enhancement from Black Cat's blessing, Luz's speed still paled in comparison to the sea-level anomaly. Within half a minute, a massive divine moth had caught up to him, its elongated flesh-colored proboscis mere 2 meters from his ankle. In another second, Luz's body would be ensnared by this tongue, only to be pierced by a throng of enraged moths. Yet, he remained unperturbed, lowering his body and executing a drift, smoothly turning into the right corridor. Due to its bulk, the divine moth could not halt in time, crashing into the corridor's end with a resounding thud, enveloping the area in thick dust. Its companions fared little better, one after another colliding with it, nearly fracturing its exoskeleton point. One of the divine moth's eyes shattered, and it lost an antenna, appearing utterly wretched. Enraged, it resumed flapping its wings, creating a fierce storm before pursuing the cunning human once more. In dire straits, Lu Zhe's mind raced, calculating the distance between them as he ran. Glancing up, he suddenly spotted the little girl with 8 legs at the corridor's end, grinning widely in anticipation of his arrival. He, big brother, you're back? Let's continue playing. The wooden person was now in the black phase and could move. Lu Zhe felt a flicker of hope. It appeared his gamble had paid off. He did not slow his pace, sprinting towards her amid her astonished gaze. Oh, not fleeing but approaching me instead? The little girl paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Lu Zhe's reaction, her excitement bubbling over. Big brother, are you ready to become my toy? He. I'll be very gentle with you. In response, Lu Zhe delivered a flying kick. Toy? Not a chance. He propelled himself into the air, his left foot striking the little girl's dark face with tremendous force, as if sinking into mud, half of his foot embedded in the monster's visage, sending her crashing to the ground. He then landed gracefully, expressionless as he seized the little girl's shoulders, eyeing her bewildered gaze. He twisted her head 180 degrees, aligning her pale face with the pursuing divine moths. He then strode away, leaving her with a shoe print on her face, as if stunned, unable to regain her senses for quite some time. What an audacious maneuver this is, to circumvent the rules. One resorts to a manual exchange of faces. She stands there, dazed, her innocent visage belonging to a little girl, locked in a gaze with 5 enormous divine butterflies, their reflections shimmering in the myriad of flickering crimson compound eyes. Amidst the encirclement of insects, the little girl is drenched in perspiration. Driven by the deadly rules, shadows emerge with a sinister creak from the wooden man, their movements obscured, suddenly lunging towards the immense abdomen of the insect. However, despite the fierce onslaught, they fail to pierce even the creature's exoskeleton. The antennae atop the giant butterflies twitch, their wings fluttering and shedding powder, encircling her entirely. In a heartbeat, the little girl becomes obedient. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe has safely arrived at the initial chamber, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for air after shutting the door. The insects have been cast off down a corridor, forced to search room by room, which will take them some time to reach this place. Now, it depends on whether Luz can perform adequately. As this thought crosses his mind, Lu Zhe regains his composure slightly, directing his gaze toward the seal in the center of the room. A circular seal the size of a manhole cover is marred by a gaping hole, seemingly large enough for a hand to fit through. This is the seal of the B-grade urban legend, Infinite Maze, deliberately breached to create an opening. The visitors have vanished, and not even a trace of their remains can be found in the hall, even if they have been drained by the insects. They should have left behind withered corpses. Yet, the hall reveals no signs of any suspended corpses. They must still be alive. Lu Zhe speculates that a portion of the visitors has likely been transported to the subterranean labyrinth. Perhaps Fania and Gao Shui are within, and through this breach, he might establish contact with them. With this thought, he wearily rises to his feet, unsteadily approaching the pitch-black gash, leaning over the abyss and calling into its hollow depths. Is anyone there? His voice reverberates within the opening, eliciting layers of echoes that are ultimately absorbed by the cavern. Just as he prepares to call out again, a sudden, excited exclamation resonates from below. Lugo? Is that you up there? It is Fania's voice, tinged with a hint of despair. I thought I would never see you again. He happens to be right beneath the seal, having initially believed the sounds from above were mere hallucinations. Hence his delayed response, it's me. Lu Zhe contemplates for a moment before calmly inquiring, what is the situation on your end? Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, Fania stutters, her words muddled and unclear. Let me explain. Gao Shui's voice emerges from the depths, seemingly more composed than Fania. When we were in the visitor experience area, the floor suddenly collapsed, plunging us into this urban legend, and we cannot find an exit. There are 50 of us here, including Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Yao, and we are currently awaiting rescue. Do not worry, Lu Zhe nods thoughtfully and continues, this is Infinite Maze. Do you remember the routes discussed in class? We do, but for some reason, the actual layout is completely different from what was taught. Gao Shui replies dejectedly, we can't even find the entrance now. The urban legends level has changed, causing the maze to deviate significantly from the textbook descriptions. Lu Zhe cannot enter at this moment, rendering him incapable of rescuing them. A silence envelopes them, and from the gloomy opening, the sounds of sobbing emerge, despair shrouding everyone present. After a moment of reflection, Lu Zhe retrieves the eerie artifact given by Luz from his pocket and extends his arm into the breach. Take this, he tosses the fusong through the opening, producing a resounding thud. Immediately afterward, a cry of surprise follows, as if it struck Fania's back. Thankfully, it hasn't broken. It remains as precise as ever, Lu Zhe thinks with satisfaction. This is. Gao Shuai looks at Fania with sympathy, shaking his head as he picks up the compass from the ground and studies it under the light for a while. The directional artifact, when the destination is called out, can lead you out. Lu Zhe rises, brushing off the dust from his clothes, calmly explaining. Perhaps you will find it useful. And what about you? If you give it to us, what will you do? Gao Shuai asks, a hint of concern in his voice. As a privileged individual familiar with the upper echelons, he understands the value of the artifact. By entrusting such an important tool to him. Lu Zhe implicitly acknowledges them. He even harbors a premonition that this fellow, much like someone arranging their last affairs, is about to undertake something reckless. I will contact the captain and have him devise a way to dismantle the seal. Lu Zhe dons the communicator, unsheathes the tang knife from his waist, and strides toward the door without looking back. Survive, and hold on until I return. Unbeknownst to Gao Shuai, just moments ago, Lu Zhe received a message from Luz. Luz's condition is dire, filled with the buzzing of static, as he coughs and states, "Damn it, the silk of these insects won't ignite. Our mission is likely to fail." Chapter 36. No one survives despite a foreboding sense of unease. Gao Shuai accepts the compass from Lu Zhe, as it represents their sole hope of escape. He claps his hands against his face, forcing himself to regain his composure, then lifts his gaze resolutely toward those around him. Among them are the elderly, children, and those with injuries, each face etched with profound despair. Zhang Xiaomei sits in a corner, her face smeared with dirt, quietly sobbing. Zhou Yao stands beside her, patting her back, offering feeble reassurances in a hushed tone. It's all right. It's all right. We will definitely get out of here. Even she does not believe her own words. Zhou Yao feels immense regret. It was she who had coaxed Zhang Xiaomei to visit this museum, intending to distract her from the shadows cast by Lu Zhe, only to end up in this predicament. Now, despite her reluctance, she must acknowledge that the demon she spoke of, which threatens to doom everyone, has just handed them the key to the door of life. The faces of the others reflect a similar despair, remaining silent as they huddle together in small groups, resembling startled herbivores pressing close for safety. What shall we do now? Fania, disregarding the dust, plops down on the ground in frustration, lamenting that the textbook examples bear no resemblance to reality, and they are utterly lost. If only Lu Gu were here. He would surely know the way out. Upon uttering this, both of them fall silent, quietly observing the elderly and infirm around them. Lu Gu has more pressing matters at hand. For now, we must rely on ourselves. Gao Shuai takes several deep breaths, forcing himself to remain calm, lifting the eerie artifact in his hand and declaring, "We must locate the staff at the maze entrance." Gil claim that they are not afraid would be a lie. Everyone present is petrified, yet among the crowd, he remains somewhat less panicked. He closes his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead, striving to think as Lu Zhe would. If it were Lu Zhe, he would certainly choose to actively unravel the urban legend rather than sit idly by. Thus, he opens his eyes and addresses the fusong in his hand. Where is the female staff member of the infinite maze? As he utters his command, the compass needle spins rapidly before finally settling in a direction. Those who wish to escape, follow me. Gao Shuai gazes resolutely at those around him, his voice imbued with a rallying spirit. Of course, you may also choose to remain here and await rescue, but no one can guarantee when the investigators will arrive. He raises the compass high, holding a flashlight in the other hand, akin to a lantern bearer in the night, turning to venture into the murky depths of the maze. The compass in his grasp is their only hope at present. Upon hearing this, the tourists huddled against the wall exchange hesitant glances, and one by one, they slowly rise to follow Gao Shuai. In that moment, as they trailed behind him, it felt as though they were moths drawn to a flame. Pursuing the torchbearer into the unknown, Zhang Xiaomei and Zhou Yao share a glance, each finding the same flicker of hope in the other's eyes, and they support one another as they join the throng. The group moves slowly, hindered by the presence of the injured and children, their progress halting and uneven, with some occasionally falling behind, opting to remain and wait for rescue. As time passes, the remaining individuals begin to lose patience, voicing their doubts regarding Gao Shuai's decisions. How reliable can this unknown artifact be? Zhou Yao raises an eyebrow, muttering under her breath. Others begin to murmur as well, expressing their dissatisfaction. This flusters Gao Shuai, his hand holding the compass trembling slightly. Internally, he too feels uncertain. Hearing such comments, it is only natural for doubts to arise. Unexpectedly, Zhao Fania, unable to contain her frustration, retorts sharply. If you don't believe us, why are you still following? If you can't speak constructively, then be quiet. Zhou Yao finds herself at a loss for words. Just as she intends to retort, Zhang Xiaomei pulls her arm. I believe in them. And I trust Lu Zhe. Those who do not wish to follow can stay behind. She speaks with a faint yet resolute voice, causing the murmurs of the crowd to gradually subside. Finally, just as Gao Shuai himself begins to waver, a woman donning a rabbit mask appears at the end of the long path. Hello there, Creek. How delightful to see new visitors. I am so happy. Her neck swayed as if it were outfitted with springs, constantly moving her head. This is the entrance to the labyrinth. We are about to engage in a game, she chirped. Let us race. The first to find the exit shall be allowed to leave. Upon hearing these words, Gao Shuai's previously relaxed demeanor plummeted into despair. How could this be? Why were the rules so utterly different from what was described in the book? He widened his eyes in disbelief and turned to see the same look of terror mirrored on the faces of his classmates. Those unfamiliar with the infinite labyrinth were bewildered, gazing at him with expressions of confusion. One knew that beyond the confines of the strange Talk Museum, a colossal barrier loomed, akin to an eggshell, enveloping the entire venue. The only town-level supernatural expert from the City Management Bureau was isolated outside this barrier, possessing strength yet unable to render assistance. Damn it, what a trick they played on us. Meng Cheng seethed, striking the transparent shell with a heavy fist, causing the sturdy barrier to tremble. Yet, not a single crack appeared. This defensive mechanism, crafted by the lunatics of the Annihilation Society, had been meticulously designed to counter his abilities. Currently, a portion of the investigators he dispatched was trapped within the museum, their fates uncertain. Communication signals had been entirely severed, and numerous logistical personnel without supernatural capabilities were also ensnared inside, likely facing dire consequences. Meng Cheng had originally believed this was merely a small-scale upheaval orchestrated by the Luo family in collusion with a cult, aimed at suppressing the authority of the strange Talk Management Bureau and vying for control over a city. He had not anticipated that members of the Annihilation Society would emerge en masse, their ambitions far exceeding expectations. In the span of just 1 hour, they had completely seized control of the museum. Lurking behind the Luo family, using this operation as a pretense, while their true objective was the destruction of the entire city. Even if evidence of the Luo family's collusion with the cult were to be substantiated now. Once the B-class Anomaly God King Butterfly hatched, the entire city would face obliteration. Captain, we are currently researching how to break the formation. It is estimated to take 2 hours, a young man beside him reported respectfully. We have deciphered 10 of it. The communication signal has been restored, and we can contact the investigators inside. Quick, connect me to their channel. He grasped the young man's shoulder, his voice tinged with urgency. Yes, as a cacophony of static crackled to life, everyone outside the venue held their breath, filled with hope and anxiety, silently awaiting their teammates' voices. This is Meng Cheng. If any surviving investigators are receiving this, please respond. He repeated, I am Meng Cheng. If any surviving investigators are receiving this, please respond. The communicator beeped up, beeped, beeped. Yet there was no reply for an agonizingly long time, and the mood shifted from initial hope to anxiety, ultimately descending into despair. Damn it, speak to me, he shouted in frustration. I beg you, just say something. All eyes were fixed on the agitated captain, observing the veins throbbing on his forehead and the reddening of his eyes. Yet no one dared to utter a word. He weakly pounded the table, closing his eyes tightly in self-loathing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, a young voice crackled through the communicator. I am ... Trainee Investigator Lu Zhe. I have received the communication. Ming Cheng's eyes widened instantly, and he eagerly seized the communicator, his voice trembling with excitement. Immediately report your status. How many are still alive? There was a moment of silence on the other end, as if encountering some trouble. After a sharp, piercing interference noise, a faint sound of labored breathing emerged, accompanied by the tearing of fabric. Ming Cheng anxiously awaited, faintly hearing what sounded like murmurs of being entangled again, coupled with the sound of a blade being drawn. Ultimately, a muffled grunt echoed, followed by the young man coughing twice before replying. Strange Talk Investigator Team D? No survivors. Chapter 37. The proper use of rules. There was a long silence on the other end of the communicator. Luz lay back on the ground, calmly gazing at the enormous cocoon above him. A heartbeat, as intense as that of a living creature, emanated from the thick white cocoon. He could even feel his own heart resonating, beating in sync with that terrifying entity. How strange, he thought. Why does this feel so familiar? Surely, he was still human. How could his heartbeat synchronize with the supernatural? It was perplexing. Luz had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, buried among the nearby threads, and Luz was uncertain whether he was dead or alive. Perhaps it was best to assume he was dead. If he were to resurrect, it would be a pleasant surprise, he mused. Supporting himself with a knife, he slowly sat up, inadvertently tugging at his wound, which caused him to cough up blood once more. The communicator finally responded, and Ming Cheng's voice, strained and trembling, issued an order. I command you to return, Luz. We cannot afford any more sacrifices. But Captain, many have already perished. This is my mistake. I am sorry for them, Ming Cheng said, his expression somber and filled with remorse. Upon hearing these words, Luz suddenly threw back his head and laughed, his laughter echoing throughout the museum hall, lingering endlessly. So many had died due to a single failed decision. Captain, where were you when they were drained of their souls by the insects? Now he fully realized that the Strange Talk Management Bureau was unreliable. If he were to eradicate the supernatural, the only one he could trust was himself. Ha ha ha, Captain, you truly have a sense of humor, he said with a smile, but I can no longer go back. Surrounding him, one gigantic god butterfly after another began to reveal their forms, slowly flapping their vibrant wings and showering the area with dreamlike powder as if it were raining. Like the sacred light in a cathedral, it fell upon the blood-soaked youth, purging and cleansing the world of all filth. Cough, cough. He felt his respiratory tract severely corroded, blood gushing from his nose, and even his coughs brought forth viscous clots of blood. He steadied himself, wiping the blood from his face, raising the gleaming tang knife high, and grinning as he said, Hey, Captain Ming, I have a splendid plan. At these words, Ming Cheng stood in a daze for a long while, suddenly realizing something, and then shouted urgently, Come back! Don't you dare do anything foolish, Luz. I command you in the name of the officer. Return immediately. Ming Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse as he yelled. However, Luz acted as if he had not heard, continuing to speak to himself. If I kill them all, I can go home. Luz ignored the voice from the communicator, smiling as he removed the earpiece and tossed it behind him. He stretched his stiff neck, raising the sharp tang knife with his left hand, facing the massive insects that surrounded him. Hiss, hiss, hissed. To feel like a pawn in someone else's game is truly unbearable, Luz thought. He then suddenly waved his hand, unfurling the Guran Jiji, raising the pin in his right hand. The metal tip of the pin reflected the sunlight, swiftly striking the ancient pages, inscribing wild strokes akin to a dragon and phoenix. Within the museum, Luz's speed, strength, constitution, resistance, and self-healing ability shall increase to 100 times their original value, merely granting himself a boost, since the supernatural could achieve such feats. Why could he not? He had initially intended to write a 1,000-fold increase, but just as he was about to inscribe the third zero, blood erupted from his nose, and his veins felt as though they might burst. His blood began to flow at a rapid pace, and he could even hear a sound akin to a tidal wave. With his temples pounding violently, he then realized that a 1,000-fold enhancement was beyond his current capabilities. However, 100-fold would suffice. The moment he lifted the pin, the massive insect cocoon at the center of the hall seemed to sense a crisis, trembling violently die in an instant. All the C-class god butterflies began to flap their wings furiously, madly lunging towards the figure on the ground, filling that cramped space in a heartbeat. They extended their sharp proboscises, viciously stabbing at the human below, their crimson tongues protruding half a meter long, eagerly sucking up blood like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The overwhelming wings resembled thick, dark clouds descending as if a torrential rainstorm had arrived, obscuring the sunlight in the blink of an eye. Like bats crawling across the walls in the dead of night, grotesque moths charged towards the flames, their tattered sails like wings covering the ground, forming a colossal, vibrant sphere. It was all too clear that this overconfident human would soon be pierced and shredded. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not come to fruition. The god butterflies finally realized that what they had just torn apart was merely a windbreaker. The human clad in a white shirt had long since vanished from that spot, and when he reappeared, he was already approaching the enormous cocoon in the central hall. At that moment, all the god butterflies received the same message. Their king was hysterically shouting, "Protect the king! Return to protect the king!" But it was too late. Lu Ze's body moved at high speed, leaving behind trails of afterimages, and in the next second, he appeared at the edge of the cocoon, which loomed like a small mountain. He laughed heartily, raising the tang knife, swiftly severing the surrounding silk threads, his entire being resembling a high-speed cutting machine, charging unimpeded into the depths of the giant cocoon. Meanwhile, the still underdeveloped god-king butterflies sensed the imminent danger, manipulating the surrounding threads like steel wires, attempting to slice the intruder into pieces. Lu Ze's rotating blade forcefully intercepted the sharp onslaught, the blade emitting a resounding hum that sent a tingling sensation through his tiger's mouth. Even the concrete floor beneath him fractured under the sudden immense force, splintering into a myriad of cracks. Yet, he remained utterly composed, deftly deflecting the menacing threads with his left hand, and with a powerful push from his legs, propelled himself towards the cocoon at high speed. The spot from which he had just launched was engulfed in a cloud of dust, obscuring half the hall, while the ground fissured into spiderweb-like patterns that extended towards the walls. Lu Ze, undeterred by the entangling threads, surged upwards like a cannonball, driving the tip of his blade straight into the core of the god-king butterfly. The sound of the blade slicing through the threads echoed like the snapping of steel wires, each thrust embedding deeper into the cocoon's interior. The closer he drew to the core, the sharper the blood-red threads became, resembling countless flying steel blades that carved deep gashes into Lu Ze's flesh, exposing the stark whiteness of his bones. However, the moment the flesh was severed, it writhed and closed, disregarding the threads still lodged within, instantly restoring itself to its former state. These fine strands pierced through his body like a knife through tofu, inflicting excruciating pain, yet they could not alter his trajectory. The blade continued to penetrate. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Lu Ze embedded the entire blade into the cocoon, yet he felt no tangible resistance, nor did he see a single drop of blood. The creature's shell was far too thick to breach. Nevertheless, his expression remained devoid of panic, instead revealing a faint smile. I have won. He grinned widely, laughing as he gripped the white piece of paper hidden in his pocket with his right hand and forcefully plunged it into the giant cocoon. The paper depicted the summoning ritual of the divine pin, Chapter 38. The most lethal post-war flag known. Rule 1. Within the museum, Lu Ze's source quality does not diminish. Known. Rule 2. The Eerie Tales merchant in the notebook will draw from the closest life source limitlessly during the summoning ritual. With this in mind, he could entirely drain the immature god-king butterfly using this ritual. Just moments ago, while inscribing the rules to enhance himself, Lu Ze had torn a page from Gu Ranjiji and sketched half of the summoning array. Throughout this process, the horror value in the notebook steadily decreased, covering part of the cost. This meant that once the page detached from the notebook, it would transform into an insatiable black hole, consuming all surrounding vitality it could reach. In short, Lu Ze successfully utilized the rules to craft a paper-page nuclear bomb. As the paper was thrust into the cocoon, he felt the immense life force surge towards the tip of his pen, forming a colossal vortex of energy. Mixed screams filled the air, resembling countless anguished souls wailing in torment as the massive cocoon began to tremble violently, threatening to shatter at any moment. Several thicker threads emitted a blinding light, connecting to the underground infinite maze, continuously siphoning energy from it. The life source that the god-king butterfly had longed for was ultimately consumed by this small piece of paper. Lu Ze laughed heartily as he released his grip, his body falling backward while the enormous cocoon writhed and convulsed, visibly shrinking. Everything around him seemed to slow down. The white threads unraveled like withered vines, drifting down gracefully like delicate snowflakes as the young man descended. Ultimately, the seemingly invincible horror, the god-king butterfly on the verge of ascending to grade B, erupted into a cloud of powder in this grand storm of flying snow. The hastily arriving moths stood frozen in place, their antennae quivering in disbelief, unable to accept that their king had perished at the hands of an ordinary E-grade human. Luz, meanwhile, executed a mid-air somersault, landing gracefully on the ground, his bloodied collar billowing in the blast of the explosion. Like a cat adjusting its posture during a fall, he descended unscathed. From leap to landing, the entire sequence was fluid and seamless, exuding utmost elegance. As soon as his toes touched the ground, he dashed away, vanishing from sight in an instant while the moths remained in shock. Having obliterated their king, staying put would invite retaliation, and besides, the use of the rule domain was not without limits. Once it judged the crisis to be resolved, it would automatically close, leaving him as a lamb to the slaughter. Harnessing his enhanced speed, Luz sprinted through the museum's corridor in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Just as he reached the end of the corridor, poised before a tightly locked door, the duration of the rule domain abruptly ended. The enhancements vanished in an instant, replaced by the agonizing sensation of muscle tearing. Luz's leg cramped, causing him to crash heavily to the ground, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. The inertia propelled his body across the floor for a short distance until it gradually came to rest before the door leading to the outside world. Pale sunlight streamed through the cracks around the door, illuminating the bloodied young man. This was the price of overexertion. Due to excessive use of his muscle tissue, coupled with the lingering injuries from the severed threads, even the slightest movement of his fingers sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. It hurts. Luz slowly shifted his body, leaning against the door, his breath beginning to spasm. He felt as though every fiber of his being was intermingled with tiny grains of sand. Perhaps remnants of the severed threads remained within him, incessantly stirring and slicing through his nerves. He could no longer move, slumped against the door, drenched in cold sweat, quietly awaiting rescue. The light filtering through the door cast a mottled glow upon him. His once pristine white shirt was now tattered into strips, hanging loosely upon his frame, drenched in crimson, nearly unrecognizable. Luz stared at the ceiling, observing the long trail of blood in the corridor. Patiently waiting for time to pass, he was uncertain how long it had been. So long that he was on the verge of falling asleep. Yet the other side of the door remained silent. He wondered if he had been forgotten, regretting having discarded his communicator. Otherwise, he could have called for help. Just then, a faint sound emanated from behind the door, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of someone seemingly injured. Leaning against the door, he could feel the breath on the other side, causing subtle vibrations. "Who's there?" The individual seemed to sense Luz's presence and immediately distanced themselves from the door. Inquiring warily, after a moment of silence, Luz calmly replied, "Erie Tales Management Bureau, Team D. Trainee Investigator Luz." The response seemed to catch the other party off guard, eliciting a surprised exclamation. "Ah? A senior from Team D?" They exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my goodness! I really got to see you." This remark left Luz momentarily speechless. How had he suddenly become a senior as a mere trainee investigator? My name is Zhang Hu." The young man sheepishly scratched his head, slowly explaining, "I handle logistics. This is my first day on the job. To be honest, I really admire you all. It would be worth it just to see an Erie Master in action during my lifetime." Apologies. I got a bit too excited. Zhang Hu's injuries were not severe, just some abrasions on his leg, which made him especially talkative. Luz did not respond. Given his current state, speaking was also quite painful. "I heard there was danger, and I could have escaped, but I never expected the collapsing roof to trap me inside. I'll definitely have to get the medical expenses reimbursed when I return." Zhang Hu limped over, leaning against the door as he continued to chatter. His loquacious nature had been ignited. With only Luz as a listener, both were trapped here waiting for rescue, providing an outlet for his pent-up thoughts. "Senior Lu, could you tell me about the life of an Erie Master?" he asked with eager anticipation. "My brother said you all live quite the glamorous life, and I should never provoke an Erie Master." That's how it is. Liu Zhe could only smile helplessly, the pain in his abdomen flaring up once more, preventing him from replying further. This profession has its merits, but it costs lives, he silently reflected. Keeping his thoughts to himself, unfortunately, my brother passed away a few days ago. I'm left with only my grandmother at home. Zhang Hu's demeanor turned somber, but he quickly regained his determination. So, I must return and use the money I earn these days to treat her heart condition. Don Tigo making reckless statements. You might end up dead, Liu Zhe internally scoffed. When Senior Liu returns, what is the first thing you plan to do? Upon hearing this question, Liu Zhe paused for a moment. Then lay back down, seriously pondering why Aunt probably won't come to the hospital to see me. It seems I have no one I particularly miss. I guess I'll feed my cat. Tang Yuan is waiting for me to come home, he murmured. After saying this, he smiled helplessly, realizing he had inadvertently made a promise. Zhang Hu's eyes widened in surprise. Tang Yuan? What a lovely name, round and complete. I'd love to see it if I get the chance. Liu Zhe's heart stirred slightly as he gazed at the dim ceiling, lost in thought for a moment, before casually asking, What's your brother's name? Zhang Biao. The air fell into a heavy silence. After a while, Liu Zhe burst into laughter, and upon hearing the sound, the other party joined in, grinning foolishly. It's all a part of fate. There was no sense of guilt. Killing was killing, and Liu Zhe never regretted any of his decisions. If I don't kill, others will come to kill me. He was acutely aware of this fact. Yet, Zhang Hu remained oblivious to the truth, naively clinging to his innocent aspirations, still yearning to become a formidable master of deception in the future. He was unaware that such masters were merely pitiful creatures, stained with the blood of others. Chapter 39. The new King Zhang Hu could not fathom why the boy just a door away evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Perhaps, had they exchanged identities or existed within different realms of time and space, they might have forged a friendship. Liu Zhe was acutely aware that if Zhang Hu discovered he had slain his brother, he would undoubtedly descend into madness. At that juncture, he might even resort to eliminating this loquacious young man for the sake of his own survival. Who could predict the future? Thus, the two sat quietly on either side of the door, each burdened with their own thoughts. One sat outside, basking in the warm sunlight, yet yearning for a life brimming with adventure. The other sat within, ensnared in the shadows, having grown cold and ruthless in the struggle for survival, treading upon the bones of countless others to reach this point. Zhang Hu continued to chatter incessantly, while Liu Zhe, gravely injured, felt his eyelids grow unbearably heavy. The sound of Zhang Hu's voice echoed in his ears as his consciousness gradually slipped into the mire. His body swayed, collapsing to the ground, plunging him into a brief unconsciousness. After an indeterminate period, he stirred from his stupor, hearing a rustling sound, prompting him to open his eyes. A gigantic divine butterfly cast its shadow over him, unfurling its vividly colored wings. His pupils constricted to pinpricks as he gazed in disbelief at the creature before him with his gray eyes. The insect emitted a garbled sound, uttering vague phonemes, from which he could faintly discern the word king. Wait, this can't be happening. I sit here to mock the dead? He thought, swiftly extending his hand to scribble something in his notebook, only to have his arm pierced in an instant. His right arm was impaled to the ground. Blood dripping steadily, Liu Zhe struggled to support himself with his left arm, striving to inch toward the door that promised light. Move, hurry! He gritted his teeth, writhing in pain as he shouted toward the figures outside. However, a torrent of sticky threads erupted from the creature's abdomen, engulfing his body in an instant. The milky white slime solidified upon contact with air, transforming into fine strands that enveloped the severely injured youth like a pristine shroud. The king perished, the new king arose. The immense divine butterfly pierced through his chest with its sharp forelimbs. Life's essence drained away as Liu Zhe, in his final moments of consciousness, barely grazed the door with his fingertips. On the other side of the door, Zhang Hu sensed something amiss and anxiously inquired, What is happening? He heard a voice from within urging, Run, followed by a hissing sound, before silence engulfed everything, as if all within had been devoured by some unseen force. A wave of panic washed over Zhang Hu as he trembled closer to the door, desperately trying to hear more, but to no avail. An oppressive silence enveloped the corridor, when he observed a stream of blood seeping from the crack beneath the door. Zhang Hu's pupils began to tremble violently. He clutched his mouth tightly, gritting his teeth to suppress his tears, crouching down in terror, his hands brushing against the warm blood on the ground, unable to believe his eyes. Note this cannot be. From the corner of the door crack, white threads began to emerge like frost flowers, weaving a web that sealed every crevice. The threads blocked the last ray of light, entirely isolating Lu Zhe within the suffocating darkness. What did I ask this? Zhang, whose legs trembled, his mind urging him to investigate, yet his body quaked with fear. Refusing to obey, he retreated step by step, until terror overwhelmed him, and he fled in a frenzied panic. Help! Save! Zhang, who stumbled, nearly collapsing, tears welling in his eyes, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound, as if rendered hoarse. Who will save him? Who will save us? Meanwhile, in the depths of the museum, within the pitch-black labyrinth, despair engulfed the hearts of all present. People silently gazed at the scattered corpses upon the ground, sinking into a profound silence. These were those who had deviated from the group, choosing to remain behind and wait for rescue. They were all dead. The labyrinth had claimed the lives of those who strayed, a lurking unknown entity toying with them, systematically eradicating players who had yet to find the exit. Grief, regret, sympathy, and compassion, a myriad of emotions simmered within the crowd, becoming the perfect sustenance for the eerie atmosphere. Soon, a greater panic seized everyone's hearts, a wave of intense dread washing over them. If only they had halted in their tracks. If they had hesitated for a moment, if Gao Shuai had not led them with his deceptive tools, they too would have become one of the cold corpses on the ground. This was the nature of the horror tale. Cruel and frigid, devoid of reason. Extinguishing human life was as simple as exterminating a few rats, and now, they were to compete against a strange entity, racing to escape the labyrinth, a notion so absurd it bordered on lunacy. The staff member donned in a rabbit mask informed them of the new rules, stating they had only 3 attempts. Just moments ago, Gao Shuai had used Support Pine to inquire for directions, leading them through the maze once. Yet, upon arriving breathlessly at the exit, they were horrified to find that the female staff member had awaited them for quite some time. Despair washed over everyone in an instant. Some began to sob uncontrollably, while others were equally pale, their faces ashen. One person angrily seized the rabbit's collar, demanding to know if she had cheated, only to have their heads severed in response. Evidence is paramount, dear guests. The rabbit-masked figure chuckled. If I am caught cheating, it will count as a victory for all of you. Gao Shuai sat heavily on the ground, shaking his head in resignation. While the others formed a silent circle, their expressions grimmed. A few students from Luoming Middle School emerged as the brains of the group. What do you think? Fei Niao furrowed her brow, tentatively glancing at her classmates. Uncertainly asking, during class, Lu Gu mentioned a method. Zhang Xiaomei pondered for a moment before recalling the specifics, slowly articulating. I remember Lu Zhe saying that this maze must have a staff passage. If we incapacitate the female staff member, we could locate the hidden tunnel and reach the exit directly. At that moment, they had all laughed at his fanciful thoughts. I am aware. I considered it as well. Gao Shuai sighed, shaking his head. However, we cannot defeat the rabbit. This plan is unfeasible. A heavy silence descended once more, until Zhou Yao could no longer contain her frustration, abruptly rising to exclaim, Lu Zhe, why do you keep bringing him up? If he hadn't abandoned us here, fleeing when it mattered most, would we be trapped for so long? Now we are destined to perish here, and he is likely reveling elsewhere. He gave you this worthless trinket, and you treat it like a treasure. Is it not possible that he merely intends to use it to eliminate us all? Silence. Zhao Feiniao snapped, rising to deliver a sharp slap to her face, the sound echoing throughout the labyrinth. Without this, we would have perished long ago. You dare strike me? Zhou Yao covered her face, incredulity etched across her features, reaching to retaliate, only to be restrained by Zhang Xiaomei. Just as the conflict was about to escalate, Gao Shuai suddenly shouted for silence, and all eyes turned to him. We must at least try. He took a deep breath, stating, after all, we still have 2 attempts remaining. Chapter 40. Zhou Yao, I have a plan. Gao Shuai slowly rose to his feet, his gaze resolute as he locked eyes with each person present. This required collective collaboration. The crowd exchanged glances, then formed a circle, lowering their voices to ensure secrecy from the eerie presence, quietly plotting. Listen closely, before the next round begins, we must obtain a strand of the staff member's hair. The others listened intently, while Zhou Yao scoffed dismissively, covering her flushed face, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. After all, following them would lead to no escape. Why not? She glanced back toward the rabbit-masked employee, a determined resolve forming within her. After assigning their respective tasks, Gao Shuai inhaled deeply to steady his racing heart, then nodded at Feng Yao and the others. We will partake in the second game. He rose, casting a determined look at the woman in the rabbit mask. All right, she replied, momentarily taken aback by their swift resurgence, before smiling and opening the passage behind her, gesturing for them to enter. Theo lessened the difficulty. I can allow you to proceed half a minute early. This was the true entrance to the labyrinth, intricate and convoluted, while the place they had previously fallen was merely a wider corridor. He exchanged a glance with Feng Yao, leading the group into the long, dark passage. As Feng Yao brushed past the woman in the rabbit mask, whether intentionally or not, she collided with her, hurriedly murmuring an apology. The woman continued to chuckle, seemingly indifferent to the encounter, which relieved everyone. Hurry along. Gao Shuai was drenched in sweat, his tightly clenched fists loosening slightly, his palms already soaked. One by one, people filed in, heads bowed in trepidation, unwilling to gaze upon the rabbit. Even the smallest child, like a timid quail, dutifully covered their face with small hands and scurried through the door. Zhou Yao lingered at the end of the line, lifting her gaze to study the female employee intently before entering the passage with a sardonic smile. Upon entering the labyrinth, Gao Shuai did not hasten forward. Rather, he gathered everyone together. As he counted heads, he noted one person was missing, causing a flicker of panic within him. She mentioned a trip to the restroom and had stepped out earlier, prompting Zhang Xiaomei to inquire if the employee knew where it was. Gao Shuai shook his head dismissively and turned to Zhao Fania, his voice laced with urgency. Did you succeed? Upon hearing this, Fania smiled and handed him a strand of hair she had acquired when she had deliberately bumped into the rabbit. A glimmer of joy flashed in Gao Shuai's eyes as he grasped the hair and placed it on the compass, exclaiming, "Guide us, O compass, along the path we came." The needle on the compass began to spin rapidly, akin to a propeller, finally settling on a specific direction. Before his departure, Lu Zhe had thoroughly briefed him on the peculiar device's usage. So Gao Shuai understood that possessing a fragment from the other party would enhance the compass's accuracy. In the previous game, their inquiries had gone unanswered due to a lack of proper offerings, causing numerous misdirections. This time, Gao Shuai resolved to utilize the compass to locate the female employee, hoping to trail her to the concealed passage and perhaps emerge from the maze ahead of her. Let us proceed. As the group witnessed the compass's effectiveness, they exchanged glances of elation, closely trailing behind Gao Shuai. They twisted and turned through the maze until they arrived at a dim corner where the compass needle began to erratically oscillate. "We've found it," Gao Shuai thought, bending down to knock on the floor beneath their feet, which echoed hollowly in response. He exchanged a glance with Fania, and together they crouched and pried up the floor tiles, revealing a dark, yawning aperture. There truly is a staff passage. Joy illuminated their faces as one after another they leaped into the opening. A long, straight tunnel emerged before them, devoid of any forks or branches. At the tunnel's end, a faint light beckoned, the exit. They hurried through the passage, their pace quickening until they were nearly running. "We are close, almost there. If we can reach the exit before the rabbit mask, we shall escape." Time ticked away, and the light grew brighter, enveloping their vision. With a clatter, the compass slipped from Gao Shuai's grasp. His legs trembled as his expression shifted from glee to terror. One by one, the others came to a halt, disbelief etched across their faces as they beheld two figures at the tunnel's end. A woman clad in a rabbit mask stood blocking the exit, emitting a creaking laugh. Behind her, Zhou Yao wore a triumphant grin, resembling a small-minded victor. "Little mice, I am well aware of your scheme." The female employee's sharp voice pierced through the air like a needle, reverberating in everyone's ears. "You thought you could escape through the underground passage, but I have caught you red-handed. Those who defy the rules must perish." In that instant, despair flooded their hearts, anger boiling over. "Zhou Yao, how could you betray us? And why not?" "I merely exchanged this information for my own survival," Zhou Yao retorted coldly, striding towards the genuine exit without a backward glance, unfazed by the fury directed at her. One must look after oneself. Otherwise, doom awaits. She had brokered a deal with the rabbit mask to secure her escape. Step by step, Zhou Yao ascended the staircase, the voices of Gao Shuai and the others fading into the distance. Almost inaudible. Shout all you wish. I will inform the authorities that due to investigator Lu Zhe's negligence, over 50 individuals tragically perished. Zhou Yao laughed inwardly at their folly, using her pinky to scratch her ear, gleefully pushing open the door to the uppermost level. Awaiting her would be a flurry of frantic rescue personnel, along with a throng of reporters and cameras. She had already devised her strategy. Upon emerging, she would collapse to the ground, feigning fragility, weeping for her misfortunes, shedding a few tears for her old classmates. However, before she could wipe the smile from her face, the scene before her struck like a thunderbolt. Leaving her frozen in shock, her smile faltered, eyes widening in disbelief, bloodshot with horror. No, it cannot be. What is this? Zhou Yao stumbled, nearly falling, as she took in the astonishing sight. In the museum's grand hall stood a colossal transparent cocoon, sprawling with countless tendrils, engulfing the entire space. Radiant signals pulsed through the strands into the core, absorbing every flicker of life they encountered, continuously nourishing the burgeoning entity within. Suspended within the great cocoon, a shadowy silhouette could be discerned. The boy had long since ceased to breathe. His eyes firmly shut, he floated within the viscous liquid of the cocoon, ensnared by the encroaching strands. Dark, eerie patterns surfaced on his exposed arms, appearing to breathe, manifesting and vanishing rhythmically. Upon recognizing the familiar, pallid visage, an icy chill coursed through Zhou Yao from her toes to her spine, terror clutching at her heart. Before she could scream, a bullet, traveling at breakneck speed, pierced through her skull. In that instant, she felt her brain matter splatter, her body erupting like a ruptured water balloon, spewing forth blood. Nearby, a woman with a chic bob haircut steadied a sniper rifle, nonchalantly blowing a bubble with her chewing gum. Interference, check. Chapter 41. Am I dead? Woo-hoo. Sister, you are as blunt as ever. A young man, clad in short sleeves and shorts with a pallid complexion, leaped down from the second-floor railing. Landing deftly in the center of the hall, he rummaged through Zhou Yao's lifeless form, finding nothing remarkable, his expression tinged with disappointment as he squatted beside her. I thought she was a scion of one of the 4 great families. Turns out she's just an ordinary student. Sis, I think we made a mistake. The woman shot a bullet at his feet, causing him to jump back in fright, clutching his chest. Hey, Mo Yun. What are you doing? You almost hit me. Am I not your dear brother? He looked up at her with a pitiful expression. The female sniper, Mo Yun, ignored him, discarding her gum and coldly replying, time is of the essence. Focus on the task at hand. Mo Xiaoya pouted in dissatisfaction, approaching the enormous cocoon in the center of the hall, scrutinizing the ashen-faced boy. What a tragic end, he sighed, assuming the demeanor of a professional coroner. Resting his chin on his hand as he analyzed, he didn't die instantly from the chest wound. He was gradually enveloped by the cocoon while still alive. Goodness, he was slowly tortured to death by the contaminated essence. He clicked his tongue, pounding his fist into his palm in astonishment. Lu Zhe's clothing had been reduced to tatters, his bare body floating in the viscous fluid. His limbs were tightly ensnared by the cocoon-esque threads, and dark matter writhed within the veins of his neck like roots. Ugh, sis, I can't shake the feeling that. He rubbed his neck, rifling through his mental lexicon before realizing, why does it feel a bit off? Mo Yun's lips twitched in exasperation at her unreliable brother, before firing another shot at his feet. Haha, just kidding. Mo Xiaoya ducked and covered his head, evading the bullet as he explained, I just enjoy examining corpses. After seeing so many, they all start to look appealing. I'm not a necrophiliac, I swear. Seeing that Mo Yun had ceased firing, he resumed his serious demeanor, contemplatively gazing at Lu Zhe's remains before slowly speaking. But seriously, why is he only an E-grade investigator? I expected at least a C-grade anomaly to retrieve. I was hoping to refine a new corpse puppet. Throughout the exchange, Mo Yun remained silent, her brow furrowed tightly. The keen instincts of a hunter alerted her that this individual was far from ordinary. Both were C-grade anomaly manipulators from the Annihilation Society, tasked with retrieving the B-grade anomaly post-hatching. Other members of the society had deployed the Wooden Man and God King Butterfly in the museum. intending to utilize the essence of the underground tales to incubate them and subsequently enslave them using previously established marks. Unexpectedly, complications arose. The wooden man had been used as a scapegoat by this boy, suffering a beating that left it unrecognizable, while the God King butterfly had been obliterated by him. Ultimately, the butterfly, adhering to its innate nature, considered the entity that killed the old king as the new king and imprisoned him within the vast cocoon. Lu Zhe's human form could not withstand the onslaught, leading to his demise from excessive essence. With the man deceased, pondering further was futile. Have we failed the mission? After piecing together the sequence of events, Emo Xiaoya finally understood, turning to ask naively. Yes, let us retreat. Emo Yun nodded, stowing her weapon. Their captain was about to arrive, and they stood no chance against him. However, dear sister, having expended so much source material, I can't help but feel a sense of regret. Mo Xiaoya, with an expression of reluctance etched on her face, playfully patted the enormous cocoon before her and cheerfully suggested, why not just take it back with us? What purpose would that serve? Mo Yun retorted, casting a bemused glance in her direction. Are you intending to turn an E-grade corpse into a collectible figure? Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoya fell silent, obediently closing her mouth and following her elder sister in quietude. Only someone as peculiar as Shan Quan would regard such a bizarre amalgamation of human and otherworldly as a paragon of art. Almost the very instant the two departed, the investigators outside the museum successfully breached the formidable protective barrier. The intangible shield in the sky shattered like fragile glass, and soon, heavily armed investigators surged into the museum, weapons drawn. Don't move. Yet, no one responded. The surroundings were engulfed in a desolate silence. To be precise. The entire hall was devoid of any living soul. Of the nearly 1,000 visitors who had been in the museum, most had been evacuated by the management before the barrier formed, leaving another 50 unaccounted for. The majority of those trapped inside were ordinary investigators, who suffered the heaviest casualties. All around, lifeless bodies hung suspended, their faces having withered into grotesque visages, clad in the black garb of strange tale investigators. In the very center, the remains of Lu Zhe bore a particularly harrowing sight, his corpse marred with blackened patterns, ensnared within the cocoon, soaked through. The support staff toiled extensively to extricate the youth from his gruesome confinement. Meng Chang stared blankly at the bodies of his team members, arranged in a grim procession, no longer able to engage in the jovial banter of days gone by from the recordings of his teammates' communicators. The truth of that fateful moment was revealed. The AS-5 spectral butterflies were lured away by Lu Zhe. The reconnaissance team, designated Team D, immediately received word of the situation. In a bid to assist in destroying the colossal cocoon, they charged forth like moths drawn to a flame, paving a path with their very flesh and blood. This was a spontaneous act by Team D, devoid of any orders. They instinctively understood the vast disparity in strength and the dire need for their comrades' support. Most of them were E-grade or unawakened support staff. Facing a C-grade anomaly was tantamount to courting death. Yet, they recognized that without someone to carve a path, it would be nearly impossible for a high-ranking investigator stripped of their abilities to approach the core of the anomaly. During this turmoil, Lu Zhe remained trapped in the red zone, entangled in a desperate struggle with the creatures, entirely unaware of the unfolding chaos. It was not until the moment Lu Zhe shouldered his explosives that he learned of the situation. Yet by then, it was too late to avert this suicidal charge. In the end, none of the investigators from the Strange Tale Management Bureau's Team D survived. Meng Chang tilted his head back, despairing, and closed his eyes, removing his investigator uniform to lay over one of his fallen comrades, enveloped in silence for what felt like an eternity. Captain, a young man, witnessing the torment etched upon his face, inquired with concern, I am unworthy of being their captain. He felt unfit to bear the title of team leader. Henceforth, he would voluntarily resign from this position, shouldering the entirety of the responsibility for this incident. The orders were his, the plans were his, and the personnel were dispatched at his behest. Thus, the accountability rested squarely upon his shoulders. At that moment, a support staff member dashed out from the corridor in a flurry, exclaiming, in the underground maze of strange tales, we have discovered 43 survivors. Chapter 42. Were they burned? The rain in Cydia fell relentlessly for an entire week, saturating the city in a shroud of persistent, damp mist. The museum attack claimed a total of 37 lives, 8 civilians, 27 strange tale investigators, and 2 museum staff. Meng Qing ordered the opening of the passage to the underground, ultimately rescuing 43 trapped tourists. According to their accounts, they had inadvertently fallen into the subterranean maze, where an apprentice investigator provided them with escape tools, enabling them to endure until rescue arrived. Due to treachery within their ranks, they had been exposed at the last moment and were meant to be eradicated by the rabbit-masked woman. Yet, for reasons unknown, this C-grade anomaly, a strange employee, suddenly began to twist and contort, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized rat, which a terrified female student inadvertently struck down in her panic. The investigators concluded that the underground B-grade anomaly, Infinite Maze, had been drained of all its source material by some external force, rendering it incapable of maintaining its form, leading to its eventual collapse and dissolution. This astonishing revelation directly overturned the antiquated belief that anomalies could not be eradicated, igniting a fervent debate across global forums dedicated to strange tales. Notably, Lu Zi from Team C had suffocated while entangled in threads. Initially presumed dead, he was revived by on-site personnel performing CPR.AS for the remaining C-grade anomalies. By the time the investigators arrived, they had vanished without a trace, presumably spirited away by those with ulterior motives. On Meng Qing's desk lay a thick stack of investigative reports, atop which rested an application for investigation, beneath it a resignation letter. Both stamped with a bold red denied. He clenched his fists, striking the wooden desk with a forceful blow, filled with resentment and sorrow, followed by a deeper sense of frustration. Even if traces of the Luo family's actions were uncovered, the investigation report had been suppressed by the headquarters of the Strange Tale Management Bureau in the capital. They were not yet prepared to declare war on the 4 prominent families. For that crowd, casualties were but mere numbers. The repercussions of the entire incident paled in comparison to their pursuit of comfort and indulgence. Perhaps the Luo family was orchestrating events from the shadows. As numerous posts emerged on forums distorting the truth of the incident, the public sentiment regarding this event was overwhelmingly critical, with many denouncing the Bureau's incompetence. While mourning the deceased, the uninformed masses believed that the commander, fully aware of the disparity in strength, had deliberately sent investigators to their doom, inciting widespread outrage against the investigation team. Even the fallen D team was vilified by some as reckless fools engaging in self-aggrandizing heroics. As the identities of the victims were unveiled, their families were engulfed in grief over their losses while simultaneously enduring relentless harassment. Beneath these posts, even those with a semblance of rationality who called for the deceased to rest in peace and acknowledged the sanctity of life were swiftly drowned out by a cacophony of vitriol. Stop the washing. Today it is them who died, but tomorrow it could just as easily be us, and it will only be when the blade is at our throats that we comprehend the pain. The keyboard warriors, publishing their critiques online, appeared utterly oblivious to the fact that it was precisely those they disparaged who were protecting them from the shadows. If not for the members of Team D incinerating the majority of the threads, it would have been questionable whether Lu Zhe could even approach the colossal cocoon. Allowing the anomaly to hatch would have spelled doom for the entire city. The casualty toll had already been minimized to the utmost extent. They had performed admirably. Yet, the masses remained indifferent, fixated solely on the figure of 8 civilian deaths, while ignoring the 27 investigators who perished. Ultimately, those burdened with the weight of responsibility became fodder for the idle chatter of those who lived in tranquility. Meng Qing tightly shut his eyes, reclining in his chair, inhaling smoke, as the echoes of Lu Zhe's final words reverberated in his ears. "Captain, you truly jest. I can never return." At that moment, he felt an unprecedented urgency for the departed spirits never to return. The malice of the human realm was insufferably vile, capable of rendering them utterly disillusioned. Contemplating this, Meng Qing hesitated for a moment, then slowly picked up the phone and dialed Lu Zi's number. "Hello, Captain, is there a new mission?" Lu Zi's weary voice came through on the other end. His vitality was resilient. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had nearly healed. "Have you managed to contact Lu Zi's parents?" Meng Qing inquired hoarsely, sounding as if he had aged a decade. "I haven't reached his family yet. The information he provided was erroneous, and the phone number is disconnected." Luz paused momentarily, raising his gaze to the cramped rental unit before continuing. "I've arrived at the address he filled out, and I'm currently sorting through his belongings. Well, see if there are any wishes he had. Whatever can be fulfilled, do your best to assist. Sensing the guilt in his tone, Lu Zi refrained from expressing it, opting instead for a brief silence. Understood. After hanging up, Lu Zi sighed and shook his head, acutely aware of the heavy burden resting upon Captain Ming, yet feeling utterly powerless to assist. All he could do was fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to him by his captain. The rental unit was small and modest, furnished with only a few items. A cramped bedroom that doubled as a living room. Study and balcony. On the windowsill sat a flower pot, devoid of any plants, overgrown with cat's tail grass. Beside it, an empty cookie tin contained remnants of food, emitting a peculiar odor. Lu Zi was unsure of its purpose. The other room served as both toilet and bathroom, equipped with a mirror and sink, atop which lay a toothbrush and toothpaste. He bent down, rummaging through the makeshift desk fashioned from a bookshelf, searching for Lu Zi's belongings. The drawers were filled with paper and pens, while most of the books on the shelves were textbooks, alongside a volume titled 5 Years of Strange Tales, 3 Years of Simulation. With a note from his friend Xiao Shui affixed to the cover, he briefly perused it, discovering that the boy had only completed a page or two of exercises, and he shook his head with a faint smile as he returned the book to the shelf. On the second tier of the bookshelf, in a prominent position, he found a black-covered diary. Curiosity piqued, he opened it, discovering that the first page was filled with a child's doodles, abstract art that vaguely depicted a small boy's family. There were 4 individuals in total, faintly discernible: my mother, father, younger sister, and myself, accompanied by a black cat. It was likely a drawing made by Lu Zi during his childhood. Apart from my likeness, the faces of the others had been haphazardly smudged with black. Lu Zi couldn't help but reflect. This lad evidently possessed a certain creative talent, yet his childhood art appeared so abstract. Indeed, everyone has a bit of a dark past. He turned to the second page of the diary, where he saw a neatly pinned sentence in red ink: "If I die, please bury me on the hillside behind the school." This was likely Lu Zi's final wish. What a studious child. He mused, even in death, wishing to be laid to rest at school. Suddenly, Lu Zi remembered that Lu Zi's body had already been transported to the funeral home for cremation. Without further ado, he swiftly dialed the crematorium, anxiously inquiring, "Has the student named Lu Zi been cremated yet?" Chapter 43. The corpse is already moving. The voice on the other end paused for a moment before responding, "Not yet. No family members have come to sign." "Well, that is a relief," Lu Zi exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his chest as he placed the notebook back on the shelf. The captain had instructed to retrieve the body and ensure it was laid to rest appropriately, to prevent deep-seated resentments from transforming into something sinister. Generally speaking, the proper disposal of a deceased practitioner fell under special circumstances, and the school authorities would likely consent. After explaining all this, he gazed at the bed in the rental room, lost in thought for a while. The remnants of the previous occupant's life lingered in the space, and he recalled having spoken to Lu Zi just days prior, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He was merely 17, with so much life ahead. How could it all end so abruptly? Smoothing out the disheveled sheets and pulling back the curtains to let in light, he tidied the small room, making it clean and inviting before stepping outside. On the second floor, the landlady stood waiting at the door with the room's keys, her sorrowful gaze fixed on the iron gate as she murmured, "Just a few days ago, he borrowed a brush from me. How could he be gone? Indeed, how could he be gone?" Lu Zi sighed, shaking his head. "He was a good boy, officer," she remarked, making the sign of the cross with a compassionate tone. "May God bless him." "Thank you for your blessings, ma'am. I believe he will hear them," Lu Zi replied earnestly, nodding as he bid farewell to the elderly lady and departed from the building. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a black cat perched on the windowsill, its golden eyes fixed intently on the gradually closing door. Tang Yuan seized the diary from the bookshelf, nimbly leaping onto the windowsill before vanishing in an instant. On Friday, Lu Zi was laid to rest. The hillside behind the school happened to be a cemetery, though few were aware of its existence. Thus, the legend of the empty coffin on the hillside at Luoming Middle School was not entirely unfounded. There were indeed the deceased buried here. The turnout was sparse. Meng Cheng feared that the media might exploit the situation and further distress the child's spirit, so he refrained from notifying too many people. By now, images of the autopsy had circulated online, with some claiming that his condition was so severe that he appeared neither human nor ghostly. Meng Cheng thought to himself, if that lad were to learn of this in the afterlife, he might very well become a vengeful spirit, traversing the internet to slap those foolish netizens across the face. Only a few familiar classmates and colleagues from the bureau attended. Upon learning of the incident, Teacher Zhou also came to pay his respects. Liu Zhe's relatives had been unreachable, so Meng Cheng decided against further attempts to contact them. Fei Niao and a logistics worker huddled together, weeping profusely beside Liu Zhe's coffin. "Why are you crying?" Fei Niao asked, wiping his tears and snot with his sleeve, perplexed by the intensity of their grief. "He died right in front of me," Zhang Hu lamented, unable to stop his tears, repeatedly slapping his own face. "I cursed you, telling you to set a flag, telling you to set a flag." Gao Shuai displayed a far more composed demeanor. After overhearing their conversation, he sighed and busied himself with lifting the coffin and arranging the flowers, always seeking something to occupy his hands. Whenever he found a moment of idleness, his thoughts would inevitably drift back to Liu Zhe, and he would stare blankly at the coffin, as if expecting the occupant to sit up and say with a smile, "It's too cramped in here. I'd prefer a larger room." Yet, the fact remained that he was deceased. It mattered little where he resided. Zhang Xiaomei had only a casual acquaintance with Liu Zhe, yet she still took the time to attend. She was unsure why, but ever since the last Lost and Found event, she felt an inexplicable trust towards him, akin to a blind admiration for a deity, unconditionally supporting everything he did. Upon learning of Liu Zhe's death, she felt as though she had lost her own god, leaving her in a daze. People placed their flowers beside the grave, and Liu Zhe and Meng Cheng stood up. Lifting the coffin into the pit, they stood by the grave in silence for a moment. He departed amidst flowers and a throng of mourners. Liu Zhe pondered, tracing the engraved words on the stone tablet. Reading aloud. "The long night stretches endlessly, while the name endures through the ages." This line was his own composition. Though it lacked finesse, its meaning was conveyed. "I in the spring, grace is bestowed, and all things flourish." Zhe signifies light. The world may remain as grim as ever, yet there will always be those willing to illuminate the path for humanity. Meng Cheng picked up a shovel, filling the pit with loose soil. The muddy rain from the previous downpour splattered against the coffin lid, resembling a downpour of yellow mud. That moment, Gao Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Wait!" Everyone looked at him in confusion. "Did you see that? The coffin lid just moved." He extended a trembling finger towards the black coffin in the pit, swallowing hard. "I know you're upset. We all are. But this sort of thing." Liu Zhe was about to dismiss the notion as impossible when he turned to see the entire coffin lid beginning to tremble. The yellow mud atop the coffin danced as if shaken through a sieve, scattering in all directions like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. "In a way, it's a resurrection." His eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend, and the shovel clattered to the ground. The students stood frozen. A mixture of fear and astonishment etched on their faces as they beheld the quaking coffin lid. Under the current circumstances, it could only mean that Liu Zhe had completely transformed into something eerie, having absorbed so many sources of pollution. If he were to emerge, it could spell disaster of a city-wide magnitude. The practitioners nearby instinctively prepared to unleash their abilities, ready to send Liu Zhe to the afterlife. "Rest in peace, at least in the form of a human." Liu Zhe sighed deeply, raising a hand to act, only to be stopped by Meng Cheng. "Something's amiss." Meng Cheng frowned. He hadn't sensed the eerie aura that should emanate from the coffin. At that moment, the crowd finally heard the faint voice coming from within the black coffin. "Let me out. I'm not dead." The occupant repeatedly pounded on the coffin lid, dislodging the yellow mud above. Eerie entities do not speak in such a normal manner. They do not call for help. He truly isn't dead? The crowd exchanged glances, realizing they had nearly made a grave error, and awkwardly scratched their heads. Hastily jumping into the pit to assist in lifting the coffin, Liu Zhe lay there in the velvet-lined coffin, gasping for fresh air, nearly suffocated by the confines. Fei Niao and Gao Shuai disregarded everything else and lunged forward, embracing him and weeping. "You rascal, what a lucky escape! You scared the life out of me." He smiled in relief, being knocked back into the coffin as the two rubbed against him. Although he felt joy as well, Meng Cheng and Liu Zhe were preoccupied with far greater concerns. their gazes fixated on the young man in the coffin, awaiting an explanation. Liu Zhe pushed their heads aside and slowly sat up, calmly explaining to Ming Cheng, "Captain, I've leveled up to D rank. My ability is conditional resurrection." This was, of course, a fabrication, merely a whimsical claim. His revival stemmed from the first rule of campus folklore: Liu Zhe does not die. In other words, the school served as his resurrection point. As long as a portion of his flesh were returned to the school, he could infinitely rewind time. Naturally, this secret could not be disclosed to the Bureau. After meeting certain conditions, one could gain an extra life, albeit the requirements were rather stringent. He maintained a serious demeanor as he elaborated, spinning a tale so convincing that even he began to believe it. "Enough of that," Ming Cheng said, squatting down to halt his explanation, finally smiling after a moment. "It's just good to have you back." Liu Zhe felt a few droplets of water fall on him from above. Curiously looking up at the overcast sky, "Is it raining again?" What he did not know was that Ming Cheng had turned away, discreetly wiping his tear-streaked face, already overwhelmed with emotion, as long as he remained alive. The D-Team would not face extinction. Chapter 44. The nature of horror value? Emerging from the hillside behind the school, Liu Zhe found himself back in the hospital. The damage to his bodily functions had been repaired within the confines of campus folklore, but he still needed to undergo a physical examination to ensure no abnormalities had occurred. The results came back. Aside from slightly increased strength and heightened appetite, everything was normal. The hospital's meals were quite satisfactory, and with the Bureau covering his hospital expenses, Liu Zhe's appetite soared. He could easily devour 2 large bowls of noodles for breakfast, relishing every bite. The cafeteria lady, holding a spoon, noticed the young man savoring his meal with great delight, which brought her joy as well. Each time, she couldn't help but serve him an extra scoop. After several days of residing in the hospital, she observed that he hadn't gained much weight. It was a mystery where all the food had gone. Even Ming Cheng felt puzzled by the stark signs of bizarre contamination that had manifested after the young man's death. Yet here he was, lively and vibrant. Analyses circulating on global strange tales regarding the museum incident unanimously suggested that the life essence of Infinite Maze had been depleted, leading to the accompanying strange demise. If the extracted essence was no longer within him, where could it have gone? Ultimately, Ming Cheng could only shrug off the matter, attributing it to the fact that Liu Zhe's transition back to life required a substantial amount of life essence, which had been consumed as fuel. Of course, Liu Zhe did not divulge to him that his immortality was only effective within the confines of the school, merely stating that numerous restrictions existed. Ming Cheng understood this, recognizing that if the secrets of a strange master were leaked, they might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Even his own abilities had been classified as top secret by the Management Bureau. As a newly appointed D-level Strange Master, Liu Zhe had every reason to exercise caution. Moreover, the negative public sentiment surrounding him online was intensifying. A post-mortem photo from Liu Zhe's autopsy had been leaked, going viral on the internet. The headline screamed, "Outrageous! The Management Bureau is secretly cultivating a strange king." The accompanying essay was even more absurd, distorting facts to such an extent that anyone with a modicum of knowledge would react with the expression of an elderly person encountering a smartphone on the subway. As the subject of this uproar, Liu Zhe's personal information was unearthed, revealing him to be an orphaned high school student with a remarkably clean background, devoid of any scandalous details, perhaps out of desperation to tarnish his reputation. The marketing accounts falsely claimed that the Management Bureau had coerced orphans into merging with the bazaar, resulting in the tragic demise of a 17-year-old boy through inhumane experimentation, thus directing their ire towards Ming Cheng. The comments that followed were a chorus of condemnation against the Management Bureau. "Outrageous. I'm livid. It's terrifying to think that the museum incident might be supplying nourishment to the strange king. I demand a change of the investigation team leader. We do not need such a useless Management Bureau. Am I the only one who thinks this photo is a bit alluring? This young man is rather handsome, but I wonder where he is buried. I have a friend. Hey, are you really that hungry? Is there no one in this world you care about anymore? Mom, there's a pervert. Ahem. Let's not digress. Maintain formation. We are here to denounce the Management Bureau." All these remarks were completely unknown to Liu Zhe. As a longtime user of a Nokia, he had only recently acquired a smartphone and was still trying to figure out how to navigate the internet. Poor Ming Cheng, the captain, was not only tasked with maintaining peace in the city, but also had to issue official statements to clarify the situation while secretly investigating the source of the rumors, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. With the online atmosphere already tumultuous, if this group discovered that Lu Zhe was alive, it would surely erupt. Thus, he instructed Lu Zhe to rest in the hospital for a while and granted him a month's leave, advising him to emerge only once the storm had subsided. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe lay on his hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. The doctor attending to him was the same bespectacled man from before, whose presence always made Lu Zhe feel as if a snake were coiling around him. Shen Quan had been sitting by his bedside, grinning at him as if admiring a piece of art or a dish, which sent chills down Lu Zhe's spine. "Doctor, I'm not sick. Can I be discharged?" The bedsheets were pressed down on one side, and Lu Zhe adjusted his position to distance himself from Shen Quan. Despite maintaining a stoic expression, his hand, concealed under the blanket, tightly gripped a shiny steel pin. If Shen Quan dared to make a move, he could easily stab him with it. After ascending to D-level, Lu Zhe's physical capabilities had significantly improved, so he had no doubt that this pin could indeed be lethal. Although the notebook still couldn't recognize Shen Quan's level, a stab to the eye might buy him some time to escape. "No need to be anxious, Lu Zhe. Your checkup showed no issues. You can be discharged tomorrow." Shen Quan adjusted his glasses, glancing at the medical report while still wearing a smile. Noticing Lu Zhe's wariness, he chuckled softly, stood up, and remarked, "You seem to harbor quite a prejudice against me. I'm not a bad person." Lu Zhe outwardly remained calm but internally scoffed. What kind of good person lurks outside someone's door at night, watching them sleep? Shen Quan seemed to sense the patient's resistance, shaking his head with a smile before placing the pin in his pocket and finally exiting the ward. Lu Zhe sighed in relief, sitting up in bed to peruse the Grimoire of Understanding. After returning from the museum, this notebook had undergone numerous updates, and he hadn't yet had the chance to review them. The crimson cover remained unchanged, while the yellowed pages bore fresh ink. Name: Lu Zhe. Level: D. Identity: Ordinary Strange Tale Writer. Upgradable: Creation of Strange Tale. 1-1 Midnight Cat Bell. Horror value: 33,067. He was astonished. His horror value had surpassed 30,000, and he was unsure how that had come to be. As he perused the records of horror value acquisition, he discovered that the largest influx came from plundering the B-level Strange Tale, Infinite Maze, yielding 20,000 horror points. This puzzled him, as he had not personally tackled this strange tale. His only connection to it had been through the silken threads of the cocoon. Unless, could it be that the so-called horror value was, in fact, a manifestation of the essence? The contaminated essence from the strange tale had been infused into Lu Zhe through the silken threads, and upon his death, it could not be absorbed, thus being transformed into a significant amount of horror value by the notebook. This explained everything. Lu Zhe lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before continuing to explore the new content. After reaching D-level, it seemed that his identity as an ordinary strange tale writer could also be upgraded. But it required 10,000 horror points. He was curious about what changes might occur with this identity upgrade. Notably, the Divine Pin in the Strange Tale marketplace was surprisingly on sale, with the price reduced from 12,000 to 2,000 horror points. Perhaps this was because, during the previous confrontation with the Divine Butterfly King, Lu Zhe had affixed the summoning bill to its face, and it had benevolently covered part of the cost. He silently praised the boss for being generous and eagerly picked up the pin, ready to purchase the new item. Chapter 45. Worthy. Just as he was about to draft the summoning ritual, the door to the ward was knocked upon once more. Shen Quan returned, standing behind the glass window, smiling at him. Accompanying him was an assistant wearing gloves and a mask, pushing a cart that bore a transparent glass tank filled with water. Reluctantly, Lu Zhe put away his paper and pen, calmly raising his head to inquire, "What is it?" An ordinary doctor simply wished to offer his patient some fruit. Shen Quan wheeled the cart inside, smiling as he lifted a bag containing several bunches of grapes. The vibrant red grapes, smooth and round, floated in the water of the bag, gently swirling as their dark red stems clung to the fruit like veins. This sight reminded Lu Zhe of the eyeballs he had seen in his dreams, causing his complexion to pale as he expressionlessly shook his head, saying, "No, thank you." However, Shen Quan appeared to disregard his refusal. Stepping into the room and positioning the cart beside the bed, he then donned rubber gloves, handling the fruit as if performing surgery. With a forceful pinch, he crushed a scarlet grape, its juice splattering everywhere. Reminiscent of squeezing an eyeball, causing Lu Zhe's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. My apologies. Shen Quan adjusted his glasses, discarding the crushed grape along with its skin into the glass tank. What a pity. I just realized these grapes aren't very fresh. He maintained his smile, leaning closer to Lu Zhe's pale gray eyes, seemingly hinting at something, a grape on the verge of spoiling. I usually seal it away. Shen Quan picked up another fruit, examining it carefully before tossing it into the glass tank. Lu Zhe watched the grapes struggle in the water, rising and sinking, ultimately drowning at the bottom like a person gasping for breath. This evoked memories of his own entrapment in the cocoon, and he fell silent, uncertain of Shen Quan's true intentions. Shen Quan smiled at him, sealing the glass tank with a lid, continuing, "Now, it has been properly dealt with. All that remains is to wait for time to transform it. And soon we shall reap a fine vintage." He brought his fingers together, resting his hands above the bottle as if a devout worshipper praying to the god of wine. "But I can't wait. So I shall create a catalyst for acceleration." His squinted eyes suddenly opened wide, akin to a venomous snake flicking its tongue, glimmering with a cold glint. He snapped his fingers, and the mixture of grapes and clear water within the glass tank began to visibly change. Under the influence of microorganisms, the purple liquid gradually ascended to the center of the tank, as if it were being generated from thin air, without anyone adding water. Was his ability time acceleration? Lu Zhe felt a subtle stirring in his heart, speculating that his enigmatic talent for sorcery must be intertwined with the concept of time. Finally, Shen Quan smiled, twisting open the faucet beside the glass tank, and caught the seeping purple liquid in a paper cup, bringing it to his nose to inhale. Fresh grape wine. "Lu Zhe, would you care for a glass?" During this exchange, Lu Zhe regarded him with a detached gaze. Remaining unmoved by the invitation, "I almost forgot," Shen Quan remarked, setting down the cup with a smile. "You are still a minor and cannot partake in alcohol." Lu Zhe offered no reply, his dull, gray eyes fixed intently on Shen Quan. Enveloping the room in an instant of silence, a game of mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse. Just then, Lu Zhe's phone rang, and without diverting his gaze, he reached for it and answered. "Hello? Is this Lu Zhe?" A stranger's voice, that of a woman. Staring at the caller ID marked Ant, he paused for a moment, hesitating before responding, "Yes." The other side fell silent for a brief moment, seemingly weighing her words. "Your relative, Zhao Rue, has been confirmed deceased. Please accept my condolences." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe stood frozen, his grip faltering on the phone, which clattered to the ground. "Ant is dead?" He stared blankly at Shen Quan. His gray-black eyes filled with bewilderment, the earlier conversation echoing in his mind, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of coincidence. Shen Quan bent down to retrieve the fallen phone, smiling as he handed it back. "Ms. Zhao Rue, is she a relative of yours?" He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "I recall she passed away a few days ago. The autopsy concluded it was a suicide by hanging, but I heard she bore multiple fresh injuries. Who can say what truly transpired?" "Ah, my apologies. I've spoken too much today. We shall converse again another time." He chuckled lightly, inclining slightly as he pushed the glass tank toward the door, leaving Lu Zhe alone to stare vacantly at the pale ceiling. For the past few days, Lu Zhe had remained silent, withdrawn as he completed his discharge procedures. With a heavy backpack slung over his shoulders, he stepped outside the hospital, raising his gaze to the sky, now cloaked in night. Regrettably, the night sky over City A was devoid of stars. Otherwise, he would have liked to see if a shooting star truly appears when one passes away. When he regained his focus, he noticed Ming Cheng waiting beneath a streetlight. The most formidable man from the City Management Bureau, he held a cigarette between his fingers, beside a vending machine, appearing no different from an ordinary uncle. Perhaps it was the lighting, but Ming Cheng seemed slightly aged, as if worn down by recent trivialities. Upon seeing Lu Zhe emerge, he silently nodded, offering no further words, tossing him a can of cola. "Is there a new task?" Lu Zhe calmly accepted the cola, sitting on the opposite side of the bench, gazing vacantly at the tiny insects flitting about on the ground. People, much like the small insects on the roadside, are endlessly tormented by life, yet relentlessly strive toward the light. No. I just had some free time to check on you. Ming Cheng exhaled smoke, his gaze fixed ahead as if peering through the darkness. "Have you been well lately?" Lu Zhe unlatched the pull tab on the can, watching the bubbles rise, suddenly reminded of the wine Shan Quan had brewed, a bitter taste rising in his chest. "It's just. My aunt has died." He averted his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper, as if recounting an event unrelated to him. "She was my last relative." He had initially believed that Zhou Xing, that wretched fellow, would at least refrain from causing his aunt's demise for the sake of inheritance. However, he had grossly underestimated human nature. A drunken fool under the influence of alcohol could commit any atrocity. "Alas, my condolences," Ming Cheng said thoughtfully, reaching out as if to pat Lu Zhe's shoulder, but hesitated upon meeting his pale gray eyes, retracting his hand. He himself was hardly in a better place, having just evaded the clutches of an enraged mob. Lu Zhe reclined against the bench, setting the cola aside, murmuring, "Captain, is it worth it if the people we strive to protect are nothing but scum?" Ming Cheng turned his head, observing the youth's eyes shrouded in a misty gloom. Devoid of any glimmer of light, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. "What is worth or not worth is irrelevant. What we protect is forever the hope of humanity. Is it truly so?" Chapter 46. Divergence. What we safeguard is never the oppressors of the weak. We protect the entirety of humanity, nurturing the seeds of goodness. Meng Cheng opened his mouth, intending to elaborate further, yet his words fell short, swallowed back into silence. He scratched his head, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Such matters could only be truly understood through personal experience. You know, within a bunch of grapes, there are invariably a few that are rotten. Can we forsake the entire bunch for the sake of a few bad seeds? Lu Zhe remained silent, finishing his cola, crushing the can before tossing it into the nearby trash bin. Yet, in a closed environment, a single spoiled fruit can hasten the decay of the entire bunch. He gazed steadily at Ming Cheng with his muted gray eyes, slowly stating, "But Captain, I shall meticulously separate all the bad grapes and discard them where they belong." "Haha, how could that be possible?" Ming Cheng chuckled as if hearing a jest, teasingly replying, "There are far too many such individuals. Only a deity could achieve that." For the captain, the entirety of humanity was what he protected, and given the multitude of scoundrels in the world, he found it impossible to bring them all to justice. Yet Lu Zhe, he truly believed, could accomplish that. "I understand now, Captain." He spoke no further, rising quietly to shoulder his backpack. Gu Ren Ji floated beside him, flipping through its pages, revealing that the designation of beginner urban horror writer had transformed into urban horror author. The most notable change was in the section for creating horror tales, which had shifted from a limit of 1 to 3. In other words, he could now conjure 2 additional urban horror stories. Moreover, Lu Zhe no longer kept a pen on hand, as a divine writing instrument hovered above his notebook, ready to inscribe words at his command. "Let us depart. I shall escort you home." Ming Cheng extinguished his cigarette, rising to brush off the ash from his clothing, shaking his car keys playfully. Lu Zhe nodded, quietly following him into a vehicle parked by the roadside. The black Jeep of an unknown make was spacious inside. Though Lu Zhe had never taken an interest in such matters, a faint scent of tobacco lingered within. It seemed this man often indulged in smoking while driving. A plush teddy bear dangled from the rearview mirror, swaying gently with the car's movement, its bright eyes fixated on Lu Zhe in the back seat. He was taken aback to discover that such a rugged man as the captain had a penchant for such trinkets, which filled Lu Zhe with astonishment. "That is hung by my daughter," Ming Cheng explained, glancing at Lu Zhe's puzzled expression through the rearview mirror as he turned the steering wheel and coughed lightly. "Your daughter. How old is she?" Lu Zhe shifted his gaze, seemingly seeking to lighten the mood with conversation. "She should be about your age, if she were still alive." Ming Cheng's expression darkened, as if lost in recollection. Realizing he had misspoken, Lu Zhe fell into silence, both of them quietly observing the road outside the window. What Ming Cheng did not know was that the unspoken words had fully manifested on Lu Zhe's notebook. Captain Ming Cheng's daughter died due to the deliberate retaliation of the powerful at the age of 12. The suspect is believed to belong to the Luo family, one of the 4 prominent families. Due to insufficient evidence and witnesses, he was acquitted after trial. Meng Cheng has repeatedly applied for retrial, all of which have been denied. Lu Zhe glanced at his diary, then back at the captain. Suddenly comprehending why Meng Cheng was so relentless in seeking justice against the Luo family, Meng Cheng's contract sorcery tool was named Hammurabi's Code. Deep down, he hoped to reclaim justice for his daughter. The case was years old, and with the Luo family's covert machinations, overturning the verdict would prove exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, he continued to believe that justice, though delayed, would ultimately prevail. While Lu Zhe pondered this, a sudden ringing emanated from Meng Cheng's pocket. Just a moment, he pressed the brake, pulling the car over to the side of the road, retrieving his phone from his wallet and answering the call. Observing the captain's increasingly grave expression, Lu Zhe sensed it could not bode well. His enhanced hearing allowed him to catch fragmented words such as rape, fugitive, and pursuit. From these snippets, he could surmise the gist of the situation. A severe case of sexual assault had occurred in City A, and the Security Bureau was requesting assistance from the Horror Management Bureau in capturing the perpetrator. If you are busy, Captain, you needn't trouble yourself with my ride home. I can manage on my own. Knowing the urgency of the situation and feeling powerless to assist, Lu Zhe reached for the car door, turning back to speak calmly. Meng Cheng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took a deep drag from his cigarette, solemnly nodding. All right, take care. Thus, Lu Zhe shouldered his pack, waved goodbye, and ventured forth alone along the quiet, shadowy path. Meng Cheng inhaled sharply, twisting the key to start the car, steering onto a wide, well-lit avenue. He needed to arrive promptly. This time, justice would not be absent. The two parted ways. On his journey home, Lu Zhe was unaware of how long he had walked when he finally paused beside a park bench. Sitting beneath the streetlight, he quietly opened Gu Ren Ji Ji, gripping the floating pen in his right hand. Though the divine writing instrument could transcribe his words, he still preferred the familiarity of handwriting. It was a vibrant crimson pen, adorned at its tip with an exquisite skull, while its transparent body was entwined with thorn-like, sanguine vines. As his hand brushed against it, the tendrils on the pen began to writhe as if animated, gradually coiling around half of his arm. Several of the vine tips pressed against the veins on his arm, glimmering ominously under the light. Lu Zhe even sensed that, should the pen run dry of ink, it might eagerly siphon the blood from its owner. Instantly, a line of text materialized in the notebook. The probability of the rules of blood writing taking effect is twice that of ordinary ink writing. You may choose between blood writing or standard writing. While the statement held truth, only a fool would employ their own blood. Already anemic, if it were to drain him indiscriminately, he would perish before the tale could even be penned. Thus, Lu Zhe shook his head, pondered for a moment, and inscribed on the page dedicated to the creation of the tale. Perpetrators of heinous murders, including those resulting from domestic violence, shall be ensnared in a cycle reminiscent of a nightmarish game of chainsaws. In this state, they shall be pursued by the chainsaw-wielding specter for 3 consecutive nights, losing a random part of their body each evening, ultimately meeting their demise on the final night. A note: this excludes those acting in self-defense, accidental killers, and law enforcers administering justice. After writing this macabre tale, Lu Zhe closed the notebook with his left hand, reclining on the bench as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His gaze fixed on the inky black sky, he understood that these few lines might very well lead to the deaths of thousands in the future. Once murder was distilled into merciless words, it became ethereal and devoid of any tangible reality, leaving no room for hesitation. Only upon completing the tale did he feel his heartbeat suddenly grow heavy, as though countless vengeful spirits were crawling from the river of time, dragging him into a morass of sin. Captain, the tasks you cannot fulfill, I shall complete for you, he thought inwardly. Chapter 47. Arrogance. Meng Cheng drove relentlessly towards the murder scene, discovering a cluster of security vehicles blocking a flower bed in a nearby residential complex. This must be the site of the incident. A patrol officer stopped him, and upon seeing the investigation certificate for the tale in his hand, he saluted with military precision before allowing him to pass. Once he parked, he immediately exited the vehicle, ducking beneath one police cordon after another, frowning as he approached the crime scene. Seizing a hurried officer by the arm and inquiring, "What's the situation?" The young officer scratched his head, gesturing toward a vehicle not far away. "You can ask our chief over there." And no sooner had he spoken than a figure approached. "Captain Meng, good to see you." A rotund man ambled over, visibly surprised to see Meng Cheng, as though he hadn't anticipated his arrival, followed by an expression of realization. After all, Meng Cheng's reputation had recently taken a nosedive. The Bureau of Strange Tales had dispatched him to handle a case unrelated to the supernatural, effectively granting him a temporary respite. The Security Bureau and the Management Bureau frequently collaborated, one overseeing personnel and the other managing the bazaar. Their mutual understanding shielding them from the rumors circulating online. Thus, the man warmly extended his hand, shaking Ming Cheng's in greeting. "Our team is ready and just waiting for your command. With your assistance, the perpetrator won't escape," the sheriff conveyed earnestly, exuding confidence. Ming Cheng nodded steadily, then pushed through the gathered crowd to examine the body concealed among the bushes. The girl lay in disarray, her small frame marred by 7 grievous wounds. Her body drenched in blood and bruises. The victim's face was unrecognizable, and judging by her physique, she appeared quite young, stirring a tremor of emotion within him. This child was nearly the same age as his own daughter. Silently, he bent down and draped a white cloth over her face. The deceased was 11 years old, brutally murdered on her way home from a tutoring session, suspected of having been assaulted, and discarded in the garden beside her house. Monsters, truly monstrous, to inflict harm upon such a young child, the nearby security officer exclaimed indignantly, clearly infuriated. Indeed, Meng Cheng muttered, lighting a cigarette, remaining silent for a moment before clenching his fists. The white smoke spiraled into the night sky. Reminiscent of souls that refused to dissipate, gazing down upon this wretched city, he retrieved Fusong from his pocket, collecting the scattered hair around the victim and placing it atop the object, initiating the search for the perpetrator. To everyone's astonishment, the needle pointed directly at the building adjacent to the corpse. Had the culprit not even fled? The security officers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the audacity of the criminal. And soon, anger surged within them as they began their apprehension efforts. Less than the time it takes to finish a cigarette, a commotion erupted from a nearby corridor as several officers escorted a tall, sturdy man forward. Behind him, a woman wailed hysterically, shouting, "On what grounds are you arresting my son? He is only 14. How could he possibly commit murder?" To any discerning eye, it was clear that the individual, standing around 1.7 meters tall, could hardly be mistaken for a mere 14-year-old. Had he merely failed to advance from middle school, now appearing as a juvenile? Ming Cheng mused, perplexed, as he observed the scene. A young officer in security attire hurried over, saluting Ming Cheng with agitation. "Captain Ming, we have apprehended the suspect, Kai, but he refuses to admit his guilt." "Let me handle this," Ming Cheng replied, extinguishing his cigarette and striding towards the suspect. From a distance, he heard the man brazenly jeering, "Wow, someone actually died. Tiske, good thing I'm only 14 this year." Ming Cheng approached, his clenched fist feeling as heavy as a sandbag, yearning to strike the insolent wretch into silence. However, he refrained, knowing such an act would breach regulations. Even with compelling evidence, this individual could only be deemed a suspect until proven guilty in court. "Hey, I see that Ming the dog? Haven't seen you in a while." Looking rather ragged, the detained man, upon recognizing Ming Cheng, recalled the derogatory remarks he had encountered online just days prior. His overly obese face twisted into a mocking grin, unabashedly taunting him. Although those posts had been debunked, as a middle schooler, he lacked the capacity for discernment, easily swayed by others' opinions. "What is the matter? Did all your subordinates perish, and you're upset about missing out on a hefty payout?" The fists of those present clenched in indignation. If not for their uniforms and badges, they would have already subdued him as Kai prepared to unleash another round of vitriol. His expression suddenly froze in terror. He had just witnessed the girl's corpse slowly rise. Brandishing a chainsaw, advancing step by step towards him, "Ah!" he screamed, his face paling as he frantically kicked his legs, trembling fingers pointing towards the bushes. She's coming." Everyone exchanged confused glances, bewildered by the direction of his finger. Yet seeing no figure, the corpse remained still, shrouded beneath the white cloth, its tragic visage concealed. "Who's coming?" Ming Cheng queried, perplexed by his sudden frenzy. Seeing the onlookers remain unmoved, the man erupted, "You bunch of useless fools. What are we taxpayers paying you for? Stop her. Protect me." Unfortunately, the others could not perceive the scene. Not even the practitioners could sense this presence. Only the perpetrator could see it clearly. The girl's wounds were stark, her mouth grotesquely split open, revealing blood-red gums and serrated teeth. Hee. Her eyes glowed with a predatory glint, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, and soon she stood before Kai, raising the whirring chainsaw aloft. Should it descend upon him, his corpse would undoubtedly splatter like shattered wood. Raining forth flesh and bone, desperate, he stomped his feet, and when the officers saw him attempting to flee, they mercilessly restrained him with handcuffs. Calm down. No, no. It was only now that he comprehended fear. His earlier arrogance had twisted into sheer terror, his face contorted with snot and tears. Don't kill me, sob. I didn't mean to, I just... Beneath him, the ground suddenly became damp, as something terrified him into submission. Meng Chung sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow in confusion, just as a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The man before him convulsed as if possessed. Thrashing violently, his eyes bulging as if they might pop, he screamed, then, with bloodshot eyes, collapsed onto the ground, utterly silent. Hey, what's wrong with you? The others rushed forward, gripping his wrists and checking for a pulse. After a moment, the investigator rose, anxiously rubbing his nose. Captain, he is still alive. Meng Chung, for reasons unknown, felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this, yet he exhaled in relief. Just his life force has waned. Chapter 48. The omen of death. Meng Chung had just taken a drag from his cigarette when he received this shocking news, causing him to cough violently. Clarify what you mean. What life force has waned? Welp, the officer stammered, hesitating before finally admitting, his manhood has been severed by something. Upon hearing these words, all the officers present stood frozen in disbelief, only regaining their senses after a prolonged moment, hurriedly lifting the suspect into the police car and rushing him to the hospital. The police vehicle blared its siren as it sped away, leaving a few individuals behind to secure the crime scene. Meng Chung, pinching a cigarette between his fingers, shook it in the air, gazing incredulously at the victim's lifeless body. Unable to comprehend the meaning behind Kai's final words before losing consciousness. Who was this he that had come? Was it some invisible enigma? Just then, his phone in his pocket buzzed urgently once again. Taking it out, he noted the incoming call was from an unknown number, his brow furrowing in concern, sensing that the situation was far from simple and that everything was only just beginning. Hello? Meng Chung answered the call. Inquiring with confusion, may I ask what this is regarding? A cacophony of distorted sounds emanated from the other end, akin to a multitude of electronic voices synthesized together, rendering any age or gender characteristics indistinguishable. Hello, Captain Ming. The voice paused for a moment before continuing with a smile. Did you receive the gift? Meng Cheng's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting sharply, his voice rising in pitch from sheer excitement. What did you say? Was there someone orchestrating that attack? The bizarre entity, incapable of human-like thought, was driven solely by an instinct to kill, unable to restrain its primal urge to devour every living being. Unless someone was manipulating this entity from the shadows. Kai's murder was merely the tip of the iceberg, and no one present would be spared. Was this a call from the mastermind behind it all? Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he decisively gestured to the surrounding officers, commanding them to immediately trace the call's origin and track this individual's whereabouts. Upon receiving the order, the personnel in the command center exchanged glances, promptly initiating their actions. Meng Chung turned back to the call information, scrutinizing the dimly lit profile picture, his grip on the phone trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Tonight, including the young master of the Luo family, 108 individuals in City A will be pursued by the Chainsaw Woman. They will all meet their demise in 3 days. Consider this a forewarning, and prepare yourself mentally. The caller spoke slowly, in a disturbingly calm tone, delivering such harrowing news as if recounting an utterly mundane fact. By the way, starting tonight, a new batch of individuals will enter my game every 3 days. Please warn all criminals in City A. I wish them a pleasant game. Meng Cheng's undershirt was completely soaked with cold sweat. His mind a tumult of shock and panic. Impossible, absolutely impossible. To have 108 people simultaneously meet their end in one night is utterly unfathomable. Yet, even he, a Class B anomaly master, had been helplessly forced to witness the suspect's brutal demise moments ago, which served as undeniable proof that this was no jest. He could hardly fathom the terrifying caliber of the person on the other end of the line. Could it be a master of national repute? Which faction did they belong to? The mocking demeanor, The air of someone who toyed with everyone at their whim struck a chord with a certain organization of mischief makers. Could it be those from the chess club? If that were the case, it would be disastrous. Those chaos-loving individuals were even more troublesome than the Apocalypse Society. At least the Apocalypse Society retained some semblance of rationality, their actions grounded in logic, whereas one could never predict the thoughts of the chess club members. If they had set their sights on City A, the entire city could be reduced to mere fireworks, followed by applause and cries of "what a surprise." Thus, he made a snap decision, instructing all officers to closely monitor communications from the command center, placing the entire city on lockdown, while swiftly tracing the call's origin. Unbeknownst to Meng Cheng, as he anxiously pondered and speculated, the person on the other end was also grappling with uncertainty. Liu Zhe fell silent for a moment, fiddling with the coiled telephone wire, contemplating how best to introduce himself without appearing too abrupt. Should he just shout, "I am the Undertaker. Come, strike me down"? No, that would be social suicide. Although no one knew it was him, the thought of facing someone familiar made it hard for Liu Zhe to voice it. Perhaps it would be better to let the captain inquire himself. He pressed his hand to his forehead, contemplating, and ultimately chose to remain silent. His silence was nearly enough to give Meng Cheng a heart attack, his chest tightening to the point of suffocation. "Who are you?" Meng Cheng finally took a deep breath, forcing his racing heartbeat to steady, and calmly inquired, "What is your purpose?" Liu Zhe felt he should maintain an aura of depth, refraining from an immediate response to cultivate an air of mystery. The more one spoke, the easier it was to slip up. The atmosphere thickened with tension as he could hear Meng Cheng's heartbeat through the phone. As if a heart were about to leap from the receiver, he sensed the moment was right. "Please call me the Undertaker." Upon hearing the voice on the other end resume speaking, Meng Cheng exhaled slowly, activating the speakerphone and signaling the nearby officers to take notes. Perhaps due to the interference of mixed sounds, Meng Cheng had the impression that the other party was smiling as they conversed with him. "My purpose is quite simple," the Undertaker articulated. "Heh, Captain Ming. The world is truly dreadful, is it not?" The deep, beguiling voice erupted into laughter without warning. "Thus, I aim to create an ideal world devoid of crime." The very act of calling indicated the speaker's desire to reveal his existence to the public, perhaps seeking to derive amusement from it. This was a hedonistic criminal, and based on the manner of his speech, Meng Cheng began to mentally sketch a profile of this individual. Arrogant, flamboyant, chaotic, perhaps with a pronounced misanthropic inclination. His disdain seemed less directed at crime itself and more at the ennui it brought. Steadily holding the phone, he caught a glimpse of the note-taker beside him jotting down the characteristics of a hedonistic criminal. The act of crime itself was not their goal, but rather the chaos and panic it incited within people or society, which they observed from the shadows, reveling in the reactions it provoked. He deduced that this individual was likely between the ages of 20 and 30, possessing a high IQ, and perhaps having suffered the blow of unemployment. What Meng Cheng did not realize was that the formidable adversary he envisioned, this so-called hedonistic criminal, was currently dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, having just squashed a mosquito in the phone booth. Chapter 49. A narrow view of Justice Liu Zhe was not a person who sought the spotlight. He understood clearly that revealing the identity of the Undertaker would yield several advantages. Firstly, all criminals in the city would gain a clear figure to fear, shifting their dread from the urban legend of the Chainsaw Horror Knight to fearing Liu Zhe himself, thus converting the terror they felt into a form of primitive belief, greatly increasing his gains. Secondly, if the Chainsaw Horror Knight were left unchecked, the following day, the city's ordinary citizens would hear news of the inexplicable deaths of 108 individuals, fostering unnecessary panic, i.e. the absence of understanding regarding the mechanisms of murder. They would live in constant fear, anxious that they too might become targets of the urban legend. Panic is the lifeblood of anomalies. Unfounded fear breeds more uncontrollable urban legends, leading to the deaths of more innocents. A scenario Liu Zhe wished to avoid. Rather than allowing these fears to nourish other anomalies, it was more prudent to redirect the focus onto himself. He sought to create an ideal world. Ultimately, all his efforts were aimed at eradicating the anomalies. When crime disappears from this world, humanity's malevolence will be suppressed, leaving no room for anomalies and urban legends to arise. However, for Meng Cheng and his colleagues, such actions were akin to criminality. Murderers ought to be submitted to the courts, not dealt with via vigilante justice. The Undertaker's narrow view of justice would only serve to blind and drive the world further into madness. And this was something that must be halted. The call concluded, yet the officers had yet to determine the caller's address and were filled with anxiety. Given the urgency of the situation, Ming Chung and several officers managed to handle the little girl's remains, escorting Kai to the hospital before returning to the command center to commence further investigations. "Captain Ming, what should we do?" the note-taker inquired, putting down his pen in evident distress. "If what the Undertaker claims is true, and 108 people encounter anomalies tomorrow, this will undoubtedly have a significant impact on City 8. Meng Chung pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to conceal the matter of the Undertaker from the public. After all, inciting fear within the populace was hardly beneficial. It would only bolster the power of the anomalies. Just then, a panicked officer burst through the door, shouting, "This is bad." "What is it?" The crowd turned their attention to him. And the officer, panting heavily, brandished his phone, frantically scrolling until he reached a post. The title loomed large in bold letters. "Chainsaw Horror Night Preview Letter, The Undertaker." Meng Cheng's eyes widened as he snatched the phone, fixating on the brief but chilling text. "Detention, murderers of City A. Should you encounter a young girl wielding a chainsaw on your way home tonight, remain calm. First, congratulations. You have successfully participated in this game, which can only be played once in a lifetime. The price of admission is your life. The night of terror will last for 3 days, during which the chainsaw girl will sever a part of your body each day. If you manage to survive until the 3rd day, you will be victorious, but of course, that is virtually impossible. Enjoy the game." The message was published anonymously, and the nearby security guard promptly attempted to trace the source, only to find the signal obscured as if shrouded in mist, rendering the IP address untraceable. The same occurred earlier when the gravedigger called. The signal was mysteriously erased, making it impossible to uncover. In the depths of the unknown, it seemed as though a spectral figure in black drifted through the intricate streams of data, concealing an unspeakable existence. Seizing the moment while the post had garnered few clicks, Meng Chung decisively picked up his phone, intending to contact the forum for its removal. Unfortunately, the other party had prepared more than one contingency. The earlier phone conversation had been recorded, organized into an anonymous email, and sent to Meng Cheng's inbox. Upon receiving the message, Meng Cheng instantly comprehended that even if the post were deleted, the gravedigger could still make their conversation public. As they exchanged glances, everyone was left speechless, forced to swallow their indignation in silence. Meng Cheng placed the phone on the table and pounded his fist heavily against the surface, reminiscent of the moment he faced the museum incident. That familiar sense of powerlessness washed over him. Despite possessing ample strength, he could only act effectively when directly confronting the perpetrator. He gradually lifted his head, took a deep breath to regain his composure, and commanded sternly, "Listen to my orders, initiate a citywide lockdown. As soon as Kai awakens, interrogate him about the specifics of the situation, and prepare for the strict supervision of death row inmates." Yes, thankfully, this situation was not devoid of hope. Perhaps the other party was unfamiliar with social networks, as the announcement had nearly sunk into obscurity within seconds of being posted. The few comments that remained questioned the authenticity of the message, dismissing it as a prank. "Let me share something. I am Batman, and the Joker from Gotham has come to City A. I am Qin Shi Huang. VME 50 to assist me in unifying the 6 kingdoms. This game seems rather intriguing. Surely it cannot be some form of advertisement." This eased the tension among the guards. As long as they could promptly prevent any murders, there was still a chance to rectify the situation. However, this was far from easy. A hidden master was manipulating the unseen, complicating the investigation exponentially. Meng Chung donned his coat and, as he approached the security hall's entrance, vanished in an instant. He swiftly entered his vehicle, started the engine, and hurried towards the Luo family villa. The only individual who had explicitly identified the gravedigger was Luo Luan, the young master of the Luo family, which was the lead they had. By surveilling his activities, they could undoubtedly uncover traces of the gravedigger's crimes. It was already midnight. The dim lights flickered past the car window as Meng Chung clicked his tongue. After his failed accusations against Luo Luan, he had endured relentless suppression from the latter. As a benevolent paranormal practitioner, killing Luo Luan would be as easy as taking candy from a child. Yet such an act contradicted his moral code. He firmly believed that an eye for an eye would only leave the world more blind. This distorted ideology was flawed, and criminals should be dealt with by the law. For now, he had to protect his adversary. Despite his reluctance, he had to uphold the responsibility that came with being the head of the investigation team. Unbeknownst to Ming Chung, at that very moment, Luo Luin was already ensnared in the bizarre tale. Just earlier, he was adjusting his suit in front of the mirror, preparing for a late-night wine tasting in the villa's grand hall. This night marked the gathering of the young members of the four great families. And the villa was ablaze with light, filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses. This event would continue from midnight until dawn. Luo Luin had fortuitously acquired a bottle of wine named Night Jasmine, which only emitted its rich fragrance at night, worth a fortune, and he planned to treat his so-called friends with iti in truth. He intended to propose to the second daughter of the Su family during the banquet, thus requiring meticulous attention to his attire. Just as he was about to turn and head to the door, a shadow caught his eye in the mirror. Reflected in the glass was a small girl hanging upside down from the windowsill, grinning widely and revealing a row of jagged teeth. Luo Luin's hand froze midair, his breath quickened, and his pupils began to tremble violently. Chapter 50. The Marvelous Knight of the Chainsaw. From a young age, Luo Luin had been taught by his uncle that the value of a person's life varied. His family would resolve all his problems, even matters of life and death, provided there was ample money to settle them. Thus, when, in his high school years, he was stained by a 12-year-old child while wearing his most fashionable attire, he was consumed by rage and contemplated murder. After choking the girl to death in an alley, he returned to the villa as if nothing had happened, casually informing his uncle and continuing to enjoy time with his friends. It was as if he had merely killed a sparrow or a grasshopper. For he knew he would never face consequences. How could the architect of Citier's rules ever be guilty? Indeed, as he had anticipated, despite the troublesome evidence presented by that pesky man, the court turned a blind eye under his uncle's mediation. He maintained this disdainful attitude until he encountered Lu Zhe. Luo Luin's arrogance met its demise. In that instant, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the second floor of the Luo villa. As the guests hurriedly burst into Luo Luin's room, they found the young master pale-lipped and unconscious on the floor. A clear trail of blood extended from his calf to the window, leaving several crimson shoe prints behind. Meanwhile, the pant leg on his right leg was eerily empty. That leg had vanished without a trace. Someone had audaciously entered the room, severed the young master's calf, and departed through the window. The young elites of the four great families were instantly rendered helpless, unsure of how to respond. Call the police. Why are you just standing there? It was Suyu, the pampered second daughter of the Su family, who had never witnessed such a gruesome scene and nearly retched at the sight of Luo Luin. At that moment, a knock echoed at the villa's front door. The butler opened it to reveal a middle-aged man, panting heavily, holding an investigator's badge. I am Ming Chung, the captain of the Paranormal Management Bureau. Take me to your young master. Meanwhile, in a silent park under the cover of night, only a solitary figure could be seen. Lu Zhe sat on a bench, staring eye to eye with a grinning little girl. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. He coughed twice, feeling the chill of the night air irritate his throat and disrupt his breathing. This was his first time creating a humanoid paranormal entity, and he was unsure how to approach her. Logically speaking, the chainsaw girl was his creation. What did that make him? A single father? Or a great mother? Lu Zhe pondered in the wind, propping his chin on his hand as he gazed at the little girl. Lost in thought, the chainsaw girl possessed the ability to create infinite clones. Those who violated her murder rules would be punished simultaneously by her doppelgangers. Meanwhile, her true form, like a well-behaved puppy, sat at Lu Zhe's feet, blinking her blood-red eyes as she observed her creator. The girl sported twin ponytails, her body wrapped in blood-stained bandages, and when she grinned widely, her pearly white, saw-like teeth shone brightly, giving him a dazzling smile. Hello, boss. She closed her eyes cheerfully and tilted her head back, responding with joy. The girl's voice was still quite youthful. Lu Zhe estimated she must have been quite young. Perhaps not even 12 years old when she died. Did that mean he was employing child labor? It dawned on him that the contract the Paranormal Management Bureau had previously requisitioned from him could also be viewed as employing child labor. Lu Zhe contemplated earnestly for a moment before slowly inquiring, "What is your name? How old are you?" The little girl tilted her head, pondering for quite some time, as if her stiff mind was struggling to process the simple questions. A normal person would answer such queries almost instinctively after a moment's thought. However, she was now a sluggish paranormal entity, akin to a struggling student faced with complex math problems, needing an eternity to arrive at an answer. The little girl exclaimed, "My head itches. I feel like I'm growing a brain." After a lengthy mental struggle, she suddenly grasped the situation. This must be an employee assessment, and she needed to perform well. Lu Zhe sighed and gently patted her head, deciding not to press her further. This child, upon resurrection, seemed to have lost her wits. Just then, she finally produced an answer, her blood-red eyes sparkling with excitement. Reporting, "Boss, I don't remember my name." The little girl grinned widely once more, rubbing her head against his hand, proudly declaring, "I'm 11 years old this year. I can eat, jump rope, recite multiplication tables, and wash my own clothes." She counted on her fingers, listing her precious life skills one by one. "And I can giggle, and I can use the chainsaw to scare people to death. In short, I'm very strong. Boss, I will protect you. Should you encounter a scoundrel, or perhaps a scoundreless, I can certainly take care of them." Lu Zhe observed her earnest expression, as if she genuinely believed in the gravity of the situation, and couldn't help but laugh. Tears of mirth brimming in his eyes, in the face of real danger, he possessed the ability to revive. Should he perish, he could simply die once more, rendering her little trick of protection unnecessary. With a smile, he gently patted her head, reminiscing about his unborn sister. Had their parents not met with misfortune, his sister would likely be of a similar age now. "From this moment forth, you shall be named Yu. Leaning against the bench, he gazed at the dimly lit street lamps and said with a chuckle, "If anyone inquires about your surname, simply tell them it is Yu. Yu, reborn as a spirit, destined for longevity and peace." As he penned this peculiar tale, he once harbored the hope that perhaps his aunt could be resurrected through his notebook, yet he also understood that such a probability was exceedingly low. Every day, souls perished tragically, and the notebook would randomly select those spirits burdened by lingering resentment. The previous resurrection of Tang Yuan was already a highly improbable event. This random selection may have been influenced by his subconscious. Yet Lu Zhe remained perplexed as to who had left a deeper imprint in his heart. Of course, there existed another possibility. His aunt simply did not love him. She bore no fixation, no lingering attachment to this wretched world. Life was too harsh. Thus she ascended to the heavens to open a hair salon. Lu Zhe shook his head, feeling little regret as he closed the diary. Rising to brush off the insects that had landed upon him, he set forth along the midnight path, smiling at Yu behind him, saying, "Come, let us seek a grand abode." Following the incident at the museum, Lu Zhe had received a subsidy of 1,500,000 yuan from the administration for assisting in sealing the underground labyrinth, a sum ample enough to purchase a spacious house. With a new family member on the horizon, their cramped rental was no longer suitable, thus a move was imperative. Chapter 51. Haunted House? Near the outskirts of City A, merely 2 streets away from the Paranormal Management Bureau, stood a property. Lu Zhe, burdened with 2 luggage bags, stood before a sinister and eerie villa, his clothing disheveled by the wind. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, the withered plants surrounding him resembling ferocious beasts. Encircling his diminutive figure, Tang Yuan, with wide golden eyes, perched atop his head, assumed an odd posture as they exchanged silent glances, further disheveling his hair. The cat appeared puzzled. Were they truly to reside here? Yu, however, was blissfully unperturbed, gleefully riding her suitcase as if on a bumper car, spinning around on the desiccated lawn, eager to ravage the meager grass. In that moment, Lu Zhe felt akin to a beleaguered mother, burdened with children. He glanced at the GPS on his phone, then up at the ancient house, shaking his head in resignation, smiling as he declared, "Let us proceed." This haunted house was recommended by the real estate agent. Due to its heavy aura, the former owner had felt haunted and dared not reside there, thus selling it at a low price. With a budget of 1,500,000 yuan, he sought to acquire a tranquil and spacious home. After all, he might need ample space to conjure more ghostly tales in the future, and a simple apartment would hardly suffice. Upon hearing the client's request, the real estate agent, glancing at this ordinary student, withheld her skepticism, internally doubting his ability to afford the full payment. She presumed the young lad was merely indulging in a whim, dragging his family along to view this unsellable haunted house. Expecting him to blanch in fear and retreat, she was utterly astounded when he immediately took a liking to the villa. Without hesitation, he promptly paid the down payment, his swift action leaving the saleswoman dumbfounded. For Liu Zhe, the notion of hauntings was non-existent. He had two powerful spirits by his side, and he could conjure the bizarre indefinitely. Simply standing in a spot would exude such an aura of malevolence that it could terrify even the most seasoned Taoist priests. In any case, after several transactions, Liu Zhe happily moved in with his belongings. How could he not be joyful? He had used his own earnings to transition from a small box to an expansive residence. In just a few days, he would officially come of age, at which point he could settle the remaining payment and inscribe his name on the property deed. Liu Zhe would soon possess a home of his own. Seemingly concerned about its appearance, the house had been kept clean. Upon opening the door, he was greeted not by the anticipated dust and cobwebs. The first floor of the villa was surprisingly tidy, the marble floors appearing freshly polished. Perhaps in a hurry to sell, the former owner had left behind cumbersome furniture. Wooden tables and chairs adorned with ancient patterns were neatly arranged in the hall, patiently awaiting their new master. The chandelier cast a dim light, rendering the atmosphere somewhat somber. Yet for Liu Zhe, this was just right. Accustomed to dim spaces, an overly bright setting would only render him uncomfortable. Upon spotting the large sofa in the center, Yu Yu's eyes sparkled, and she leaped onto it, bouncing with her bare feet as though she had entered a playground, bubbling with excitement. After a few jumps, she noticed the lights illuminating the upstairs and immediately donned her shoes, darting up the staircase and disappearing in an instant. Liu Zhe chuckled, shaking his head as he placed Tang Yuan on the ground, allowing it to explore. Supporting himself on the wooden railing, he ascended the stairs, following Yu Yu to the second floor. The kitchen and balcony were on the first floor, while the second boasted 4 bedrooms and 2 private bathrooms, all tastefully decorated and impeccably clean. Perhaps it was due to Liu Zhe's heavy aura that no malevolent entities had taken notice. Despite the rumors of hauntings, half a day had passed without a single apparition appearing. "Boss, I adore this room," Yu Yu exclaimed, peeking from a pink-painted chamber, a beaming smile on her face. From within the room, a chilling scream of a female spirit pierced the air, nearly shattering one's eardrums in response. She brandished a chainsaw, turning with a mischievous grin. "There are toys here too. I wonder if their heads are tasty, or if they might get stuck in my teeth," with a wide grin revealing a row of sharp teeth. The female spirit fell silent. Observing this, Liu Zhe nodded in understanding, opting not to inquire further as he turned to explore other rooms. Tang Yuan had ventured to the attic, finding a triangular nook, contentedly rubbing against Liu Zhe's leg. Indicating its desire to reside there, Liu Zhe bent down to pat its head, exclaiming in mock exasperation, "Very well. I shall buy you a cat bed tomorrow." He then stood up to continue his inspection of the remaining rooms. The southern small room featured wooden floors, with a connecting outdoor balcony furnished with a tea table and chairs, perhaps ideal for sunbathing. Liu Zhe found great affection for this room, though not vast. It would bask in warm sunlight during the day, perfect for writing. He placed his bag on the floor, retrieving his sheets to spread on the wooden bed, only to discover awkwardly that they could not cover it entirely. It seemed he would need to acquire additional household items, he mused, lying on the bed and gazing at the ceiling. For this night, he would make do before sleep. He checked his phone, discovering that his previous post had sunk out of sight. He merely chuckled, not overly concerned. The undertaker had mentioned that the truth would reveal itself the following day. Perhaps exhausted, Liu Zhe slept soundly that night, devoid of dreams. Meanwhile, far across the city, Meng Cheng tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The guard room was filled with people, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense as reports of the suspect's demise flooded in. Meng Cheng's phone incessantly buzzed with calls, each bearing news of the monitored individual's tragic fate. Just moments ago, the Luo family had sent word, expressing their willingness to set aside past grievances to fully support the Paranormal Management Bureau in thoroughly investigating this case, determined to unearth the true culprit behind young Master Luo's murder. Damn it, he slammed his phone down onto the table, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Those selfish wretches, who knew not how many sordid deeds they had committed behind the scenes, only now realized fear had gripped them as the blade turned upon them. The existence of the Undertaker had begun to encroach upon the interests of the elite, and Meng Cheng was unwilling to collaborate with such scoundrels, yet his position as the head of the Bureau forced him into a reluctant compromise. He repeatedly reminded himself that he did not serve as a pawn for these despicable individuals. Rather, he protected the order of the entire city. For the sake of all humanity, Ming Chung murmured. Yet, even as he wished to pursue the Undertaker, he found himself devoid of any leads. Each crime scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the last. The targets of the Chainsaw Massacre were left in a state of shock by an unseen force. They emitted blood-curdling screams, struggling to escape, only to be rendered unconscious as their limbs were severed by some invisible horror. As the number of victims continued to rise, Ming Chung clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Was he left with no choice but to resort to that? With a heavy sigh, he lowered his hand, refraining from dialing the headquarters. Perhaps it was prudent to wait a while longer. Once that cursed artifact was unleashed, the entire city would likely face even greater peril. Chapter 52. For all humanity last night, a major chemical gas leak incident occurred, resulting in 102 individuals falling unconscious. They are currently undergoing emergency treatment. The news on television reported this incident as a toxic gas leak, prompting Ming Chung to exhale a sigh of relief as he switched off the TV. Just as The Undertaker had issued death predictions, the Management Bureau received the final report results the following day. All eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at the numbers displayed on the screen. A heavy atmosphere enveloping the hall. The number of victims stood at a staggering 102, with a possibility of several more unregistered individuals yet to be accounted for. The news of this incident swiftly captured the attention of the headquarters of the Management Bureau, which issued a stern directive. The funeral bearers must be apprehended at all costs. If necessary, the use of the Class A artifact, the ancestral Miao Blade, is permitted. In the conference hall, all present fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the captain, awaiting his decision. Ming Chung clenched his jaw, tightened his fists, and struck the table with force. After a prolonged contemplation, he spoke with deliberation. I understand that everyone is anxious, but I will not resort to using this artifact until the very last moment. The cost it demands is far too great, one that ordinary individuals cannot bear. The ancestral Miao Blade, a weapon associated with the primordial leader Qi Yu of the San Miao and Jili tribal alliance, falls under the category of causal destruction weapons. Its use requires a sacrifice of substantial human blood and flesh. Causal weapons guarantee a hit, inflicting grievous harm upon the opponent, but also severely injuring the user. To utterly slay the adversary, the user must pay with their own life. Moreover, the ceiling of this artifact is precarious, having long been targeted by the World Annihilation Society. Should it be unleashed, no one can assure that they would not suddenly emerge to seize this perilous artifact. I shall personally confine the funeral bearers in prison. Ming Chung fixed his serious gaze upon each individual present. Thus, I require the assistance of all of you. The clues we have thus far indicate that the perpetrator, self-identified as the funeral bearer, utilized a phone located in Central Park of a city. Personality analysis suggests they are an INFP pleasure offender, aged between 20 to 30 years. Their method of operation appears to involve the use of eerie killing techniques, possibly aided by a high-level artifact. Next, we need to systematically investigate all individuals who entered Central Park yesterday. I believe that, with the strength of humanity, we can successfully apprehend them. So, everyone, let us commence our efforts. For the sake of all humanity, he rose, placing his right hand over his heart, closing his eyes as he solemnly declared. The others stood in unison, each wearing a grave expression, mirroring his gesture. For the sake of all humanity. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Luoming High School, a throng of onlookers had gathered, seemingly captivated by a particular scene. Liu Zhe sneezed, feeling the onset of a cold, as if he were enveloped in a thick layer of mucus. Discomfort radiating throughout his body, he also felt a slight fever, his head clouded, each step akin to walking on cotton. Donning a black mask and carrying his backpack, he intended to request a sick leave from his teacher. But as he passed by the school gate, he spotted a woman quietly holding a sign, blocking the entrance. She appeared quite haggard, resembling a madwoman, yet she neither cried nor caused a ruckus. She simply stood there silently. The sign, inscribed in bold black ink, read, "Help me find Liu Zhe, reward 100,000. Surrounding individuals began to murmur, disbelief evident in their voices. This lady must be insane, offering 100,000 just to find someone? Who is Liu Zhe? I don't recognize him. He might just be a student. Others attempted to dissuade her kindly. Miss, you should go home. The security guard will call the police soon. However, the woman remained undeterred, resolutely holding the sign and responding. I have neither violated public order nor incited social unrest. Why should I leave? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe halted, observing the woman intently. She bore no sinister aura, merely an ordinary person who seemed to face the gaze of the crowd for the first time. Her expression tinged with embarrassment, yet her eyes held a steadfast resolve. Sensing that the situation was escalating, he calmly approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder and inquiring, I know Lu Zhe. What do you need from him? A glimmer of joy flickered in the woman's eyes as she grasped Lu Zhe's sleeve, her voice trembling with excitement. Good child, take me to him, and I will pay you. But ma'am, you understand, he is my good friend. I cannot. Lu Zhe felt dizzy, his cold exacerbating the sensation, and he began to fabricate excuses. I understand. He is your beloved friend, so you need to increase the payment, right? How much do you want? This is not about money. What do you need him for? Lu Zhe sensed a disconnect in their communication, making the conversation increasingly frustrating. My daughter, Luoyu, has been in poor mental health since she emerged from the rule of strange tales. She wishes to speak with Lu Zhe. The woman hesitated for a moment, her eyes reddening as she spoke softly. Hearing this, Lu Zhe was taken aback, recalling that after the conclusion of my classroom, the surviving girl, Luoyu, had not attended class since, and it had been nearly a month. Logically, some progress should have been made in her psychological treatment. This situation suggested either that the psychological trauma had been too severe for even medical professionals to assist or something unusual was afflicting Luoyu. If it were the latter, prolonged exposure to such terror could very well push Luoyu to her breaking point. In a couple of days, Luoyu's family heir, Luo Luan, would meet his demise. If Lu Zhe wished to dismantle the four prominent families from within, Luoyu might serve as an advantageous entry point. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhe slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the anxious woman, and calmly stated, I am Lu Zhe. Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily rendered speechless, her expression shifting to one of complex emotion as she earnestly asked, Then could you come to my home for a visit? I will pay you. Whatever amount you desire. It is not about the money. Lu Zhe shook his head, declining her offered compensation, feeling a throbbing in his temples. Your daughter may be possessed, and I am an apprentice investigator with the Bureau of Strange Tales. Eliminating the eerie is my duty. In truth, if Lu Zhe accepted the payment, it would imply his allegiance to Luoyu in the struggle for the Luo family's heirloom. Accepting money equated to bearing the responsibility of warding off calamity for the benefactor. Should any interested parties trace the matter back to him, it would provide them with leverage against him. In contrast, Lu Zhe preferred to leverage his connections with classmates, offering subtle guidance when necessary. With this thought in mind, he shook his head, returning to school to inform teacher Zhou of his absence, dragging his weary body down the stairs. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, he followed the woman into a vehicle bound for the community where Luoyu resided. Chapter 53. You have been discovered. It was a luxury vehicle. The brand unfamiliar to Lu Zhe, yet as he felt the genuine leather of the back seat, he grasped the level of opulence it represented. The woman drove from the front seat, seemingly affected by her daughter's condition. Her face bore no makeup, and the wrinkles on her forehead were conspicuous, her eyes heavy with fatigue. A bobblehead doll, cradling a family portrait, sat on the dashboard, nodding along as the vehicle moved forward. In the portrait, a young couple held a small girl, presumably Luoyu with her parents, Lu Zhe mused. However, a corner of the photo had been torn away, obscuring the man's face, likely due to a separation. Leaving the woman to raise Luoyu alone, Lu Zhe discreetly observed the layout of the car's interior, then reclined against the seat, tilting his head slightly to gaze out the window as the greenery flashed by like a revolving lantern. The sky was darkening, and Luoyu's mother drove unsteadily, the vehicle swerving erratically. He began to worry that they might have an accident due to her fatigue. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to initiate a conversation to rouse her spirits. Lest the driver fall asleep at the wheel before they reached the community, Madam, has your daughter mentioned anything strange lately? He directed his grayish-black eyes toward the rearview mirror, inadvertently meeting the woman's evasive gaze. She has, the woman replied, averting her eyes, furrowing her brow in contemplation before finally saying, Luoyu mentioned that she often sees shadows at night and resists any form of physical contact. Sometimes, she awakens at midnight, claiming to glimpse visions of humanity's destruction. An air of silence permeated the vehicle for a moment as she hesitated, ultimately sighing and adding, "Just a few days ago, she insisted on meeting you." "Me?" Lu Zhe queried, puzzled. The woman hesitated, avoiding his gaze, biting her lip before responding, "Yes, I believe she has developed a psychological shadow of you." Lu Zhe was utterly perplexed. In the initial scenario of my classroom, he had merely answered the first two questions and briefly showed his face before departing. How had he become a source of psychological distress for Luoyu? Just then, the woman brought the car to a halt. Slightly turning her head to say, "We've arrived." Lu Zhe peered out the window to find a newly constructed, tranquil community, with clusters of high-rise buildings suggesting that Luoyu's family had recently moved in. The car stopped beneath one such building with few residents, and it was immediately apparent which unit belonged to Luoyu as it was illuminated. Just as he prepared to open the door, a sudden, deafening roar enveloped them, akin to a monstrous wave crashing in the ocean, engulfing the car in a cloud of smoke and dust. Instinctively, he shielded his head, feeling a buzzing in his ears. His mind, blank as time, seemed to freeze. The wave of heat surged through the car, greedily licking at his cheeks and robbing the surrounding air of oxygen, inducing a mild sense of suffocation. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Lu Zhe touched his chest and felt the rhythm of his heartbeat, which brought him the sobering realization that he was not dead. He raised his gaze, perplexed, toward the source of the blast above, which emanated from a residence that had just illuminated moments ago. A gas explosion? Or was it a premeditated murder? Could it be the handiwork of Loren? The woman before him tilted her head back in disbelief, her eyes widening as her pupils began to quiver violently. "No. Xiao Yu is still up there." She erupted into a hysterical scream, forcefully flinging open the car door and sprinting madly toward the engulfed building. This place was already a precarious structure. Enormous stones continued to plummet from the burning floors, posing a significant danger if approached. Just as the woman was about to rush into the inferno, Lu Zhe struck her from behind, rendering her temporarily unconscious. He dragged her to a safer location, then calmly assessed the situation. From the ground level, he could see the fifth-floor window from which a massive tongue of fire belched forth, scorching the surrounding steel and concrete, staining the once pristine white walls a charred black. In the overwhelming glow of the flames stood a girl barefoot on the balcony railing, seemingly entranced, staring vacantly into the distant sky. For reasons unknown, amidst such a colossal explosion, she appeared unscathed. Was she shielded by something supernatural? Or perhaps, was this merely the echo of her soul after death? No, it was highly likely that this person was no longer Luoyu. Lu Zhe watched silently as Luoyu stood on the balcony, took out his phone, and dialed the fire department, calmly explaining the situation before calling Ming Cheng. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as she was alive, the priority was to rescue her. After succinctly relaying the details, he instinctively looked up, locking eyes with the girl above, and his heart jolted. Amidst the sea of flames, those were eyes he knew all too well. Eyes he had seen countless times in his dreams, possessing an eerie familiarity. Despite the smoke and debris obscuring the fifth floor, Lu Zhe could still discern Luoyu's frenzied expression. She smiled, leaning precariously over the balcony in a peculiar pose. Mouthing the words, "I found you," Lu Zhe's eyes widened, as if he could peer through her flesh and behold a familiar yet terrifying scene, awakening long-buried memories. A headache surged as he closed his eyes, and he began to see fragments that had never existed in his mind before. He witnessed the blazing inferno and the crumbling orphanage, glimpsed the glinting syringe, and saw a pair of large hands covering his eyes. Who could it be? Suddenly, Luoyu leapt from the balcony. As she fell, her body ignited like a piece of paper, disintegrating into ashes before reaching the ground. Lu Zhe stood frozen, watching the building collapse. The oxygen consumed by the flames making it difficult to breathe. A sense of impending crisis washed over him as he glanced at his hands, which, despite their pristine appearance, seemed to be smeared with blood in the firelight. He looked up again to see a diary floating beside him. "Luoyu is dead. She committed suicide against her will. You have been discovered, Lu Zhe." In the distance, the wail of sirens filled the air. Red and blue lights flashing, encircling the burning edifice. Uniformed security personnel sprang into action, rushing forward to combat the blaze. Others surrounded the youth, inquiring, "Did you call the police? Please come with us for a moment. We need to take a statement. I have been discovered." Luz seemed oblivious, muttering this phrase repeatedly. The guards exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave, as if they were about to treat him as a suspect. Rushing forward to pin him to the ground. "Wait, he is one of us." Just as tensions escalated, Luz, panting heavily, pushed through the crowd, brandishing his identification to explain the situation, thereby easing the standoff. The guards, still skeptical, lowered their weapons and parted to allow Luz to escort the boy away. Luz obediently followed him into the police vehicle, remaining silent with his head bowed throughout the journey. What on earth happened? Once they had left the explosion zone, Luz asked urgently. "The captain is in an emergency meeting and cannot come. How did you manage to create such chaos?" After a moment of silence, Luz slowly raised his head and smiled, saying, "I have found them." He pulled a black invitation from his pocket, a piece of paper that had fluttered down from the 5th floor during the explosion, a message Luoyu had intended to convey to him. Neatly inscribed on it was a single line, "Angel Theater Invitation." Chapter 54. Old Ma, do you know the way? As the explosion unfolded in the Luoyu community, Meng Cheng sat in a conference room, observing footage from the hospital on the screen, while a group of investigators remained silent. This was the second night of the Saw horror, with all traces of the Undertaker eradicated, leaving everyone at a loss. A perfect crime could not possibly exist in this world. Thus, Meng Cheng deduced that the perpetrator must have employed a causal-type supernatural item to completely conceal their tracks. For now, they could only watch helplessly as former suspects had parts of their bodies removed. Like lambs awaiting slaughter, condemning the Bureau of Strange Tales for its incompetence. The city hospital was now overflowing with people, security personnel stationed there day and night, enduring the various filthy tirades from patients. "Useless investigators. The Bureau of Grotesques is a joke. I'm a taxpayer. Why haven't you caught the murderer yet?" Interestingly, all the victims here had once been perpetrators, and when questioned, they would not mention their own crimes, instead emphasizing the rights they believed they deserved as citizens. Even more intriguing was their collective silence regarding the mysterious Undertaker, redirecting their ire toward the guards who were supposed to protect them. The reason was simple. Who knew what kind of harsher retribution might befall them if they accused the shadowy mastermind? After all, the Undertaker could extinguish over 100 lives with a single condition. This method of killing was too fantastical. If he were to see someone on television berating him, he might whimsically change the rules, leading those people to meet their demise that very day. In contrast, the Silent Guardians, constrained by rules, were seen as easier prey, allowing their frustrations to be vented upon them without any restraint. After having a leg severed on the first day, the young master of the Luo family lost a kidney the following night. He lay in his hospital bed, exasperated, pointing at the camera and shouting, "Damn it, I'm going to die tomorrow. What is the Bureau doing? Capture the Undertaker for me. I want him to suffer worse than death." After voicing this, Loren seized the remote control nearby and hurled it violently at the camera. The lens spun wildly, emitting a beep before plunging into darkness. The video concluded here, and Meng Cheng switched off the screen, restoring silence to the conference hall. "Captain, the Undertaker's death notice, validated on the first night, has already gone viral." An investigator broke the silence. Even if the Bureau intends to conceal this existence, people online have uncovered the manipulator behind it. Thrusting the notice to the forefront in an instant, fear and excitement swept through city. Opinions among netizens varied widely. Some believed the damned were all criminals, cheering for justice. The man interviewed, whom I recognize, was said to have murdered an 11-year-old girl but received only a few years due to his age. Who would have thought he'd be punished by the Undertaker now? I support the Undertaker. My loved ones were killed by these scum. Since the court cannot provide us with justice, let the grotesques bury them. Others feared becoming victims themselves, chiding the supporters. Even murderers deserve a chance to reform. An eye for an eye is the doctrine of cults. We need to repay evil with good. Is there really such a good thing in this world? Don't you realize this is a psychopathic killer? Once the criminals are dead, the Undertaker will come for us ordinary people. Underneath the comments urging kindness, those who had been harmed by criminals could no longer remain silent, igniting a lengthy war of words. With comments stacking up into the thousands. You're right. In city, even criminals have the right to roam free. It's laughable. You can't urge others to be kind unless you've endured their suffering. How do you know those offenders don't have their own grievances? Once an evil deed is done, the crime is established. If you've taken a life, you must be prepared to lose yours as well. What is there to argue about? Liu Zhe himself was unaware that the notice he casually posted had turned so many into cyber crickets, fighting over the validity of the situation. To be honest, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was merely leveraging public opinion to accumulate horror points. The more heated the debate, the wider the spread of Saw Night, allowing Liu Zhe to reap even more elementary faith. Sitting at home, he could gain horror points simply by eating and drinking. Why not take advantage of it? Of course, people were unaware that those who vilified the criminals were also innocent figures, with some being hired by the Luo family, all in an effort to legitimize the manhunt and protect the interests of the high-ranking members of the four families. A crippled young master was hardly worth such a grand scheme. More importantly, each of the four families had blood on their hands. If this trend continued, nearly every power holder would fall victim to the Undertaker. In summary, Ming Cheng had not been having a good time these past few days. On one side, an urgent telegram from the headquarters pressed him to swiftly apprehend the funeral bearer. On the other, the funeral bearer had seemingly vanished, leaving no trace. The investigators gathered in the meeting room resembled silent gourds, responding to inquiries with naught but silence, with one young man even muttering under his breath, "To be honest, I somewhat support this guy." Captain Ming, feeling a throbbing headache, pressed his hand against his temple, slammed a hefty stack of files onto the table and bellowed, "Disperse." Only then did the attendees rise, sighing as they passed by Ming Cheng on their way to the exit. "Captain, there is still no progress today. Headquarters might send that guy down. One investigator, as he walked past Ming Cheng, seemingly casually remarked, "His attitude is far more radical than yours, I know," Ming Cheng replied, pressing his fingers against his forehead, feeling the pulsing in his temples. "He is already on his way, arriving tomorrow morning. We still have time. But is there truly time?" With that thought, he shook his head and sighed, sitting alone in the empty meeting room, uncertain of his next steps. Putting on his coat, Ming Cheng stood and walked towards the door, pressing the button on the wall, extinguishing the lights of the conference hall. As he turned around to close the door, he caught sight of Liu Zhe sitting on a chair in the corridor. Pausing for 2 seconds, not far away, Liu was facing off against a gaunt man with prominent cheekbones, both harboring visible animosity towards one another. "Oh, say this Captain Ming?" The tall, thin man sneered upon seeing Ming Cheng emerge. Mocking, "Can't even catch a single person. If I hadn't come, you'd probably still be at a standstill for another year and a half." This man was Ma Pijing, a B-class sorcerer dispatched from headquarters, often derisively referred to as the sycophant by his peers for his consistent favoritism towards the interests of the four prominent families. "Oh?" Liu suddenly recalled his nickname and asked with a smile, "So? Captain Ma, can you really find him?" The man adjusted his suit, snorted dismissively, glanced at Liu, and continued with a sarcastic tone, "If you ask me, you all have grown too comfortable. The funeral bearer could be sitting right in front of you, and you might not even recognize him." Liu quietly sat to the side, sipping orange juice, accidentally choking on it, coughing for a bit until tears streamed down his face. "Hey, little brat, what are you laughing at?" Ma Pijing finally noticed Liu beside him, his expression turning a shade of iron as he disdainfully scrutinized the newcomer. Ming Cheng, being of the same rank as him, could have tolerated the man's poor attitude, but now even a freshly recruited D-class investigator dared to act defiantly before him. Seeing Liu ignore him, lowering his head to continue drinking his orange juice, Ma Pijing was infuriated, ready to grab Liu by the collar to teach him some manners, only to be stopped by Liu, who wore a broad smile. "Come on, he is just a trainee investigator. You, the mighty captain, why stoop to his level?" The implication was clear. "You, old man, can't win a fair fight. So you come to bully a junior? How shameful." Upon hearing this, Ma Pijing disdainfully wiped his hands, shot a few glances at Liu, and asked with a sharp tone, "I've seen your file. You're that little brat with resurrection abilities, aren't you? So what if I am? You probably don't have the authority to command my people," Liu replied, his demeanor calmed at that moment. Ming Cheng, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up, stepping in front of Liu to advise Ma Pijing against targeting his team member. A glint of malice flashed in Ma Pijing's eyes at this remark, and he turned to Ming Cheng with a shadowy smile, patting him on the shoulder, Don't worry, it will happen tomorrow. He then produced a prepared document from his pocket, puffing out his chest in pride, and said, Headquarters has already issued orders. The local bureau has been ineffective, and tomorrow I will take full control of the investigation into the funeral bearer. Moreover, the approval for the A-class cursed artifact ancestral Miao knife has come through, and it will be deployed tomorrow. Leaning closer, with dead fish eyes fixed on Luz, he enunciated, using the ancestral Miao knife requires a substantial blood sacrifice. And you, my friend, are a fine candidate. After all, you can't truly die. What a few more deaths for the sake of humanity? Hearing this, both Meng Cheng and Luz's faces turned cold. Unable to tolerate the smugness of this small-minded individual, they clenched their fists, wishing to obliterate his arrogant head. Meng Cheng's expression was particularly grim. After all, Luz had once saved a city, and to dismiss the value of his life so flippantly as you can't die was utterly unacceptable. What would the other guardians think? There were many like him at headquarters, and one could only imagine the caliber of those at the top. They were willing to sanction the use of such a lethal weapon for this case. Seemingly forgetting the scars this knife had left on humanity, only Luz remained unfazed. After finishing his orange juice, he tossed the bottle directly into the trash, as if he hadn't heard Ma Pijing's words at all. He calmly lifted his head and replied, Sorry, I won't be coming to work tomorrow. Not in your position, not in your business. This single statement left Ma Pijing momentarily speechless, feeling as if something was lodged in his throat, his smile freezing on his face, his dead fish eyes bulging from their sockets like a severely inflated pufferfish. Luz couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. You see, it's written in the trainee investigator's contract that he only needs to come in on weekends. He leaned in close to Ma Pijing, deliberately emphasizing, he won't be coming in tomorrow. Oh, it was clear from his expression that he was relishing the absurdity of someone working tirelessly without a break, only to act as a lackey for the four prominent families. Meng Cheng too lowered his head with a smile, his furrowed brows easing as he relished the sight of Ma Pijing being put in his place. The pent-up frustrations of recent days momentarily dissipated. Ma Pijing scoffed, wanting to lash out but refraining due to Meng Cheng's presence. He huffed and stormed away, muttering to himself, Let us see if Captain Meng can still smile tomorrow without his subordinate's support. And you, little brat, with your sharp tongue, I'll remember you. Before he departed, he rolled his eyes dramatically, reminiscent of a frog in the fields, puffing its cheeks during the rain and croaking its lonely lament. Meng Cheng and Luz clearly shared the same thought, and once Ma Pijing had left, the three of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let us go. We'll grab a drink and discuss things on the way. Luz draped his arm over Meng Cheng's shoulder while grabbing Luz's hat with the other hand, leading both of them out of the bureau without a second thought. After such a busy day, it was already quite late, and they hadn't even had dinner yet. The only option left was a small eatery by the street. They casually found a nearby barbecue joint, and Luz enthusiastically ordered a table full of dishes, pulling out 3 small stools from beneath the table and sitting down at the entrance. The owner, who was about to close up, saw the 3 of them arriving, hungry and obviously coming from the direction of the Bureau of Strange Tales, and instantly recognized them as the investigators safeguarding the city's tranquility. He promptly instructed the kitchen staff to prepare extra dishes. The owner wasn't concerned with public opinion or any corrupt dealings. He simply understood that he could continue to live comfortably because of those who were out there protecting him. It was a straightforward principle. One should not let those who protect them feel unappreciated. Boss, bring us a few bottles of beer. It was a rare occasion for them to drink together, and Luz shouted with enthusiasm, Make sure they're cold. Sure thing. The summer evening breeze was refreshing, gently brushing past the street stalls and lifting the damp hair off their foreheads, bringing a long-lost sense of comfort. Luz caught sight of the round moon rising behind the distant mountains and suddenly remembered that his birthday was only a few days away. Since he couldn't recall the exact date, he thought it would be fine to celebrate it in advance. When the beer arrived at their table, the golden bottles were coated in an unshakable mist. Chilled to perfection. Poured into glasses, frothy bubbles rose to the surface, resembling the cream atop a pudding cake, and Luz stared intently at the glass of beer. Wait, I almost forgot. You are not of age yet. You can't drink. Luz opened a bottle of beer and, just then, slapped his forehead, taking away Luz's glass and solemnly stating, So, here is some milk instead. Luz stared at the glass of milk expressionlessly. silently giving a thumbs up in his mind, as several plates of food were served. The tantalizing aroma of cumin from the grilled meat wafted far and wide, the clinking of beer bottles and ice resonating melodiously. Meng Cheng lifted his glass, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gulped it down in one go. Although investigators were generally prohibited from drinking during work hours, Meng Cheng knew that he would be temporarily off duty tomorrow. So it was a good time to unwind. Drowning sorrows in drink, he thought, would be a fitting relief. By the way, the little girl we rescued from the classroom disappearance case, she lit her own gas today and took her own life. Luz took a swig of his drink, sighing as he brought up the evening's events. Luo, you gave Luz an invitation before she died. The Disappearing Angel Theater will be reopening on the 4th of next month. Luz believed it was the work of the Apocalypse Society, while he thought it could be an opportunity for them to turn the tide. Shaking his drink, Luz gazed at the shadows of the trees in the distance and slowly asked, "Shall we take action, Captain?" "We're all following your lead," he nudged Luz, who was busy eating, prompting Luz to set down his chopsticks and nod in silence. Meng Cheng did not respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he picked up a vegetable with his chopsticks and, with a bitter smile, shook his head and said, "Tomorrow, I will no longer be the captain." The three of them fell into silence, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. "However, I will go." Meng Cheng raised his glass and toasted with Luzi, then downed it in one gulp. In the name of the investigator, Yuze pushed around the fried rice in his bowl. Quietly observing everything, he was aware that the Angel Theater was a trap set for him, possibly linked to the origins of his mysterious notebook. He undoubtedly needed to go. He could not continue to rely on this unknown power. However, it was unwise to venture alone. If he could secure assistance from the Bureau, it might prove far easier. Strange and supernatural matters were certainly best left to the professionals. If one cannot fight, then one must seek help, and that is perfectly reasonable. Next, he only needed to consider how to survive the pursuit of the ancestor of the Miao knife. Tomorrow. Chapter 56. I am the 9th urban legend. The next day, Lu Zhe rolled up his bedding and moved directly to the school to sleep. Where in the world is the safest place? Naturally, it is Luoming High School. He could not possibly die. It was impossible to think of dying. He had grown to love the school dearly. The school was hosting club activities these days, and various flashy posters lined the corridors. Returning to the long-missed campus, Lu Zhe maneuvered around a pile of obstructive promotional boards, passing by a few chattering classmates, and entered the academic affairs office amidst their astonished gazes. "Hey, who is that? I've never seen him before. Don't you know? He is a special recruit for the Urban Legend Management Bureau. I heard he was involved in rescuing people during the recent museum terror attack." "Wow, impressive." A few students cast envious and admiring glances at Lu Zhe, appearing entirely naive to the world. It seemed the Bureau's public relations had done an excellent job. In just a few days, they had quelled the rumors and restored the truth to the public. Lu Zhe thought, of course, the Luo family would not easily let things go. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the Undertaker, which diverted much of their attention, people might still be kept in the dark. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous that Lu Zhe no longer had to worry about returning to school. After completing the temporary accommodation procedures, he spotted Fei Yao and Gao Shuai being kicked out of the activity room by a teacher from a distance. "Teacher, our Spirit Investigation Club is a legitimate club," Fei Yao cried out, clutching a rolled-up poster in one hand and a small ghost figurine in the other, wailing, "It's not a figurine collection club. I swear on Gao Shuai's reputation." What responded to him was a two-dimensional ghost girl body pillow that was flung out of the activity room with a thud, which he deftly dodged, hitting Gao Shuai squarely in the face. "What is this? Huh? Which club is throwing this nonsense around?" The teacher's voice echoed with irritation from the activity room. Ugh, Gao Shuai rubbed his nose, which had turned red from the impact, shaking his head helplessly. "We still have too few members. There's no credibility. If only we could get the class monitor," or before he could finish his thought, both their gazes landed on Lu Zhe, their eyes suddenly shining with excitement, as if they had spotted a feast, and they pounced on him, dragging him toward the office. Lu Zhe lay sprawled on the ground. Expressionless, as he was pulled into the office, he thought to himself, realizing he should have run the moment he saw these two lively characters. Fei Yao exclaimed excitedly, "Teacher, Lu Zhe wants to join us." Gao Shuai formed a sharp angle with his arms, adopting a grandiose introduction stance, and joined in the ruckus. "The Bureau has stamped it." "What does that signify?" Official recognition. Amidst this commotion, Teacher Sue, who was in charge of registration, looked somewhat bewildered. He adjusted his glasses and glanced at Lu Zhe in the middle, filled with doubt. Lu Zhe's face was written with refusal. No, I don't want to. Teacher Sue fell into deep thought. He had heard of this student's deeds. Could it be that the establishment of the Spirit Investigation Club was indeed the Bureau's intention? It was worth considering after pondering for a moment. He slowly stated, however, theoretically, it cannot be considered an official club without 5 members. Upon hearing this, Feng Yao immediately wilted, like a frostbitten eggplant. There were too many similar clubs at school, such as the Weird Society and the Soul Research Society. Everyone preferred to join larger clubs with more members. Where was he supposed to find 5 people? Gao Shui patted his shoulder in a gesture of helplessness, indicating he was also at a loss. Just then, a crisp voice rang from the office door, like a long-awaited rain, which jolted Feng Yao back to life. Teacher, I and the class monitor want to join the Spirit Investigation Club too. Everyone turned to the doorway where 2 girls stood. One was Zhang Xiaomei, whom they recognized, having shared the experience of the museum incident. The other was a high ponytail girl named Ma Xiaoshuang, who frequently approached Lu Zhe with questions when he first joined the class. I am here to make up the numbers. She stood at the door with a helpless expression, arms crossed over her chest, saying, Who told Xiaomei she had to come? She and Zhang Xiaomei were neighbors and had played together since childhood, naturally needing to ensure her friend's safety. Just as Teacher Sue was about to say something, he looked down and was instantly blinded by Feng Yao's hopeful gaze. Fine, I suppose it's acceptable. He sighed, shaking his head helplessly, and filled out the Spirit Investigation Club's information on the registration form, writing down the names of the 5 members. There aren't enough classrooms. You'll share an activity room with the anime club. Here's the key. Also, remember to submit a club activity report by next week. Ye Feng Yao and Gao Shui cheered, clapping their hands and dragging Lu Zhe toward the activity room. Zhang Xiaomei and Ma Xiaoshuang exchanged glances and followed suit. Let us go. Let us go. We'll act tonight, Feng Yao exclaimed, raising the small ghost figurine in his right hand with excitement. Objective. Investigate the 9 wonders of the campus. Lu Zhe was being dragged along by the 2. Staring up at the moving ceiling, contemplating how to make a discreet exit. Lu Zhe had mentioned that tonight, Ma Pijing would activate the A-class supernatural artifact, the ancestor of the Miao knife, which should have the effect of dimensional slashing. Capable of killing from a distance, he certainly did not wish to be cut in half in front of his classmates, then spend time searching for his own head. That was rather terrifying. While he was lost in thought, Feng Yao had already pushed open the activity room door, eagerly laying out a school map he had prepared in advance on the central table of the room. This is Zhang Xiaomei stepped forward, curiously examining the map, unaware of what he was plotting. This was a layout of Luoming High School, with 8 various locations circled in red, each annotated with the respective urban legends. I researched all night yesterday, Feng Yao declared proudly, hands on his hips. The 8 urban legends of Luoming High School are all on here. Lu Zhe scanned it briefly. Most of them were half-true. Half-fake rumors like the blood wall in the restroom, the scarlet eyes in the midnight computer room, and the empty coffin on the back mountain. In reality, he had previously investigated the school's oddities. And these places bore no trace of the supernatural. They were all merely students scaring themselves. Fear arises from the unknown. Most human panic stems from their rich imagination. Wait, the 9 wonders of the campus. Aren't there supposed to be 9? Ma Xiaoshuang queried, puzzled. In response, Gao Shui chuckled and explained, times change, you know. The 8th urban legend, the midnight apple slicing summoning the evil god, has been confirmed as false and has now been replaced by the lost and found for ghosts. I think Zhang Xiaomei should have the most authority on this. Zhang Xiaomei nodded in agreement as she recalled last month's incident. That's true. As for the 9th urban legend, Gao Shui cast a deep glance at Lu Zhe and continued. I believe we need not exert much effort in searching. After all, the one who can sleep soundly at any time and place is right beside us, dozing off. In any case, our task tonight is to investigate the 4th floor of Minghui Teaching Building. Zhao Feng Yao organized. If possible, we should try to grasp the rules of the lost and found for ghosts. Gao Shui and I will create a post to document these low-risk urban legends. He spoke with enthusiasm. Starting with the minor urban legends will prepare us psychologically for any more urgent situations we may encounter in the future. Lu Zhe remained silent throughout, shifting his gaze toward the floating notebook beside him. his eyes lingering on the page regarding the lost and found for ghosts. If they were investigating campus urban legends, perhaps he could have the ghost lady engage in some underhanded dealings. Chapter 57. The boss didn't say to catch people backwards in the dead of night. At Minghui Teaching Building, 5 students stealthily evaded the security guard's patrol, quietly making their way up to the 4th floor along the stairwell. Ma Xiaoshuang, you stepped on my foot. Gao Shui whispered as a reminder. I'm sorry, Miss Xiaoshuang, in a fluster, took a step back, only to bump into the head of the girl behind her. Zhang Xiaomei nearly let out a scream, but suddenly realized she couldn't speak loudly and immediately covered her mouth, glancing nervously toward the end of the corridor. The empty corridor resembled the belly of a python, with darkness lurking deep within, as if it could swallow everyone whole at any moment. Last time, they had almost been choked to death by the ghost lady due to making noise. She would not make the same mistake again. Fei Niao swallowed hard, hearing the pounding of his own heart, and took out a flashlight from his backpack. Once the security guard downstairs had completely left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned on the flashlight, and shone it on his companions. As the light flickered on, the pallid visage of Lu Zhe came into view, startling Fei Niao to the core, nearly causing her to drop the flashlight in her trembling hands. Good heavens, Lu Gu, you look like a ghost, moving about without a sound, she exclaimed, her heart racing as she patted her chest, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow. Is that so? Lu Zhe replied, his expression stoic as he turned to glance at her, his pale gray eyes glimmering in the dim light of the night, reminiscent of a large feline predator. The moment she met his gaze, the flashlight illuminated his pupils, which contracted into narrow slits, rendering the others momentarily speechless in fright. Big brother, you're even more terrifying than a ghost, Ma Xiaoshuang uttered, stepping back in alarm, her wide eyes filled with dread as she clutched Zhang Xiaomei's hand, as if ready to flee at any moment. Why you're eerie? I am not, Lu Zhe yawned, casting her a calm glance without elaborating further as he held the flashlight and continued deeper into the corridor. Gao Shui cleared his throat twice, laughing lightly to ease the tension as he explained to the 2 girls behind him. It's all right, he's always like this. Noticing Ma Xiaoshuang's continued wariness, he took hold of Fei Niao's arm, saying, see, he seems perfectly fine, doesn't he? If Lu Zhe were truly eerie, wouldn't we have been devoured by now? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoshuang pondered for a moment, finding some sense in it, and gradually relaxed her guard, choosing to keep pace with the group. With the internal conflict resolved, Gao Shui let out a sigh of relief and prepared to call out to Lu Zhe ahead. If the front runners moved too quickly, the group might become scattered. He lowered his voice as much as possible and called, "Don't walk too fast, wait for us." His hushed voice echoed through the silent corridor. Lu Zhe paused, gently sighed, and turned around, standing still to await the remaining 4. Let us move a bit quicker. My flashlight is running low, he urged as if to validate his words. The beam of his flashlight flickered twice before extinguishing entirely. With the light gone, Lu Zhe found himself enveloped in darkness, the faint moonlight outside casting a silhouette of his figure, leaving Gao Shui unable to discern his expression. The corridor stretched on, and having ascended from the opposite staircase, they still had a ways to reach classroom 44. Finally, the 4 of them, panting heavily, caught up. Gao Shui retrieved his own flashlight from his backpack, clicking it on with a sharp snap. The sudden brightness made Lu Zhe squint, and it took him a moment to adjust to the illumination. Just then, Gao Shui abruptly halted, his eyes wide as saucers, pupils reduced to mere pinpricks. Lu Zhe, we behind you, he stammered, pointing a trembling finger at something behind Lu Zhe. The beam of his flashlight beginning to tremble. The others held their breath, fear overtaking their expressions, too afraid to utter a sound. Zhang Xiaomei nearly crumbled under the weight of her terror, biting down hard on her lip to stifle a scream. Huh? Lu Zhe looked at them in confusion, slowly turning to investigate the commotion. In an instant, a ghostly pale hand covered his mouth, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. More hands suddenly emerged behind him, gripping his shoulders and legs tightly and pulling him into an abyss of darkness. Lu Zhe. Gao Shui reached out in a panic, attempting to grasp his arm but found nothing to hold on to. He gasped for air, his heart racing, his arms suspended in the air, unwilling to drop. What on earth was happening? What rules had they violated? The corridor fell silent once more, the deep, dark night enveloping them. The trees outside rustling ominously in the wind at it felt as though some malevolent entity was devouring Lu Zhe, leaving no trace behind. Suddenly, Gao Shui sensed something amiss, picking up his flashlight and directing its beam toward the end of the corridor where classroom 44 lay. To the fearful gazes of the others, a fresh set of rules appeared on the door. Welcome to the ghostly lost and found. Have you misplaced something? A cherished item, or perhaps a significant person? Miss Ghost will be delighted to assist you. All you need to do is play a game with her, and she shall return everything she has taken. Hide and seek. 4 tiny mice. Please hide well. If you are not found within 30 minutes, then you win. Wait a minute. Zhang Xiaomei clutched her head, panic-stricken. The rules weren't like this last time. Previously, one could retrieve their lost items from the lost and found by paying an appropriate price, with the only caveat being to maintain silence. Now, however, the supernatural had outright stolen their belongings, including their companions. What had changed? Why was Miss Ghost so different from before? Gao Shui swallowed hard, shifting the flashlight's beam further down to reveal the latest line of text. Let us begin hide and seek. Trembling, he raised the flashlight, peering through the window of classroom 44, where a shadowy figure began to move mechanically. From its back, a third arm suddenly sprouted. No, that was no mere shadow. It was a grotesque amalgamation of countless hands. A pale arm emerged from its maw as Miss Ghost extended her 5 fingers. In the moment of their stunned silence, she retracted 1 finger. This signified they had merely 4 seconds left to hide. Split up and run, Gao Shui decisively shouted, immediately darting toward the classroom at the other end of the corridor. Fei Niao quickly reacted as well, dashing towards another classroom. Wait for me. No one knew what would happen if they lost this game. Would Lu Zhe vanish forever from this world? Or would the 4 of them be picked off one by one? Despite their overwhelming fear, Zhang Xiaomei and Ma Xiaoshuang did not lag behind, each choosing a separate classroom to seek refuge. As Miss Ghost withdrew her last finger, the door to classroom 44 creaked open. The massive arms slithered out like a centipede, coalescing into the very form of Li Siki, the original owner of the Master Thief's hand. He grinned maniacally, his hollow eye sockets fixated on the classrooms ahead. Little mice, I've come to find you. He then stumbled and fell, landing in a posture that resembled walking on his hands, his large eye sockets filled with confusion. Huh? The boss only said to play with them. She didn't mention anything about catching them backward. Chapter 58. The causality cut. Fei Niao entered a classroom, breathless, slamming the door shut behind him, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. He pressed his ear against the door, holding his breath, and upon hearing no footsteps, he exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor. The room was an abandoned infirmary, with a bed at the far end and a few wooden cabinets nearby. There was nowhere else to hide. He could only conceal himself and pray that his companions remained unfound. Before he could fully relax, the sound of scuttling footsteps echoed from outside, drawing nearer to the classroom. He expected them to come so quickly. What to do? Gritting his teeth, Fei Niao made a swift decision to crawl underneath the bed, enduring the discomfort of dust and cobwebs clinging to him. Not daring to move, the creature, with a body similar to that of a normal human, would likely notice the cabinets first upon entering, so hiding beneath the bed should keep him from immediate detection. Surely it wouldn't find him, right? In the next moment, he heard the door click open, halting his breath, and his hair was soaked with cold sweat. It had entered. The footsteps were exceedingly faint, as if it were barefoot. That eerie entity advancing step by step toward the bee as sweat dripped onto his forehead. Fei Niao anxiously shut his eyes, swallowing hard, silently praying that the entity wouldn't bend down to check. Hoping that it had no eyes, that it would rummage through the cabinets, that it wouldn't stoop down as if his prayers were answered. The footsteps ceased, and a wave of relief washed over him. He opened his eyes, only to find 2 hollow eye sockets staring directly at him. Li Siki was propped up on the ground, his eyes glowing red, fixated upon him, a grotesque smile stretching across his face. Why is this ghost walking backward? Ah! Fei Niao shrieked in a fit of panic. Meanwhile, back in the corridor, in classroom 44, Lu Zhe was being grasped by dozens of hands, pinning him within a cramped cabinet. One particularly restless hand was brazenly tugging at his hair, as though grooming a cat. Miss Ghost raised a small banner, on which various colored pins had scrawled, "Welcome, boss, to the inspection." This must be the unique way the supernatural expressed affection. Lu Zhe mused, his expression unchanging. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he blocked the hand reaching for his head and calmly stated, "All right, they've left now. Let me out." He had arranged for Miss Ghost to create the illusion of him being captured by the supernatural, while in reality, he was hidden within the cabinet, observing everything in secret. The objective was to divert several classmates, for he was aware that around 8 o'clock this evening, the Bureau of Eerie Tales would initiate a series of actions against him. If he were to be spotted while dealing with the ancestor of the Meow Blade, it would undoubtedly bring about unnecessary complications. Miss Ghost opened the cabinet door, and Lu Zhe emerged from the cramped space, stretching his neck and easing the stiffness in his cervical vertebrae. The classroom was rather small and shrouded in darkness, cluttered with various lost items belonging to students, which had been collected by Miss Ghost under the influence of the rules governing campus Eerie Tales. Like all rule-bound Eerie Tales, Classroom 44 existed as a separate space, revealing itself only at night, and in truth, it bore no significant difference from an ordinary classroom. The window faced the moonlit outdoors, casting the shadow of a gnarled tree that rustled softly in the breeze. He glanced at the clock on the wall and called into the air, "Yu, bring me the chainsaw," and no sooner had he spoken than a grinning little girl appeared, her head upside down outside the window, revealing a broad smile displaying her pearly white teeth. "Okay, boss." She wobbled her body and tossed the chainsaw into the classroom with a swift motion. Lu Zhe caught it one-handed but suddenly felt its weight, nearly losing his grip as the metallic end collided with the floor, producing a dull thud. Yu hung outside the window, beaming at him, her twin ponytails swinging like pendulums. "Are you ready to confront that blade, boss?" Indeed. Lu Zhe planted the chainsaw on the ground and scrutinized the eerie object known as Night of Terror. It was a purchase he had made from the Eerie Tales shop using his horror points. Had he not ascended to D rank and enhanced his physical capabilities, he would have struggled to wield this item. Yu flipped herself around, landing gracefully on the windowsill, cheerfully stating, "Go for it, boss, if you can't hold on. Just let me possess you." After acquiring Night of Terror, Lu Zhe could expend a certain amount of horror points to invoke a curse that would allow Yu to temporarily control his body. While this would enhance his strength and speed, it would render him immune to any curse-like skills, including those from eerie objects and eerie masters. However, the longer he maintained this state, the greater the toll on his sanity. If he did not conclude it promptly, he risked becoming completely unhinged. In simpler terms, it was akin to losing one's mind and hiring a DD to fight on one's behalf, and it was the type of hack that needed to be switched off in a timely manner. "I'm very strong," Yu proclaimed, raising her bandaged arms to display muscles that were hardly discernible. This made Lu Zhe highly skeptical. He believed he could control his body better than she could. Just as he pondered this, the clock on the wall suddenly struck 11, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. This was the activation time of the ancestor of the Meow Blade. In an instant, the air beside Lu Zhe warped, and an invisible blade sliced through the constraints of space, aimed directly at his right hand. Reacting swiftly, he raised the chainsaw to block the attack, but the blade passed right through it, targeting his hand. Blood spattered as the blade vanished without a trace. Lu Zhe felt a searing pain in his right arm and, as he regained his composure, saw that his hand had been completely severed, the chainsaw flying several meters away. The first strike, the causal slash. The opponent, through the connection between the gravedigger and the chainsaw girl, paid a hefty price in fortune to deliver this blow, severing the causal relationship between the two. The causal slash was unavoidable and unpreventable, a guaranteed hit. This was an attempt to disarm him, reducing him to an ordinary person ripe for slaughter. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lu Zhe had more than one trump card. Gritting his teeth and inhaling sharply, he slowly raised his head, witnessing Yu's form begin to fade. "Boss, it seems I need to stay over there for a while," Yu remarked, glancing at her gradually diminishing body. Not overly disheartened, with a smile, she added, "Remember to wake me up in time." She waved goodbye, dissipating into the air like sparkling dust. "Indeed, I will." Lu Zhe nodded quietly, suppressing his pain as he walked step by step towards his severed hand. Bending down to retrieve the chainsaw, the flesh at the site of his severed arm began to heal rapidly, growing a new pale hand. Lu Zhe exhaled gently, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind. Raising the chainsaw, Pulling the chain, ready to face the next strike, the air rippled like the surface of water as a sharp blade of energy hurtled towards his neck. The second strike, the killing slash. Chapter 59. Delivering a grand blow from afar, a gentleman, without seeking to survive at the expense of benevolence, would kill to achieve righteousness. Mate Peijing surveyed the room, addressing each attendee of the press conference with fervor. I shall wield the lives of all individuals in City A for 1 year as the price to execute the righteous killing slash and obliterate the gravedigger. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, while a throng of reporters from out of town snapped photos, praising Captain Ma's unwavering resolve and noble sacrifice. Kill the gravedigger. Captain Ma is brilliant. Justice may be delayed, but it will arrive. Not a single member of the original City A Bureau of Eerie Tales was present, their seats conspicuously empty, as if silently protesting against everything. Bathed in the glow of camera flashes, Ma Peijing's thoughts were in stark contrast. He scoffed at the fervor of the crowd, barely managing to suppress a smirk at the foolishness of these so-called champions of justice. How naive, he mused, to think that a mere branch of the Bureau of Eerie Tales could satiate the appetite of the ancestor of the Miao Blade. It was, of course, the lives of all the people in City A that he intended to expend. He was not foolish enough to reveal the truth to these individuals. Ordinary people merely needed to remain at home, muddling through their lives, waiting for him to emerge victorious in battle. As captain, Ma Peijing had far more to consider. Just watch, all the glory shall be his. These ants were merely fuel for his ambitions. In the center of the hall, an ancient black blade hovered, its dark red rust forming bizarre runes, now glowing with a blood-red light, pulsating like a breath. Moments ago, he had utilized the causal slash, which had already stained the entirety of City A with ominous causality. In the next decade, the likelihood of stillbirths and deformities among all newborns would rise by 5%. But what did it matter to him? Now, he intended to consume a year of life from every citizen in the city and slay the gravedigger. Of course, such a widespread cost would prove ineffective against eerie masters. It could only be drained from ordinary people, allowing Ma Peijing himself to enjoy his later years in peace. With a smile, he extended his hand to grasp the dark red hilt of the blade, swinging it violently into the air. Accompanied by a sharp roar of the air, the blade shattered the constraints of space, colliding with some hard object. The resounding clang echoed like a thunderous bell, causing all present to gasp in shock. Captain Ma, did you succeed? The journalists inquired eagerly, noting his ashen complexion. Something feels off. This is the sensation of striking flesh. Peijing's smile froze on his face as he widened his bloodshot eyes, exerting all his strength to draw the blade from the alternate space. However, no matter how he strained, the crimson blade remained immovable, as though gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Veins bulged on his forehead as he clenched his teeth, pulling a fervent comic book from his coat pocket, biting down on it tightly as he activated his eerie master talent, Paper Person. This ability endowed him with the strength of the characters on the page, akin to a superhero from a comic book, rendering him nearly omnipotent. Within an hour, his power would dramatically increase, and as time progressed, he would even be capable of obliterating a building with a single punch. With a surge of force, the floor beneath Ma Peijing cracked instantly, splintering into a spiderweb of fissures that spread outward from the event hall. Damn it! Did they summon an elephant on the opposing side? Where did this monstrous strength come from? As time passed, amid his desperate struggle, the blade was gradually pulled from the space. Before Ma Peijing could breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden eruption of terrified screams filled the hall, and every gaze turned towards him, laden with profound fear. He focused intently, and to his horror, emerging alongside the blade was a bloodied hand. It belonged to a young man, the pale back of the hand veined with dark blue. Exuding a terrifying strength, the ashen hand clutched the blade tightly, deeply embedded in the bone, yet it seemed utterly unfazed by the pain, with blood gushing forth. The arm connected to the hand vanished into the air, leading to an unknown realm. None could discern the whereabouts of its owner. Just then, as if sensing its entry into another dimension, the hand suddenly released its grip, causing Ma Peijing to stumble and fall to the ground. Under the terrified eyes of the crowd, the pale hand dripped with blood, moving in the air as it cracked its knuckles. Before the astonished assembly, the hand slapped Ma Peijing's face with a resounding smack. leaving a deep handprint and stunning him instantly. Subsequently, it raised a middle finger. The hall erupted into chaos, flashes of cameras igniting as reporters captured this bizarre, ghostly scene. Perhaps due to an invisible spatial law obstructing it, the hand gradually retreated into the void, maintaining its middle finger gesture as it slowly dissipated into the air, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a dazed Ma Pijing sitting on the floor. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Miao blade lay abandoned nearby, marked with dark handprints, stripped of all luster. The investigators present began to pacify the crowd, maintaining order within the venue and ensuring that the agitated journalists exited in an orderly fashion. Amidst the chaos, a figure clad in black ascended the stage, holding a sandalwood box, and bent down to retrieve the ancestral dagger. Noticing Ma Pijing, who stood dazed nearby, he casually inquired with genuine concern, "Are you all right?" Ma Pijing, in a stupor, shook his head, as if a decade had been added to his age in an instant, murmuring, "Monsters. The ones we must kill are monsters." His prospects of promotion, his ambitions, and his bright future all lay in ruins. The man nodded, surveying the surrounding turmoil, and collected the strange artifacts into the box, affirming, "Indeed. However, let us think positively." He raised his index finger and, with a smile, continued, "That fellow left bloodstains at the venue. Did he not? I believe that, with a DNA comparison, we shall swiftly apprehend the funeral bearer." Awakened by this revelation, a glimmer of clarity flickered in Ma Pijing's eyes as he swiftly regained his composure. Contemplating new strategies, indeed, he had already triumphed. "Thank you, my friend," he said, not even sparing a glance at the man, his gratitude devoid of sincerity. What can I say? It's in my nature to be amiable." The man replied with satisfaction, brushing off the dust from his attire before turning towards the venue's exit, oblivious to the young man who departed with hazardous artifacts amidst the disarray. Upon stepping outside the management bureau, the youth sought a secluded spot and tossed the wooden box into the air, seizing his communicator. "Hello, sis. The ancestral dagger has sustained severe damage. It likely won't be usable for a year." "Got it, don't worry. I won't squander it." He glanced at the dimming sky and cheerfully added, "By the way, the true identity of the funeral bearer might soon be revealed. I think we have a chance to persuade him to join us. I am genuinely looking forward to having a new colleague. I wonder who he truly is." Chapter 60. Killing Lu Zhe. Inside classroom 44 of the Minghui teaching building, Lu Zhe was drenched in blood. Having found a roll of bandages among the clutter, he settled down in a corner, placing the chainsaw beside him, and began to wrap the gauze around his injured right hand. The pristine white bandage was quickly stained crimson, as fresh flesh grew and the new skin adhered painfully to the fabric, bringing a searing sensation. If he were to untie the bandage now, he had no doubt it would tear away a layer of skin. He flexed his fingers, adjusting to the agony of fractured bones, and looked around at the blood-spattered room, feeling a twinge of frustration. The once immaculate white walls of classroom 44 were now splattered with dark red blood. During the previous encounter with the creature, he had activated the realm of rules to enhance his physicality by 1,000-fold to block a fatal blow, causing his flesh to rupture. Fortunately, the presence of the undying rule within the school allowed for rapid healing even as his body continuously disintegrated. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to an unrecognizable mass. Subsequently, he used his arms as conduits, forcibly extracting the essence of the ancestral dagger through a summoning array from his notebook, inflicting irreversible damage upon it. Conversely, the peculiar blade also polluted him, hindering the healing of his wound, leaving a deep scar on his right hand. During this process, he could not relinquish his grip on the knife, resulting in his right hand being pulled into a spatial rift. Reappearing before Ma Pijing, contemplating the situation, he thought, "Since I'm here, why not slap him before I leave?" And with a resounding smack, the earlier scene unfolded. Unbeknownst to Lu Zhe, his impulsive act was captured by the reporters present. And within half an hour, the image had gone viral across numerous online platforms. The hand that had raised the middle finger was turned into a meme by supporters of the funeral bearer, accompanied by bold text declaring, "Gaze upon me, spawn." The king's contempt. Videos of Ma Pijing being slapped also spread widely, as bored netizens crafted various memes featuring him, with phrases like "I can't do it," "Your Majesty" becoming commonplace. Due to the abstract nature of the event, Even the headquarters of the Management Bureau and the Luo family's maritime forces could not suppress the ensuing public discourse. However, that was a matter for later. For now, Lu Zhe had more pressing concerns. He had left bloodstains on the knife that he had failed to address. The Bureau could very likely conduct a DNA comparison based on this evidence, leading them directly to the high school student Lu Zhe. Perhaps by the next morning, they would place shackles upon him and indiscriminately cast him into a prison cell. A city was no longer a viable refuge. He was already treading the path of social demise, compelled to abandon his current identity and fully embrace the role of the funeral bearer. With this thought, Lu Zhe gazed out the window at the entire school. Observing the misty sky and the crescent moon resembling a sickle, the city, ablaze with neon lights, saw its inhabitants blissfully ignorant, slumbering until dawn. Reveling in their ignorance, he exhaled softly, tilting his head to look at the blood-splattered ceiling. Surprisingly feeling a sense of relief. Shedding the burden of safeguarding humanity and living solely for himself didn't seem so bad after all. Where to next? First and foremost, he needed to withdraw his savings before the Management Bureau could freeze his accounts. Lu Zhe's salary for the month had already been deposited, along with the bonus from sealing the supernatural incident and his inheritance from his parents upon reaching adulthood in the short term. He wouldn't starve. Perhaps he could leave this small town and explore other places? A visit back to his hometown in Linyuan City might be in order, and if the opportunity arose, he would love to see the seaside. He envisioned a quiet place where he could open a bookstore, with few customers but a leisurely atmosphere, where patrons could sip coffee while reading. Tang Yuan could curl up on his lap during sunny winter days, and he could stretch out lazily, dozing at his desk for a while. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Zhe slowly sat up. Noticing the severed hand on the ground, he paused, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Dismissing such nonsensical musings, he would deal with the bizarre and catastrophic elements of this world later. Before leaving, he needed to establish an automatic resurrection point at the school, lest he accidentally perish without anyone to recover his body, thus failing to meet the conditions for revival. He picked up the severed arm, unsheathed his Tang Dao, and severed his own fingers from the dismembered hand. The still wet blood splattered across his face, and his once white shirt was now stained crimson, the blood merely leaving faint marks behind. The sensation of cutting off his own fingers was peculiar, akin to chopping through ribs, although the detached flesh brought no pain. It sent a shiver down his spine. Sometimes he pondered, was the severed flesh still a part of his body? If so, every cell within him was indeed himself. Countless Lu Zhes died each day, and countless others were reborn. Was he, in fact, killing himself? Lu Zhe could not decipher these thoughts, wrapping his fingers in bandages and placing them into several boxes, sealing them with tape. He buried each finger in different locations, ensuring greater safety. If his main body perished outside the school, he could still utilize the flesh to revive within its confines, unless some bored high school student decided to collect his fingers and consume them like fries. Lu Zhe couldn't fathom any other scenario that could threaten him. With several boxes in hand, Lu Zhe exited the classroom, dragging along his digging spade towards the back of the school. The bright moonlight illuminated his dark silhouette, casting flickering shadows upon the ground, which vanished into the corridor's depths. Minutes later, the door to classroom 44 swung open once more as he returned, dragging the freshly soiled spade behind him. The clock on the wall indicated 11:30. Miss Ghost had gone to find Fania and the others, leaving Lu Zhe alone in the classroom. With no immediate tasks at hand, Lu Zhe felt a sense of emptiness within him. He cleaned the bloodstains from the floor and retreated into the corridor, seeking a clean spot to sit and allowing time to pass slowly. He understood clearly that by the next day, Lu Zhe would be utterly dead. Yet he could not perish within the school. Otherwise, Miss Ghost would come under scrutiny from the Management Bureau. He needed several classmates as witnesses, ensuring that he could depart the classroom alive in their presence. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids growing heavy. Rubbing his eyes, he longed for a place to sleep soundly until dawn. Just then, he heard Fania's excited shouts echoing down the corridor. Accompanied by the hurried footsteps of Gao Shuai and the others, we won. Spotting Lu Zhe in the distance, Fania was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face as he rushed forward. Like a great eagle, he dove at Lu Zhe, knocking him to the ground and embracing him while crying, "Damn, you scared me to death. I thought we'd never see you again." Gao Shuai, less animated, shook his head in exasperation, yet could not suppress his own happiness, patting Fania on the shoulder. I've always said he has the potential of an emperor. He was bound to survive. Why worry so much? Hearing this, Lu Zhe smiled and sighed. Shaking his head, indeed, I've got quite the resilience. Chapter 61. Happy birthday. As the clock struck midnight, the room of classroom 44 began to gradually fade away. Each of the 5 individuals harbored their own thoughts, silently watching as the classroom transformed back to its original state, ultimately becoming a still wall. At this moment, it was already tomorrow. Indeed, classmate Lu Zhe, upon noticing the clock in the corridor, Ma Xiaoshuang suddenly recalled something and remarked, "It seems that the date you filled in on the school registration form is today." As the class monitor, she had recently been gathering her classmates' birth dates in preparation for a collective birthday celebration, and Lu Zhe's date had been etched in her memory as it fell within the past few days. Lu Zhe pondered for a moment, and it appeared there was some truth to her words. He hadn't celebrated his birthday since he was 6 years old, and with the confusion between the Gregorian and lunar calendars, he could hardly remember his OWN. In any case, it no longer mattered. What a lad, already an adult before me, Finio remarked with a lively demeanor, patting his shoulder. Happy birthday. Too bad all the bakeries are closed now. Zhang Xiaomei lamented, expressing her disappointment, as her family typically bought a large cake for her birthday. Gao Shui suggested, how about coming to my house? I'll have our family chef whip up a cake on the spot. Finio, recalling Gao Shui's mysterious behavior from a few days prior, began to feel increasingly suspicious. Wait a moment, Gao Shui. The gift you bought a few days ago, it wouldn't be for Lu Zhe, would it? He suddenly realized, exclaiming, no way, you two'd have some kind of secret affection for each other, right? In response, Gao Shui smacked Finio on the head, cleared his throat a couple of times, and retorted, come on, that's for my sister. Stop talking nonsense. You're the one with secret affections. Observing their playful banter, Lu Zhe remained silent for a moment, attempting to muster a smile, but it eluded him, leaving his eyes slightly misty. No need. Thank you, he softly said, extending his arms to embrace them. Finio and Gao Shui paused their teasing, momentarily taken aback, as they hadn't anticipated this reserved boy would break character and initiate a hug, leaving them somewhat flustered. Wait, Lu Gu, you haven't been possessed by some strange spirit, have you? Finio inquired, touching his forehead and then his own. Finding no fever, Lu Zhe released his embrace, coughed a couple of times, and reverted to his usual impassive demeanor, as though he had transformed into another person in an instant. It's getting late. Let us head home, Lu Zhe said, pushing aside his hand and wiping his eyes before walking away toward the staircase, not looking back. Gao Shui and Finio exchanged confused glances, seemingly not too concerned, chuckling as they followed him. They exited the classroom building, skillfully scaling the low wall of the school, and returned to the broad street. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with not a soul in sight on the road after midnight. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Lu Zhe waved goodbye and took his leave, each embarking on their respective paths homeward. See you tomorrow, Lu Gu, Finio called out, waving his arm. Hearing this, Lu Zhe paused for a moment, his right hand suspended in the air, and murmured, tomorrow. Did he truly have a tomorrow? He was uncertain. Gao Shui smacked Finio on the head, saying, are you daft? It's already past 12. It is tomorrow now. Finio winced and cradled his head, exclaiming, ouch, well, see you in the morning then? All right, Lu Zhe replied with a smile, turning back to wave at them before shouldering his bag and walking away, his figure gradually shrinking into a distant silhouette, ultimately vanishing at the end of the street. The light cast behind him left a warm yellow halo, forever accompanied by the cheerful noise of his friends, a memory preserved in the beautiful past. Yet, on the other side, obscured by shadows, his face remained concealed, devoid of any discernible expression. Lu Zhe walked step by step down the pitch-black road. As the surrounding lights dwindled, the trees grew more ominous, and weeds and thorns flourished. Snakes and insects in the dark flicked their crimson tongues, their cunning eyes reflecting the shadow of humanity, while dark tails entwined and distorted the saplings. Only near his home did a faint light flicker, where Tang Yuan lazily perched on the windowsill, basking in the warm orange glow, awaiting its owner's return. Lu Zhe halted, retrieving his keys to unlock the villa's grand door, pressing the power switch at the entrance. illuminating the once eerie house in a blaze of light. "That I'm home," he announced. Hearing the familiar voice, Tang Yuan sat upright, instantly alert, its pupils appearing large and round in the night. It trotted over in small steps, perhaps too plump to master the art of walking gracefully, lending it a slightly comical air. Then it nudged Lu Zay's pant leg with its chubby body, circling at his feet, its large eyes filled with anticipation. He lifted it, feeling its weight had noticeably increased, realizing he had been indulging it a bit too much lately. Tang Yuan settled in his arms, comfortably closing its eyes and licking his hand. Lu Zay found it puzzling. How had such a graceful black cat come to resemble a husky due to his overfeeding? Setting Tang Yuan down, he stated earnestly, "We need to move. Pack your things. We leave tonight." Tang Yuan gazed at Lu Zay's fingertips, flicked its tail, and instantly comprehended, darting up to the loft, presumably rummaging for something. Lu Zay ascended to the second-floor bedroom and began packing his clothes, stuffing essential items into a suitcase. When he pushed the suitcase downstairs, he found Tang Yuan already waiting at the door, carrying its food bowl in its mouth. "Let us go," he chuckled, shaking his head, bending down to extend his hand. The black cat promptly leapt onto his shoulder. Settling comfortably as Lu Zay exited the dim villa, he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, he had spent some time there and was uncertain when he might return. The hour was late, and a light drizzle began to fall. He summoned a ride with his phone, and perhaps due to the sparse late-night traffic, the vehicle arrived promptly at the villa. A black car halted at the entrance, the driver wearing a mask and a cap, obscuring his face from Lu Zay's view through the window. Tang Yuan, on high alert, began to hiss, its black fur standing on end. Lu Zay reached out to stroke its head, reassuring it to remain calm. This was its first encounter with a stranger, likely causing it to feel anxious. "Is this the ride called for by the guest ending in XXXX? The man inquired in a gravelly voice. "Yes," Lu Zay confirmed, glancing at the license plate before lowering his gaze to his phone for verification. Once satisfied, he placed his suitcase in the trunk and entered the car, instructing the driver to Tianfeng railway station. The man closed the door, rolled up all the windows, and replied with a smile, "All right." The interior was somewhat stuffy, the air conditioning diffusing a faint fragrance that beckoned drowsiness. Lu Zay lowered his head to focus on his phone, attempting to rouse himself. Tang Yuan remained vigilant, its eyes glowing a ghostly green in the darkness, though ordinary humans couldn't perceive it. After a while, Lu Zay could no longer withstand his fatigue and slumped back against the rear seat. His phone screen remained lit. He had just opened the latest message from someone saved as Dr. Shin.it read, "Happy birthday, Lu Zay." Chapter 62. Sitting in the bookstore CAF until dawn after a prolonged period of unconsciousness, Lu Zay's awareness gradually returned. His head throbbed painfully, as though filled with glue. No, to be precise, his entire body ached, particularly his throat, which felt sore as he attempted to cough yet could not, struggling to open his eyes. He was momentarily blinded by the harsh light, which caused a fleeting bout of temporary blindness. As the surroundings came into focus, he noticed the overhead searchlight and the Ford drip beside him, injecting a black liquid into his veins. The skin pierced by the syringe bulged with darkened veins, resembling creeping roots, a sight that was quite horrifying. He struggled to sit up, but found himself utterly immobile. Seemingly paralyzed, unable even to move a finger, the suspended Gu Ranjiji lay tightly closed beside him. After absorbing the primal essence of the Miao Blade's ancestor, it had likely overloaded and remained in a state of digestion, unable to provide any guidance. Consequently, Lu Zay had not received timely warnings of danger and had fallen victim to the treachery of the taxi driver. Reflecting back, it seemed the driver had utilized the car's air conditioning to disperse anesthetic gas. Foolish of me, he thought. Even with my ability to rewind time, I remain flesh and blood, susceptible to the effects of the drug. The supernatural tales he created could not harm those who did not violate the rules. Thus, even if Tang Yuan wished to save him, it was powerless to do so. Lu Zay had no idea where he was. He could only infer from the scent of disinfectant in the air that he was in a clinic or hospital. This appeared to be an operating room, filled with various medical instruments, the sharp blades glinting ominously. What could be the purpose of his captors? Why not simply kill him outright, but instead go to such lengths to bind him here? Now that he was incapacitated and unable to use his notebook, He had to find an opportunity to end his own life, hoping to return to school. As he contemplated this, he heard a series of knocks at the door, followed by Shen Quan's chilling voice. Patient 56, you are awake. Liu Zhe was not surprised by this. He attempted to speak, but found his vocal cords damaged, leaving him only able to regard the man with a detached gaze. Shen Quan adjusted his glasses, a smile on his face as he approached Liu Zhe's bedside, leaning down to gaze into his eyes. I apologize. I'm not entirely certain what your abilities entail. If it involves something like word spirit, that would be problematic. Thus, I had no choice but to resort to this method. Liu Zhe remained unresponsive, silently scrutinizing the surgical knife in Shen Quan's hand. Awaiting his next words, you must be quite puzzled, Shen Quan remarked, picking up the scalpel and narrowing his eyes as he meticulously wiped the blade before thrusting it directly toward Liu Zhe's palm. The palm was pierced in an instant, and Liu Zhe let out a muffled groan, his body trembling momentarily as he witnessed his flesh being torn apart, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. The pain! It was more excruciating than the previous agony of his veins bursting. Who on earth was he? Why was he doing this? This is what you're thinking, isn't it? Shen Quan remarked with a smile. Picking up tweezers and other instruments, leaning down earnestly to tend to the wound on Liu Zhe's right hand. Do not fret. I am merely aligning the phalanges. If the surrounding flesh heals incorrectly, the bones will become misaligned. As he spoke, Shen Quan adjusted his glasses, continuing with the procedure in a methodical manner, as if he were indeed a healer dedicated to saving lives rather than a madman relishing in tormenting patients. Liu Zhe's right hand had previously been injured by the ancestral knife of the Miao, and even though it had been somewhat repaired under the rules, the deeper wound had never truly healed. Now, the newly formed tissue was excised, leaving the white bone exposed to the air, inflicting a pain that pierced the very soul. I apologize, but the anesthetic would interfere with the subsequent experiment, hence I must proceed in this manner. Shen Quan explained, gazing at the suspended black solution. Liu Zhe was uncertain how much time had passed. It felt interminable, long enough for the pain in his hand to gradually numb, and his brain to become accustomed to the sharp stings. All done, Shen Quan exclaimed cheerfully, raising the scalpel and wrapping Liu Zhe's right hand in bandages, tying a whimsical bow as if it were a macabre gift. He seized the limp arm, waving it before Liu Zhe like a proud artist showcasing their masterpiece, eager to share in his delight. Noticing Liu Zhe's indifference, Shen Quan chuckled softly and finally set the arm down, leaning over the bed to say, "Cheer up, it's your birthday today." Liu Zhe silently stared at the ceiling, contemplating how he might end his own life, only to return and eliminate this quack. Observing his demeanor, Shen Quan pondered for a moment, rummaging through his bag to produce a transparent glass jar. Placing it upon Liu Zhe's chest with a grin, "Tada, a birthday gift for you." Inside the jar floated a pitch-black heart, pulsating rhythmically, emanating an eerie red glow, as if sensing the warmth of Liu Zhe's chest. The blood vessels surrounding the heart writhed, adhering closely to the side nearest his body. Through the glass barrier, Liu Zhe felt the synchronized heartbeat and heard the frenzied, tainted whispers. He understood. Kill, 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 kill. In that instant, his consciousness plunged once more into a crimson ocean, a cacophony of seductive voices echoing in his ears. Kill him, Liu Zhe. We are kindred spirits. Humanity deserves annihilation. He felt countless hands grasping his limbs, tightly covering his eyes as his body sank deeper into the abyss. The sensation of suffocation enveloped him, rendering him breathless. Isn't it beautiful? This is the heart of the former king of the strange, Shen Quan said with enthusiasm, entirely oblivious to Liu Zhe's pale visage. As the vivid red tide receded from his mind, Liu Zhe regained his senses, gasping for fresh air, his chest heaving violently. The heart was put away, and Shen Quan, having procured a wheelchair from an unknown source, positioned it beside the operating table. Do not be anxious. Before anything else, I wish to celebrate your birthday properly. He transferred Liu Zhe's body into the wheelchair, smiling as he squatted down to arrange his legs comfortably. Raising his gaze to meet Liu Zhe's eyes, he sincerely remarked, "I hope every patient can joyfully become my masterpiece." With a beaming smile, Shen Quan wheeled Liu Zhe out the door, traversing the empty corridors of the hospital until they reached the ward, where the flow of people gradually increased. Observing the passers-by, Liu Zhe sat silently in the wheelchair, powerless to resist or call for help. Each individual brushed past him, none attuned to his silent pleas, all taking their surroundings for granted. A nurse cheerfully greeted Shen Quan. "Dr. Shen, taking a patient out for some fresh air?" Upon catching sight of Lu Zhe's pallid face, the nurse remarked with a hint of sorrow, "What a pity, so young yet completely paralyzed." "Indeed, he just turned 18 today," Shen Quan replied with a smile, nodding as he pushed the wheelchair towards the street at the hospital's entrance. Opposite the hospital stood a quaint bookstore, where the proprietress operated a CAF, dozing behind the counter. Shen Quan wheeled Lu Zhe into the CAF. Finding a quiet corner to settle down, "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Lu Zhe could not articulate a response. Instead, he fixed his gray eyes upon the bookstore counter, observing the orange cat curled up in the corner. Chapter 63, Public Enemy on the Other Side of City A. Within the Bureau of Strange Tales, everyone held their breath, incredulously staring at the examination report on the screen. The DNA from this blood sample was an exact match to their colleague Lu Zhe's blood. The funeral bearer they had been tracking had been hiding right under their noses. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Some shook their heads in disbelief, while others clenched their fists, perspiring with a creeping sense of dread. "Ha ha ha!" Ma Pijing laughed, covering his face, shaking with mirth. "I never expected, never imagined." A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he opened them, bloodshot, and commanded, "Issue a city-wide manhunt for the funeral bearer, dead or alive." The strange masters of the Bureau exchanged glances, sighing deeply, one by one rising to commence action. Upholding justice was their duty. Meng Cheng sat slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the screen, recalling earlier details. Feeling something within him quietly crumble. How could this be? How could he? Rain pattered against the window, and thunder rumbled, jolting people from their perplexed reverie. Emma Pijung straightened his suit, picked up the umbrella from the floor, and strode towards the bureau's entrance. As he passed by Meng Cheng, he threw back a remark without looking. "How ridiculous. We were all deceived by him, weren't we?" Meng Cheng pounded his fist on the table, gazing out the window, his heart a tumult of emotions. No, he had to find Lu Zhe personally. He needed to clarify this matter. With that thought, he donned a raincoat and hurriedly exited the bureau, sliding into his car and turning the ignition key to start the engine. Just then, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the storage compartment near the window, where a black-covered diary lay, striking him as oddly familiar. This was a keepsake of Lu Zhe's, gathered after the incident at the museum. How did it end up here? Was this a clue left by Lu Zhe? Meng Cheng glanced around cautiously. There was no one nearby. With a face full of confusion, he opened the diary. The first page still displayed a familiar family portrait, but the boy originally depicted, representing him, had been hastily scribbled over in black. The second page bore the same handwriting, stating, "If I die, please bury me behind the school." As Meng Cheng flipped to the third page, a piece of paper fell from the notebook. He paused for a moment, bending down to retrieve it. It was a map of City A, with several black claw marks indicating the location of the municipal central hospital. What could this mean? Was it a hint for him to go there? Was Lu Zhe hiding there? Just then, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, and Meng Cheng abruptly looked up, catching a glimpse of a black cat darting past the corner of the wall. Setting the diary down, he revved the engine, gripping the steering wheel tightly as he drove towards the hospital. The investigation report indicated that Lu Zhe had already left the school, since he had no other leads. He might as well check this location. Meanwhile, in the CAF opposite the hospital, everyone had succumbed to slumber. The dim yellow lights flickered, casting shadows against the overcast sky outside, droplets of rain trickling down the glass, while mold quietly crept along the eaves. Shen Quan sat across from Lu Zhe, leisurely picking up a spoon and slowly stirring his coffee. The rich aroma enveloped the room. "All right, now it's just the two of us. No one can interrupt." He nudged the paper cupcake towards Lu Zhe, resting his chin on his hand with a smile. "Now, let me guess what you were thinking. What is this fellow's objective?" Lu Zhe fixed his gaze on Shen Quan's eyes, attempting to discern his emotional shifts to infer his abilities. The power to induce instant unconsciousness in humans likely did not belong to temporal acceleration. It might be an affinity for scent or manipulation of the human body. Yet, during their last encounter in the hospital, he had transformed grapes into wine with such swiftness. What was the connection between these two abilities? "I recall it was raining on this day 10 years ago." Shun Quan squinted at the darkened window. He slowly stood, drawing the curtains to allow pale light to filter in. It should have been a millennium event of strange tides, with countless A-grade anomalies surfacing. Enough to cleanse humanity from existence. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. He had read about strange tides, which had been documented throughout history, striking human civilization every 1,000 years. Initially, they merely consumed flesh and blood. But as human civilization progressed, the strange tides seemed to evolve as well, with the form of the king of the strange continually changing. From ancient times as a beast of calamity to the source of rampant plagues, and later to the instigator of wars and turmoil, the only constant remained the annihilation of humanity as an eternal theme. The most recent anomaly, known as the Weird Tide, erupted in Linyuan City a decade ago, marking the smallest scale of such an event in human history. However, it is peculiar that at the heart of this vortex, the central figure of the anomaly, the Weird King, has yet to make an appearance. Shen Quan paused for a moment, adjusted his glasses, and continued. Without the king's leadership, the anomalous entities are as scattered as grains of sand. Ultimately, numerous human warriors paid the ultimate price to quell this catastrophe in its infancy. The Salvation Society also partook in this battle, albeit as the instigators. Shun Quan lowered his head, smiled, and performed a gentlemanly bow, stating, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Shun Quan, an A-class anomaly master and a member of the Salvation Society." The Salvation Society? Lu Zhe felt a twinge of confusion, recalling that Luz had previously mentioned a cult organization that bore no such name. "You may prefer to refer to us as the Annihilation Society," Shen Quan explained, spreading his hands. "Our philosophy is, destroy, create, and be reborn. We have discovered that the source of the anomalies originates from a contamination of another dimension." He settled into his seat, dipped his finger into the droplets on the window, and sketched a circle on the table as he elaborated. "The divine treats this world as a garbage dump, expelling the pollution here, aiming to establish its anchor through humanity's fear, thus sinking into reality." He picked up a spoon and stirred his coffee, the metallic clink resounding. The unknown breeds fear, and fear gives rise to confusion. The willing gather the ignorant sheep, erecting shrines to worship daily, offering incense and prayers. Because they believe in its existence, the divine continues to exist. He gazed intently into Lu Zhe's eyes, chuckling as he marked over the previously drawn circle, intertwining his fingers as he declared, "And we shall overturn the shrine. We choose to obliterate all of humanity. Will the gods, stripped of faith, perish entirely? After the demise of the divine, I firmly believe that new civilizations will soon sprout from the ruins of human civilization." Lu Zhe remained silent, watching Shun Quan animatedly explain his deranged thoughts, unable to fathom the madness behind them. "So, what does this have to do with me? Can we dispense with the theatrics and get to the point?" Chapter 64. Upon the bones and blood 10 years ago, the last survivor of Linyuan City was you. Shun Quan rose, placing his hands on the table, leaning closer, eyes wide as he fixed his gaze on Lu Zhe. Enunciating each word, "Have you forgotten?" His face wore a maniacal grin as he fervently grasped Lu Zhe's shoulders, exclaiming, "So many anomalies vanished suddenly. Where do you think they went?" Lu Zhe remained speechless, unable to voice the discomfort lodged in his throat. "The answer lies here." Shun Quan widened his bloodshot eyes, extending a slender finger toward the youth's chest. Lu Zhe felt a sharp pain in his heart, his pupils constricting to pinpricks as blood gushed from his nose, mouth, and ears. "We fortuitously discovered the most splendid vessel. His mental realm is akin to an unfathomable ocean, capable of containing the world's anomalies. After a series of experiments, he will become the breeding ground for the birth of the Weird King." Lu Zhe was bewildered by Shen Quan's words, before stumbling upon the mysterious notebook. He was merely an unremarkable high school student who had never encountered a single anomaly. "My apologies." Shun Quan reverted to his previous smile, wiping the dark blood from Lu Zhe's face with a handkerchief. "I got a bit carried away. Now, for the final step of the experiment, you must reclaim your heart." He picked up the umbrella from the floor, stood, and with a cheerful demeanor, began to push Lu Zhe's wheelchair toward the hospital. "I shall offer the finest gift for your birth, dear Wang." Holding the umbrella, their figures gradually faded into the relentless downpour. Half an hour later, the streets of City A were muddied, and Meng Chung found himself stuck in traffic, honking his horn in frustration as the line ahead remained motionless. An inexplicable premonition gnawed at him, as if lingering a moment longer would usher in something dreadful. I felt as though, in a heartbeat, the entire city would descend into a hellish nightmare, transforming into a desolate wasteland like Linyuan City. The unease within him intensified, prompting him to pull over, don a raincoat, and dash on foot toward the hospital. Vehicles along the roadside blared their horns, and the cacophony of windshield wipers, lights, and muddy water created a chaotic symphony. Umbrella-clad pedestrians laughed heartily, lost in the blissful ignorance of ordinary life, oblivious to the true events unfolding in the city. They chattered loudly about the identity of the pallbearers, engaging in grandiloquent discussions regarding the actions of the management bureau, as if they were the masterminds orchestrating the events. "Excuse me." Meng Chung, braving the raincoat, pushed through the obstructive crowd, hastening his pace until he finally glimpsed the illuminated cross atop the hospital. Perhaps the heavy rain blurred his vision, for the red cross appeared inverted, emanating an eerie crimson glow that deepened his sense of foreboding. Without removing his raincoat, he rushed into the outpatient hall, seeking the attending physician. Presenting his investigative credentials, he urgently inquired, "Is there a patient named Lu Zhe here?" "Hey, you there, leave your raincoat outside," the nurse at the entrance shouted. "Just a moment." The on-duty doctor meticulously verified Meng Cheng's identification before slowly sifting through the medical records, akin to an elderly gentleman perusing a newspaper, searching word by word. Meng Cheng's anxiety surged, prompting him to snatch the file and flip through it hastily. There's nothing from today. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. It shouldn't be like this. Had he misinterpreted something? The notebook had clearly directed him to this place. How could there be nothing? Suddenly, it struck him. He rummaged through his pocket and produced Lu Zhe's investigative credentials. This fellow had neatly folded his uniform the night before leaving, mailing all his belongings, including his phone and credentials, back to the management bureau. The photo on the investigative credentials depicted a smiling youth in a white shirt. Clutching Lu Zhe's photo, Meng Cheng eagerly asked, "Have you seen this person today?" The attending doctor scrutinized the image, shaking his head in bewilderment, indicating he had no recollection. The hospital bustled with people. How could he possibly remember every face? Disappointment washed over Meng Cheng as he lowered his hands, tenderly stroking the photo of the youth, sighing as he returned it to his pocket. Perhaps IT was merely coincidence. Maybe he was overthinking. The notebook might have been carelessly placed there by Luz while sorting through items. He murmured an apology, trudging toward the hospital entrance, brushing past several young nurses, overhearing their animated chatter. "Do you think Dr. Shen is free today? I'd love to invite him for coffee. I saw him attending to patients today. He is such a considerate person." Meng Cheng chose to disregard their idle chatter, donning his raincoat once more, stepping back into the torrential rain. Just then, his phone rang. "Hello, is there news on Lu Zhe?" "Okay, I'll head there immediately." Unbeknownst to him, just moments ago, in the very spot he had stood, separated by a ceiling, Lu Zhe lay quietly on the second floor, awaiting his slow demise in the operating room. Individuals clad in white busily monitored his bodily data. At the center of the room, a pitch-black heart hung, its veins deeply embedded into Lu Zhe's skin. Writhing toward his chest cavity, Lu's breaths grew shallow, his pupils slowly dilating as dark veins spread through his bloodstream, bringing a wave of pain throughout his body. The test subject is experiencing full-body spasms. Vital signs remain stable. Pain indicators have peaked. Risking shock. Should anesthetics be administered? Do not administer. The heart of the Weird King will restore him. He could not discern their words, only perceiving the multitude of figures moving around him, the ceiling lights glaringly bright. It would be better to die, he thought. For a person to wish for death is a simple task. Humanity possesses the most fragile of vessels. Losing a heart leads to swift demise, or even a slight imbalance within the body could spell instant death. Yet for him at this moment, it felt insurmountable. He sensed something gnawing at his heart, the void replaced by a pulsing foreign entity, his entire being growing cold as if sinking into unfathomable depths. Countless vengeful spirits reached from the blood sea, covering his eyes, clenching his ankles and arms, dragging him into the abyss of Sign Luz. "You shall not die a good death. Why must you kill me? I merely wished for my brother, Zhang Hu, to have a better life. I am innocent." The court has declared me free of wrongdoing. You should perish. This was the retribution from those he had slain. He deserved it. Is that truly the case? In a daze, his vision regained clarity, and he beheld Gu Ranjiji. Floating before him, it was a child's drawing, identical to the one in the black notebook in his room. Father, mother, sister, and I. All our heads were shaded black. 2 lines of red ink scrawled above. Do you remember now? Your family is a fabrication. At that moment, the youth lying on the experimental table cracked a grin. Chapter 65. The blooming of sinful flowers. Lu Zhe's entire memory commences with a cataclysmic inferno. He stood in a daze at the entrance of the orphanage, watching as the other children screamed and fled, torn to shreds by the encroaching, eerie tide. The older children, in their desperation to survive, tripped him, pushing him into the engulfing blackness. Fortunately, the malevolent entities did not consume him, perhaps deeming him a reserve for later. In mere moments, the ground was strewn with blood and dismembered limbs. All had perished. Dark phantoms began to coalesce around him, seeping into his shadow like a rising tide, ultimately vanishing from sight. He lingered amidst the ruins for an eternity until several individuals clad in protective gear began to clear the debris. Discovering this sole survivor, a heated argument ensued, voices raised in fervor, their faces flushed with emotion. Finally, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a youthful assistant, approached Lu Zhe, bending down to gently stroke his head with a warm smile. Will you come with me? Lu Zhe found comfort in the man's touch, nodding in response. From that point onward, he resided in a sterile white room, enduring daily blood draws, tests, and injections of various reagents. Behind a thick layer of bulletproof glass, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, he observed the comings and goings of people in the corridor. Studying their behaviors, a female researcher took a particular liking to him. Each time she came to draw blood, she brought candies and regaled him with stories. She spoke of a child she had lost, one who, had they been born, would be of his age now. The young apprentice also frequently visited, often adjusting his glasses as if they were perpetually askew. He would sit by Lu Zhe's glass door, chattering endlessly, sometimes lamenting the burdensome tasks assigned by his mentor. Other times boasting about his research achievements or expressing his lofty ideals of saving the world. To save humanity, one must first destroy, to utterly annihilate the arrogant deities. Lu Zhe struggled to comprehend, often finding the young man's prattle tiresome. Yet, he tolerated it as the apprentice taught him to write. After some time, the female researcher gifted him a black-covered notebook, encouraging him to inscribe thoughts or draw within its pages. Unbeknownst to her, the subject of her observations was quietly observing her in return. Unsure of what to write, Lu Zhe inscribed the first character he had learned. A stroke and a dot, interdependent. People cannot endure solitude yet perpetually inflict harm upon one another, etching suffering into the souls of others. Humanity is indeed a peculiar, pitiable, and tragic species, Lu Zhe mused. One afternoon, however, a commotion arose when the younger brother of a laboratory worker went missing, his whereabouts unknown. Everyone assumed the child, named Zhang Hu, had been devoured by the laboratory's horrors. What they did not anticipate was that Zhang Hu, clutching a lollipop, had inadvertently wandered to the door of experiment subject 56, Lu Zhe's room. The researcher had carelessly forgotten to lock the door, allowing the child to slip inside with ease. The boy was quite talkative, pulling out candy from his pocket and engaging Lu Zhe in conversation about his life. They chatted for quite a while, during which Lu Zhe realized that he was not a typical human being. A normal life would encompass a loving mother, a stern father, and perhaps a younger sibling. Yet, he had none of these. He listened intently, sketching in his notebook the home he imagined. Just then, he felt a sudden jolt from the collar around his neck, a surge of electricity that knocked him to the ground. People rushed in to shield Zhang Hu, shouting in terror and rage, "Get away, you damned monster!" They kicked him brutally in the abdomen, shattered his arms underfoot, and trampled his hands, even as he lay utterly defenseless. Mercy holds no meaning when dealing with a monster. Blood trickled from Lu Zhe's forehead as he stared blankly at the chaos unfolding, witnessing his shadow stretch across the floor, endlessly mending his broken form. So, it was true. He was a monster. As the scene escalated, panic ensued, and people began to scream frantically, fleeing in terror, casting fearful glances in his direction. Do you wish to leave this place and live anew as a human? In a moment of daze, the young assistant squatted before him, extending his right hand with a smile. Behind the young man, the middle-aged professor lay on the ground, a surgical knife plunged into his abdomen. Eyes wide in death, on the second floor of the hospital, the surgical instruments began to flicker erratically, emitting sharp alarms. Warning: contamination index of the subject is skyrocketing. All indices exceeded. Please implement anesthesia immediately. An anesthetic was administered. Lu Zhe lay on the operating table, his dark pupils dilated, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile. So this was it. The memories of family were merely figments of his imagination. He had encapsulated the source of contamination within his mind, perceiving himself as an ordinary person, and thus lived for a decade. Everything was a facade. This peculiar tome was a fragment of his mental ocean, a manifestation of his awakening abilities. The ones who killed those people were never the formless horrors, but Lu Zhe himself. He was the master of the tales of terror. In an instant, the entire operating room erupted in a cacophony of alarms. Instruments shattering as screens exploded. All circuits overloaded, and the fluorescent lights in the corridor burst one after another, plunging the hospital into darkness. Researchers screamed in panic, rushing toward the exit, their bodies disintegrating into clouds of crimson mist before they could even grasp the door. Meanwhile, the doctors and nurses on the first floor remained oblivious, cowering in corners like quails, praying for safety. Liu Zhe slowly rose, the whispers of the heart of the eerie king echoing in his ears. It beckoned with a seductive voice. Yes, that's right. Use my power, kill them, eliminate them all. Humanity deserves death. It pulsated with excitement, but before it could further seize control of Lu Zhe's body, a bloodied hand suddenly pierced through his chest, extracting it entirely. How dare you? Liu Zhe gazed at it calmly, holding the heart in his right hand, while his left casually cleared his ear. You are quite noisy. With a decisive snap, he crushed the heart of the eerie king. Dark blood splattering across his hands and dripping to the floor. A gaping wound remained on his chest, blood oozing forth. Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned as he staggered toward the exit. If it was an artifact of the old era, it deserved to rot beneath the earth alongside its dynasty. Unforgivable, unforgivable. The fragments of the black heart writhed in defiance, attempting to crawl toward Lu Zhe's feet, exclaiming, "This will be my body. Without me, you shall perish." Liu Zhe glanced down indifferently, remarking, "I forgot. The eerie cannot die." He smiled as he picked up a piece of flesh, swiftly inserting it into the notebook before him, instantly radiating a blinding red light. Class is sealed object, heart of the eerie king. Accompanying his description, the pen hovering in the air began to extract the blood from the flesh, inscribing new characters. The effect is he pondered for a moment, raising his index finger with a smile, a mobile blood pack. Retaining the original corrosive properties, it can heal the user's wounds, and what else? It can also serve as INK. As he spoke, blood dripped from the large hole in his chest, gradually healing, leaving only an empty cavity. Liu Zhe no longer had a heart. He would feel no pain again. Chapter 66. Darkness Falls. Please close your eyes. Part 1. Lu Zhe calmly perused the notebook. The latest page showcasing the heart, labeled as the heart of the eerie king. Twisted black runes spiraled, suffused with agony and malice. The heart appeared to writhe as if alive, continuously screaming, attempting to transmit its suffering to the outside world. Use me. We are kindred spirits. Fear not. I will put you to use. He smiled, closing the page, effectively silencing the cacophony. The world fell silent. With the recording of this sealed object, his horror value, which represented the total amount of contamination source material, approached 100,000. Fresh ink appeared on the yellowed pages. Name: Lu Zhe. Level: B. Identity: Master of Tales of Terror. Created Tales of Terror. 2-5 Midnight Cat Bell. Chainsaw Girl. Deceased. Horror value: 92. 337. Consuming 100,000 horror value can resurrect deceased tales of terror and expand their reach worldwide. He was just shy of the required horror value. Narrowing his eyes, he stretched and muttered to himself, "Then I shall begin by crafting a simple hospital tale of terror." Moreover, he had no intention of letting Shen Quan, the quack who took his heart, escape. He would repay this suffering 100-fold. Grasping the pen that floated in the air, he swiftly wrote down new characters. Darkness Falls, Please close your eyes. The hospital has fallen into darkness, and the monsters are ready to kill. As he began to write, the entire hospital trembled. The outside world instantly transformed into night, engulfed by ominous clouds that blotted out the sun. The hospitalized patients and doctors were thrown into a frenzy, the air thick with the stench of fear. And the lurking horrors began to stir in the shadows. As the people emerged from their panic, they frantically rushed towards the hospital's grand entrance, only to be horrified to discover that the door had transformed into an impenetrable wall. There was no escape. Someone pounded against the wall, crying out in despair, "It's over. The rules of the horror tale have descended upon us." "What about the windows? Quick, smash the windows." A few managed to shatter the glass. And upon glimpsing a flicker of hope for escape, a glimmer of joy crossed their faces. However, their hopes were swiftly extinguished as they beheld the scene outside the hospital, plunging them into profound despair. Beyond the windows lay an endless, black ocean, teeming with countless indescribable creatures, writhing and revealing their enormous, blood-red eyes. Just a fleeting glance from a human would plunge them into utter madness in that moment. The hospital morphed into a representation of reality, a ship adrift in a lunatic black sea, seemingly on the verge of being torn apart by higher-dimensional entities. Despair ruthlessly ravaged every soul as a female nurse collapsed to the floor. Sobbing uncontrollably, earlier, when the circuit had exploded, some had sensed the impending doom and fled through the entrance. Those who remained were predominantly hospital staff, with a small number being members of the Doomsday Cult. As for the patients in the intensive care unit, Luze had chosen not to involve them in this horror tale. These comatose individuals were oblivious to their surroundings, incapable of contributing to the atmosphere or generating any thrill. He had no interest in dealing with stale ingredients. The more vibrant the life, the deeper the fear it could evoke. At the moment their psychological defenses crumbled, the purest form of faith would emerge: fear. Ignorance and blind worship, the hallmarks of primitive belief. With a smile, Luze extended his hand, donning the black garb of a funeral bearer, dragging a high-speed chainsaw behind him as he descended the stairs. Step by step. He, doctor, your patients have come to find you. The chainsaw clashed against the stair railing, emitting a sharp, crackling noise and sparking a metallic collision. The corridor echoed with a deep, lingering laughter, unceasing. Meanwhile, Shen Quan sat in a second-floor ward. Involuntarily shivering, he furrowed his brow, adjusting his glasses with a grave expression, acutely aware of the situation spiraling out of control. What was happening? According to his estimations, the test subject should have succumbed to madness by now. A beast stripped of reason only required a slight inducement to willingly enter a cage. He had prepared a plethora of drugs, intending to gradually exhaust Lu Ze's strength before effortlessly capturing him. Shen Quan had schemed for years, waiting for this moment, the destruction of the subject's mind through suffering, the peak of their power, ultimately to be reaped as his prize. However, this sudden horror tale had utterly derailed his plans. It had directly altered the hospital's landscape, isolating everyone within different wards, rendering all electronic devices inoperative and dismantling the traps he had meticulously set present. Shen Quan could only navigate this horror tale to continue his experiment. While he pondered, an impetuous nurse grasped his sleeve, tearfully exclaiming, "Dr. Shen, what should we do?" Shen Quan smiled, adjusting his glasses, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes as he hesitated over whether to eliminate all the players and force a violent conclusion. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he finally laid down the scalpel, interlocking his fingers, maintaining the smile on his face, and calmly stated, "Do not panic. This is a Class C horror tale. I have experience with this kind of situation. You simply need to follow my lead. In this ward, there were 5 players in total, and he recognized only the timid nurse. Sending these fools out to scout the way didn't seem like a bad idea." Shen Quan thought darkly. That moment, the consultation guide at the ward entrance had inexplicably transformed into an ancient, yellowed page, inscribed with new rules. The nurse, closest to the door, glanced nervously at her teammates, momentarily suppressing her fear, and began to read the rules in a trembling voice. "When night falls, please close your eyes. Every 3 hours, the sun and moon of the hospital will reverse, and players must survive for 24 hours. During the night, monsters will roam the corridors. Do not leave your ward, and remember to lock the door. Among you, there are members of a cult. At night, vote to expose them, and when a knock is heard during the day, identify them to the visitor. 3. If all cult members in this room are killed by the monster, this group of players will have completed the game early and can return to reality. 4. If, after 24 hours, cult members still exist in the room, the monster will kill everyone within. P.S. If anyone finds Shun Quan for me, everyone can complete the game immediately. Enjoy the game. Upon hearing these rules, Shun Quan's brow furrowed tightly. He glanced at the other 4 individuals in the room, a flash of murderous intent passing through his eyes as he slowly curled his lips into a smile. A rule directed solely at him. How amusing. The nurse, drenched in cold sweat, finished reading the rules, her body trembling as she swallowed hard, her gaze darting nervously towards Shun Quan. She took a step back, cautiously distancing herself from the doctor, yet her heart brimmed with elation. Wonderful, wonderful. As long as she exposed Dr. Shun, everyone could survive. The others, unfamiliar with Shun Quan, were patients randomly assigned to this group, their faces a mixture of confusion as they discussed the rules. Who is Shun Quan? Male or female? No idea. By the way, are there cult members among us? Is that for real? Just as the timid nurse opened her mouth, trembling to reveal the truth, Shun Quan interrupted her. He stood up with a smile, brushing off the dust from his white coat, and with open arms declared, I am Shun Quan. Chapter 67. When darkness falls, please close your eyes. Part 2. I am Shun Quan. He laughed heartily, arms wide. So, what do you plan to do? Step out of the room and tell that monster to come and kill me. Ha ha ha. Shun Quan narrowed his eyes, pushing up his glasses, and coldly remarked. Before that, I can eliminate all of you. The 4 exchanged glances, seeing the uncertainty mirrored in each other's eyes. They seemed incredulous that this ordinary doctor could annihilate them in an instant, yet they dared not wager their lives on it. The nurse swallowed hard, her heart pounding violently as she noticed the scalpel hidden behind Shun Quan. She trembled slightly and hesitantly suggested, but if we all die, when the monster knocks at the door, it will sense something is amiss. Doctor, you will be exposed. Indeed. Shun Quan clapped his hands with a smile, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the light as he extended his right hand, as his fingers curled into a grasp. All 4 players began to vomit black blood, convulsing violently on the floor. Their faces were a mixture of fear and astonishment, unable to scream, blood gushing from their eyes and noses as they looked at him in terror, not daring to breathe. What sort of cursed ability was this? Shun Quan released his grip, halting their torment, and turned towards the door, coldly stating, It is precisely because of this rule that you have survived thus far. Through the narrow glass strip of the door, he peered into the darkened corridor, continuing, To believe that betraying me will spare you from the horror tale is truly laughable. When daylight comes, you should know what to say. A glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, and seeing the 4 nodding in a panic, he finally revealed a satisfied smile. Such an overtly targeted rule was easy for Shun Quan to deduce as Lu Zhe's doing. Very well, let us play along. He adjusted his glasses and murmured to himself, To what extent can you go? Shun Quan found a position by the door, slowly crouching down, perfectly positioned in the blind spot of the glass window. A loud metallic scraping echoed from the depths of the corridor, growing closer, accompanied by the distinct sound of footsteps, steadily approaching. The others exchanged terrified glances, wiping the black blood from their faces, each finding a hiding spot. Shrinking back like quails, no longer daring to utter a sound, as the sound of metal clashing drew nearer. The fluorescent lights at the ward in trance exploded one after another, scattering sharp glass fragments. The lights in the ward flickered briefly before extinguishing completely. The nurse and the others huddled together, desperately covering their mouths and holding their breaths. The corridor was filled with a chilling, sinister laughter. As the monster dragged a blood-soaked chainsaw, humming an eerie nursery rhyme, stepping closer and closer to their hearts. When darkness falls, please close your eyes. The monster comes to kill. Lost lambs, hide well, lest you be found forever. A trail of blood marked its path, as if it had just crawled out of hell. The shadow halted at the ward's entrance, leaning closer to the narrow glass window, suddenly grinning widely. Knock, knock, who is there? Silence enveloped the room, everyone holding their breath. Standing at the glass window, it slowly removed its hood, revealing a pale face splattered with blood, eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Lu Zhe revved the chainsaw, shattering the glass window with a forceful strike, exclaiming with a smile, "The monster is me." The nurse trembled in fright, nearly screaming, but was restrained by her teammates, only able to stifle her sobs. Glass shards flew towards Shen Quan, who narrowed his eyes, gripping the scalpel tightly, distinctly hearing the rapid pounding of his own heart. The situation is rather dire. I am at a loss as to why the subject is currently in a frenzied state. Engaging in a head-on confrontation is far from prudent. Furthermore, Shen Quan possesses a rather unique ability, which has proven ineffective against Lu Zhe, who has utterly lost his sense of pain. He must remain calm and wait for the opportune moment. It seems the monster, having not heard any sound, dejectedly retracted its chainsaw, lingering at the doorway for a brief moment before continuing to hum a nursery rhyme as it ventured further away. Only then did the occupants of the room exhale in relief, their bodies limp, drenched in cold sweat. The nurse's face had turned a ghastly shade of purple, and as her teammate released his grip, she gasped for air, her gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling, tears finally streaming from the corners of her eyes. Unable to contain her anguish, she wept, lamenting the dreadful fate they had wrought. Not only was the monster intent on her demise, but her deranged doctor companion was also a potential threat. No, she could not allow herself to perish. The young nurse wiped her tears away, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes as she gradually ceased her sobbing. Directing her gaze towards Shen Quan, who sat pondering by the door. Pitting the doctor against the monster would be her chance for escape. Indeed, at the break of dawn, she would push Shen Quan out, provoking a clash between him and the creature. Having resolved this in her mind, she cast a resentful glance at Shen Quan before stealthily retreating to a corner near the door. The room fell silent once more. With Shen Quan seated beside the entrance, eyes shut in a bid to conserve his energy, while the other players huddled together, lost in their thoughts, at last, as the clock on the wall struck 10. The lights in the room flickered momentarily before illuminating brightly. The corridor outside was also bathed in light, as if daybreak had suddenly arrived. The rules inscribed on the door began to shift, revealing a new line of text. Please open your eyes at dawn. When the knocker arrives, vote to identify the cultist. Shen Quan opened his eyes, wiping his gleaming scalpel with the edge of his garment. Preparing for the arrival of the knocker outside, he adopted a menacing posture, coiling his body like a spring, ready to leap forth and sever the throat of anyone who dared to breach the door. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside, growing increasingly distinct as they approached the room. Through the narrow glass window, a hooded youth clad in black stood at the threshold, his eyes obscured by a black cloth. A slight smirk gracing his lips, he knocked politely on the door, inquiring in a serene tone, "Hello, is anyone from the Annihilation Society present?" Shen Quan, positioned close to the door, caught a whiff of a pungent metallic scent. His brow furrowing in response. Upon closer inspection, he nearly overlooked the specks of blood adorning the pale cheeks of the youth. Had he just returned from a killing spree? Were all the members of the Annihilation Society dead? No, surely that could not be the case. According to this rule, he would rather mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than let even one slip through. Before he could respond, the young nurse suddenly shrieked, "That's him." "Shen Quan!" Shen Quan furrowed his brow, glaring at the nurse with gritted teeth, regretting not having silenced her earlier. He whirled around, locking eyes with a pair of blood-red orbs, his heart sinking as his pupils constricted sharply. Lu Zhe removed his hood, revealing a maniacal grin as he exclaimed, "I see you now, Doctor." With a thunderous crash, the wooden door was violently torn apart, a rapidly spinning chainsaw protruding through the splintered opening, instantly rending Shen Quan's chest asunder. Shen Quan felt his insides explode in a shower of gore, his eyes bulging as blood sprayed in all directions, the cold teeth of the saw gnashing at him. The pain surged through his entire being, an experience unlike any he had ever endured. He expelled a mouthful of blood, then narrowed his eyes, laughing maniacally as he leaned closer to Lu Zhe's ear. Whispering slowly, "Did you think you had one?" In a fit of madness, Shen Quan spread his arms wide, embracing the hooded youth, allowing the chainsaw to pierce through his own body. He bellowed, "Ha ha ha ha, in this world. You are not the only one who cannot die." Lu Zhe maintained his smile, meeting Shen Quan's gaze with his crimson eyes, pulling the chainsaw's chain taut, severing Shen Quan's bones completely. "It mattered not. For every time you resurrected, I shall slay you anew. Should you return 100 times, I shall kill you 100 times. Chapter 68. Please close your eyes at dusk, Part 3. Shun Quan erupted into laughter, his body swaying like decayed timber before collapsing in a heap, gradually dissipating like dust into the air. Some of the particles clung to Lu Zhe, seeping into his lungs with each breath, frantically infiltrating his very being, coursing through his bloodstream. The dust burrowed into Lu Zhe's ears, piercing his nerve fibers, echoing Shan Quan's voice, syllable by syllable. I am everywhere. Shun Quan's ability, known as intricacy, allowed him to fully decompose his body into bacteria, controlling them at will. In this world, bacteria are omnipresent, even within the human brain, blood, and organs, teeming with these minuscule entities. This is why he could catalyze wine, distort human limbs at will, manipulate their pain receptors, and cause red blood cells to necrose, seeping from the body. It also meant that as long as the bacteria thrived, he himself could not perish. Now, your memories, your sensations, everything about you shall become mine. I will completely inherit this vessel. Yet, Lu Zhe remained unperturbed, stretching his neck and grinning as he replied, Is that so? He bent slightly, unable to contain his rising mirth, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, so, can you endure my suffering? He opened his blood-red eyes, grinning as he spoke. Shen Quan, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected reaction, soon found his consciousness assailed by an explosion of pain. The agony surged through him like a computer virus, emanating from the depths of Lu Zhe's memories, inundating Shen Quan's awareness, accompanied by an unending stream of memory fragments, akin to countless steel blades carving into his flesh. Ah! He began to scream in madness, struggling to escape Lu Zhe's body, yet finding himself utterly trapped. What is this? What the hell? Lu Zhe sat calmly, a smile gracing his face as he began to list off his experiences. This is the medication administered to me at 6 years old. Used to test the sensitivity of my entire nervous system. Quite painful, indeed. He raised his index finger, continuing to speak slowly. By the way, did you ever try the drugs on the test subjects yourself before administering them? Shen Quan erupted into a fit of hysterical screams, desperately attempting to flee from Lu Zhe's body, yet finding no means of escape. You can't run. I just wrote the rules. You must endure all of this before you can leave. Just then, Shen Quan suddenly felt the nature of his torment shift, transforming into a legion of ants gnawing at his insides, countless leeches burrowing into his skin, the combined sensations of agony and itching nearly driving him to the brink of madness. He found himself in a state of despair, crying out within Lu Zhe's mind. What the hell is this? Now this, Lu Zhe mused for a moment before continuing with a grin, is the sensation of being forcibly penetrated by the source of contamination during the museum incident. I recall it being excruciating, albeit brief. So it wasn't too bad, he reminisced quietly. Shen Quan's consciousness began to fragment. And at that moment, the pain morphed once more, becoming a writhing mass of cold serpents and insects, slithering into every blood vessel, inching ever closer to his heart. He could no longer muster the strength to speak, only vaguely hearing Lu Zhe's self-indulgent explanations. Here it comes, the pain you delivered upon me, Dr. Shun. Unlike the previous, intense agony, this sensation was a gradual devouring, slowly expanding within his veins. Dread began to swell within him, his body growing increasingly frigid. He felt as though he were bound to a chair, each moment a torment as the insects consumed him piece by piece. Shen Quan had never experienced such profound despair and prolonged suffering. They began by tearing open his skin, licking every nerve junction, eliciting sharp stings. Next, they gnawed at his muscles, leaving only skin, blood vessels, organs, and bones, systematically devouring him. He was left completely hollowed out, yet death eluded him. No matter what he did, in the end, they began to feast upon Shen Quan's heart and liver, burrowing into his chest like parasitic worms, incessantly stirring within, gnawing at flesh with their circular teeth. Excreting corrosive fluids. I was wrong, Lu Zhe. I truly was wrong. Please, let me go. Shen Quan's spirit trembled, his voice fading to a whisper. Please, I would do anything for you. Yet Lu Zhe merely dug at his ears, running a hand across his empty chest cavity, responding calmly, that won't do. Doctor, if I were to let you go, I wouldn't mind, but if my heart still beats, I believe it would feel quite displeased. So, you must die. Leaning against the wall, he gazed up at the ceiling, extending his left hand as if to grasp something, smiling as he stated, "The same goes for the members of the Annihilation Society." Shun Quan finally comprehended that no amount of pleading would avail him. Thus he summoned his last reserves of mental strength, altering his approach to entreat. "Do you remember? It was I who took you out of the laboratory. I granted you your freedom, and I know that in your pursuit of the research results, you even killed your mentor." Liu Zhe sat cross-legged on the ground, meticulously wiping the bloodied chainsaw, his head unraised as he spoke. Indeed, Shun Quan was the assistant who frequently adjusted his glasses, the very one who had introduced him to human society. He arranged a new identity for Liu Zhe, allowing him to experience the vicissitudes of human emotions over the span of a decade. Throughout this journey, Liu Zhe encountered many benevolent individuals and gained emotional experiences he had never known before. In truth, Liu Zhe still could not comprehend how this man had transformed from a verbose intellectual into a figure of madness. "It cannot be like this," Shun Quan suddenly shouted with fervor, his demeanor shifting dramatically as the elegance he once exuded vanished entirely. "He is a plagiarist, the most despicable of deceivers. That is my research. My creation?" Liu Zhe tapped his own head, hoping to quiet Shun Quan, whose incessant noise was becoming unbearable. "I understand. I understand. It is precisely because you granted me freedom that I am now allowing you to leave," Liu Zhe remarked with a cheerful smile, raising a finger. With the loosening of his thoughts, Shun Quan's consciousness finally fled from within Liu Zhe, darting frantically down the corridor in a desperate flight. His greatest regret in life was provoking this true madman. "Flee! Flee!" Liu Zhe brushed off the dust from his clothes, rising leisurely with the chainsaw in hand. "Take me to find more cultists. Heh. No matter where you escape, I shall hunt you down, Doctor," Liu Zhe said with a smile, pulling down the brim of his hat as he strolled step by step toward the remaining rooms. Humming an eerie nursery rhyme. "When darkness falls, please close your eyes." Chapter 69. The deceased Shun Quan is the good Shun Quan. Shun Quan had once unconditionally trusted his mentor, cherishing every word spoken. One day, his mentor, brimming with passion, proclaimed, "We shall conduct an experiment that defies the divine." The goal was to achieve a perfect fusion of humanity with the grotesque, birthing an artificial king of the uncanny, thereby bringing an end to this era and banishing the divine. This ignited a fervor within Shun Quan. Thus, upon graduation, he forsook a lucrative career to follow his mentor into the world-ending society, believing he was partaking in the salvation of the world. At least, that was what he thought. Amidst the uncanny tides of Linyuan City, they discovered the ideal subject for their experiment. The boy amidst the ruins gazed at them with innocent yet indifferent eyes, akin to an uncarved jade. "Our research is akin to sculpting, crafting a perfect masterpiece. What a source of pride it is," his mentor said, bending down to caress the boy's head. "Each creation is my child." Initially, Shun Quan could not fully grasp this perspective. To treat humans as mere subjects was ethically questionable. As a physician, he could not wield a scalpel against his own kind. Thus, he took it upon himself to teach the boy to write during his spare moments and occasionally substituted the mentor's harsh drugs with those less harmful to the nervous system out of pity. However, as he grew accustomed to the wails of suffering humanity, and when he could no longer feel the warmth of blood on his cold hands, Shun Quan gradually came to understand everything. Once they entered his laboratory, they could no longer be regarded as human. They were no different from laboratory mice or frogs. Consequently, he began to devote himself more fervently, wagering everything on this project, achieving significant advancements, until one day, he was astonished to find that severing a human's carotid artery no longer elicited feelings of guilt. Shun Quan rejoiced. He had become the exemplary student his mentor spoke of. Proudly, he approached his mentor with the latest report, only to find a photograph of an infant and the man's resignation letter laid upon the familiar desk. With an apologetic expression, the professor informed him that he had indeed become a father. Each time he witnessed the suffering of the subjects, he was reminded of his son, and his hands would tremble. He could no longer continue. Every night was haunted by nightmares, as if countless vengeful spirits screamed in his ears. He merely wished to live out his remaining years in peace, seeing his son through a safe life. Thus, he destroyed all research findings, obliterating all of Shun Quan's efforts in one fell swoop. "We have strayed down the wrong path. It is all my fault," he lamented, clutching his head, dismissing his beliefs with a light touch. "I shall rectify this error." You will understand, will you not? Shen Quan felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. Gripping the man's collar in rage, he screamed hysterically, "Why? I have given up everything to follow you, even turning myself into a cold-blooded executioner." He shook the man violently. The mentor remained silent, and Shen Quan began to weep uncontrollably, his arms slowly collapsing to his sides as he felt all his beliefs shatter and crumble. 2 days later, he gathered his belongings, preparing to leave the laboratory that had left him disheartened. Before departing, Shen Quan resolved to take one last look at experiment subject 56. After all, he had poured his heart and soul into it. While packing, he found the fairy tale book he had brought with him, thinking it a fitting farewell gift for the child. Arriving at the experimental area, he spotted unfamiliar figures in uniforms and quickly slipped into the shadows of the wall. He knew that the world-ending society had close ties with the upper echelons of the 4 great families. Matters beyond his purview. Hiding around the corner, he overheard a conversation, a pleasure to collaborate. His mentor said with a smile, shaking hands with those individuals. Research on experiment subject 56 is progressing smoothly. Thank you for the provided materials. I believe it is worth the price. An unnamed fire ignited within Shen Quan. This fraud, coward, plagiarist, that is my research, my creation. He could not fathom that the man had sold their work. In a fit of rage, he charged forward with a gleaming scalpel, piercing the man's abdomen with force. In his final moments, the mentor's face was one of disbelief, his mouth opening as if to say something, but Shen Quan could no longer hear. Having executed countless bizarre experiments, Shen Quan had accumulated a reservoir of resentment within, which erupted at that moment, awakening his A-level talent, meticulous insight. With his newfound ability, Shen Quan slaughtered everyone in the laboratory. Freeing experiment subject 56, he would continue this experiment, surpassing his mentor, inheriting the man's ambitions to unveil the king of the uncanny in this era. Shen Quan lay on the ground, being dragged forward, his dazed pupils struggling to regain focus, momentarily escaping the whirlwind of thoughts. His glasses lay shattered, askew on his cheek, blood mingling with shards of glass. His face bore bruises, one eye resembling a panda, the other swollen like a bulb, utterly erasing his once handsome visage. Liu hummed a carefree tune, bloodied chainsaw in his left hand, grasping Shen Quan's long hair with his right, walking leisurely down the corridor, leaving a trail of blood behind, blood that belonged to Shen Quan. It dawned on him in terror that a human body could bleed so profusely. Awake? Liu halted, releasing his grip to smile down at him. After being captured for the 34th time, what are your thoughts? Shen Quan's head thudded against the floor, spinning him into a dizzying vertigo. He opened his cracked lips, emitting a hoarse, indistinct moan. Liu leaned closer. He finally discerned Shen Quan's words. Fraud, plagiarist, why worked my... What? Did he sell our efforts? Why did the mentor deceive me? Seeing Shen Quan in such a deranged state, Liu fell silent for a moment, finding it somewhat tedious. He glanced at a notebook nearby and finally understood the implications of those words, spreading his hands wide. But he did not deceive you. What? Shen Quan's pale eyes began to shift, trembling as he gazed up at Liu. That day, the professor came to me with the intention of administering euthanasia. Liu snapped his fingers, grinning as he continued. What he sold were false documents. But you killed him, without offering him a chance to explain. Shen Quan's bloodshot eyes widened, as Liu whispered like a demon in his ear, completely shattering his final psychological defenses. Shen Quan's pupils began to tremble violently, cold sweat pouring from his brow. As the gentle smile of the middle-aged man loomed before him, gradually blurred by tears, that man truly intended to rectify the error, yet his beloved disciple perpetuated the mistake. All right, I've grown weary of this game. Liu languidly stood, stretching his limbs and dusting off his attire. It has been 24 hours since this bizarre tale began. All those who needed to die have met their end, and those who could escape have fled. Now only the 2 of us remain within the hospital. He seized a pen from the air, inscribing a line on the page of grasping knowledge. Within the confines of the hospital, all microorganisms are to perish. Farewell, Dr. Shen, Liu said with a smile. I hope we shall meet again in hell. Shen Quan understood that his time was drawing near, slowly closing his eyes as his body began to dissipate. The pale dust spiraled through the air, reminiscent of a young man who bowed slowly. The deceased Shen Quan is the true good Shen Quan. Chapter 70. The world is an immense field of leaks. Lu Zhe calmly observed the complete dissolution of the corpse, tilting his head to gaze at the blood-stained ceiling. The crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading to a lifeless gray. He let out a soft chuckle, exhaling as he hoisted the chainsaw onto his shoulder and strode through the abandoned corridor. The hospital was deserted, each room splattered with blood, and the echoes of agonizing screams seemed to linger in the corridor. Within these 24 hours, he had sent every member of the Apocalypse Society within the hospital straight to hell, without exception. Whether it was due to extenuating circumstances or forced participation, once one chose a side, one must bear the consequences of their reckless actions. Those uninvolved, after a harrowing 24-hour escape, were mostly released by Lu Zhe. After all, leaks are harvested one batch at a time. He was no deranged killer. The rules of the bizarre tales would never be without resolution. Every rule would leave a sliver of hope, allowing humanity to cling to a glimmer of optimism. It is precisely because of this hope that, at the moment of their companions' or their own demise, profound despair erupts. They would ponder, if only they had done something differently at that moment, or if only they had refrained from action, perhaps everyone could have survived. They would feel regret, fear, and guilt. Humanity must survive to instill greater fear and faith, contributing even more significant value. With this thought, Lu Zhe opened his crimson notebook, his gaze lingering on the latest line. Terror value has reached 100. 000. Should Chainsaw Girl be resurrected? Yes, he pulled down his hood, concealing his eyes, and smiled as he declared, I shall extend my bizarre tale across the globe, as the tip of his pen hovered and then fell. An invisible wave began to radiate outward from him, forming concentric ripples. Within this intangible domain, it seemed that certain laws had been quietly altered, though they were exceedingly difficult to perceive. Those guilty of rape, murder, or domestic violence leading to death will be trapped in the cycle of Chainsaw Night. In this state, they will be pursued for 3 consecutive nights by Chainsaw Girl, each night losing a random part of their body, ultimately meeting their demise on the final night, exempting those acting in self-defense, accidental killers, and law enforcement sanctioning criminals. Rule completion. Scope of influence is the entire world, meanwhile, within the Bureau of Bizarre Tales. Due to the failure to capture the Undertaker and the loss of the crucial cursed object, ancestor of the Miao knife, Ma Pijing was dismissed from his position this morning, and the authority of the A-City branch reverted back to Meng Cheng. Holding several documents, Meng Cheng's fingers trembled slightly, and his palms were slightly sweaty. There was nothing to find, nothing at all. All information regarding Lu Zhe prior to the age of 6 was completely sealed. It was as if this individual had appeared out of thin air, his household registration processed under the standards of an illegitimate child. An investigator in the archives took a sip of coffee, typing away at the keyboard, and remarked, the Undertaker's nominal parents were members of the former Apocalypse Society, missing for 10 years. He moved the mouse, pulling up a black and white photograph, revealing a woman with a pale complexion, Lu Zhe's aunt. The two had left behind an inheritance, claiming he was born abroad, and had entrusted him to the Zhao Rui couple. Currently, Zhao Rui had been confirmed deceased, suspected of having been beaten to death by her husband, Zhou Xian. With the case ultimately concluded as suicide, he paused, looking up at Meng Cheng and said, Captain, a few days ago, Zhou Xian had his left eye and spleen taken by Chainsaw Night and is now hospitalized. Fortunately, Captain Ma effectively prevented this bizarre tale. The third night of terror did not arrive, and he was just discharged today. Are you implying that the Undertaker might seek him out for revenge? Meng Cheng pondered for a moment before lifting his head to respond. Yes. He lowered his gaze, contemplating how to arrange for personnel to stake out Zhou Xian's residence. Just then, Feng Jing, responsible for task assignments, suddenly sent him an urgent notification. Captain, a sea-level bizarre tale has emerged at the Central Hospital, trapping over 300 people. Upon hearing this news, Meng Cheng was momentarily stunned, hastily picking up the communicator to inquire. I remember Lu Zhe went to assist in breaking the formation. It's already the 2nd day, hasn't it been resolved? No, the trapped individuals have been rescued. But what? He furrowed his brow and pressed for details. Feng Jing hesitated before saying, as soon as Lu Zhe entered the hospital, he was kidnapped by the Undertaker. What? The video transmitted from the other end indicated that the captain had to arrive soon. Otherwise, he would be executed. Stunned into silence, Meng Cheng's mind momentarily went blank, and after a while, he realized the call had ended. Liu Zhe had captured Lu Zi. The communicator emitted a busy signal, and the investigators in the archives paused their work. Quietly watching him, he pondered, unable to fathom what this individual intended, shaking his head in resignation as he donned his coat and hurried towards the bureau's main entrance. Upon opening his car door, Meng Cheng settled into the driver's seat and retrieved Lu Zhe's investigation credentials from his jacket pocket. Staring at the photograph of the youth, he let out a heavy sigh, ultimately starting the engine. They had inevitably arrived at opposing sides. In this moment, he was the law enforcer, while Lu Zhe was the criminal. He was uncertain how to confront his former teammate, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Regardless, justice would never be absent. Meanwhile, as Meng Cheng drove towards the hospital, Lu Zhe stood on the rooftop of the 5th floor, quietly surveying a city. The evening breeze tousled his hair, his hands tucked into his pockets. The black trench coat billowing in the wind, resembling a raven spreading its dark wings. He opened his pale gray eyes, gazing at the distant neon lights and the towering skyscrapers. The area below the hospital was already surrounded by police cars. The red and blue sirens blaring, uniformed personnel bustling in and out, escorting survivors to safety. A guard brandished a megaphone, sweat beading on his forehead as he shouted towards the rooftop, "Undertaker, Captain Meng is on his way. Please adhere to your promise and ensure Mr. Lu's safety. Moreover, kidnapping is a heinous act. Such behavior will lead to increased penalties." Liu Zhe cast a casual glance at him, leaning over the railing of the rooftop and shouting, "Got it. Stop the repeated announcements. It's quite noisy. As if by some magical decree, the moment he uttered those words, the megaphone in the guard's hand exploded. Startled, the other guards quickly took out ballistic shields, tense and seeking cover, only to cautiously peek out from behind the building after a while, realizing there was no danger. From a distant high-rise, several guards armed with sniper rifles awaited the command to strike, poised to eliminate the Undertaker at a moment's notice. The sniper position was set up, visibility excellent, and they remained undetected. A special police officer pressed the communicator, calmly reporting into the intercom, "What is the Undertaker's movement? How is the hostage faring?" An anxious voice came through the communicator. "Report to the commander, the Undertaker is..." He adjusted the focus of his binoculars, fixating on the figure of the youth in black. Suddenly falling silent, "He is drinking beer?" Lu Zhe leaned against the railing, popping open a beer can with a resounding crack, gulping down a mouthful. "Not good," he thought, smacking his lips in distaste. Liu Zhe turned his head, silently observing the tightly bound Lu Zi, unable to comprehend why anyone would enjoy drinking. Chapter 71. Delayed justice. He squatted before Lu Zi, untying the ropes binding his hands, then tossed another can of beer into his lap. "I recall you quite enjoyed this brand of beer before." Liu Zi let out a resigned smile as he picked up the can, inspecting it, but ultimately chose not to open it, placing it steadily at his feet. "I don't drink on the job. That's so?" Lu Zhe slowly rose, taking another sip of his beer, savoring it momentarily, only to contort his expression in newfound distaste. Consequently, he placed it on the railing, glancing towards the distant skyscrapers, and remarked with a smile, "So many people want my life. Perhaps in the next moment, my head will explode." He mimicked a gun shape with his fingers, playfully gesturing towards his head. He then raised his eyes to the position of the snipers, squinting slightly as he declared, "But you should know very well that this won't kill me." Liu Zi shook his head in bitterness, gazing at him with confusion, asking, "What on earth has happened to you? I know you aren't this kind of person. If something has occurred..." He stood up nimbly from the ground, dusting himself off, and approached Lu Zhe. Leaning against the railing, he pondered aloud, "You can tell me." Old Meng's thoughts align with mine. He just wants an answer. Liu Zhe remained silent for a moment, lowering his gaze to the approaching police cars. Both of them exchanging unspoken words. He did not answer the question, instead playfully punching Lu Zi's shoulder and grinning as he asked, "Haha, as a bizarre tale investigator, how do you feel standing alongside the Undertaker? Aren't you afraid they'll accuse you of dereliction of duty?" Sighing, Luz leaned against the railing, his shoulder resting casually as he pried open a can of beer with his fingers. Taking a sip, he remarked, "After all, I can't possibly defeat you, so why risk my life?" Lu Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words and could only inquire, "Didn't you say we shouldn't drink on the job?" To his surprise, the fellow merely shrugged, glanced at his watch, and indifferently replied, "It's already 8. I just got off work with that." He raised his beer can and clinked it against Lu Zhe's, producing a crisp, clear sound. Downstairs, a chaotic throng of vehicles filled the street, the cacophony of sirens and shouts rising and falling, while the ominous black muzzles of guns lay poised for action. Meng Qing's vehicle was nearing the intersection, destined to arrive below momentarily. The next time they met, there would be no room for ambiguity. They would be adversaries. Luz gazed at the approaching car in the distance and, with a hint of nostalgia, remarked, "It's bittersweet." Their garments fluttered in the high winds, one clad in black and the other in white. Lu Zhe did not turn back, instead focusing on the towering buildings before him, and in an exceptionally calm tone stated, "No, when we meet again, the harbinger of death will become the arbiter." Upon hearing this, Luz was momentarily stunned and shook his head, muttering, "You're drunk, I am quite lucid." Lu Zhe retorted. No sooner had he spoken than a high-velocity bullet appeared before them, hurtling directly towards Lu Zhe's head. Yet, as the bullet entered a 10-meter radius around him, it became ensnared in an invisible force, its speed reduced 100-fold, moving through the air at a snail's pace, the ripples of air visibly undulating. Displaying not a trace of panic, Lu Zhe calmly extended his right hand and seized the bullet, as if he had anticipated this moment. He adjusted his arm and, without hesitation, hurled it back towards the very skyscraper from whence it came. The instant it departed from his vicinity, the bullet emitted a thunderous crack as it sliced through the air, piercing the building with a forceful impact, leaving behind a gaping hole the size of a fist. The sniper positioned above, armed with a rifle, widened his terrified eyes in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, his heart skipped several beats, and only then did he remember to breathe. Gasping for air, the trajectory of the bullet was a mere 3 centimeters from his head, indicating that a slight deviation would have resulted in a fatal encounter. He swallowed hard, his hair dampened with cold sweat, and grasped the communicator, saying, "Report. Commander. Mission failed. I've been compromised. Damn it. What kind of ability is this?" On the other end of the communicator, the commander slammed his headset onto the table, wiping the sweat from his brow. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of the Harbinger's counter-surveillance capabilities, to be able to perceive and even deflect a bullet from such a distance was unfathomable. Just then, the operator in the control room urgently turned around and shouted, "Commander, the Harbinger has sent a message, requesting to speak with you. Connect." Meanwhile, Lu Zhe remained on the rooftop, his left hand tucked into his pocket while he held Luz's communicator in his right. "Cease your petty tricks. My demands are not unreasonable. I wish to meet with the captain of the A City Management Bureau. Should I discover any further subterfuge?" He brandished a dagger, resting it against Luz's throat, smiling as he added, "I wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him first." Silence lingered on the other end for a protracted moment before a quivering voice replied, "Please, remain calm. We will cease operations immediately." Observing the armed personnel retreating in the distance, Lu Zhe finally sheathed his dagger. The notebook hovering beside him inscribed a new rule. Within a 10-meter radius of the Harbinger, all movement is slowed by 10,000 times. Additionally, any talent below Class A is rendered ineffective. This newly established rule was primarily aimed at countering long-range snipers, as he had no desire to be shot while engaged in conversation. Luz remained silent, finishing his beer before slowly stating, "If you wish to do something, then pursue it freely. I support you." Harbinger. Lu Zhe did not respond, instead gazing up at the night sky, lost in thought. Subsequently, he delivered a swift kick to Luz's backside, sending him tumbling down 5 stories. Suspended in midair, Luz looked bewilderedly at the sky, landing on a cushioned mat below, bouncing back up a considerable height. Fortunately, the security detail had prepared fall mats in advance. Otherwise, he might have met his demise. Dazed, he stared at the figure atop the building, his face a canvas of confusion and astonishment. "I've changed my mind," Lu Zhe stated, donning a hood, stretching his neck, and turning with a grin. "Threats are rather dull. I will take what I desire myself." No sooner had he spoken than his figure was eclipsed by a shadow as immense as Mount Tai. A colossal hammer, half the size of a football field, generated a tempestuous wind as it descended upon the diminutive figure, intent on reducing him to mere pulp. Lu Zhe, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Meng Qing's furious voice echoed from the hammer's end. This was Meng Qing's talent, known as justice never absent, conjuring a gargantuan judgment hammer whose weight varied according to the sins of the judged. For the innocent, it was as light as a feather. For a murderer, it weighed 100 pounds. For one who had taken 2 lives, 1,000 pounds, and so forth, exponentially increasing. Meng Qing unleashed this attack to gauge Lu Zhe, believing the youth to be innocent of heinous crimes, hoping that if he could endure this strike, there would still be room for negotiation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, today, as the Chainsaw Girl expanded her influence globally, Lu Zhe's tally of lives taken had already reached tens of thousands. He stood atop countless lives, having traversed death, bearing innumerable burdens. Thus, the weight of this judgment hammer was likely incalculable. 100 billion tons? 1 trillion tons? Lu Zhe could not ascertain. However, he did not flinch or evade, instead chuckling softly as he extended his right hand from his pocket, merely using his index finger to halt the descent of the colossal hammer. The wind generated by the hammer surged like a tidal wave, toppling surrounding police vehicles, while smaller structures were stripped of their roofs, leaving a shattered crater near the hospital. Yet, at the eye of this storm, tranquility reigned. The ground within Lu Zhe's 10-meter radius bore no trace of damage, while the surrounding edifices collapsed, forming pillars amidst the ruins. Clad in black, he stood atop this elevated column, smiling as he declared, "Captain, delayed justice is the greatest injustice." In an instant, fissures began to appear across the surface of the massive hammer, radiating from the tip of Lu Zhe's finger. Meng Qing's pupils constricted in horror. Unable to react as the judgment hammer shattered into fragments, without its support, his body plummeted alongside the debris. The building had been devastated, and as he fell from the heights, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the starry sky. In the next heartbeat, a pair of crimson eyes appeared before him. Meng Qing widened his eyes, attempting to shield himself with his arms, but he could not withstand the onslaught of Lu Zhe's fierce momentum. Lu Zhe laughed heartily as he reached out, his body akin to a falcon diving at breakneck speed. Striking the shadow in midair, he grasped Meng Qing's throat tightly, plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Crashing with a thunderous impact, their bodies struck the cement floor, creating a massive crater, dust swirling upward to form a thick veil. "Captain." Other investigators rushed to the scene, but the deep pit on the ground hindered their approach, forcing them to maintain a safe distance and encircle the area. This clash between 2 city-level powerhouses was beyond their capacity to intervene. As the dust began to settle, the 2 figures gradually materialized. Half of Meng Qing's body was embedded in the concrete, fissures spreading like a spider's web across the ground towards the surrounding buildings. Coughing, he spat out blood, struggling to rise, but Lu Zhe's grip on his throat rendered him immobile. Anger filled his eyes as he desperately attempted to pry Lu Zhe's fingers away from his neck, trembling as he grasped the youth's sleeve, enduring the pain to shout, "What do you want?" Lu Zhe regarded him with indifference, slightly loosening his grip yet remaining silent. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Qing exerted every ounce of strength to release himself from Lu Zhe's grasp, finally drawing in fresh air. "Stand down. Your actions do not serve to judge criminals. They only plunge the world into greater chaos. An order founded in fear is not true order." He collapsed to the ground, bitterness rising in his throat, gazing at the familiar figure before him with a complex expression, choking out, "This is not justice. Do not err further." Lu Zhe, however, the youth merely flicked the blood from his hand, flexed his arms, and smiled, saying, "I believe you are mistaken, Captain Meng." He leaned closer, peering into Meng Qing's eyes, and in a voice as sinister as a demon, whispered into his ear, "I am no judge of justice. Those who have wronged me, I shall eliminate. It is as simple as that." Upon hearing this, Meng Qing's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling as he questioned, "What?" In an instant, Lu Zhe's blood-red eyes flared open, and he delivered a powerful punch to Meng Qing's abdomen. Shattering bones with a resounding crack, laughing, he proclaimed, "I am born of wickedness." Cough, cough. Meng Qing spat out blood, feeling several of his ribs had fractured and his abdomen had caved in, forming a pit. "No, you are not Lu Zhe." He could never utter such words. Upon hearing this, the youth momentarily froze, pulling down the brim of his hat with his right hand, slowly rising to his feet, and smiled as he said, "Captain, you truly enjoy jesting. I have always been Lu Zhe." "Who on earth are you?" Lu Zhe opened his mouth, intending to say more, but upon meeting Ming Cheng's unfamiliar and contemptuous gaze, he ultimately chose silence. Swallowing his words back down, he laughed maniacally, throwing his head back, shaking with mirth, as his laughter gradually subsided. He covered his face with his right hand, his throat slightly moving. Indeed, Lu Zhe was already dead. He snapped his fingers, revealing a blood-red left eye between his fingers, his voice trembling with laughter as he grinned broadly, declaring, "I consumed him." A wave of despair engulfed Ming Cheng's chest, and he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Yet he could not articulate it, merely parting his lips in a silent murmur before settling into silence. Lu Zhe tightened his grip around his neck, lifting him into the air, and with a voice that was soft yet clear, addressed the investigators lurking nearby. "Fulfill my 3 conditions, and I shall spare your captain's life. It is only fair." The investigators exchanged glances, their weapons held steadily, uncertain of how to respond. He extended his left hand, raising one finger, calmly stating, "First, hand over all intelligence you possess regarding the Annihilation Society. I require an accurate member roster. Second, relay to the Luo family and other clans that you may continue to hunt the Undertaker. I do not mind erasing you completely." Third, he gazed at the city illuminated by neon lights, raising a third finger, continuing, "I demand a global press conference tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon." The crowd murmured amongst themselves, and one individual picked up a communicator, raising both hands to indicate he bore no weapons, cautiously inching closer. "The Undertaker," the commander said, "the 3rd condition seems rather difficult, but the others can be met. We hope you will release Captain Meng and avoid a grave mistake. After all, holding an official press conference would indirectly acknowledge the existence of the Undertaker, delivering a resounding slap to all the prominent families' faces." The investigator hesitated for a moment before slowly adding, "Moreover, if you surrender, considering your previous merits, the court may reduce your sentence." Lu Zhe lifted his gaze, fixing him with a penetrating stare that made the investigator uneasy. Tilting his head and inquiring, "What, do you think I appear amenable, believing I cannot reach such extremes? Or is it that a captain of a bureau division is not worth this price? I suspect there may be some misunderstanding regarding my words. This is not a negotiation, it is a threat." The communicator remained silent for an extended moment, and he lowered his head with a smile, raising his index finger and stating, "Very well, you have successfully irritated me. In 3 seconds, the Tianqin Company will be visited by a strange tale of rules, and thereafter, 5 individuals will perish every 10 minutes. Until my demands are met, let me guess, when death looms over them, when will they lower their proud heads? I await with bated breath." He maintained his smile, spreading his arms in a theatrical gesture, slightly bowing, and then snapped his fingers, vanishing without a trace. After the Undertaker's departure, everyone present felt a collective sigh of relief, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from their chests. "Captain, are you all right?" The investigators hurriedly surrounded him. Some were administering emergency aid, while others dialed for medical assistance, bustling about like ants on a hot stove. Meanwhile, in the distant control tower, the commander felt a significant relief wash over him, followed by a surge of greater anxiety. In 3 seconds, a strange tale of rules will descend upon Tianqin Company. Connect me to Luo Tian. We must inform them of this news. Just then, the operator suddenly exclaimed, "Report. Commander, the signal from Tianqin Company has vanished." "What?" Chapter 73. The Starving Tycoon. Just a few hours prior, within Tianqin Company, the second Miss Su was preparing to annul her engagement to Luo Luan that very evening. Following a night of chainsaw horror, Luo Luan had lost a leg and a kidney, rendering him entirely disabled. He could now only sit in a wheelchair, pushed along by a bodyguard. Fortunately, the 3rd night had yet to arrive, and the chainsaw girl had been dealt with. At least he had preserved his life. Presently, the patriarch of Tianqin Company, Luo Tian, who was also the grandfather of both Luo Luan and Luo Yu, was nearing the end of his days. As the sole heir, Luo Luan was now missing a leg, and the upper echelons of the Luo family were frantically deliberating on where to find a suitable replacement. Su Yu did not wish to marry a cripple lacking a kidney. Upon learning that her counterpart was returning to the company today, she immediately gathered a group of followers, and stormed into Tianqing Company with great bravado. Clad in high heels, she strode across the marble floor, directly entering the lobby. The receptionist at the front desk was a new intern, completely unaware of the family dynamics, and instinctively blocked her path. Softly stating, "Hello, miss, please present your work ID or invitation." Suu cast a disdainful glance at her, hands on her hips, sneering coldly. "What, can the Luo family not even train a dog properly now? Has your master not taught you that barking is for those who know their place?" The intern, having never encountered such a situation, turned pale with fear, repeatedly apologizing. "I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience. But this is company policy." The woman rolled her eyes and instructed her bodyguards, "Throw her out. This blind dog will inevitably cause trouble for her master." Several burly men stepped forward, seizing the receptionist by the shoulders and dragging her out of Tianqing Company, discarding her like a tattered sack into the muddy street. The streets were bustling with passers-by, some taking out their phones to capture the scene, yet no one dared to lend her a hand. In the lobby, the remaining receptionist stood silently, secretly reveling in the humiliation and mocking her. Out of jealousy or spite, or perhaps other reasons, the competitive nature of the workplace transformed them into unrecognizable figures. The sounds of the girl's sobs echoed from outside, yet everyone in the lobby maintained a composed demeanor, as if bound by an invisible rule. Since the receptionist had violated this unspoken regulation, punishment was only to be expected. Once bowing to authority became habitual, the overt rules ceased to hold any weight in this distorted world. The unspoken rules triumphed over the formal ones. Sycophancy overshadowed integrity. The complexities of workplace etiquette, if pinned as a strange tale of rules, would likely span 5 pages. That moment, the sound of a wheelchair rolling echoed as the butler pushed the eldest son of the Luo family out. "What brings you here?" Luo Luin, troubled by his loss of inheritance, looked up in surprise upon seeing Suyu in the lobby. Before he could utter a word, the woman slapped him across the face, leaving him bewildered as he clutched his stinging left cheek. Suu removed her sunglasses, tossing a contract at his face, succinctly stating, "Your kidney is no good. Hurry and annul the engagement." Luo Luin had never endured such humiliation. Suppressing his pain, his eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth, unable to erupt in anger, and could only glare at the woman. Using his parasitic ability, heart-ear, to perceive Suyu's thoughts, he found her mind filled with notions of disability and inadequacy, which filled him with resentment. But what of it? A phoenix that has lost its feathers is inferior to a mere chicken. A single misstep, and everyone will trample upon you. "Fine. I will sign," he replied through gritted teeth, thinking of the cyclical nature of fate, believing that one day he would have his revenge. Once he had developed his strength anew, he would surely reclaim his former glory. Just then, the sound of the girls weeping outside ceased abruptly, as if devoured by some unseen force. Suu sensed something amiss, furrowing her brow as she turned back, only to find the outside had plunged into utter darkness. "What is happening?" Everyone looked outside. The once towering buildings transformed into eerie black pillars, a thick, viscous liquid flowing from afar, sealing all doors and windows tightly. As they stood in bewilderment, a female secretary rushed out of the elevator, panting in her high heels, and leaned close to Luo Luin, whispering, "Young master, you must go to the office area at once. Those employees have gone mad, claiming they want to kill the capitalists." "What?" Luo Luin, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke, exclaimed in disbelief, "How dare they?" For some unknown reason, all employees had received an email. The secretary, drenched in sweat, hesitated before pulling out her laptop. C-Class Strange Tale, The Starving Tycoon. "Congratulations, ordinary wage slave, weary worker. You have been chosen by the strange tale of rules, granting you the opportunity to change your fate. You are about to die." Upon reading this, Luo Luin was taken aback, his hair standing on end. What does this mean? Is the strange tale of rules descending? He could only reassure himself that such a flippant tone did not resemble a genuine strange tale. It might merely be a darkly humorous jest, and thus he continued flipping through the pages. "Let us engage in a game known as Monopoly. From this moment forth, according to the extent of your assets, you shall be granted a corresponding number of gold coins as your initial capital. Every 10 minutes, 5 players with the least gold coins will succumb to starvation, facing true death. If the number of deaths within these 10 minutes exceeds 5, there will be no starving players. If it is fewer, the difference will be supplemented accordingly. Loren pondered for a moment, casting a furtive glance at the crowd in the hall, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. According to this rule, he could command his underlings to eliminate 5 individuals to meet the quota, ensuring his own safety. However, the subsequent rule caused his expression to falter, a wave of panic washing over him. You may utilize gold coins to invest in other players. Should this player perish, you shall inherit all their assets in proportion to your investment. What then for the destitute? You possess neither gold nor a pathway to wealth. Do not despair. There exists a means of survival, robbery. To slay others with your own hands grants you unconditional possession of their wealth. A profound sense of crisis gripped Loren, his complexion turning ashen. He abruptly raised his head to survey the assembly, swallowing hard. Suyu's expression mirrored his own disquiet. Both were acutely aware that while this rule appeared advantageous to the affluent, it was, in truth, a ploy for their demise. The wealthier one was, the more one attracted the desperate. The two had lost their erstwhile arrogance, akin to morsels of meat that had fallen into a den of wolves. Silently contemplating their next move, now, in this initial 10-minute interval, when order had yet to disintegrate, they had to seize the advantage before the impoverished could react, leveraging capital to gain the upper hand. Various thoughts flitted above their heads. Loren noticed some individuals already harboring intentions to rob the wealthy, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Chapter 74. Starving the Wealthy. Part 2. Li Si was an ordinary corporate drone. Having toiled at Tiancheng Company for 5.5 years, perpetually struggling amidst the frying pan of work and life, his hair having fallen victim time and again. Upon joining the company, he harbored grand ambitions, eager to showcase his talents, pouring every ounce of effort into his tasks. However, he soon discovered his error. Newcomers who joined after him had already ascended to executive positions, while he remained stagnant despite his diligent efforts over the years. Initially, he believed his work was insufficient, lacking any noteworthy achievements. Until one day, a project he had spearheaded won an award, yet the accolades went to a newcomer who had barely touched a computer. At last, he could no longer contain his frustration and inquired of his superior why this was so. The corpulent man took a drag from his cigarette, dismissively replying, "Don't rush, little Li. Progress takes time. Who can become a plump man in one bite?" In confusion and despair, Li Si vacated the office, only to learn from a colleague's chatter that the newcomer was a distant relative of the young master of the Luo family. Furthermore, those who had rapidly climbed the corporate ladder were cousins of the daughter of the Su family. Almost everyone in his office who engaged in light banter with him had substantial connections. Be they relatives of Loren or trusted confidants, his every effort amounted to merely a ticket to remain amidst this detritus and a daze. He came to understand. The world was but a grotesque tale of rules. Thus, Li Si resigned himself to mediocrity, his edges dulled by the grind of life. After being thrown into the cauldron of society, he transformed from an inexperienced novice into a seasoned sycophant, until an email appeared in his inbox. "Let us engage in a game known as Monopoly." Suddenly, he perceived an opportunity to alter his fate. The grotesque rules dictated that all gold coins acquired in this game could convert into tangible wealth upon escape. As long as he could accumulate gold coins and survive, he could break free from his woeful destiny. The email outlined several rules, and he widened his bloodshot eyes, reading it thoroughly, his mind racing to calculate the optimal strategy. The game progresses in rounds every 10 minutes, with gold coins symbolizing your wealth, which can be used for investment, stock trading, or transactions. 1. Investment. Sacrificing your entire fortune allows you to randomly obtain a weapon, but with a 50% chance of failure. Only a gambler would exchange their weapon. The risk was too great, he thought to himself as he glanced at the next rule. 2. Stock trading. You may spend a portion of your gold coins to select whom you believe is most likely to die in each round. If successful, you will divide the deceased's wealth. Failure results in a loss of gold coins. Simply put, it was a bet on who would perish. Hitting the mark would allow him to claim the unfortunate one's fortune. 3. Transactions. You may voluntarily transfer gold coins. Should you kill the other party, it is also considered a voluntary transfer. The literal interpretation of transactions indirectly acknowledge robbery and murder, a method worth considering. Total agreement. Every 10 minutes, the wealth ranking in the hall will be updated. The bottom 5 will become starving players, facing true death. If within the current round, 5 individuals have already died, there will be no starving players. Welcome to the inferno of humanity. To avoid starvation, fill your belly with the flesh and blood of others. Enjoy the game. Having analyzed these rules, he glanced around at his colleagues, observing the confusion etched on their faces, barely anyone believing the email. He chuckled derisively. Such grotesque rules were perfectly suited for someone of his limited assets, as the lowest paid member of the working class. Li Si began with merely 5 gold coins, destined to be among the first to perish in 10 minutes. Death was inevitable, so why not drag everyone down with him? Thus, he opted for an all-in gamble. I shall invest all my fortune. He typed this line into the email and sent it off. Regardless, he would perish broke. Spending every last coin before dying felt far more palatable than clinging to 5 coins only to meet his demise. A second later, he received a new email, and with trembling hands, he cautiously opened the reply, his heart racing with excitement. Investment successful. You have acquired a reinforced keyboard one, located beside you. He burst into laughter, rising abruptly amidst the astonished gazes of his colleagues, yanking his keyboard away. Little Li, what are you doing? The rotund team leader panicked, barking, Get back to work. Unbeknownst to them, Li Si brandished the keyboard and swiftly struck down his superior. To hell with work. I quit. The room fell into stunned silence, fear transforming into a palpable tide of blood that spread throughout the office. A female colleague screamed, stumbling in her high heels, racing for the door. Shouting, Murder! Li Si has killed someone. The headless corpse gushed blood, splattering Li Si's face crimson. He had never felt such exhilaration. Armed with the hardened keyboard, he targeted the upper management who had oppressed him. Determined to strike down anyone he could Ha ha ha! I've long harbored disdain for you all. Ha 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 ha! He laughed maniacally, unleashing a torrent of pent-up frustration. With each individual he eliminated, his gold coins surged exponentially, now reaching a staggering 90,000. If he were to glance at the central display screen in the hall, he would find his ranking soaring to the 9th position on the wealth leaderboard. Continuously climbing, he was wealthy now, no longer fearing starvation. Yet, it was insufficient, not nearly enough. Next, it would be your turn, Loren. Having become blinded by bloodlust, the long-suppressed rage erupted within him. He now sought to confront the lofty young master and deliver a keyboard strike. Just as he reveled in his inner triumph, the door to the office burst open. Before Li Si could discern who had entered, a handgun was thrust inside, and in an instant, vibrant blood flowers blossomed upon his body. He gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he stared incredulously at the figure beyond the door. Loren sat in a wheelchair, puffing smoke from his gun, his face twisted in disgust as he wiped his hands. Impossible! How dare you gamble your entire fortune? Li Si's expression was one of disbelief, his body swaying before he collapsed with a thud. Loren sneered contemptuously, stating, Would I not hire other destitute souls to invest? Unlike the lower class, the upper echelon had greater reservations. The barefoot had no fear of the shod, unable to easily forfeit their entire wealth to gamble on a 50 chance as Li Si had. However, they could engage in transactions in this game. The most perilous position was that of the lower class, constantly at risk of becoming starving players. Loren merely needed to offer a tempting incentive, promising to safeguard their lives, thereby acquiring a loyal cadre. Subsequently, he could employ gold coins to hire these individuals, coaxing them into voluntary investments, ultimately placing the weapons in his hands, retaining the power of discourse. Not everyone possessed the courage to resist. The silent majority, the middle class, tended to favor a well-ordered society, thus supporting Loren. Moreover, the intricate web of relationships and the convoluted interests he had cultivated over time were not something these ruffians could easily disrupt. In the realm of so-called timing, location, and human connection, Loren, lacking the advantage of timing, endeavored to forge human connection instead. By resorting to violence to uphold order, he manufactured allegiance, which in turn bestowed upon him power. This exemplifies the welfare system, a tool wielded by capitalists to maintain societal stability. It is time to settle accounts with that group of old fogies. Loren chuckled softly, loaded his pistol, and addressed those behind him. To the chairman's office. Yes, young master, his dutiful butler replied. wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he pushed the wheelchair toward the elevator. Just moments prior, after acquiring the firearm, Loren had swiftly executed his fiancée, Suyu, and subsequently organized a patrol to eliminate those within the building whose wealth had rapidly ascended the rankings, ruthlessly suppressing the rioters. Such iron-fisted measures were terrifying in their execution. The butler now felt assured that he had aligned himself with the right person. Old man, do not blame me for being ruthless. After all, with the rules of the bazaar having descended, it is only reasonable that the upper echelons of the Luo family have perished, is it not? Chapter 75. Starving the Tycoon, Part 3. Meanwhile, on a bustling food street in City A, the lights glimmered brightly as people indulged in midnight snacks, blissfully ignorant of the unfolding events at Tianqing Corporation. The notion of world destruction seemed a distant reality to the ordinary populace, who continued to eat and drink, ensconced in their small worlds, occasionally engaging in idle chatter about current affairs. Have you heard? The undertaker sent the captain of the bureau to the hospital, breaking 7 of his ribs. Ah? The strongest in City A, Ming Cheng. Indeed, that fellow used Captain Ming's life as leverage to make several demands to the headquarters. When the 4 major families refused to comply with his last request, he slaughtered the Luo family and even dismantled their company. The speaker paused, glancing around before shaking his head and continuing. It is said that the undertaker is ruthless. No one from the Luo family could escape. He would scramble eggs until the yolk was a mere mess, and even the earthworms in the yard would be cut upright. Is that true? Another drunken patron leaned in, curiosity piqued. I recall he only targeted criminals before. Now he spares no one innocent? Ha! Who in the Luo family is innocent? The 4 major families are all parasites, relying on the headquarters in action to engage in their sordid dealings daily. Indeed, they deserve it. Ha ha! Boss, bring me 2 more plates of peanuts. As the 2 continued their jovial conversation, they remained oblivious to the figure in a black trench coat passing right behind their stall. Excuse me. The seemingly ordinary young man, clad entirely in black, appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, unbeknownst to others, a black cat lounged lazily on his shoulder, swaying its tail. Following closely behind him was a little girl dragging a chainsaw, grinning widely, her teeth gleaming. Ordinary folk had no inkling that this youthful lad was the infamous Undertaker, whose very name struck terror into the hearts of many. Boss, I'm exhausted. My doppelganger works every day, and I have no place to rest. Can we go home? Just hold on for a few more days. Liu Zhe ambled down the street, hands in his pockets, and remarkably, no one recognized him, despite being wanted throughout the city. Perhaps due to his previous identity as an investigator, the headquarters had yet to release his photograph, opting instead to issue a bounty notice on the Global Bazaar Tales website. Categorized as an A-level high-risk mission, he glanced at the hefty reward, unable to count the zeros trailing behind. He couldn't help but admire the Bureau's generosity. If he ever found himself destitute, he could always sever his own head and take it to the capital for a handsome sum, ensuring his financial security for the rest of his days. Lost in thought, he paused at a street vendor, eyeing the crispy, golden grilled meat. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "How much for the skewers?" $3. I'll take 2. He glanced at the lethargic Yu beside him, resignedly paying the vendor. All right. The skewers sizzled in his hands, exuding the tantalizing aroma of cumin mingled with meat juices. He held one skewer, casually continuing on his way, tossing the other to Yu. The girl opened her serrated mouth wide, swallowing it whole, skewer and all, without so much as chewing. Yu licked her sharp teeth with her long tongue, beaming with satisfaction, finally quieting down. As night deepened, the crowd at the food street began to dwindle, leaving only drunken revelers stumbling away, boasting of their grand exploits. A light rain began to fall, turning the narrow street damp and muddy. A few droplets landed on foreheads, chilling those beneath, prompting people to seek shelter from the rain. While the neighborhood was engulfed in a downpour, within a 10-meter radius around him, the raindrops hovered in the air, nearly suspended, the ground remaining drylyze, skewers in mouth, walked serenely down the street. Suddenly, he halted at a corner, not turning around, hands still in his pockets, gazing up at the overcast sky, murmuring to himself, Yu, there's a mouse following us. What do you think we should do? The little girl licked her sharp teeth, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she brandished the chainsaw, replying, Of course, We should roast it and eat it. He shook his head helplessly, chuckling, eating everything will only harm you. The surroundings fell silent, and in an instant, a fierce gust of wind surged toward him, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Raindrops, akin to arrows, pierced the walls surrounding the street, hurtling toward him, causing the very air to ripple with invisible waves. If one were to scrutinize closely, they would see the droplets vibrating, emitting high-frequency sound waves that shattered everything in their path. Should these droplets strike a person, they could easily shatter bones, leaving them akin to a beehive. Yet Lu Zhe showed no intention of dodging. He took a bite of the skewer, consuming the remaining meat. Savoring the taste as the bullet-like droplets neared the rain-free zone surrounding him, they immediately slowed, resembling suspended slime, the liquid surface undulating. He extended his right hand and gently flicked it, causing the potent droplets to shatter into tiny liquid particles. Dispersing into a fine mist, at the far end of the cobblestone street, a figure emerged through the rain, gradually approaching amidst the downpour. A woman clad in a smoky blue qipao, holding an oiled paper umbrella, strolled gracefully through the misty rain. The rain intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour that enveloped the young man, forming a circular vacuum around him. With an empty skewer dangling from his mouth, Lu Zhe regarded the woman with an impassive expression. Inwardly musing, do modern high-level sorcerers now come equipped with special effects? The woman, her heels clicking against the stone pavement, splashed clear water with each step. What a coincidence, Su family, Su Jin. She arched her willow-like brows slightly, her fingers dancing in the air, summoning torrents of rainwater toward Lu Zhe. The flood was held at bay by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate, forming a massive water sphere. Oh, a national-level domain. Su Jin furrowed her brow, a hint of emotion finally breaking through her alabaster visage as she scrutinized the young man. You are quite formidable. Work for our Su family, and we shall protect you. What do you say? She opened her mouth to say more, but in the next moment, a pair of crimson eyes appeared before her, radiating a manic glee that seemed capable of dragging one into a blood-soaked abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhe closed the distance, his ghostly hand hurtling toward her face, grinning as he declared, I know I am strong. This took Su Jin by surprise, her pupils contracting into tiny dots as she swiftly retreated. With a swift motion, she drew a line in the ground with the tip of her shoe, creating a water trail that formed a half-circle reminiscent of Tai Chi. Tai Chi embodies yin and yang, using softness to overcome hardness. Just as swiftly, the surrounding rainwater altered its frequency, coalescing into a supple membrane that repelled his fierce onslaught. Her ability, named Heavenly Street, allowed her to control all rainwater, changing the trembling frequency of the droplets to unleash tremendous destructive power while providing formidable protection. Water, the softest substance beneath heaven, can also be the most formidable force. However, she never anticipated that the pale hand would effortlessly pierce through the water layer, as though tearing through paper, striking her face without any obstruction. A sharp crack echoed as her nose caved in. Miss Eugene's body was abruptly propelled away, crashing like a meteor into the wall beside the street, shattering it into bricks that scattered across the ground. Blood mixed with rainwater, dripping steadily and pooling everywhere. Lu Zhe stretched lazily, smiling as he approached her terror-stricken gaze. What do you intend to do? I warn you, Eugene. Unable to move, screamed hoarsely, her elegance utterly vanished. I will call for help. He bent down, picking up Su Jin's phone, tossing it in the air before delivering a decisive punch that silenced her completely. Thank you for the phone you provided. Chapter 76, Starving the Tycoon, Part 4. At this moment, atop the Sifang Tongyuan Group building in the capital city, the atmosphere was unbearably tense. This company, co-founded by the four families, ostensibly operated to assist in the investigation of bizarre incidents, yet in reality, monopolized the national trade of supernatural artifacts. The families collaboratively nurtured sorceress prodigies, funneling gifted volunteers into simulated bizarre tales, artificially creating sorcerers. Before their ascension as enigmatic practitioners, they implanted cerebral chips to exert control, thereby reaping a multitude of controllable powerhouses. Within each family, A-level anomalies lurked, reigning supreme, while B-level practitioners like Meng Chung, hailing from a small town, occupied a mere steward's role, with at most 2 or 3 in each household. They undertook various private commissions from the upper echelons, encompassing, but not limited to, assassination, exorcism, and security services, amassing substantial wealth. Given their formidable cadre of practitioners, even if the headquarters of the Management Bureau wished to rectify these families, they would hesitate, mindful of the catastrophic consequences such battles would impose on humanity as a whole, thereby refraining from rash actions. The headquarters faced myriad considerations, far beyond the simplistic notions entertained by Meng Cheng. Should conflict erupt, every fallen human practitioner would translate into a greater toll on innocent lives, constituting a loss for all humanity. The Bureau would direct its ire towards the anomalies, rather than its own kin. Currently, the major families maintained a delicate balance, entangled in mutual constraints and intricate plots, wary of overt transgressions, which represented the best-case scenario. In the conference room, a square table stood at the center, where the heads of the four foremost families convened, fervently deliberating strategies against the looming threat of the mortuary envoy. Each wall of the room corresponded to the cardinal positions of the families, adorned with the sacred beasts they revered, exuding a sense of harmonious equilibrium. The Sioux family occupied the north, represented by the black water tortoise, with their practitioner talents predominantly linked to water. Their abilities included the control of rain through Tianjia, manipulation of rivers via Hong, instigation of drought through Huang, and the healing properties of Yuliao Shengshui. The Gao family, situated to the south, revered the red fire phoenix, with most practitioners excelling in temperature control, generating flames at the zenith of heat. Rumors circulated regarding a young master of the Gao family who allegedly replicated the punishment of Paoluo, roasting living beings for amusement, though the truth remained uncertain. The Jing family, positioned to the east, embodied the Azure Dragon, presenting themselves as the most upright, often collaborating with the Management Bureau, their internal records meticulously safeguarded. To this day, the nature of their practitioners remains a mystery, with speculations ranging from Qi Yun to other mystical phenomena. And many have observed them engaged in divination. Notably, half of the personnel in the Judiciary Tribunal maintain connections with the Jing family, having sought their assistance for divination and exorcism. As for the Luo family, their designated space remained vacant, save for the fearsome tiger depicted on the wall, its gaping maw resembling a predator poised to strike. The Luo family, aligned to the west and represented by the white tiger of wealth, possessed a talent for financial gain, embodying the adage that no profit goes unearned. As the meeting commenced, the head of the Gao family cleared his throat twice, surveying the attendees, his gaze lingering on the empty seat of the Luo family, his brow furrowing in concern as he remarked, "That old relic, Luo Tian, has entangled himself with forces best left untouched, and now he expects us to clean up his mess. What are your thoughts?" "Brother Duchuan, one ought not to speak so lightly," interjected a young scholar clad in Taoist garb from the Jing family, reclining in his chair as he fanned himself. "The request to forego a press conference was initially yours. Otherwise, the mortuary envoy would have been content long ago. Why would they resort to such drastic measures?" Upon hearing this, a heavy silence enveloped the room, as all present understood the implications. The disappearance of the Luo family was advantageous to everyone, diminishing the number of competitors for resources. The head of the Sioux family, however, remained contemplative, his brow furrowed in silence as he pondered, eventually murmuring, "What could the mortuary envoy truly desire? What advantage lies in convening a press conference? Furthermore, is the emergence of bizarre phenomena not inherently random? Even with specialized tools, a significant amount of preparation is required to induce such occurrences. How could it all be set in motion by a mere utterance?" The Taoist from the Jing family interjected, "Brother Su, let us not dwell on such uncertainties. We must focus on devising a plan to rescue the unfortunate old Luo. Besides, whether we choose to assist or not remains undecided." Reluctantly, Su Chi furrowed his brow tighter, cleared his throat softly, and ceased his inquiries, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. At that moment, his secretary approached, hands clasped around a phone, bowing respectfully as he announced, "Chairman, the young lady is on the line." "Excuse me," he said, bowing slightly before exiting amidst the gaze of the others. Jing Tai, fanning himself, remarked with a smile to Gao Dechuan, "He remains ever devoted to his daughter. Look, the moment the phone rings, he leaves us two old souls in the lurch." Unexpectedly, Gao Dechuan scoffed coldly, retorting, "He is not merely concerned for his daughter. Rather, he is distressed over the resources expended on her. with an A-level practitioner in the family. His pride knows no bounds. It takes a man of considerable resolve like Brother Su to thrust his 10-year-old daughter into the realm of bizarre phenomena. Otherwise, she would emerge either mad or morose. Brother Chi is indeed favored by fortune. As the two engaged in light banter, Su Chi answered the call in the corridor, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, his eyes widened in shock. "I am the mortuary envoy. Have you deliberated over the conditions I previously outlined?" The languid tone from the other end was eerily calm, instilling in him the sensation of confronting an unfathomable abyss rather than a mere human. Cold sweat trickled down Su Chi's forehead, his vest soaked, as he gripped the phone and cried out, "What have you done to Su Jin?" After receiving news of the Luo family's entanglement in bizarre occurrences, he had dispatched Su Jin to City A at once to rescue his second daughter, Su Yud. To his astonishment, she had engaged the mortuary envoy so swiftly. Judging by the tone of the other party, Su Jin's fate remained uncertain. "She is unharmed for now," came the response after a brief pause. "Hold on. I shall have her speak with you." With bated breath, Su Chi awaited, and after a moment, a woman's voice broke through the line. Filled with panic and reminiscent of a frantic scream, "Daddy, save me!" Su Jin's piercing cry resonated, causing Su Chi's ears to throb. "He is going to chop off my fingers." Never had he witnessed his daughter in such a state of distress. Yet a fleeting sense of relief washed over him as he quickly regained his composure, calmly instructing, "First, placate the mortuary envoy. Whatever demands he may have, agree to them for now. The priority is survival." "Understood," Su Jin replied, wiping her tears with her sleeve, her demeanor devoid of any semblance of strength. On the other end of the line, Lu Zhe stood amidst the ruins of a wall, wielding a chainsaw poised at Su Jin's hand, calmly stating, "I cannot guarantee she will be safe in the next moment. Make a decision swiftly. I am in dire need of a phone, and this one requires a fingerprint for unlocking." Chapter 77. The Starving Tycoon. After absorbing the gravity of the situation, Su Chi tightened his grip on the phone, then slowly relinquished it, ultimately sighing in resignation. He donned his coat and, with heavy steps, re-entered the conference hall. "Ah, you return?" Jing Tai remarked, reclining in his chair with curiosity. "What urgent matter could compel Brother Su to leave our meeting?" Su Chi remained silent for a moment, avoiding his question as he lowered his gaze to the table. Abruptly, he rose, placing his hands upon the surface with conviction as he declared, "The Su family consents to all demands set forth by the mortuary envoy." "What?" The other two exchanged bewildered glances, and the entire assembly stared at him in astonishment, including members of the Su family, all wearing expressions of confusion. Brother Chi must be jesting. This is hardly amusing. Jing Tai shook his head, fanning himself as he questioned, "Did the mortuary envoy call? Is he using your daughter as leverage against you?" Su Chi's brow furrowed deeply, his hands pressed against his face in despair as he shook his head slowly, saying, "It is more than that. My wife, my company, all my assets. He claims he will annihilate everything. I cannot afford to gamble." He gradually stood, melancholic as he stepped away from the square table, turning to say, "Pardon my absence. The Su family will retract the warrant for the mortuary envoy and extend financial support. In this psychological skirmish, we have lost." Jing Tai and Gao Dachuan fell silent, yet internally, a tempest of thoughts raged. They calculated the implications, speculating on the nature of the clandestine cooperation between the Su family and the mortuary envoy, pondering whether their interests would be threatened. Had the mortuary envoy made some sort of promise? Had he aligned himself with the Su family? Various hypotheses flitted through their minds. Shortly after Su Chi departed the conference room, both Jing Tai and Gao Dechuan received an anonymous message almost simultaneously. "Have you reached a decision? Should you delay any further, you are welcome to experience my game." They exchanged glances, discreetly instructing their subordinates to trace the source of the information. Their gazes fixed on their phones, fearful of missing any vital details. In 5 seconds, you may video call the Luo family for 3 minutes. Consulting with seasoned players could prove advantageous. Hehehe. Jing Tai furrowed his brow tightly, taking a long while to gradually relax and regain his composure, entwining his fingers as he turned to Gao Dechuan, asking, "What is your perspective?" "Himph. Mere theatrics." Gao Dechuan exhaled heavily, arms crossed as he reclined in his chair, remarking, with an A-level master stationed at the Luo family, How difficult could it be to unravel a mere Su-level urban legend? I am eager to see what tricks he is truly playing. Just as his words fell, a messenger from the Jing family knocked and hurriedly entered, whispering urgently in Jing Tai's ear, "Chairman, the Luo family's signal is connected. They are calling for a video conference." Jing Tai narrowed his eyes slightly, folding his fan with a hint of intrigue, and said, "Oh, let us connect, shall we?" As the central projection screen of the conference hall rose slowly, it displayed the internal situation of Tianqing Company in real time. Upon seeing the scenes depicted in the video, the atmosphere in the hall instantly fell into a profound silence, a collective gasp escaping the lips of all present as fear washed over them like a tidal wave. The company's lobby was inundated with corpses. Flies reveled in the macabre scene, lifeless bodies carelessly discarded on the first floor. Some corpses bore the marks of various brutal deaths, bellies slit open, exposing glistening intestines, while others had their heads shattered, blood and brain matter oozing forth. Several women seated at the back of the conference hall were unable to maintain their composure, bending over to retch repeatedly, escorted away by the stewards of their respective families. Meanwhile, the video depicted the vice chairman being dragged to the second floor for execution by the employee's point one worker, shedding his black coat and waving it in the air. Shouted, "We eat their food, yet they feast upon our flesh. They have slain our brothers and sisters. What shall we do?" Driven by madness and fury, the crowd raised an assortment of weapons, hammers, shovels, pickaxes, and even scissors, chanting loudly, "Death to the capitalists." Those observing from the second floor appeared more composed, seemingly middle class, whispering among themselves and occasionally shaking their heads, calculating how to best exploit the vice chairman's demise for their own gain. Luo Luan had nearly anticipated all outcomes, save for one crucial oversight. The second rule, stock manipulation. The unseen hand of the Grim Reaper had already set a trap for him. Should he choose to suppress the lower classes, he would trigger an invisible bomb. For the impoverished, resistance meant certain death, and as time passed, the situation escalated. No one knew when the urban legend would conclude or when their own demise would come. The dread of becoming a corpse hung like an invisible blade over everyone's head. Given the circumstances, resistance seemed a better option, offering a glimmer of hope. A gamble could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. The middle class could merely stand by, their hands untainted by blood, yet reap substantial rewards. The lives of the poor, traded for minimal profit, could lead to the slaughter of the wealthy, allowing for the division of immense fortune. Luo Luan was not the sole instigator of chaos. Others would also incite the masses for personal gain. Only through self-interest could hearts be swayed. At that moment, silence enveloped the conference hall, and a singular phrase echoed in the minds of all present: "Hell on earth." As the noose lifted from the second floor, the vice chairman dangled lifelessly in the air. A wave of cheers surged through the crowd, each person consumed by bloodlust, shouting, "Find Luo Luan, kill him," with a sharp crack. The fan in Jing Tai's hand tore apart, his complexion paling, losing the previously composed demeanor. Imagining the suspended corpse as himself, a wave of panic enveloped his chest, as if an invisible hand of the Reaper gripped his heart. Whispering in a devilish tone, "Enjoy the game." Gao Duchuan experienced a similar sensation, his fists clenched tightly as he pounded the table in frustration, his chest heaving violently. "Duchuan, you see." Jing Tai swallowed hard, hesitating before suggesting, "Should we also?" "Impossible. Where are the A-level masters of the Luo family? What are they doing?" He incredulously clutched his head, seemingly unable to accept this grim reality. As his words faded, the video shifted again to reveal several figures emerging from the elevator on the second floor. Luo Luan remained seated in his wheelchair, appearing somewhat impatient, while the steward behind him bowed respectfully, whispering in his ear, "Young master, the poison has been administered. None of the masters beside the old master will escape." "Excellent." A sinister smile crept across Luo Luan's face as he glided his wheelchair down to the lobby. "Now, Tianqing Company is mine." Ha ha ha. However, upon encountering the sea of corpses, his smile abruptly froze, trembling as he uttered, "What is this situation?" All eyes in the lobby glared at him with murderous intent, akin to famished tigers spotting their prey, licking their dry lips. Chapter 78. Starving the Wealthy. 6. Eliminate Luo Luan. Damn capitalists. Lingxi. Hanging. Dismemberment. Devour their flesh. The overwhelming waves of information from heart ear sent chills down Luo Luan's spine, the palpable malice constricting his breath. An acute sense of crisis detonated in his ears. His head throbbed agonizingly as he swallowed hard, desperately maneuvering his wheelchair backward into the elevator, frantically pressing the close button. Hurry! Close the door! As the crowd brandished their hammers, ready to charge, the bald steward gritted his teeth, positioning himself outside the elevator. Young master, you go ahead. I will cover you. And no sooner had he spoken than a flying hoe struck his shiny head, blood erupting like a fountain, splattering onto the closing elevator doors, leaving a streak across Luo Luan's face. Trembling with fear, Luo Luan felt his heart racing, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. Drenching his back, he pressed the elevator buttons with all his might, internally praying for the doors to close swiftly, hoping the crowd would take just a moment longer to reach him. Finally, just as an axe was about to strike, the elevator doors clicked shut. The iron axe crashing against the door, creating a dent, he collapsed weakly into his wheelchair, realizing his pants were soaked, sticky with sweat. Luo Luan exhaled deeply, feeling a momentary relief. If he could reach the rooftop and board the helicopter. A sliver of survival remained. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he swallowed again, gazing at the elevator's red numbers, anxiously awaiting the ascent to the 13th floor. Yet, an unsettling dread gnawed at him. Why did this number always evoke a sense of foreboding? As if to validate his unease, the elevator stalled on the 12th floor, refusing to budge. Damn it! He pounded the elevator door with his fist, hastily pressing the open button, then desperately wheeling himself toward the door. The growls from the staircase grew ever closer, the terror of death hovering like a sword, ready to sever his head. Resolutely, he braced himself against the wheelchair's armrests, straining to lift his body before crashing heavily to the floor. The wheelchair toppled aside, its wheels spinning aimlessly as he labored to prop himself up on his arms, crawling step by painstaking step toward the staircase. The roars from the ground floor drew nearer, and he leaned heavily against the railing, limping towards the rooftop, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope as the exit loomed closer, at last. Just as the frenzied crowd stormed around the corner of the staircase, Luo Luan grasped the doorknob to the rooftop. Ha ha ha, he exclaimed, pushing the door open, sneering down at the throng below. Die, you wretched scum. The value of human life is not the same. He flung the door wide, turning with a beaming smile, ready to embrace a bright future. But in an instant, his smile froze, replaced by sheer terror and despair. No, this cannot be. Outside the door, the sky was filled with countless enormous eyes, all gazing at him, blinking like stars, emitting a chaotic yet sacred murmur. The ability of heart-ear activated, and he suddenly heard the heartbeat of the entity above. King returns, the voice grew clearer, and he began to decipher a fragment of it, the whispers converging into a single phrase. Die, 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 die. To gaze directly at the starry sky was to drive Luo Luan into madness. He opened his mouth wide, yet no words emerged, his hands clawing at his face, tearing at his eye sockets, blood gushing forth. Madness! This world is mad. In the next moment, just as he was about to step onto the rooftop, the crowd surged forward, seizing his ankle and yanking him back down the staircase. The enraged throng ascended, tearing his suit to shreds, some biting his ear, ripping flesh from bone. Ah! He screamed in agony, blood covering his face. Tears and snot mingling, streaming down to the wounds that oozed. Please, let me go. Please, he sobbed pitifully, pleading. I can give you money, lots of money. But the crowd, already consumed by fury, heedlessly devoured his words, gnawing at his flesh like wild beasts. At that moment, an invisible wave emanated from the rooftop. The eerie atmosphere seeping through the doorframe vanished as if some mysterious curse had been lifted, and everyone sensed a shift in the air. Wonderful! The other families have agreed to the terms. The Reaper has ended the urban legend. Luo Luan exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he shouted hoarsely. The rules of the urban legend are over. You will not become starving corpses. Do not strike me any further. Yet the fury has already seized the minds of the crowd. They pay no heed to his words. Someone delivers a vicious kick to his face, causing blood to spurt from his nostrils. Despair envelopes him, and he collapses to the ground like a lifeless corpse, his body convulsing, devoid of any unblemished skin. Just as he teeters on the brink of unconsciousness, a resounding chime reverberates from the rooftop, and the bodies of all present are suddenly burdened as if by a 1,000-pound weight, forcing them to the ground, immobile. The deep, authoritative voice resonates throughout the building, commanding without anger that no one is permitted to move. This is the power of Song Chi, the guest elder of the Luo family, known as the resonant bell of the world. Once the bell tolls, he can manipulate the gravitational field within a certain domain. He is the only A-class sorcerer of the Luo family, and today, fate has conspired to keep him away from Tianqing Company. By the time he hastens back, it will already be too late. The company has long since succumbed to the grip of the supernatural. Since then, he has attempted numerous methods to violently break the rules of the supernatural. But all efforts have proven futile. Although the scale of the supernatural event is merely classified as sea level, the rules summoned by the Undertaker seem to possess an overwhelmingly domineering authority, impervious to any logical anomalies. This brings to mind his master's admonition. The laws of heaven and earth are beyond the control of mortals and must never be defied. A sense of foreboding creeps in. To provoke the Undertaker signifies a breach of his master's counsel. Nevertheless, having accepted remuneration, he must alleviate the client's misfortunes. It is a course of action necessitated by circumstance. Song Chi has resolved that once this job is complete, he will return to the temple, leaving without a backward glance, indifferent to the fates of others. Yet, to quell the tumult and save the life of the young master of the Luo family is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. It is only when he is lifted onto a stretcher by medical personnel that Luo Luan finally exhales, his body slack against the ground, tears of relief streaming down his face. How wonderful to have survived! The wail of the ambulance siren pierces the air as he is swiftly transported to the hospital. The ordeal has finally reached a conclusion. Or has it? In a daze, he lies on a stark white hospital bed, observing as the nurse administering his injection removes her mask, revealing the anguished face of Luo Yu's mother. Why did you kill my daughter? What wrong did she commit? You wretched spawn. May you and your father perish together. She injects a vial of an unknown black liquid into Luo Luan's fore, cackling madly. Chapter 79. Proclaiming my existence to the world last night, the Tianqing Company, a subsidiary of the Luo Group, fell prey to a sea-level supernatural event. Over 500 individuals were trapped for 13 hours, and with the collaborative efforts of the Bureau and the Sifeng Tongyuan Group, 245 managed to survive. Investigations revealed that the total number of fatalities attributed to the rules was 0. All deaths resulted from employee altercations, and those involved are currently under investigation. In the cafeteria of Luoming Middle School, an electronic display screen broadcasts the latest news as students eat, their heads tilted upward to watch. Upon hearing the mention of the Sifeng Tongyuan Group, Gao Shui bites down on his chopsticks, fixated on the screen, momentarily forgetting his meal, appearing somewhat dazed. Phanios gently taps his shoulder, taking a seat beside him, leaning in with curiosity. What captivates you so? Is there a relative of yours in there? What nonsense, of course not. Those scoundrels. Gao Shui hesitates for a moment before shaking his head, returning to his meal. The students chatter excitedly, astonished by the events. While supernatural occurrences are not uncommon in this city, it's the first time they have witnessed a supernatural event with 0 fatalities, and shockingly, all 200-plus victims were killed by their own kind. The implications are chilling that a student, chopsticks clenched in his mouth, cannot help but exclaim. Indeed, in the realm of supernatural events, the most terrifying aspect remains humanity itself. The news continues to report, and Phanios, abandoning his meal, puts down his chopsticks and sits beside Gao Shui, staring blankly at the screen. All high-ranking officials of the Luo Company are deceased. Luo Luan, the sole heir of the Luo family, was rescued but later poisoned by his father's ex-wife, Zhang. The suspect has been apprehended, and the Security Bureau is conducting an interrogation. Phanios absent-mindedly twirls his chopsticks, suddenly reflecting, I miss Lu Gu a bit. I wonder if there's any news about him. Gao Shui nods in agreement. Ever since their investigation into the campus supernatural event, Lu Zhe has not returned to school, as if he has evaporated from existence. Teacher Zhou mentioned that this child is missing and suspects he may have been abducted by human traffickers. The Security Bureau is still investigating. The two fall into a contemplative silence, staring at the table laden with food, which suddenly seems unappetizing. Fanios fixates on a plate of stir-fried pig kidneys, swallowing nervously before hesitantly asking, "Do you think Lu Gu might have been sold to Myanmar for his kidneys?" Gao Shuai, exasperated, gives his head a light smack, retorting, "What on earth are you babbling about?" At that moment, the television flickers, abruptly interrupting the broadcast. We interrupt this program for a global news update. Never before has there been such a commotion. All in the cafeteria look up in confusion at the electronic screen in the hall, the previously noisy environment falling into sudden silence. Even the lunch lady's phone displays multiple video platforms, all broadcasting the news in real time. Fanios and Gao Shuai exchange glances, uncertain of the unfolding events. Sensing that it cannot be good, a global news announcement, and all platforms are mandated to broadcast it. Could an event of A-class magnitude be imminent, signaling the impending doom of the world and urging everyone to seek immediate refuge? As they ponder these thoughts, the scene on the screen transitions to a live broadcast of a press conference held by the Sifong Tongyuan Group in front of a vast blue backdrop. A solitary figure sits, clad in a trench coat and hood, a black cloth obscuring his eyes. The youth in the black coat sits before a multitude of flashing cameras, revealing a calm and confident smile. "Greetings, I am the Undertaker." The sight of this enigmatic individual, gasps ripple through the cafeteria. Some students drop their chopsticks in shock. What the hell? One student beside Gao Shuai cannot contain himself, leaping to his feet and rushing toward the television. Clutching the screen as if wishing to leap into it, a portion of the cafeteria erupts in excitement, swept up in a wave of fervent discussion. "We've seen the real deal. Undertaker, I am your loyal follower." The atmosphere is not unanimous, however. A substantial number maintain a neutral or opposing stance, puzzled by the official's actions. Is this an admission of violence begetting violence? Has the investigation bureau been compromised? I recall the Luo family was destroyed by the Undertaker's supernatural event. How could the other families agree to this? This is against the rules. Fanios and Gao Shuai lock eyes, both reflecting the same terror. The physical outline of the Undertaker bears an uncanny resemblance to the missing Lu Zhe. It cannot be mere coincidence, can it? With trepidation, they suppress their emotions, fixating on the screen, observing the familiar yet foreign youth. Their hearts a tumultuous mix. He is heralding the arrival of the Knight of the Chainsaw. I trust you have heard the reports. In recent nights, criminals have encountered the Chainsaw Girl's relentless pursuit, resulting in the removal of certain organs. The Undertaker presses his hands together on the table, calmly articulating this shocking truth. Indeed, she is my creation. Today marks the third day of the Night of Terror. A slight smile curves his lips as he continues, "Dear players, those who have committed heinous crimes, your time is nigh." The room falls silent in shock. At the press conference, reporters from around the world surge toward the front, eager to inquire about specifics, only to be thwarted by security personnel. How do you determine guilt? What are the specific rules? Is the scope of the Night of Terror global? Why do you conceal your true identity? Flashes from cameras illuminate the room. Every action of his captivates the attention of all. He proceeds, "Those guilty of rape, murder, and domestic violence leading to death will enter my game. Furthermore, I will devise additional supernatural events for other criminals. Anyone who commits wrongdoing will face corresponding punishment. None shall escape." He pauses, smiling as he raises his right hand, pointing two fingers at his own eyes, then directing them toward the camera. "Am always watching you." This statement reverberates across the globe, translated into various languages. And thus all criminals hear the Undertaker's proclamation. "I am watching you." In a seemingly deliberate response to the last question, the Undertaker slowly removes his hood, revealing his calm, blood-red eyes. "I am Lu Zhe. And I am also the Undertaker." He smiles, closes his eyes, and extends his arms. "Those who wish to kill me are always welcome." The moment of seeing Lu Zhe's face, Gao Shuai and Fanios feel their spirits plummet. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, frozen in place. No Fanios dashes to the screen, grasping the television tightly, murmuring, "It cannot be. Listen to me. Lu Gu must have been possessed." Indeed, it must be so. The Reaper has taken possession of his body. Gao Shuai stood frozen in place, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. After a long while, he finally placed a hand on Fan Yao's shoulder, cleared his throat with some difficulty, and hesitantly uttered, "Stop deceiving yourself. Lu Gu has always been himself." Chapter 80. the fallen angel of black wings at the very moment he revealed his identity. The notebook hovering beside Lu Zhe began to accumulate horror points at an exponential rate. You have gained intermediate faith 1000. You have gained intermediate faith 1000. You have gained. In the blink of an eye, the horror points derived from intermediate faith surged beyond 100,000, not only filling the void left by the resurrection of the Chainsaw Girl, but also continuing to rise. The object of fear shifted from urban legends to the Reaper, thereby forming a foundation of primary faith. Once the fear associated with the Reaper transferred to Lu Zhe himself, it transformed into intermediate faith, yielding even more horror points. This was his objective. I am the Reaper, Lu Zhe declared, pulling back his hood with an unervingly calm demeanor. What I shall bury is the entire old world. His proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly, plunging the venue into a silence that lingered for several moments before erupting into a cacophony of camera shutters, capturing every word and action. Soon, these images would grace the headlines across the globe. He slowly rose, adjusting his collar, offering a slight bow, and nonchalantly departed his seat, walking steadily towards the entrance of the press conference. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. No one dared obstruct this madman, their hearts filled with excitement, trepidation, and an irresistible urge to flee. The black fabric of his attire billowed in the air, reminiscent of the wings of a fallen angel, bringing fear and death to the world. As the press conference concluded, Gao Shuai and Fei Niao sat transfixed before the television screen, their hearts heavy with an unshakable sense of loss. In stark contrast, the entirety of Luoming High School erupted into a frenzy, students animatedly discussing the identity of the Reaper, fervently seeking information regarding Lu Zhe's exploits. My heavens, the Reaper is in the same school as I am. He is my senior, an excited girl exclaimed. The school bully, Wang Wei, puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, I was previously Lu Ge's underling and had the privilege of his mentorship. The scar on the back of my head is proof. He then brandished the brick used by Lu Zhe as a weapon, showcasing it to the throng of reporters as if it were a precious gem. Look, this is the Reaper's initial weapon. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and camera flashes continued incessantly, while Class 6 of the second year was surrounded by reporters, with Teacher Zhou struggling for a considerable time to disperse them. It was not solely Luoming High School. The entire nation and even the international community were abuzz with discussions regarding the Reaper, opinions sharply divided. There were even fervent followers who gathered to form an organization called the Funeral Home, welcoming supporters from around the world, claiming to unconditionally back all of his endeavors, as for the 4 great families. No, to be precise, now it was merely 3 families, as they chose to maintain a collective silence. They awaited word from the headquarters of the Urban Legends Management Bureau. Until a decision was reached, these families would refrain from voicing any opinions in the conference room atop the Sifeng Tongyuan Corporation. The Su family had entirely withdrawn, their head busy escorting the young lady back from city. Within just a few days, 2 of the 4 divine beasts had vanished, leaving the room noticeably emptier. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Gao Duchuan pounded his fist on the table in frustration, snorting indignantly, a bunch of fence-sitters, utterly unreliable. What punishment for murderers? Who among us hasn't got blood on their hands to reach this position? Now look, half of our people are bound to die sooner or later. We might as well take all the A-grade offerings and blow them up with him. Jing Tai squinted his eyes, leisurely fanning himself as he reclined in his chair, as if nothing concerned him. Oh, not rush, Brother Duchuan, he said, adjusting his Taoist hat with a leisurely air. The one at headquarters has yet to speak. Given his current stance, he likely cannot tolerate the existence of such a heretic as the Reaper. You mean to say? Gao Dechuan began to calm down slightly, stroking his chin as he pondered. We do nothing? Precisely. Jing Tai snapped his fan shut, pointing its ribs at Dechuan's nose while continuing to smile. We merely need to wait. Within 3 days, the Reaper shall perish, and for now, we must maintain our public relations and attempt to win him over, enticing him to work for us. After a moment of contemplation, he straightened up and inquired, if I recall correctly, your son seemed to have had a good relationship with the Reaper. Perhaps we could leverage that to strengthen our ties. It would be ideal if we could arrange a meal together. Gao Duchuan hesitated for a moment, as if grappling with some unspeakable difficulty, but ultimately relented. Very well. His beard quivered slightly, suggesting reluctance. He sighed and dialed the number saved under Rebellious Son, both men awaiting the connection in the conference hall. The dial tone rang on for an extended period before being abruptly terminated by the other party. Jing Tai cast a curious glance, and Gao Dechuan felt somewhat embarrassed, awkwardly coughing twice before asking his assistant to make the call again. This time, it was answered immediately, the cold voice of a male high school student resonating. "What is it?" Gao Dechuan's face lit up with excitement as he seized the phone, exclaiming fervently, son, wait. Don't hang up just yet. Oh, you know Lu Zhe." There was a moment of silence on the other end before a detached response came. "I know him." "Why? Are you planning to take action against him?" It's just that we haven't seen each other in years. Could you arrange for him to come out? Get lost?" With a sharp click, Gao Shui hung up the phone without mercy, the sound of the dial tone echoing in his ears. When Gao Dechuan attempted to call again, he discovered he had been blocked. Infuriated, he slammed the phone down and cursed. "You little brat! Who do you think you are, me or you?" However, the other party was evidently beyond hearing. The conference room filled with an awkward silence, and Jing Tai cleared his throat a couple of times, waving his fan to smooth things over. "Hee, if your son is unwilling, there's no need to force it." Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Gao Shui silently put away his phone, returning to his meal. The cafeteria bustled with activity, while Fei Niao quietly sat beside him, slowly slurping a bowl of noodles, unusually refraining from asking questions. Gao Shui sighed, picked up his phone, and stared at the number saved under Old Bastard. Transferring it to the harassment call list, then, his finger hovered hesitantly over Lu Zhe's number. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose not to dial. Lu Gu must be incredibly busy right now, he mused, resolving to seek him out once everything settled down in a few days. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to leave Lu Zhe a message, sending, "Be cautious of the headquarters of the Management Bureau." Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhe had long returned his phone to the Management Bureau. And this message ultimately landed in the hands of Meng Cheng. Chapter 81. The deal at this moment, Meng Cheng lay in a hospital bed, his body swathed in bandages, his right foot encased in plaster and suspended high above him, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. Following the recent urban legend incident, "Please close your eyes when it's dark," the central hospital had been reduced to rubble by him and Lu Zhe, prompting a relocation of the inpatient department to the northern hospital. Struggling to prop himself up with his hands, he reminisced about the events that transpired, sensing that something was amiss. In the hospital incident, the Management Bureau had rescued over 100 individuals. The remaining deceased had been identified, nearly all of whom were members of the Apocalypse Society, while the rest were unregistered, suspected to be desperate individuals serving the cult. Had the Reaper held a grudge against the cult? What had transpired with him? If both Lu Zhe and the Management Bureau aimed to combat the cult, then why had the headquarters never attempted to collaborate with the Reaper? Instead, placing restrictions on his abilities and not incorporating this combat force into their ranks. Meng Cheng grasped Lu Zhe's phone, his gaze lingering on the message from Gao Shui, his brow furrowing tightly. "Be cautious of the headquarters of the Management Bureau." He rubbed his temples, reflecting on the recent ill-advised directives issued by headquarters, feeling an unsettling anxiety brewing within him. Since personally quelling the eerie tide a decade ago, that individual had never conveyed any instructions directly again. The commands from headquarters had suddenly become significantly more conservative, seemingly intent on maintaining a facade of stability. This had led to increasingly rampant illegal activities among the families, continually testing the boundaries of the Management Bureau. At this point, Meng Cheng had ample reason to suspect that the individual had lost their capacity for action, and the headquarters may have already been infiltrated by the various families. The old fox from the Jing family was likely trying to use the Management Bureau's hand to eliminate Lu Zhe as an obstacle. If that individual were to strike down the Reaper, it would align perfectly with Jing Tai's intentions, and Meng Cheng would miss a golden opportunity to purge the four great families. Yet, if the headquarters remained silent, it would indirectly confirm that their strongest member had exhausted their strength, losing their former powered eye. In that case, the strange creatures and cults would launch unrestrained retaliations, and the nation would descend into a living hell. It was a deadlock, and Meng Cheng could find no way out. He let out a sigh, reclined on the bed, and held onto Lu Zhe's investigation certificate, smoothing out the photograph with his hand. He murmured to himself, "Undertaker, what kind of world do you truly desire?" In the photograph, a youth clad in a white shirt smiled silently at the camera. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse in City A, Lu Zhe squatted on the ground, quietly slurping instant noodles, awaiting the arrival of the Su family. After all, one must eat to survive. Even the master of strange tales is no exception. Though he cannot die, enduring hunger is still quite uncomfortable. Following the activation of threats, his bank card had been unfrozen, and the Su family had deposited several million as ransom for Su Jin's life. Having grown accustomed to poverty, the sudden influx of wealth left him unsure of how to spend it. Thus, he added 2 braised eggs and a sausage to his noodles. The rich aroma of the broth wafted through the air. The steaming water softened the noodles, releasing the mingled fragrance of ham sausage and braising sauce. Instantly filling the warehouse, Lu Zhe, with a fork in his mouth and both hands cradling the steaming cup of noodles, couldn't help but marvel at the comfort of a wealthy life. The chainsaw lay beside him, while Saw hovered quietly nearby. Yu, feeling bored, sat on the blinds, swinging her little legs and yawning. Tang Yuan lazily sprawled on Lu Zhe's lap, stretching her body into a puddle of fur, while waiting for the noodles to soften. Lu Zhe idly flipped through the rules of Saw and casually asked, Yu, I've killed many people too. Does that make me a criminal? Would you kill me? Upon hearing this, the little girl jolted, sitting upright with a start. Meeting his profound gaze, Yu immediately broke into a sweat, scratching her head awkwardly, and replied with a smile, No way. If the boss dies, I would vanish too. Besides, we cannot harm our creator. That violates the rules. Who established those rules? He calmly inquired. Yu paused for a moment, tilted her head back, lost in deep thought, her large eyes filled with confusion, as if she were about to gain more wisdom. I forgot. Anyway, rules are rules, she chuckled while hugging her head. Hearing this, Lu Zhe shook his head helplessly, gaining a new understanding of the notebook's rules. It seemed that the strange tales he created could not harm him, which provided him with a sense of reassurance. Xu Qi huddled in a corner, trembling, and upon catching a whiff of the noodle's aroma, swallowed hard but dared not look up, only listening to his mutterings. Seeing Lu Zhe talking to the air, she silently screamed in her mind, This guy is a lunatic. Help! Why did I provoke a madman? He could chop me up at any moment. Ever since she entangled herself with this living hell, she had gone hungry for 16 hours. Her once radiant beauty now appeared disheveled, resembling a rural woman fresh from the fields. And her family, she was a revered saint, a unique genius, the object of desire for countless talented suitors, who pined for her daily. Yet now, this fellow not only showed no compassion but also constantly threatened to chop off her fingers to unlock that damned phone. Oh, heavens! How could anyone not know that fingerprint unlocking can be disabled these days? Just as turmoil brewed within her, the sound of a car honking suddenly pierced the silence outside the warehouse. Soon, in the illuminated doorway, a few figures were seen moving. Eugene glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Overwhelmed with excitement, she shouted towards the figures, Dad? A few bodyguards clad in suits carefully escorted the man in the center, cautiously stopping a short distance away. Undertaker, we have followed your instructions. Please fulfill your promise and release my daughter. Su Qi wiped the sweat from her brow and fixed her gaze on the young man in black. Lu Zhe calmly finished his noodles, sipped the hot broth, savoring it, then placed the cup on the ground. He then leisurely stood up, pulled the chainsaw's cord, and amidst the horrified gazes of all present, cut the ropes binding Su Jin's hands. Scram. Eugene trembled in fear, beginning to cry uncontrollably. Her high-heeled shoes slipped, and she stumbled towards the door, rolling and crawling in her haste. Wah! It was the first time Lu Zhe had witnessed someone cry so dramatically, feeling somewhat puzzled, as he hadn't done anything to her that warranted such distress. Even his role as a warden was exhausting. Xu Qi embraced her daughter tightly, exhaling a long sigh, and exchanged a glance with the people beside her. The bodyguard then produced a box, cautiously taking a couple of steps towards Lu Zhe. Locking eyes with him, slowly bending down to place the item down as if delivering a bomb. Thank you for honoring your word. This is a token of gratitude from the Su family. Please, you must accept it. Lu Zhe regarded him calmly, unperturbed by any tricks the other party might play, gesturing for Yu to pick it up and hand it to him. To Su Qi and her associates, it appeared as though the Undertaker needed only a glance to manipulate objects at will. Such an enigmatic ability was unprecedented. Thus, Su Qi felt even more resolute in her decision to avoid conflict with him, feeling immensely fortunate for her choice. Inside the box lay the latest model of a smartphone, leaving the young man momentarily stunned. Liu Zhe, you see, you have received the phone. Now you no longer require my daughter. Can we leave? Su Qi donned a businesslike smile and cautiously proposed. Liu Zhe lifted his head and calmly asked, I recall your second daughter perished in my strange tale. Do you not harbor resentment towards me? The air fell silent, save for the creaking of the rusty blinds. The chainsaw roared to life, and his slightly narrowed eyes turned crimson, as if he might appear before them in the next instant to sever their heads in one swift motion. Su Qi, drenched in sweat, struggled to swallow, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. No. You mean Su Yu? She hesitated, forcing a smile. She was merely my illegitimate daughter. Besides, she is not a strange master, I see, Liu Zhe replied. The reason you value your daughter is not out of familial affection but rather due to her worth. You are only concerned about Su Jin's abilities. Truly, it reflected the disposition of such families. The warehouse fell silent once more. Su Qi's heart raced, her eyes fixated on him. Liu Zhe retracted the chainsaw, extended his hands and smiled. I have been persuaded. You may leave. Only then did they all exhale in relief, their eyes fixed on the undertaker as they retreated step by step, turning to flee as they reached the door. The sound of the car gradually faded away, and the abandoned warehouse returned to its former quietude. Yu yawned in boredom, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Boss, they said that whiny creature is an A-class. Is she really that strong? Not strong. Liu Zhe shook his head, putting away the chainsaw, and after a moment of contemplation, added, she is about 0.5 levels below Shen Quan. He speculated that she had been forcibly elevated to that level through some special means. Thus his rules could take effect. Yu, not understanding, sat by the window, swinging her little legs and asked, so can we go home now? Liu Zhe snapped back to reality from his thoughts, extended his right hand, and smiled, yes, let us return home. In the deep night of City A, the sky was devoid of stars. After seeing off the Su family, Liu Zhe dragged the chainsaw, leisurely making his way home. He had no fear of being followed. Should anyone attempt to, he would simply take them down as expected, on a bench by the street. A pair of pitch-black eyes fixated on him. Xiaoyang, holding a newspaper, slightly lowered his cap, adjusted the sunglasses on his face, and silently observed the undertaker. He had never anticipated that the young man who perished in the museum had not only resurrected, but also transformed into a formidable figure, stirring the winds of change. Had he known this earlier, he would have done everything to turn that youth into a puppet. This fellow possessed an immense resilience to sources of pollution. After long-term erosion by resentment, he would undoubtedly become the next strange king. Yet, for now, it was merely a thought. Mo Xiaoyang lacked the courage to provoke him. As Liu Zhe passed by, he cast a blank expression and glanced at him before indifferently averting his gaze. Mo Xiaoyang sighed in relief, offering a polite smile while nodding. Holding up the newspaper in greeting, in an instant, a bloody chainsaw was thrust into his mouth, bringing with it the chilling scent of rust and death. He stared in horror, his eyes wide, incredulously tilting his head back, and met a pair of crimson eyes, as if he had plunged into an abyss of blood. How can this be? Just for looking too long. You seek my life? No, who is truly the madman here? Liu Zhe coldly looked down at him, tapping his finger on the switch. With a gentle press of the button, he could reduce him to a bloody mess. His teeth shattered to pieces. One smiles at me for no reason. He calmly bent down, rummaging through Mo Xiaoyang's belongings, discovering an investigation certificate, and raised an eyebrow, asking, a member of the management bureau? With the chainsaw lodged in his mouth, Mo Xiaoyang could only mumble incoherently, tasting the iron tang. As saliva dripped onto his collar, Liu Zhe's eyes returned to a lifeless gray as he brandished the chainsaw. Pressing it against his adversary's neck, poised to hear what he had to say, Mo Xiaoya, panting in a state of shock, slumped onto the bench and, with a nervous chuckle, said, hee, big brother, you scared me to death. Wait, don't kill me. As the sharp sting on his neck registered, he dared not jest any longer, hastily adding, I'm from the Annihilation Society, and I wish to invite you to join. Before he could finish his sentence, the chainsaw roared to life, swiftly severing his head. Confusion and shock marred Mo Xiaoya's face as his head flew several yards away, a crimson fountain of blood erupting in its wake. The jagged cut on his neck spurted blood like a gushing fountain before his lifeless body collapsed. The red haze in Lu Zhe's eyes began to fade. He wiped the blood from his face, calmly flicked the chainsaw, and resumed his journey homeward. The lunatics of the Annihilation Society had no voice. He would eliminate one after another. The night consumed all sound, the dim glow of streetlights casting his shadow into a still silhouette. Just as he prepared to leave, a sudden movement from a nearby garbage bin caught his attention, and a pale, claw-like arm shot out. Damn, that really hurt, big brother. Mo Xiaoya crawled out of the bin, his movements reminiscent of a zombie, swaying his arms at the bin's edge while still wearing a mischievous grin. In an instant, his pupils constricted into pinpricks, reflecting the madness of the crimson eyes that loomed closer, accompanied by a chilling breath. Wait, wait. I'm not from the Annihilation Society. I'm from the chess club, he exclaimed, retreating into the garbage bin, shouting desperately. The chainsaw struck the bin with a resounding crash, metal colliding and sparks flying. Expecting the searing pain of dismemberment that never came, Mo Xiaoya gingerly checked his body, relieved to find himself intact, and exhaled a long breath. Cautiously, he lifted the bin's lid, peering through a crack to see that the young man's eyes had returned to gray, showing no intention of further violence. And he slumped back down into the bin. He had come to understand a vital rule. Never jest in front of a reaper. This individual could readily switch to kill mode, pursuing him to the ends of the earth. The stench inside the bin was unbearable, akin to rotten eggs embedded in a decade-old sock. Yet after so long in the company of corpses, he could tolerate it. Mo Xiaoya laboriously crawled out of the bin, his body rolling onto the ground as he posed dramatically like a domineering figure with a flower. I'm a pawn from the chess club, boasting C-grade talent as a corpse walker, and I cordially invite the Reaper to join us. Lu Zhe, at a loss for words, sheathed his chainsaw and replied, Sorry, not familiar. Hey, big brother, don't rush off. We offer excellent benefits. Seeing him about to leave, Mo Xiaoya flailed, clutching at his pant leg. What was that saying? Stick with chess, and you'll eat 9 meals in 3 days, never facing a dull moment. Witnessing the other's desperate antics, Lu Zhe, with a sigh of resignation, crouched down, prying his fingers apart. Really not familiar. What do you all do? Sounds like a chess club for the elderly? As Mo Xiaoya realized the Reaper wasn't he about to chop off his hand, he perked up, grinning widely. Our philosophy is, amidst the suffering of the world, seize joy in the moment. We are seen as a cult in your eyes. Before he could finish, with a swift motion, Mo Xiaoya met his demise once more, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Lu Zhe flicked the blood off his chainsaw, indifferent as he stood, turning away to walk down the street. Thanks to Shan Quan, he regarded these zealots as nothing but trouble in their fervor for faith or the destruction of abstract deities. They inflicted pain upon the real world, believing humanity's annihilation would strike a blow against the divine, a group of fools, missing the essence of their own existence. If gods truly existed, why had they never heeded his cries? In his darkest hour, no deity had offered him salvation. As he descended into the abyss of sin, climbing over the corpses of others, he could trust no one but himself. If a god loves humanity, can they hear the suffering of the world? What have they done? If gods do not love humanity, there are countless ways to destroy their altars. Why eliminate all of humankind? It was simple. Lu Zhe would ascend to divinity, wresting their faith from them, pulling them down from their pedestals. Hence, he would not heed any of the mad ramblings of cultists. Just as he was about to depart, a rustle from the grass behind him interrupted. Mo Xiaoya's cheeky voice chimed in again. Damn, that hurts so much. I won't joke around anymore. He scrambled out of the grass, grinning. You can't kill me because I'm already dead. Lu Zhe suddenly chuckled, rubbing his neck and flexing his cervical vertebrae, feeling an unexpected thrill at encountering such an elusive foe. How delightful. The last unkillable person I met was Shen Quan. Mo Xiaoya's smile vanished, an icy shiver creeping up from his heels to his spine, involuntarily making him tremble. Meanwhile, the Chainsaw Knight, akin to dandelions, blossomed across the globe Dianongua, where the Bureau of Strange Tales and the Security Bureau maintained dual control. The public safety environment was relatively stable, resulting in fewer homicides each year and minimal impact. However, Across the ocean in the free American Empire and militaristic Eastern Japan, chaos reigned as chainsaw night swept through the nation, triggering widespread panic in a country where firearms were freely accessible. Countless shooting incidents occurred annually, with unverified reports estimating over 30,000 people in America hunted by the chainsaw-wielding girl.as for Eastern Japan. Their aggressive ideology had seen some individuals commit heinous massacres against civilians in other nations, with many among their leadership being equally villainous. Could they escape? Amidst endless fleeing and panic, in the throes of hysterical despair and heart-wrenching regret, they all perished beneath the chainsaw, leaving no survivors. Killers are invariably hunted. On the third night of Chainsaw Night, the death toll recorded by the American Intelligence Agency surged exponentially. In response to escalating domestic tensions, their president dispatched an urgent message, convening an emergency meeting regarding sanctions against the Reaper. Inside the White House's conference hall, all members were fervently vocal, delivering impassioned speeches. We must grant criminals the opportunity for redemption rather than execute them outright. Mr. Reaper is undoubtedly a cruel tyrant. Ongwa should not harbor such a madman. We strongly recommend that Luz be handed over to the FBI. I believe we can find a way to control the Reaper, transforming his abilities into a manageable blade to combat the bizarre. On a skyscraper in City A colossal electronic screen broadcasted this meeting live, the fervent voices of politicians dispersed by the evening breeze. Not far away, Imo Xiaoya, battered and bruised, was painstakingly applying medicine to himself. Ouch, that hurts. Big brother, your strikes are ruthless. Luz leaned against the railing nearby, calmly watching the television atop the skyscraper, offering no response. Lost in thought, in his hand was a bottle of iced coffee, purchased casually during his pursuit of this individual. Their chase had spiraled from the park to the central mall and finally onto the rooftop. He pondered where this fellow had unearthed so many corpses, buried all over City A, resurrecting them to the point of exhausting Luz's arms. Although merely a C-grade talent, lacking significant lethality, this individual could genuinely wear down his enemies. The night had deepened, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him, eyelids drooping as he sought a corner to rest. He was equally drained, nearly unable to wield the chainsaw any longer. Hee, not going to kill me anymore? Imo Xiaoya, having forgotten the pain of his injuries, leaned over with a grin. Does this mean you agree to join? No, just tired of killing. Luz stretched, languidly hanging over the railing, yawning with fatigue. I'll rest a bit before continuing. Then I'll take that as you calming down. Imo Xiaoya pouted, sitting cross-legged on the ground, shaking his head and declaring, to me, this is prejudice. We never engage in anything heinous. Cult is merely a label thrust upon us by others. We are good people. He glanced at the distant screen before continuing, in a way, we are quite similar. We do not kill for amusement, but possess a loftier ideal. We champion chaos rather than disorder. Humanity is chaos incarnate, with order and chaos existing in tandem. Hence we occasionally save the world. Upon hearing this, Luz tilted his head back and chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Who told you that I would save this wretched world? He slowly twisted open his bottle, taking a sip of coffee, smiling as he said, regrettably, I am a selfish villain. I only desire their fear. Imo Xiaoya pointed a finger at Luz's chest and then at his own. Grinning, you seek humanity's fear, while I crave humanity's chaos. It's not contradictory, provided they remain alive. Seeing Luz in silence, Imo Xiaoya smiled lightly, producing a black box seemingly from nowhere. Lifting its lid, she said, what do you think? Join us. This is your starter pack. Luz calmly raised his gaze, and within lay a pitch-black dagger, its blade adorned with eerie crimson patterns, the center bearing a distinct blood handprint. The ancestor of the Miao dagger? Hadn't he already rendered it useless? Chapter 84. Infinite dimensional slash. Isn't it excessive to slay a president? As Luz caressed the dagger, tracing the vibrant red patterns, memories of the last time it severed his hand flooded back. A smile crept across his face as he lowered his head and addressed the blade. If I recall correctly, the flesh and blood you consumed must include a part of me, in this chaotic existence. One must always repay their debts, a demonic whisper echoed, sending shivers down both Imo Xiaoya and the ancestor of the Miao dagger, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. The dagger's obsidian hilt began to tremble violently, pulsating visibly. Had he not grasped it tightly, It might have leapt from his hand, preferring to plunge from this high building rather than remain ensnared in his grasp. Last time, it had been stripped of hundreds of years' worth of essence. What did it intend to do now? Shatter itself to feed cats? Please, act like a human. Seeing him accept the dagger, Emo Xiaoya leaned closer, smiling as she explained, "It's just something we appropriated from the Bureau. And it's not operational yet, so consider it a token of our first meeting." The Bureau of Strange Tales? Hey, my sister Emo Yun is part of the Apocalypse Society. I snagged it while assisting her on a mission. Lu Zhe pondered, sensing something amiss, and queried, "Your sister is with the Apocalypse Society, you're part of the chess club, and now you've infiltrated the Bureau as an investigator? A web of espionage?" Emo Xiaoya waved her hand dismissively. Leaning against the railing with a playful grin, "She aims to destroy the world. I seek to save it. Isn't that amusing?" Lu Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words, clutching the dagger as he observed the distant screens on the skyscraper, where American politicians were embroiled in heated debates. "Moreover, you're in considerable danger," Emo Xiaoya remarked, glancing at the screen, seemingly recalling something, her gaze fixed on him as she continued to persuade. "These corrupt officials will resort to anything, brainwashing. Drugs, electric shocks, you wouldn't want to know their methods, but we can provide you cover. We've all transgressed humanity's rules, which means we must lurk in the shadows, like serpents awaiting the opportune moment." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhe smirked, tilting his head slightly. He raised the ancestor of the Miao dagger, its tip aimed directly at the massive screen, declaring, "No need, I shall dictate the rules." As his words fell, dark patterns surged forth on his pale arm, flowing like rivers and mountains, merging like tides into the dagger. Had the ancestor of the Miao dagger lost its essence? How fortuitous. He was never short of polluted essence. Did executing a dimensional slash require a multitude of flesh and blood? Apologies, but he was indomitable. With a deluge of black essence coursing in, the blood-red designs on the blade intensified, resembling living veins that viciously pierced Lu Zhe's arm, greedily siphoning his blood. The black blade rose high, then suddenly descended, akin to a crescent blood moon, slicing through the air with an invisible force, severing the head of a senator standing beside the president from across the ocean. On the colossal screen, the American politicians were reaching a crescendo, applause thundering around them. The next instant, the senator's head burst like a watermelon shot with a bullet, crimson juices splattering onto the president. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, the American president standing frozen for a moment, touching the blood on his shirt, emitting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Oh my God!" Emo Xiaoya was left speechless, staring in disbelief at him before lifting her gaze to the chaotic broadcast, her mind seemingly crashing. "What now? My sister didn't teach me this." Meanwhile, within the White House Conference Center, the legislators were thrown into disarray, tumbling from their chairs like pigs in a boiling pot, shrieking, "There's an assassin! Cut the broadcast!" At that moment, a nearby aide rushed forward, phone in hand, exclaiming, "It's a call from the gravedigger." The president trembled as he took the call, gesturing for silence around him, his voice quaking. "Hello?" Laughter erupted from the phone, a devilish whisper reverberating throughout the hall, sending chills down every spine, as if they had descended into the depths of hell. "I am the gravedigger. Feel free to try and cut the broadcast, and everyone will perish." After a brief pause, as if recalling something, the voice added, "I forgot. You might not understand the language of Angwa." Upon hearing this, the president's eyes widened in disbelief, urgently shouting to those around him, "Get a translator. Quickly, bring in that damn translator." "Oh my God." Before the translator could take their place, the gravedigger continued calmly, "Go out, die. Call people, die. Close ding, die." It was evident the caller had a limited grasp of English, but it was sufficient. An aide immediately bent down, tearing a sheet of paper, hastily scribbling the 3 rules, the handwriting shaky and crooked, resembling a worm's path. The president grasped the gist, gasping for fresh air, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat, sinking weakly into his leather chair, stammering in broken Angwa. "You are provoking us. This will lead to war." To his surprise, the voice chuckled softly. "Who told you I would grant you the opportunity to wage war? The one beside you, surnamed Mai, is a general." "Yes? He is dead now." As the words fell, a warm spray of blood splattered across the president's face, startling him into a leap from his seat with a shriek. He turned to see General Mike's head flying several meters away. Blood gushing from his neck like a fountain, his body crumpling lifelessly. One legislator suffered a heart attack, his face reddening as he gasped for air, moaning while rummaging through his pockets for medication. The others fared no better, their pallid faces turning even whiter, collapsing into their chairs, too terrified to breathe. The gravedigger's voice echoed from the phone, clear to all present, the camera still broadcasting live, its red light aglow. Transmitting this absurd meeting to the world. Don't be alarmed. I'm not a demon, hee. What do you desire? The president trembled as he spoke, cold sweat dripping onto the phone, leaving a long streak. Very simple. Acknowledge the gravedigger's existence. And regarding those ludicrous sanctions, I believe you can negotiate amicably with Angwa's diplomats. After all, I am quite fond of peace, am I not? Chapter 85. A Stitch in Time, Part 1. After completing this transaction, Lu Zhe handed the phone to Emo Xiaoya, even returning the ancestor of the Miao dagger, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Leaving her alone, bewildered amidst the chaos. No, big brother, you don't drag me into this mess. This phone number was undoubtedly compromised. Emo Xiaoya would have to deal with a plethora of investigators on her tail, and she might even be unmasked by the Bureau. Initially, she thought he would be cautious about the global manhunt, seeking refuge within the chess club, intending to use the opportunity to recruit a new member while offloading the hot potato that was the ancestor of the Miao dagger. Instead, he acted without hesitation, severing the Congress's vital artery, igniting a full-blown vendetta against him, and the troubling part was that no one could truly touch him. This rookie was rather ferocious. Liu Zhe remained oblivious to her thoughts. Effortlessly leaping onto the railing of the towering building, slightly leaning back, smiling as he remarked, "Thank you. I had a splendid time today." He could have easily devised many methods to eliminate Emo Xiaoya, such as casually drafting a rule stating, corpses within the confines of City A decay at an accelerated rate, which would leave the C-grade anomaly with nowhere to hide. However, that would be far too dull. Wouldn't it? After all, encountering an immortal being and finishing the game too quickly would be rather unsatisfying. In any case, he had relished the day's slaughter. Next time they met, he would relish it again. With dozens of meters of open air behind him, a fall would mean certain death, yet he appeared utterly unafraid, swinging his legs while perched on the glass railing as for joining the club. He would consider it another day. Perhaps one day he would find himself in a generous mood and agree. With that, he placed 2 fingers against his forehead, smiling as he gestured a farewell. Then reclined backward, plummeting from the 20th floor. Goodness! Emo Xiaoya rushed forward, reaching out to catch him, only to grasp at empty air, leaving her staring in shock from the railing. Well, damn it, this guy has suicidal tendencies. With that leap, he had bid farewell to the world, feeling utterly liberated while leaving a mess for her to clean up. The only silver lining was that the ancestor of the Miao dagger was still in her possession. But that was merely a minor consolation. Unbeknownst to him, the Undertaker was inexplicably capable of unleashing an unending series of dimensional slashes. After several successive strikes, the blade had been thoroughly drained of its power. It truly could not slice even a single time more. The obsidian blade had lost all its luster, appearing as though it would shatter upon the slightest touch. Given its dismal condition, it was evident that without 100 years of care, it would be utterly unusable. He let out a resigned chuckle, sheathing the broken blade back into its scabbard, and subsequently picked up his phone to make a call. "Hello, old Wong, your plan is in shambles. The person is unwilling to join us, and now, due to my relentless pestering, they've even contemplated jumping from a building." On the other end of the line, an elderly man holding a fan clasped the phone between his neck and shoulder. His right hand toying with a pawn, his gaze fixed on the chessboard set upon the stone table, lost in contemplation. This was a chess table adjacent to the tree-lined path, where a group of elderly gentlemen gathered to sip tea and converse. Old Wong, clad in a short-sleeved vest, appeared no different from any ordinary retired gentleman. After a brief pause, his pale beard quivered slightly, and with a toothy grin, he confidently placed his pawn on the board. The pawn advanced toward the king, now shielded by a knight, cornering the opponent into a hopeless position. Checkmate! The old man, gripping the phone with his chin, stroked his beard while tidying the chessboard, chuckling, "Do not fret, young lad. As long as he remains alive, he will join us in due time. For we are kindred spirits, after all. What Amo Xiaoyao was unaware of was that Lu Zhe had executed a somersault in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. His black coat billowed in the wind, stirring up a gust that swept away the dust within a 5-meter radius. Fortunately, there were no pedestrians below. Otherwise, they would have witnessed a shadow akin to a nimble feline alighting before them. He effortlessly rose to his feet, hands tucked into his pockets, appearing as if nothing were amiss, and meandered into a nearby alley. Yu Yu trailed behind, dragging a chainsaw, yawning sleepily, rubbing her bleary eyes, obediently following his lead. "Boss, is this person a good individual?" "No," Lu Zhe replied without glancing back, his tone calm. "He matters not. I am no saint myself." He then peeled a piece of paper from the wall of the alley. Holding it aloft for a moment before stating, however, he uttered a particularly wise remark. The little girl tilted her head in confusion, smiling brightly as she inquired, "What did he say?" Lu Zhe tossed the paper into the air. The pristine sheet fluttered against the night sky like a free dove ascending to the heavens. Amidst the suffering of the world, seize joy in the present. The white paper bore a missing person notice, announcing the disappearance of an 18-year-old girl named Jiangli. Not long ago, the police had disclosed a trafficking case involving young girls sold into remote villages, where one girl, in her attempt to escape, met a brutal end. When her body was discovered, her lower half had been cleaved in two by a vicious animal trap. The authorities speculated she had fled into the mountains, only to fall victim to a hunter's snare. Succumbing to excessive blood loss, the girl's mother, upon hearing this heart-wrenching news, wept day and night, ultimately leaping from the Linjiang Bridge to end her own life. Lu Zhe wandered through the pitch-black alley. A black cat perched upon his shoulder, its golden eyes wide with intensity. A crimson notebook fluttered beside him, inscribing new tales of the bazaar as he recounted his story. In preparation for departure, meticulous stitching is essential, lest one fear a delayed return. Anyone who aids traffickers or actively purchases individuals will encounter Miss Spider on the night of the full moon. She is the malevolent weaver, spinning a dense web of blood for those who seek to steal the happiness of others. She will bring criminals to justice, return lost children, and exact vengeance upon the most heinous of beings. Where can snakes, insects, flies, and ants escape? The net of heaven and earth has been cast, and you shall find no refuge. After completing this eerie tale, Lu Zhe gazed up at the full moon, smiling as he turned to Yu Yu, extending his hand. "Let us go home. Hooray!" This night promised to be a reunion, as they would welcome new family members, an occasion worthy of celebration. Far across the city, at the villa where Lu Zhe once resided, the yellow seal on the door began to loosen. A chilling breeze swept through, and blood began to seep from the cracks, filling every crevice and solidifying into a web of crimson threads. Meanwhile, in an empty room on the second floor, delicate spider silk hung, and a massive blood-red cocoon dangled from the ceiling, faintly revealing the silhouette of a human form. The doorbell rang, and a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. Emitting a low, ominous murmur, a mother-s thread, a child-s garment. In preparation for departure, meticulous stitching is essential, lest one fear a delayed return. Mother, I have a new home now. Chapter 86. In preparation for departure, Part 2, at 18. Jiangli graduated from high school, bidding farewell to her mother in the county and setting off alone with a suitcase to register at South City University. Before her departure, her mother lovingly wrapped a hand-knit blue scarf around her neck, joyfully admonishing her to learn self-care away from home, to foster good relationships with her classmates, and not to skimp on food or clothing. You were busy studying in high school, so your appearance didn't matter much. But now that you're in college, take a little time to make yourself look nice. Yes, I understand, Mother. She was meant to have a bright future. The neighbors congratulated her family for producing a high achiever, and her mother watched her leave with great pride, eagerly awaiting her return. Instead, a year later, she received the devastating news of her daughter's disappearance. That day, she had mistakenly boarded the wrong bus, and in her haste to return, she unwittingly trusted a rogue taxi driver. Missing one stop meant she missed out on her entire life. Traffickers sold her to a remote mountain village, surrounded by towering mountains from which there seemed no escape. A landscape that inspired utter despair. Her husband was a short hunter with a crooked smile and yellowed teeth, his beard infested with lice, prone to fits of rage, often beating her for no reason. The mud hut leaked rain, permeating with dampness that chilled one to the bone. The wives previously sold into this cursed place warned her that it devoured its inhabitants. Many young girls ventured into the mountains only to be recaptured, their legs broken by axes, eventually succumbing to tuberculosis and dying. The mounds on the back mountain served as their graves. Zhongli, timid since childhood, was frozen in fear, but upon witnessing the tragic fates of the other girls, she resolved to escape. After much planning, one moonlit night, while her husband was out hunting centipedes, she fled from the mud hut and dashed towards the back mountain. Having never traversed the mountain paths before, her clothes were torn by thorns, and upon seeing lights behind her, she feared being caught and mercilessly beaten. Her face pale as she ran for her life, in that moment, she wished fervently to be a spider. With 8 long legs to sprint away swiftly, the villagers, armed with blazing torches, were in hot pursuit, and in her panic, she stumbled into a hunter's trap. The massive iron jaws severed her in half, a searing pain radiating from her abdomen, and she lost sensation in her lower body. She remembered bleeding profusely, yet she did not die immediately. The firelight illuminated her face, and the yellow-toothed hunter noticed her, spitting on the ground before leaving her to her fate, forsaking her to the elements. Ultimately, her body was discovered because her blue scarf fluttered from a tree branch, resembling a ghostly blue apparition against the gray-white sky. In her final moments, Zhongli pondered many things. If she could return home, she wished to help her mother spin yarn, to tidy their home, and quietly await her mother's return, like a gentle spider, ready to embrace her. There were countless delicacies she had yet to savor, countless landscapes she had yet to behold. She had never flown in an airplane, nor had she ever tasted KFC if there were a next life. She wished to become a spider, weaving a web on her mother's window, inscribed with the words, "Mother, I have returned home." Death felt akin to sinking into the deep sea. She opened her eyes to see a pale hand reaching toward her from above the sea of blood, and she grasped that hand. With a blink, she found herself in an unfamiliar room, her perspective elevated, surrounded by a dense web. A pale youth sat quietly across from her, smiling as he removed his hood. Good evening. Her mother had committed suicide. She was no longer Zhongli. She was now Miss Spider. Yu, innocently gazing upward at the massive shadow, wiped the corner of her mouth and tugged at Lu Ze's sleeve, exclaiming, "Boss, she's enormous." Lu Ze also looked up, blinking his gray eyes before nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Miss Spider covered her face with her hands, her 8 spider legs clinging together in an effort to minimize her presence, as though wishing to shrink into the earth itself. The body that had once belonged to a girl now revealed a massive spider abdomen below her waist, 8 slender legs glinting with a metallic sheen. Capable of effortlessly severing a head, Lu Ze contemplated for a moment, switching the skewer from his right hand to his left, wiping it on his garment before extending his right hand. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Ze. Hello." Miss Spider timidly extended her hand, her fingers brushing against his icy fingertips, unable to suppress a shriek before vanishing in an instant. With a resounding crash, the spider, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement, shot upward, creating a gaping hole in the ceiling of the room. Lu Ze and Yu stood frozen in place, gazing upward as the spider leaped about chaotically, her 8 legs moving in a disjointed manner, puncturing the room with numerous holes. "I apologize." As she hopped about with unrestrained exuberance, she let out a bashful shriek that rendered me utterly helpless. By the time her arachnid legs finally came to a halt, the room had transformed into a veritable disaster zone, with dust cascading from the ceiling. Miss Spider cowered in the corner, her flushed face hidden within a gaping hole, her 8 legs trembling incessantly, as if she could no longer bear to confront anyone. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional. I will fix it. Please don't hurt me." Lu Ze chuckled softly, exhaling a sigh as he pushed the chandelier above his head aside, brushing the dust from his clothes. "Ts all right, you're quite safe here. No one will harm you." Yu emerged from the rubble, taking deep breaths of fresh air, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction as she remarked, "Boss, she hasn't passed the employee assessment yet." Upon hearing this, Lu Ze paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile, pushing open the door to the room and turning back to say, "You can conduct her assessment. I'll find someone to repair the house." "Understood, boss." I promise to complete the task. Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bounced over, taking Miss Spider's hand and leading her towards the kitchen. Miss Spider appeared somewhat bewildered, and before she knew it, she found herself seated at the dining table, instinctively curling her 8 legs to minimize her footprint. Yu, donning sunglasses, sat across from her, arms crossed, adopting a commanding tone as she inquired, "What is your name?" After a moment of contemplation and hesitation, Miss Spider finally shook her head and smiled. "I don't remember. You may call me Miss Spider. And your gender? Should be a female spider?" She glanced at her own legs, speaking uncertainly. "What can you do?" "I can spin webs, perform household chores, manipulate puppets, and sense my surroundings." She extended her fingers, counting each ability one by one. Yu fell silent, which made Miss Spider somewhat anxious. She straightened her back, clasping her hands tightly together, striving to maintain a smile. The little girl scratched her head, confusion evident on her face, before dashing into the living room and calling out, "Boss, is there anything else we need to ask?" Chapter 87. The Final Stitching, Part 3. At that moment, Lu Zhe was holding his phone, scrolling to a contact labeled Dinging Monster, and dialed a number belonging to someone from the Su family. When the call connected, he spoke calmly. "Hello, Sujin. My house is in disrepair. Do you have anyone who can fix it?" Upon recognizing his voice, the other end was immediately met with a sharp scream. Trembling with a sobbing tone, "Ascend the Undertaker? Are you coming to kill me?" I'm still young. Please don't kill me." He felt as if his ears were under siege and, in exasperation, he dug a finger into his right ear, contemplating whether to change her contact name to Screaming Lady. Just then, Yu, barefoot, burst out of the kitchen, leaping onto the sofa. Curiously, she leaned over the couch, cheerfully swinging her feet, her red eyes wide with anticipation as she asked Lu Zhe, "Boss, which room should Miss Spider stay in?" Lu Zhe gestured for her to wait a moment, arranging the repairs for the villa before hanging up. After a brief contemplation, he lifted his gaze and replied, "Perhaps the blue room. The window is close to the tree, offering a splendid view. Besides, I noticed she was wearing a scarf of that color." Turning his head to gaze out the window, he murmured, "The sky is a free blue. She should appreciate it." Miss Spider sat quietly in the kitchen, momentarily lost in thought upon hearing this, gently caressing the scarf around her neck, her lips pursed in a subtle smile. Before long, there was a knock at the kitchen door, prompting her to sit up straight, her blood-red eyes wide open. A young man clad in a black trench coat politely tapped on the door, then gently pushed it open to enter, quietly taking a seat across from her at the dining table. He clasped his hands together on the table, pausing for a moment before stating, "Please introduce your abilities." Miss Spider felt a twinge of nervousness, awkwardly shifting one leg inward, then closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. "I can perceive all movements within a certain range and share visual information with the boss. Could you demonstrate?" When she finally opened her eyes again, her demeanor shifted entirely. With a tone devoid of emotion, she calmly announced, "Within this villa, there are a total of 43 hidden cameras, 24 listening devices, and the wiring network connects to the Bureau of Strange Tales." In response, Lu Zhe nodded calmly, as if he had anticipated this, and slowly uttered 2 words, "Take them down." Having been away from home for so long, if the Bureau's personnel were not foolish, they would certainly have installed surveillance to track the Undertaker. It was conceivable that even while he slept or dined, numerous eyes were fixated upon him. After a moment of contemplation, as if recalling something, he tapped the dining table with his fingers and added, "Oh, and remember to leave one for me." "Understood." Miss Spider nodded coolly, and in the next instant, countless fine red threads, as delicate as strands of hair, shot forth from behind her, instantly filling the kitchen and forming an intricate web. They surged forth like a torrent, writhing like serpents, rapidly occupying every corner of the room. Every minuscule electronic device was ensnared, firmly adhered to the web, as thin strands penetrated their seams, swiftly dismantling their internal structures and reducing them to scrap metal. Luze shifted slightly, feeling a mild sense of obstruction. As the air turned somewhat viscous, he extended his hand and waved it through the air, noticing a peculiar stickiness against his skin, as though he had grasped something intangible. Twisting his fingers, he molded a transparent thread. A gentle silken stringed it seemed Miss Spider had intended it this way, for the fine threads surrounding him were easily breakable. However, farther away, the surveillance devices suffered a grim fate, being ruthlessly dismantled. The web pierced through glass screens like hardened steel needles, mercilessly impaling the cameras within, transforming them into a hive of destruction. One could only imagine that had these threads been employed for lethal purposes, they would slice through human limbs as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. In mere seconds, the entire villa was enveloped by the red threads. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the bureau in the capital city, over 40 screens went dark, the listening devices emitting a buzzing groan. One after another erupting in a cacophony of explosions. The operators scrambled to press various buttons, the surrounding screens crackling with static, unable to re-establish a connection. Damn it! Ma Pijing removed his headset, pounding his fist heavily on the keyboard, and spoke into the communicator. The Undertaker has discovered the listening devices. I don't know how he did it, but he dismantled them all. Suddenly, he realized something, abruptly lifting his head and instructing the surrounding operators. Everyone, evacuate immediately. The voice on the other end of the communicator fell silent for a moment before a calm male voice replied slowly, Do not panic, old Ma. The information recorded earlier should suffice for your analysis. Ma Pijing was drenched in sweat, placing a hand on his forehead, eyes closed as he said, It's not as you think, Minister. Once he realizes someone is listening, he will undoubtedly trace it back here and eliminate us all. You haven't witnessed his methods. Killing from a distance is as simple as eating or drinking. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the cold voice on the communicator. Calm down. Report the Undertaker's information to me. This is an order. Captain Pijing opened his mouth, wishing to explain further, but suddenly shivered, lowering his head to say, Yes. He picked up the documents beside him, gritting his teeth as he suppressed his inner terror, and recited each word slowly. Lu Zhe, 18 years old, male, high school student, joined the A-City Bureau branch at 17. Previously attended Luoming High School, awarded first-class merit during the museum incident, went missing during the summer between junior and senior year. We discovered a significant amount of his blood samples and suspected organ fragments in an abandoned central hospital on the second floor. Since then, he has been living alone in a villa. According to surveillance information, he suffers from severe schizophrenia and delusions, often conversing with the AI. Ma Pijing was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he gazed at the only camera that had not been destroyed. In the video, the young man in black sat at the dining table, continuously talking to himself, occasionally smiling at the air, and sometimes falling into silence. He continued, He has conjured up imagined family members to live with him, one of whom is named Yu, while the other is referred to as Miss Spider, suggesting two distinct personalities of the Undertaker. As soon as Ma Pijing finished speaking, he suddenly realized in horror that the boy in the video was smiling directly at him. No! I've been discovered, Minister. I've been found out, he shouted into the communicator, his body trembling uncontrollably. The young man in black slowly rose, taking deliberate steps toward the camera, before vanishing from sight. He has gone. Ma Pijing screamed in panic, Damn it, it's a blind spot. Where did he go? In the next instant, a scarlet eye unexpectedly appeared before the camera, its slit-like pupil oscillating, ultimately locking onto everyone present. I see you. The air abruptly solidified, and the communicator in Ma Pijing's hand clattered to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, and in a moment of disorientation, he beheld the lights in the surveillance room extinguish entirely. A piercing scream echoed from an unknown source, and the metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air, while panic spread like a plague. Chapter 88. Kill that Guhua bird in the capital city. On a night of the full moon, the headquarters of the Paranormal Management Bureau fell into chaos. The lights extinguished in an instant, plunging the surroundings into darkness, accompanied by waves of terrified screams. In the pitch blackness, no one could discern the fate of their companions. Without sight, humanity appeared so insignificantly small in the night. Ma Pijing swallowed hard, trembling as he retrieved his mobile phone, frantically activating the flashlight, which nearly slipped from his grasp as the light flickered on. His pupils began to tremble violently, and he opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. He gazed at the wall, now splattered with crimson. An investigator lay prostrate on the ground, clutching his abdomen tightly, blood seeping continuously between his fingers. Everyone else covered their mouths tightly, too afraid to make a sound, fixated on the fallen investigator, fearing they might be the next to succumb. At that moment, the communicator on the ground emitted a series of crackles, and the minister's calm voice resonated once more. He is not dead. It is merely an accidental injury. I have just distorted the conceptual abilities of the Undertaker. You are temporarily safe. Upon hearing these words, the occupants of the surveillance room exchanged glances, skeptical as they looked at the curled figure on the floor, realizing that it was merely a superficial wound. Not life-threatening, Captain. During the blackout, the display screen exploded, and he was struck by the debris. An investigator squatted beside him, checking the injuries before wiping the sweat from his brow and looking up. There is no serious harm. He has simply lost a bit too much blood. This. Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. At the very least. The Undertaker had not come to kill them, indicating there was still hope for survival. Moreover, their formidable human ally, the minister, was present. He had just employed his abilities to save their lives. As long as they adhered to his directives, they would surely find an opportunity to turn the tide. Ma Pijing exhaled deeply, his legs nearly buckling beneath him, feeling as if he were walking on springs, staggering back a few steps before collapsing into a chair. The communicator on the ground continued to flash, and he slowly bent down to retrieve it, hesitantly asking, "Minister, you just mentioned, the Undertaker possesses conceptual abilities?" The man on the other end pondered for a moment before replying calmly, "Yes, I suspect his ability is akin to that of words of power, while mine is distortion, which allows me to alter logic. Thus capable of countering him, the MY device informed me that the complete condition for his ability to activate was, all those gazing at the Undertaker within the headquarters must perish." At this revelation, Ma Pijing and the others felt a jolt of fear, a chill creeping over them as their pants grew damp with sweat. If this rule held true, it meant that everyone in the surveillance room would meet their demise. The voice from the communicator continued, "I have added new logic, barely preserving your lives. Observing the opponent's actions through the monitor does not constitute direct eye contact, hence it will not be defined as gazing." Upon hearing this, the investigators reacted, feeling a wave of gratitude towards the minister, their faces displaying genuine respect. Had it not been for him, all present would surely have perished. Just as Ma Pijing was about to express his thanks, he was interrupted by the minister's harsh coughing. The minister coldly stated, "Do not let your guard down. My ability requires a substantial cost. If he insists on killing, I may not be able to protect you." Silence enveloped the air once more, and Ma Pijing clenched his fists tightly, acutely aware of his own impotence. If it were only the minister facing the Undertaker alone, there would still be a significant chance of victory. However, the Bureau functioned as a collective, and as an agent of justice, they had to consider many factors. The minister contemplated for a long while before finally exhaling slowly, saying, "Contact the Undertaker. The headquarters can acknowledge his existence and revoke all warrants, ceasing any interference with his actions. However, the prerequisite is that he must come to the headquarters. I need to meet him in person, and until then, no harm must come to the Bureau personnel. To oppose him would yield nothing but harm," the man mused. "I shall reveal the truth of the world to him. Ultimately, whether we are foes or friends will depend on his decision." Pijing nodded silently, already forming a conjecture in his mind, convinced that the minister was preparing to set a trap for this individual, waiting for the Undertaker to walk into it. Thus, he began to devise a plan. He had previously concealed from the minister his unauthorized use of the progenitor of the Miao Blade to siphon the lifespans of a city's citizens, an action that had already been reported to headquarters by Meng Qing. In a few days, the report would land on the minister's desk, and when that time came, his connections and the negligence of misplacing an A-grade anomaly would undoubtedly lead to his dismissal. This was no trifling matter, however. If an unforeseen incident were to befall the minister during his confrontation with the Undertaker, leading to his untimely demise, and if Ma Pijing were to step forward at that moment, capturing the already weakened Undertaker, then not only could he absolve his past mistakes, but he might also ascend to the position of the new minister. As for how to apprehend the Undertaker, he pondered for a moment, recalling his previous encounter with Liu Zhe, who seemed rather unremarkable. Since the opponent wielded conceptual abilities, it indicated a definite weakness in close combat. If he could engage him in close quarters and subdue him, then sealing his mouth and binding his hands would render any of his formidable abilities useless. With this thought, Ma Pijing's lips curled into a triumphant smile, his resolve solidifying. Meanwhile, in an ancient villa on the outskirts of a city, Liu Zhe remained blissfully unaware of this inexplicably scheming mind. Even if he were to learn of it, He would not concern himself with a B-grade schemer, as he was merely an entity that could be effortlessly crushed. All fears stemmed from insufficient firepower. Miss Zhu sat quietly at the dining table, softly inquiring, "Boss, has everything been resolved?" "Not yet." Lu Zhe shook his head, flipping through his notebook, closing the pages with his left hand, and raising his head with a smile. "Quite interesting. My rules have been modified." "What should we do then? Does the boss need my assistance?" "No need." He shook his head, narrowing his blood-red eyes, his fingers caressing the cover of the notebook. A slight smile gracing his lips, since they are struggling so hard. "Let them live a few more days then." He stretched lazily, gently placing Gu Ranjiji aside, and said, "That works too. Today is the night of reunion, and I am not particularly inclined to kill." Miss Zhu seemed to understand yet not understand, standing at the door of the room, yawning and sleepily asking, "Boss, I'm so tired. Can I take a rest?" "Go to sleep?" "Yay!" she cheered joyfully, darting upstairs into her room, and once the door closed, silence enveloped the space. She must have been too exhausted to stay awake, falling asleep as soon as she hit the bed. Lu Zhe smiled helplessly, picking up his coat from the table, pushing open the kitchen door, and turning back to extend his right hand to Miss Zhu. "Let us go. Tonight is the full moon night, and we are going to hunt the Guhua bird." Chapter 89. Doll, why don't you go home in a corner of a city? Filth and rats lay hidden. A wooling van idled by the roadside. The moon above reluctant to cast its light, shrouded in dark clouds, like a lofty deity silently approving of everything. The driver, cigarette in mouth, exhaled a few smoke rings, addressing the woman seated behind him. "Sister Lianxiang, how many goods today?" "All to be taken to Heishui village." The old woman in the back seat chuckled, her face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, tossing forward a pack of cigarettes with a sly grin. "Not many, just two." The man cast her a glance, tucked the cigarette into his pocket, and turned back with a smile. "You're still capable. Others can't even lure one in for months. Any secret to it?" "Little kids are easily deceived. A single candy can lead them away," she said, raising her eyebrows proudly. "For those who are harder to trick, just take a club and carry them off." After saying this, Chun Lianxiang frowned, spitting out of the window in frustration. "Today I ran into a little brat. While I was attempting to abduct that child, she caught sight of me, and we had a tussle in the street, drawing a crowd." She snorted disdainfully. "Luckily, I'm clever. I had my accomplices shout that someone was snatching a kid, and those fools surrounded us, unwittingly handing the doll over to me." After this exchange, both burst into raucous laughter, as if it were the grandest joke imaginable. "Enough chatter. Let us head to Heishui village." She peered through the car window, noticing the flashlight beams illuminating the alley, sending a chill of sweat down her spine as she urged the driver. "The goods are in the back. Be careful not to attract the police." "Got it." The man took a deep drag from his cigarette, shifted the gear, and pressed the accelerator, propelling the van forward. Thus, they drove through the van, heading down the shadowy streets towards the rugged mountain roads. In the dead of night, no one was in sight, and the surroundings gradually became desolate, overgrown with withered grass. After 2 hours, not a trace of the city remained. The winding mountain road jolted the van, awakening a little girl in the back, who began to cry loudly, her wails piercing through the tranquil night. Chun Lianxiang glanced around impatiently, letting out a disdainful click of her tongue. She leaned into the rear compartment, her voice low and venomous as she cursed, "You little wretch, worth hardly a few coins, yet you wail so fiercely. Just wait until I tear that mouth of yours apart." Rising from her seat, she rummaged through her bag and retrieved several sleeping pills, disregarding the dosage as she unceremoniously shoved them into the little girl's mouth, following up with a cup of water to wash them down. Before long, the girl's sobs subsided, fading into silence. The man in the front glanced back, cigarette dangling from his lips, and cautioned, "Be careful. If the merchandise dies, it won't bode well for us." Chun Lianxiang scoffed derisively, turning back to her seat, her corpulent figure twisting as she declared, "What's a little girl worth anyway? She's not likely to survive. If she were older, she might fetch a higher price. If she dies, I can just abduct another." As the sleeping pills took effect, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew tranquil, save for the sporadic chirping of cicadas and the whistling of the wind outside. The scenery outside transformed rapidly as they drove on, shifting from the rugged, muddy fields to steep, wooded mountains, with long branches sweeping past the windows. When the flickering lights of a village appeared in the distance, the driver halted the vehicle. Chen Lianxiang swiftly opened the door, roused the sleeping child, and grasped her hand, leading her off the vehicle. The girl, still in slumber, was hoisted onto her back, and together they trudged uphill. The path through the mountains was treacherous, littered with scattered pine needles and moss, while spiny chestnut shells threatened to pierce their feet. The little boy, no more than 5, held her hand, seemingly oblivious to the concept of abduction, and innocently asked, "Auntie, where's my mommy?" Chen Lianxiang, irritated, tugged at his hand and snapped, "Your mother is just ahead. Come with me." As they ventured deeper into the forest, a flicker of light beckoned them, and their pace quickened. Upon closer inspection, a yellow-toothed hunter wielding an old flashlight awaited them, accompanied by a group of villagers. Upon seeing Chen Lianxiang approach, the hunter grinned widely, his unkempt beard quivering with excitement, and inquired, "Is the merchandise here?" "What is the quality?" The woman handed the boy over to him, her smile obsequious as she replied, "Top-notch goods, just the right age. Any younger and they'd be hard to care for. Any older and they wouldn't be as tender." As she turned to retrieve the child from the driver's back, a sudden and sinister turn of events occurred. 2 crimson threads shot forth, ensnaring the girl's ankles and yanking her violently into the woods. She turned in fright, only to realize the boy had vanished, sending her heart plummeting into terror as she collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "What is happening?" The yellow-toothed hunter furrowed his brow, grasping his rustic firearm as he cautiously approached the thicket. The villagers exchanged bewildered and fearful glances, arming themselves with picks and hoes, trembling as they inched closer to the forest. A chilling breeze swept through the wilderness, reminiscent of a haunting melody, echoing a dirge for the deceased. A sound akin to a guzheng resonated, causing the villagers to gasp and look toward its source, their eyes widening in horror. Beneath the luminous full moon, transparent threads had woven an intricate web, ensnaring the entire forest, leaving birds with no escape. Suspended within the web were 2 white cocoons, the children nestled snugly inside, lost in slumber. At the heart of the web lingered a massive spider, its sharp fangs plucking at the silken strands, producing a haunting resonance akin to the guzheng's tremor. Yet, bizarrely, atop the spider's abdomen sat a woman with white hair and crimson eyes, her grotesque arachnid body contrasting sharply with her beautiful upper limbs, creating a disconcerting image. She delicately twisted the blood-red threads with her pale fingers, casting her gaze upon the villagers below. Upon spotting the yellow-toothed hunter, she suppressed a smirk, flicking her wrist to unleash a torrent of sharp silver threads that quickly enveloped the entire forest. They appeared from nowhere, instantly piercing through the villagers' bodies, pinning them in place, where any movement would result in excruciating pain. Chen Lianxiang, horrified, looked down at her own body, now riddled with countless threads, rendering her immobile like a hanging piece of cured meat. She raised her gaze in disbelief to the spider woman, her throat constricted as she managed to utter, "Don't kill me, I was forced." In the next instant, her head fell with a sickening thud. Her body sliced into chunks as if it were mere tofu, scattering her remains across the ground. A piece of flesh with an eyeball struck the hunter's face, his mouth agape in terror. Unable to utter a sound, his eyes bulging in horror as fear tightened around his chest like a suffocating web, Miss Spider began to hum a haunting lullaby, her voice echoing eerily through the foreboding forest. "Doll, doll, why don't you go home?" As the lullaby echoed, the villagers behind the hunter, like puppets on strings, were compelled to raise their hose high and bring them crashing down upon him. Blood sprayed in torrents as chaos erupted. And that night, the mountains were strewn with dismembered limbs. Chapter 90. A dream catcher in the sky. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe lay sprawled on the balcony eaves, his hands weaving a blood-red thread against the backdrop of the full moon. Crafting vivid patterns. "Doll, doll, why don't you go home?" He lay quietly at the edge, swinging his dangling legs, softly humming the complete lullaby. "Is it that you too have no home, no father or mother?" Bathed in the cold moonlight, the resilient threads glimmered ominously, forming the shapes of 4 little figures, all smiling at him. This was the eerie object he had exchanged for 20,000 fright points from the Strange Tales Mall. The spider flower thread, granting him access to some of Miss Spider's abilities. The first ability was puppet suspension, allowing him to manipulate extremely fine threads that could penetrate the human body, replacing nerve fibers to control human actions. This thread was highly destructive to the body. Even if the controlled individual survived, once freed from its grasp, they would be left in a vegetative state, utterly incapacitated. Unless they possessed an equally formidable healing ability. Allowing nerve fibers to regenerate automatically, they would be reduced to living corpses. The second ability was web sensation, akin to a radar, enabling him to perceive any movement within a 100-meter radius. This was roughly equivalent to the area of a small shopping mall, proving exceedingly practical. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that Miss Spider's abilities were somewhat inferior to UUS, suggesting the potential for further enhancement. This might be due to the fact that the strange tail, tightly sewn before departure, only covered Angua, classifying Miss Spider as an A-grade strange tail by the standards of the Bureau of Strange Tales. Conversely, Midnight Cat Bell fell under the B-grade town-level category, while Saw Night of Horror spanned the entire globe, surpassing the national-level classification, with UU likely being an A-grade or higher, S-grade strange tale. If he were to expend 100,000 fright points, he could similarly expand Miss Spider's influence to encompass the entire world, thereby enhancing her abilities further. Thus, if Lu Zhe continued to gather fright points and enhance their powers, could he possibly cultivate a strange tale that exceeded S-grade? What kind of strange tale would surpass S-grade? Extending its reach beyond the entire world? Cosmic laws? The great Tao of heaven and earth? Or was it possible that this world was merely a fragment of a larger reality, where divine realms truly existed? Reflecting on what Shin Quan had mentioned, gods, anchor points, descent, he had grasped none of it at the time. In hindsight, that individual must have known something significant. He should have spared him, perhaps to glean some valuable information. With that thought, Lu Zhe sat up, gazing at UU's room, its pink curtains tightly drawn, and shook his head in resignation, pushing aside those chaotic thoughts that little one, UU, had indeed been overworked, toiling every night. And these past few days had been spent following him around. Finally back home, she had fallen asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. Resting his head on his arm, Lu Zhe adjusted his position and reclined against the eaves once more, quietly observing the full moon above. The blood-red thread, appearing almost alive, quietly entwined itself around his left hand, weaving into a bow, forming a natural bandage. He contemplated whether to take UU and Miss Spider out tomorrow, to relive the essence of human life. Surely, a normal human girl would enjoy shopping for clothes. Having accompanied him for so long, UU still wore her blood-stained little flower dress, while Miss Spider donned a simple attire. As her lower half consisted of spider legs, requiring little thought beyond her checkered top, he felt like a failure as a boss, with employees who received no wages. As he pondered, a rustling sound emanated from nearby woods, and several crows took flight from the treetops. Hearing the commotion, Lu Zhe closed his eyes and activated web sensation, identifying the source of the sound as a colossal spider, and thus, he relaxed his guard. Opening his crimson eyes, he slowly sat up, turned to meet her gaze, and calmly inquired, "You're back? How does it feel? Your first kill?" Miss Spider approached wearily, trudging toward the villa, her body drenched in blood. Her silvery hair stained crimson, though none of it was her own. She appeared somewhat dejected, yet upon hearing Lu Zhe's voice, she instantly revived, her bright crimson eyes widening as she forced a smile and remarked, "It's all right. I ought to feel fear or guilt, but for some reason." Her gaze fell, and she paused, murmuring softly, "At this moment, I can no longer empathize with humanity. When they scream and flee, I even experience a flicker of pleasure. It is decidedly abnormal." Hesitating, she lifted her head and inquired of the young man seated atop the rooftop, "Boss, I have become a truly wicked and bizarre being, no longer human, have I?" Lu Zhe did not respond immediately. Instead, he propped himself on the ground, gazing skyward with a smile as he reminisced. "When I first took a life, I was just like you. Emerging from an abandoned warehouse, I glanced at my reflection in the rainwater on the ground, expecting to vomit, yet felt nothing, even relieved to be alive at that moment. I thought perhaps I was a born villain." He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating as he spoke, "Though I killed according to the rules, devoid of any tangible sensation, they all perished because of me. Those nights were filled with restless dreams, where the souls I had slain returned, pointing at my chest, asking if my conscience felt any pain. At this point, he smiled, closed his eyes, and gestured to his chest, grinning as he said, "Ha ha ha, but I feel none." Miss Zhu did not laugh. She merely observed him silently, her eyes reflecting an ineffable emotion. This left him feeling somewhat disinterested, prompting Lu Zhe to rise with ease, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He leaped onto the balcony below, waving his hand behind him at Miss Zhu with a grin, saying, "It's late. Get some rest. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to the mall." Subsequently, Lu Zhe entered his bedroom, drew the black curtains, and a soft goodnight resonated within, followed by the click of the light switch. Plunging the room into silence, "Good night, sweet dreams, boss," Miss Zhu murmured gently, her hands clasped together, bowing her head slightly, speaking as if to herself. A violet spider web hung above the villa, adorned with several feathers, swaying in the cool night breeze, while distant stars began to twinkle in the sky. This was her crafted dream catcher, capable of ensnaring a beautiful dream for those long ensnared in nightmares. Chapter 91. A day in the life of the master of strange tales. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains onto the floor as Lu Zhe stretched languidly in bed, having finally enjoyed a good night's sleep. He reached for the bedside table, picked up his phone, and opened the Global Strange Tales app marked with a G icon. Skimming through the headlines, he discovered that the top story was about the childbearing spider. Over 30 abducted children found in the suburbs of City A. While the second headline read, S-Level Strange Tales Dispatch, analyzing the pathological persona of the Undertaker. He pondered in silence for a moment, deciding he was not afflicted, thus dismissing the latter, and directly clicked into the post titled Childbearing Spider. Accompanying the title was a vast illustration resembling a spider's lair, with interwoven threads forming dozens of transparent cocoons, within which the missing children lay soundly asleep. Last night, the City Guard Bureau received an anonymous call reporting over 30 missing children found in the southern suburbs. All in good health. On the same day, the Bureau discovered a large quantity of bloodied clothing and dismembered bodies in remote villages such as Heishui and Longtian, totaling 146 deaths, with investigations revealing that the victims had all been involved in human trafficking cases. Investigators classified the incident as an A-level strange tale, with specific rules still under investigation. It seemed Miss Zhu was managing quite well. Lu Zhe mused with a sense of relief. It was time to grant his 2 employees a day off. Thus, he lazily sat up, slid into his slippers, and while perusing messages on his phone, he yawned and strolled down the hallway. Passing by Yuyo's room, he knocked on the door and called out, "Time to wake up. We're going out for a feast today." Within a minute, the door clicked open, revealing the little girl with wide, bright red eyes, eagerly gazing at Lu Zhe, her mouth stretching into a beaming smile, showcasing a set of pearly teeth. "Good morning, boss." "Morning," Lu Zhe replied with a smile, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Miss Zhu's door now ajar, before continuing downstairs. Upon descending, the sweet aroma of warm milk enveloped the entire house, mingling with the inviting scent of crispy pancakes. Yuyo dashed down the stairs like a hungry pup, sniffing the air, before leaping onto the sofa and licking her sharp teeth. "Boss, can you cook now?" She peeked out from the sofa, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Not me." Lu Zhe shook his head, pouring himself a glass of plain water, exasperatedly spreading his hands as he said, "I can only boil instant noodles." "Good morning," a soft feminine voice chimed in. The two turned towards the kitchen, where Miss Zhu's shadow was reflected in the window, the seldom-used frying pan sizzling with activity. She had risen early, bustling about in the kitchen, her 8 spider limbs working in harmony, methodically wiping the table and serving eggs into individual bowls. With a smile, she brought out breakfast, while her spider limbs arranged the 3 place settings on the dining table. Lu Zhe and Yuyo exchanged glances, sitting side by side like spectators at a magic show, gazing up at her as she conjured a sumptuous breakfast. The aroma of fried eggs and ham wafted through the air, and the mixture of flour and eggs reacted delightfully in the hot oil, yielding golden, crispy edges. "Hooray! Finally no more instant noodles," the little girl exclaimed, lifting her chopsticks in jubilation. Lu Zhe, sipping his water, suddenly choked and coughed violently, prompting Yuyo to immediately quiet down, retracting her neck like a quail. "Actually, the instant noodles you make are quite delicious," she added softly. The breakfast was delightful, with Yuyo happily munching on pancakes, her mouth full. Lu Zhe, with a pancake in his mouth, lowered his head to type on his phone, preparing to post the killing rules for the secret stitches to earn some horror points. After typing the final word, he clicked the publish button and carelessly tossed his phone onto the table. Better eat first. Only when I'm full will I have the strength to write strange tales. Unbeknownst to him, under the guise of the Undertaker's ID, his casual post ignited a fervent discussion, causing the internet to explode. Shocking! The Undertaker has released a new tale. The Nightmare of Human Traffickers, Spider Strange Tales, posted 2 minutes ago. Click to view details. Where can one escape the net? Undertaker. No one can evade my strange tales. This sensational news not only rocketed to the trending topics, but also made headlines in newspapers worldwide, triggering global panic. Under the Undertaker's account, messages surged past 99. Yet he remained oblivious, contentedly savoring his breakfast. Dear players, greetings. It's delightful to meet again in the last survival game. No one wrote a guide, which saddened me. Today, I will present a new game. All perpetrators involved in human trafficking will encounter our childbearing spider on the day of the full moon. Each month, she will engage you in a game of cat's cradle. You must take the string from her hands and transform it into the shape of a family of 4. It's quite simple, requiring no thought, but do be cautious. Your fingers or head might accidentally be severed. Enjoy the game. The previous post regarding the Night of the Chainsaw had not diminished in popularity, and since Liu Zhe used the same account, few doubted the authenticity of this new post. Goodness, last time it targeted murderers, and now it's prepared to eliminate human traffickers. I must support this. Traffickers deserve death for ruining countless families. Naturally, there were those expressing mild concern, but such radical actions might provoke traffickers to retaliate. I remember a previous case where the death penalty was avoided due to such fears. That instance was because the accomplices of the traffickers had not been apprehended, fearing they would poison the unaccounted-for children. Hence, only life imprisonment was imposed. Look at the Undertaker's rules. Anyone involved in trafficking, be they buyers or traffickers, will fall into the net. And have you seen last night's report? The childbearing spider will return those lost children. What is there to worry about, in any case? I support the Undertaker. Unlike the previous controversies, this time the Luo family was not manipulating opinions from the shadows, and the public sentiments towards Miss Zhu's strange tales were overwhelmingly favorable. Aside from a few odd individuals seeking attention with outlandish comments, the general populace exhibited little tolerance for human traffickers, almost universally advocating for their punishment. In summary, it was surprising that the Undertaker's strange tale garnered widespread support. Unaware of the online frenzy, Liu Zhe silenced his phone, donned sunglasses, a baseball cap, and a mask, and confidently stepped outside with his employees. At that moment, clad in a suit and white shirt, he stood before a large, opulent shopping mall, snapping his fingers with a crisp sound. This mall is on me. In an instant, an invisible domain enveloped the shopping mall, unnoticed by the throngs of people who wandered through its expanse. Certain perceptions within their minds had been subtly altered. Suspended nearby was the tome, Gu Ran Ji, its pages fluttering in the air, revealing new regulations. 1. Within the confines of the mall, Liu Zhe and his employees shall not be disturbed by anyone. 2. Chainsaw Girl and Miss Spider may be perceived by ordinary humans and exist in human form. 3. All merchandise in the mall is discounted today. Chapter 92. Speed On, Ferrari Spider. In the colossal shopping center, bustling with activity, there stood 5 interconnected chain buildings, each boasting 5 stories, offering an array of dining, entertainment, and leisure activities, all linked by glass walkways. Strangely, it seemed that no one noticed a shopping cart racing swiftly across the immaculate tiled floor. Woohoo! Yu exclaimed, perched atop the cart, gripping the handlebars tightly as she sped along with a large bag of snacks, her twin ponytails streaming behind her like banners in the wind. Tang Yuan sat beside her, clutching the metal mesh tightly, his body curled within the cart, eyes wide with terror, fur bristling. Given the ferocity of their momentum, a collision with the railing could very well result in a cataclysmic tumble, sending them flying from the heights above. Liu Zhe leaned casually against the glass railing of the 4th floor, observing her as she glided from one end of the mall to the other. Then back again, taking a sip of his milk tea, he chuckled and shook his head, turning to rest his arms on the railing as he quietly surveyed the crowd below. Miss Spider, somewhat apprehensive, peered out from a clothing store, hesitantly inquiring, "Boss, the items here are rather expensive." "Dio, we have enough money." With his back to her, Lu Zhe waved dismissively, brandishing a gleaming black card, and replied with a smile. "It matters not. It's a store owned by the Su family, so the funds are theirs to spend. Why not indulge? If one day negotiations with the Su family falter, or should he change his mind and eliminate their head? They might just freeze this card. That would be truly distressing. 10 million rendered useless. Best to feast while the coffers are full." Reassured by his words, Miss Spider entered the clothing store with a smile, eager to select a dress of her liking. She twirled in front of the mirror, her skirt billowing around her, elegantly concealing her spider abdomen. Lu Zhe, who rarely indulged in extravagant spending, had little knowledge of how to splurge. Beyond adding a couple of sausages to a crepe, he found no other indulgences. Yet, he understood that women often had discerning tastes when it came to clothing, and there was little worry about having money without a place to spend it, except, of course, for the gluttonous Yu. "Boss, I want this," Yu cried, brandishing a large octopus as she zoomed past in the shopping cart, its 8 tentacles flailing in the AI art. Lu Zhe calmly sipped his tea. Responding, "Buy it." Moments later, she returned, clutching a large hen, exclaiming, "Boss, can we take this home to lay eggs?" "Buy it," he said, not bothering to look up. "Boss, I want this." A short while later, she came barreling back, pushing a small cart that contained a middle-aged man. "Buy that, huh?" Lu Zhe blinked in confusion, raising his gray eyes in bewilderment, noticing the man wore the mall's logo on his collar. "No. You," he sighed, exasperated, grabbing the speeding shopping cart and abruptly halting it, advising, "You can't eat the staff." "All right," the little girl replied, looking somewhat dejected, her ponytails drooping as she unceremoniously kicked the captive staff member out of the cart, regaining her momentum. The man, terrified, rolled on the ground a few times, curling into a corner. Eventually regaining his composure, swaying as he rose, staring blankly at the ceiling before staggering and collapsing again. What just happened? He wondered, dazed, as a sudden gust had whisked him away, leaving him disoriented and confused. Lu Zhe approached him and crouched down, noticing the Ferrari emblem on the man's shirt. After a moment's contemplation, he smiled and asked, "Show me your car?" The staff member, still reeling from dizziness, looked up to see a young man in a white shirt crouching before him. Wearing a friendly smile that seemed genuinely kind, he nodded vacantly in response. The nights in City A always descended swiftly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the city entered its most vibrant phase. With neon lights illuminating the